A? That is the mystery that is to be solved in the show Pretty Little Liars. So if you know anything about this channel, you know that there's an obvious question sitting right here on this table. Can I solve Pretty Little Liars before the reveal?
From the producers of The Vampire Diaries.
They found Allison's body.
A new ABC Family original series.
This is no longer a missing persons investigation. It's a murder.
I have never seen this show, and I don't know anything about it. In fact, I didn't even know that there was a mystery to be solved in this show until I got a comment in my Simpsons Can I Solve Who Shot Mr. Burns video that said, hey, you should try to solve who A is in Pretty Little Liars. So that's what I'm gonna do. This is not a recap of the show Pretty Little Liars. This is me watching the show for the very first time and trying to figure out the big mystery and solve it before the show reveals it. So after every 3 or 4 episodes of the show that I watch, I'm going to jump right back in here in the studio and I'm going to drop all the suspects and the clues and the theories that I have, and I'm going to lock in a guess for who I think is A. And since I'll be locking in my guess every couple episodes all the way throughout the show, we'll be able to look back once we get to the end of this video and we can pinpoint exactly how close or how far off I was from actually getting it right. With all of that out of the way, let's jump into the first episode of Pretty Little Liars.
The little white lie, almost harmless, but never completely innocent. Pretty Little Liars coming soon to MTV.
Okay, so I just finished watching the first episode of Pretty Little Liars, and I'm already in a pretty wild place. So I thought my internet was bad or something because the episode, it kept skipping, jumping. And so I kept rewinding the first 30 seconds over and over and over, trying to see if it just needed to buffer or something. But I think the show's just like that. But I guess we'll see. The show starts off very quickly. We see this friend group of girls and they're hanging out in a garage or something, some sort of abandoned building. And they're drinking something, and I'm gonna assume it's alcohol, and maybe that's why it's so jumpy. It's because it's whoa, they don't even know what's going on. So they're all drinking something out of some cups, and then 2 seconds later their friend shows up, and then 2 seconds after that they're all asleep, and then 2 seconds after that they wake back up and 2 of their friends are gone. And so the 3 remaining girls who are still there, they run outside, and that's where they see one of their friends, this one, and she's gone. I looked everywhere for her. I think I heard her scream. It has been a total of 60 seconds into this show, and I had no idea what the fuck was going on. I just really hope that this isn't like my Twin Peaks video where halfway through I'm ready to pull my hair out. But you know what? Let's just jump right into this. The friend, this one that was already outside when the other girls woke up and she was like, oh, I think our friend is missing. She's immediately sketchy. The theory that immediately comes to mind is maybe, oh, by the way, this is the girl I think that is missing. She's the one that this friend ran out, was I don't know where she's at. It's her. This is who we don't know where she's at. But my theory is she ran away and she got this friend to help her run away. And that's why this friend's being weird and sketchy, because she knows where this friend is. She's the one that helped her run away. Hold on, let me check my notes. Spencer. Her name is Spencer. So I think Spencer helped this person run away and fake her disappearance. But guys, let's not get carried away, because we are not solving what happened to this girl. No, we are trying to solve who A is. So who even is A? Good question. So basically what's going on in this episode is that the 4 remaining friends, 1, 2, 3, 4, the 4 of them, after their best friend goes missing, wrecks the friendship. It's a year later. And in that last year, they all went their separate ways. They're not friends anymore. And the main character of the show, Aria, she was in Europe for the past year. But now she's back. Side note, how do you just get to go to Europe for a year? What do your parents do? This show is about rich people, by the way. That's a lot of PTO, dog. Oh, speaking of her parents, this is her dad. He cheated on her mom. And Aria knows about it because she saw him in a car with a lady. Guys, this is not a recap of this show. I don't know if you can tell by the way that I have not been doing a good job of explaining what's going on. I am only going to talk about the things that are necessary to try to solve the mystery. But if this was a recap of Pretty Little Liars, I would spend about an hour talking about how this 16-year-old girl walks into a bar, asks for a burger, and then ends up making out with this random guy at 3 in the afternoon in the bar's bathroom. Oh, and guess what? That guy that she was making out with in the bar bathroom at 3 in the afternoon, that's her new English teacher. So we find out. This show's something else, man. I don't know how crazy this is gonna get. The second that Aria finds out that makeout boy from the bar is her new English teacher, like she sits down in English class, her new teacher walks in, she's like, oh my God, she gets a text message. And I'm gonna read the text message verbatim. I have it written down. It says, Aria, maybe he fools around with students all the time. A lot of teachers do. Just ask your dad. Dash A. So this is our first sign of A. And it seems like whoever A is knows Aria's secret that she knows about her dad, which was that he cheated on her mom. And this text kind of makes it seem like maybe it was a student of his or something like that. I don't quite remember. And Aria sees the text message and she goes, Allison? Now Allison is this girl. This is the girl that went missing. So it seems like whoever A is either pretending to be or actually is Allison, the missing girl. She's been missing for over a year. Then we meet the next friend in the group, Spencer. Now, Spencer's not making out with a dude at a bar in the bathroom that turns out to be her teacher, but she is doing some pretty crazy stuff. She's flirting with her sister's fiance. Anyway, they both end up in like swimsuits at the same time. And then he ends up like giving her a shoulder massage while they're both like half naked. They're in swimsuits. And then ding, Spencer gets an email. Again, I'm gonna read this verbatim because I feel like it could be important. Poor Spencer. Always want Melissa's boyfriends. But remember, if you kiss, I tell. Dash A. My first question, how is this person seeing all of this stuff? Like this massage situation took place in her house in the middle of the day when no one else was around. So how does this A person know that just happened? And they sent the email like right then, like right after it happened. Like how did they know the timing if they're not watching them? But like there was no one around. I digress. We meet another friend. This is Emily. Now Emily meets the girl that is moving in to Allison's old house. They all live like on the same street. And this is the girl that is moving into Allison's old house. Her name is Maya. So she meets Maya. Next thing you know, they're kissing. I know what you're thinking. There's a lot of kissing going on in this show that's about teenage girls. That's a drama. You don't watch teen dramas and then get upset when there's drama within the teens. Oh well, they kiss. Next thing you know, Emily gets a message. Except this time, it's not a text or an email. It's a letter in her locker, her gym locker. Hey, Em, exclamation point. I've been replaced. You've found another friend to kiss. Dash A. Now, I guess this means that at some point, Emily and Allison kissed. But the more important question here is like, how did they get that letter into her locker? Like you would like have to have the combination. And Spencer is actually in the gym class or the whatever's going on, I think. So maybe it's Spencer. I think they're on the same team of a sport or something. Our fourth and final friend is Hannah. Now, Hannah is shoplifting. Hannah shoplifts some glasses and then she gets arrested for it. And while she's waiting in the police precinct, she gets a text. Be careful, Hannah. I hear prison food makes you fat. Dash A. See, that's what's so interesting, and this is what's kind of getting me really interested in the show, is all of these messages have been about secrets that only Allison knew about. And Allison has been missing for over a year. So now whoever this A person is that is sending these messages seem to only know the secrets that Allison knew. And like these messages, they're like preying on the same insecurities that Allison preyed on when she was around. Like the getting fat thing. Hannah used to be chubby. And we get like a bunch of flashbacks in this episode and we see Allison like really bullying Hannah for her weight. I'm thinking at this point of the episode, okay, Allison's got to be alive, right? She's not actually dead. I had my whole running away theory, like Spencer helped her run away. So my thought process is she's back and she's just like harassing her friends now that she's back. But then you won't believe what happens. They find Allison's body, her dead body, like she's dead. And they find her body under like a gazebo that was like under construction the summer that she went missing. And then the news is going crazy. The news is like, there's a killer at large. We have a funeral. At Allison's funeral, our 4 besties, 1, 2, 3, 4, come back together. And now they're all back together and they realize that each one of them has received a message from A. Next thing you know, a blind girl named Jenna shows up. And for some reason, it's a big deal. I don't know why, but it's a big deal that this blind girl is in attendance. And then after the funeral, a detective walks up to the 4 girls. And he's doing that whole cop thing where he's like, I'm going to find out what happened to her. And I'm going to find out what happened that summer. And the girls, they get really scared. And Arya is like, oh, do you think he knows about? And then they cut her off. And they're like, of course he doesn't. And then they all 4 at the exact same time get a text message. I'm still here, bitches. And I know everything. -A. So let's break this down, shall we? Immediately, this comes across as like a whole I know what you did last summer thing. I don't know if you've seen that movie, but it's giving me those vibes. So I'm going to go ahead and assume that these 4 girls, our main characters, had something to do with Allison's disappearance. Maybe not her death, maybe her death. But I don't know though, that's just a guess. And I'm also guessing that if I use that logic, then this A person is maybe trying to like harass them or blackmail them into being like, hey, I'm going to reveal what you did to Allison. Or like, they're trying to like, A is trying to like expose them. So my thought process then leads me to believe, well, hey, if A is like trying to expose these 4 girls, then it's probably not one of these 4 girls, right? Because they wouldn't want to be exposed for what they did. So let's look at suspects outside of the 4 main girls. Now, my top suspect is this girl, Mona. Mona is this like super nerdy, weird girl that in some flashbacks when we see, Allison still alive, they're like super mean to her. She's like chasing them and she's like, hey guys, wait. And then like Allison and Arya just like ignore her and like turn the corner and leave her standing there. And she's one of the few characters that like we like really get a moment like that from. So I was like, oh, that's pretty odd. Well, now a year later, Allison's gone and Hannah is now like the top popular girl at school. And who is her sidekick / best friend? Mona. A new and improved Mona, like full makeover, no nerdiness. She doesn't look weird and nerdy like she did. She's real mean girl now. My theory is Mona, victimized by the popular girls, got revenge, and now she's popular. And I'm basing this a lot of just like television tropes and like storytelling tropes where it's just kind of like, the bullied person gets revenge on the popular people. We've seen it a million times. But I do have like a few pieces of evidence, nothing concrete, just things that happen in this first episode that makes me go, okay, this theory could work. The first is the message that was sent to Arya the second that she saw her new English teacher. It was literally the second. So I'm guessing, okay, whoever A is must be in this class. And to be fair, like all of the main girls are in this class, but so is Mona. And like when we see Arya receive the message right before, we see Mona like bent down in her backpack. So it's like, oh, maybe that was her sending the text. So when Hannah gets arrested, like right before the cops knock on the door to arrest her, her phone dings. And Hannah's mom is like, oh my gosh, is that Mona again? You know how moms are. But Hannah doesn't look at the message. And then, very shortly after cops knock at the door, arrest her. She's at the police station. She finally looks at her phone because it buzzes again or whatever, and it's the message from A. And so I thought, just from like a writing standpoint, it would be a fun little tease if when her mom was like, oh my gosh, is that Mona again? And she was like, no, mom. But then she looks and it was A, and it was like, actually, it was Mona again. That's a fun... Okay, maybe that one doesn't really work. And the last thing I kind of have to go off of is we get like a little glimpse of a blonde girl after one of the messages is sent. And all of the girls, when they see that like hint of a blonde girl, they think that it's Allison, their friend who went missing. I'm gonna keep reiterating that until we've got that understood. But my theory is whoever A is probably dressing up like Allison because they're trying to be Allison, right? So maybe they've got on like a blonde wig. And that makes me think like this whole A thing is about more than just trying to expose these girls or, harassing them or bullying them. This is about becoming Allison. A is saying the same things that she used to say, picking on the same insecurities that she used to pick on. They want to look like Allison. They want to be Allison. And who do we know that got a makeover and is now like, Queen Bee with Hannah? Mona. Well, but now that I say that, Hannah also got a makeover and became the most popular girl in the school. And she's blonde. She doesn't even need a wig. Or maybe she got her hair dyed to look more like Allison. I've got other theories because I know that's not great. My other theory is that maybe it's a ghost. Now, I know what you're saying, Chase, this is a teen drama. But the theme song of this show feels very different from the rest of the show. Like, it feels very supernaturally. It has a different vibe. It has a different tone. And it's just very, like, spooky. And so my thought process is maybe this show takes a turn and it becomes more supernaturally and, like, not horror, but, like, CW horror. And then I also do suspect Hannah. I know we just said that thing about, like, she could become her. But also there's some evidence to back up Hannah being A as well. So when we get that flashback where Allison is talking to Spencer about because Spencer was making out with her sister's old boyfriend, Allison knew about that and was like having a conversation with Spencer about it, and Hannah was like right over there. And so, like, it's kind of played like she didn't hear them, but, like, maybe she overheard it. And then that would explain how A would know about that secret that only Allison knew about because Hannah overheard it. And then my final theory, it's probably a bit out there, but it could be a really cool reveal, is Allison's not actually dead. But Chase, they found her body. We don't actually see the body, and it's a closed casket at the funeral. And so it's like, okay, well, why would you do a closed casket? In the terms of TV production, right? It's like, oh, well, we couldn't get the actor that played Allison. And it's like, but she's like all over this episode in tons of flashbacks. You couldn't get her for one more scene to lay down in the coffin? But then it's like, okay, logically, in the terms of the show, her body was probably pretty messed up after being in the elements for over a year. So, closed casket. But that same explanation could be the reason why they get away with it. Maybe her parents, in like the shock and terror of finally, finding their daughter's body, they just kind of look at it and they're like, yeah, that's her. And they don't actually like really look at it. And so my theory is that's a different dead body. It's not actually Allison. But I do need to lock in a guess before we move on to the next episode. So I got to pick one of these theories. I'm going to lock in... I like the idea of Hannah. I'm going to lock in Hannah killing her to become the new top dog. So for the first episode of Pretty Little Liars, I am locking in my guess of Hannah.
Allison is still with us, Shadow.
She's gone, but she's everywhere.
Did you miss me? Tired of keeping secrets. One can't just go around telling the truth. It comes back to bite you. I don't want to be sitting next to you at another funeral.
It started with murder. We were crazy to think that it wouldn't end up like
Give
this.
so she can take.
That girl's walking.
I will never forgive you for this.
We'll be friends forever.
Never trust a pretty girl with an ugly secret.
Oh, hi there. This is Pretty Little Liars superfan Chase Bridges. Just checking in. When I was watching the pilot episode, I thought that maybe doing this video was going to be a mistake because the pilot episode was pretty rough. But now I have watched episodes 2, 3, and 4, and I've decided that I love this show. I am addicted to the show Pretty Little Liars, or as us superfans call it, PLL. Am I right, ladies? Just as a reminder, I will be checking in every few episodes as opposed to checking in after each and every episode. It all depends on how many clues I find and how much of it is teen drama stuff and how much actually relates to A. So, in this section right now, I just got done watching episodes 2, 3, and 4. And now I'm checking in, and I'm gonna make a guess here in a minute. Now, I mentioned in my last check-in that I think that the 4 girls had something to do with Allison's death. I don't think that's still the case. It's possible, but I'm having my doubts. What I do know is that they are not completely innocent. The big thing that we learn in these few episodes is that these 4 girls had something to do with the incident that caused the blind girl to go blind. Here's basically what happened that caused Jenna, who's the blind girl, to go blind. Basically, Allison, Allison, she sees, quote unquote sees, Toby Kavanaugh, that's this guy right here. She sees Toby spying through the girl's window and watching him get changed during like a little sleepover. And so to get back at him, she's like, let's go, girls, like Shania Twain. And they go through the woods to Toby's house, and Allison throws a stink bomb into their garage. It blows up, and it catches the garage on fire. And while Toby was not in the garage, his stepsister, Jenna, was. And Jenna goes blind because of it. Now, the show is really setting it up for Jenna and her stepbrother Toby to be A. They are big red herrings. If you don't know, if you've never seen any of these videos, a red herring is someone who the person telling the story is pushing to the front as a misdirect so that you won't notice who actually did it in the background. And the show is pushing them to be our big red herrings. They're obviously A, because get this, Toby took the fall for the accident that blinded Jenna. And he took the fall because Allison threatened him. Allison told him that she was going to reveal his secret unless he took the blame. Now, we don't know what that secret is, but we do get a bit of info that leads us to believe that Allison was dating someone older around the time of her disappearance. And when Toby is first introduced in the show, he is described as an older guy. So my current theory is that Toby was seeing Allison or dating Allison or whatever at the time that she disappeared. But I want to be very clear. I do not think that Toby and Jenna are A. Speaking of A, let's break down the messages that we received from A. We, because I'm a part of this, baby. It's just me and the girls. The first message, which was sent at the beginning of episode 2, is sent to all 4 girls at the same time. The 4 girls get called over the intercom to the office at school, and as they're making their way there, they all get a text that says, "Dead girls walking, -A." The next message is also sent to all 4 girls. This time it's while they're sitting at lunch, and Jenna is sitting near them at lunch. The message is, "If only she could see how guilty you look, -A." Now, an important thing to note at this message is that Jenna could not have sent that message because we see her. We can see her when that message gets sent. But her stepbrother Toby could have sent that message, so it doesn't completely exonerate her. The next message we get from A is sent to only Emily. Emily is cuddling with her new, right here, her new friend/girlfriend. It's complicated. Emily's trying to figure some stuff out, guys. You just leave her be, she'll get there. But she gets a text, and the text says, "Did you get a good night kiss? Here's one from me, XO-A." What is absolutely baffling to me is that this message is sent when they are they're in Emily's room just cuddling. It's so private. How can they see her? How do they know when to send the text? I mean, this happens again with the next message we get, which is with Aria. She is making out with her English teacher. You remember him from the bar? And when she's done making out with him, she gets a text from A. "When students kiss teachers, someone gets hurt. That's a promise I'll keep, -A." These are really private moments where there's no one else around. And yet A knows exactly what happens and when to send the texts. I know last part I mentioned a theory that maybe A is a ghost. But it gets even crazier because in episode 3, all 4 of the girls are like out in the woods and they hear someone out there with them, and then they get a text message. Heads up, BFFs. It's open season on liars and I'm hunting -A. So we know that A was physically near them in the woods. And this happens again in episode 4, but I'll get to that. You see, the big hook of episode 3 was that there's a big party going on that like everyone in the school goes to. And while we're at the party, we get some crazy stuff that happens with A. So Emily and Maya, they get into a photo booth at the party and they kiss right when the picture's taken. And when the photos like come out of the booth, a hand comes in and takes the pictures. I am assuming that that hand belongs to A. So A was at the party. Up to this point, A has just been text messages and emails and letters. Now we have physical evidence. There's the noise in the woods, the hand taking the pictures. You know, we're not dealing with a cyber ghost, I guess. Also at this party, Hannah tries to sleep with her boyfriend. He refuses. I'm not sure why that's important, but it just feels important. But right after that rejection happens and he won't sleep with her, Hannah gets a text. Heads up, hun. Hefty Hannah never gets the guy. -A. That's what Allison used to call Hannah. Hefty Hannah. Jeez, man. Kids are ruthless. And then at the end of that episode, we actually catch a glimpse of A. They're in the woods again, and the girls almost see who A is. Like, they almost catch him. And right where they're standing, where they almost catch A, Allison's friendship bracelet is laying there in the dirt. Now, that is a quite haunting image, if I do say so myself. But not as haunting as the very last visual that we get in episode 3. Right before the credits, we have this little moment where A has printed out tons of copies of the picture where Emily and Maya are kissing. And they've made like an entire shrine of it on the wall. What the fuck, dude? And as crazy as the messages that we've seen from A have been, they get absolute insane in episode 4. So basically the girls have blocked all messages from unknown numbers. So no more texts, no more calls, no more emails from anyone that they don't know. And they're like, okay, that must be the end of the A messages. But what they don't understand is that A is an evil mastermind. They are on a level of villainy that has never been seen or heard to this day. Literally, the moment that they all block unknown numbers from getting their phone, a missing poster of their friend Allison flies through the wind and just happens to land at their feet. And the poster says, "Ding dong, the bitch is dead." How did they do that? How did they know that that poster that they wrote on was going to be taken exactly to the place where the girls were standing by the wind at the exact moment that they all blocked outgoing messages? A is a genius, bro. A is a mastermind. Also, later in the episode, Emily pulls out her textbook from her locker, which was locked. She gets to class, opens it up. The picture of her kissing Maya is in the textbook. There's levels to this shit, dude. A got in the locker, in the textbook. It's not like they just slipped it into the seams of the locker. No. In the textbook. In the locker. Oh, and to cap it all off, later, Hannah's in the car. This is Hannah, by the way. But she's listening to the radio in the car, and the radio DJ hops on the air, and the DJ's like, "From the request line, this one's coming from A to her best friend Hannah." And then the song, "I Don't Need You Anymore," starts playing. Dude, how in the world did A know that Hannah would be listening to that station at that time? Oh, and get this. Aria tries to come clean to her mom about her dad's affair, but A beats her to the punch and sends Arya's mom a letter telling her all about her husband's affair. A is working hard, dude. Do you know how much you have to hate someone to put in this much effort? I mean, there's preying on someone's downfall, and then there's making sure that downfall happens each and every moment. A is the Kobe Bryant of villainy, dog. There are no off days. A is pulling the Michael Jordan flu game every single episode. At the end of episode 4, A has broken into Spencer's house. Remember, this is Spencer. And A leaves a message on Spencer's mirror. And it says, "I won't be that easy, bitches, -A." You know, all the girls are there in the room with her when they see it. And the message is written in jungle red lipstick, which was the same lipstick that Allison used to wear. So let's break this down, shall we? First thing I want to say is that this show uses a lot of mirrors. Like, there's a lot of mirror imagery in this show. And I think that could be like a metaphor for like A showing the 4 girls their true selves, or like, you know, a reflection of themselves or something. Or it could be a clue as to who A is. Another thing that I noticed is that when Allison was alive, it seemed like she really enjoyed messing with people and like messing with their lives, especially her friends. She would like learn their secrets and then use those secrets to make them her puppets. Like, she would egg them on. Like, hey, if you don't tell your secret, I will. And that's exactly what A is doing. Her friends talk about how Allison knew all of their secrets, but they didn't know any of hers. And it just kind of seems like they knew nothing about her life. Like, they don't know who she dated. They don't know anything about her family, really. Nothing. And from these flashbacks, it seems like Allison was just like this sociopath who just was like a puppet master and used people as her playthings, even after death, apparently, because, I mean, A is doing the same thing. And that's interesting, right? Because, like, whoever A is just, like, continuing the same thing that Allison did when she was alive, which is an interesting theory, which is, what if Allison is just still alive? Like, this is all a part of her big game, her big plan. She fakes her disappearance. She fakes her death. And now she is free to just run around the town and mess with people. I mean, it is really crazy that A shows up at the same time that they find Allison's body. So who is A? Who am I going to lock in as my guess for this batch of episodes? Well, here are some clues that I picked up on. In a flashback, we see like a sleepover that the girls are having, and there's a mirror. And remember, there's a lot of like mirror imagery in the show so far. And during the sleepover, we see Allison looking in the mirror, and behind her, Hannah is just staring at her. And it's not super noticeable. She's in the background of the reflection. And it just looks like she's staring at her with obsession in her eyes. So, you know, the theory that we locked in last time was maybe Hannah wants to be Allison, and so she's A. I think that's still a really solid theory. But they actually bring up this theory in the show. The detective that has been investigating them, which I forgot to put up on the wall, he's also sleeping with Hannah's mom. So, but like, kind of against her will. Like, it's kind of like a blackmail situation where it's like to keep Hannah out of trouble. Well, anyway, the detective has a whole conversation with Hannah and her mom about that theory, being like, oh, you probably wanted to be like her, huh? So it's safe to say that if, you know, the show blatantly is saying that theory out loud, that it's probably not our actual answer. We also get a line of dialogue in these episodes where they say, are you sure it's a her? And they're talking about, you know, trying to figure out who A is. And that happens 2 different times in these couple of episodes. So it seems like the show is telling us, hey, don't just look at female suspects. A could be anybody. So let's look at some male suspects. Like Ren. I don't know if you can see him super well. That is Spencer's sister's ex, you know, because Spencer, you know, kind of ruined that. But anyway, Ren is his name, and he shows up drunk to talk to Spencer. And he's like trying to woo her, you know? And he mentions that he tried to call her, but she blocked his number. And she's like, oh, no, I didn't block you. Like, I was just blocking all unknown numbers. It wasn't because of you. But my theory is, what if this was a drunk slip up? He's drunk. He doesn't realize what he's saying. And he goes, hey, you blocked me. He's A. And, you know, she thinks he's saying like, oh, you blocked me. But no, he's saying you blocked me, comma, A. I don't think that's the case, but it's a cool theory. And dude, the mystery is just so fascinating. I'm really, really excited about this because not only is A, you know, sending them messages about secrets that only Allison knew about when she was alive, but now A is sending messages about secrets that nobody knows about because they're happening right now in private, which means that not only is A watching their every move currently, but A was watching their every move back then, like before Allison disappeared. And I mean, A has to be like everywhere all the time. A is seeing personal, intimate moments that are happening in people's cars, in their bedrooms, in their houses, police precincts. So how is A everywhere? How is A at all times watching 4 different girls constantly? In these episodes, we find out that Allison's cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head. Well, should I say she had blunt force trauma to the head. The real cause of her death was suffocation. So my theory is, you know, whoever A is, killed Allison by, you know, hitting her in the head and choking her or whatever. And then they had to wait a year for all of everybody to be back in town, right? Because Arya went to Europe. I don't know what the others did. But now, a year later, they're all back in town, and it's time for A to complete the second phase of her plan, which is becoming Allison. They killed Allison, and now they're becoming Allison. Because Allison loved toying with all of her friends' lives. She loved it. And now A is getting to do it. Now, I really think that my theory that it's Hannah is so solid, but they talk about that theory in the episode. So I'm thinking it's not Hannah. But the fact that they like that motive is brought up in the show means that we could be onto something with the motive, right? Of like becoming Allison. And who is Hannah's partner in crime and bestie? Mona. So I'm actually going to lock in Mona this time for the same reasons I was locking in Hannah, except with Mona. Because remember, we saw her being like super nerdy and left out in the pilot. Well, maybe now this is her revenge. So that's what I'm locking in for episodes 2, 3, and 4 of Pretty Little Liars, Mona.
The compulsive lie. If at first you don't succeed, lie again.
I just watched episodes 5, 6, and 7. And to be honest, I'm really glad that I'm watching multiple episodes at a time instead of just one at a time and then checking in, because there's some episodes where we get no clues, it seems like. But let's go ahead and just jump right in to the messages that we've been getting from A. So after the last message that we got at Spencer's house, you know, where they wrote on the mirror, we get a follow-up message the next morning, because all of the girls have unblocked A at this point. They decided texts are a lot better than A breaking into their bedrooms and leaving messages on the mirror. A sends the girls a text that says, "Have you ever wondered what happens when your back is turned? -A." And then attached to the text is a video of them finding the mirror message from the last episode, which means that A was in Spencer's closet filming them when they were reading the message off of the mirror, which is very terrifying. Also, we see A do something that we haven't seen them do before. A sends a message to one of the girls about one of the other girls. Hannah receives a message that says, "Now I know 2 secrets. Hannah got dissed and Emily got kissed -A. And then attached to that text is a picture of Emily kissing Maya. You remember the one from the photo booth that A has been using? So now Hannah knows all about Emily's secret, which was that she kissed Maya. It should be noted, I don't think I've said this, and so it might be confusing for some people that have never seen the show watching this. No one knows that Emily is gay. In fact, Emily has just kind of started to figure that out herself. So it's a lot more than just, oh my gosh, she kissed Maya. It's very much like they're going to out her. Another new dynamic is that when Arya accidentally leaves her phone at Ezra's apartment, he starts blowing up Arya's phone, which causes Ezra to look at the phone to be like, whoa, what's going on? And there's a message that says, lucky you, Arya. Other students have to do their homework. You get to do the teacher -A. Ezra sees that, and that puts a wrench in things because now he thinks someone knows about them. And so, their relationship's up in the air now at this point, which is probably a good thing. He's her teacher. Every time that I think that A can't come up with a better way to send a message, I'm proven wrong. At the beginning of episode 6, the girls are eating Chinese food and open up fortune cookies. And the fortune cookies have messages from A in them. Look, I know that A is a bad person for doing all this. Maybe even a murderer. But you have to compliment their work ethic. I mean, they're shooting nothing but half-court shots and just draining them every time. The message in the fortune cookie says, lions and tigers and bitches, oh my. There's no place like homecoming. See you there. -A. Which means that A is going to be at homecoming. So we need to be paying attention to who's all at homecoming. Then, for that episode, no more messages from A really until we're at homecoming and Spencer is at the tarot card reading booth. There's like a fortune teller booth. There's a message on one of the tarot cards that says, kiss bye-bye to your BFF, which I know you don't know what that means yet, but it's like this whole episode, they're really making out Toby. It seems like he's going to hurt Emily. Like, it seems like he's going to kill Emily at homecoming. And to be fair, he does start acting super weird. Like, he starts acting weird. He chases her, and then she accidentally falls down and hits her head. And then, she hits her head, so he takes her to the hospital and, drops her off and then takes off in his motorcycle, running from the police and all that, I know that was vague. We're going to cover all of the Toby stuff here in a minute. In episode 7... we get only one message from A in the entire episode. And that message was, thanks for getting rid of Toby for me, -A. And, because he ran off on his motorcycle. Now, let's really just dig into this Toby character, shall we? The whole show up to this point, it's been really pointing at Toby and his stepsister Jenna as, who A is. They're like, this is our obvious suspects, so I'm assuming they're our biggest red herrings. All 4 of the girls think that A are these two. We see Jenna, and she's using that jungle red lipstick that Allison used to wear, and that was used to write the message on Spencer's mirror. Plus, Jenna keeps saying these real vaguely mysterious things to the girls that kind of imply that she's A. But I think that that's all a big bluff. They are red herrings, and we need to be looking past them at who the real suspects are. So in these episodes, it seems like Toby is really falling in love with Emily. Now remember, Emily is kind of seeing Maya, but it's complicated. Toby asks Emily to homecoming. She says yes. Jenna is upset that Toby is going with her to homecoming. And Jenna tells her stepbrother, once she finds out the truth about you, she'll hate you. Maybe it's maybe the show is being the audience, us, will think that she means, hey, once she finds out that you're A, she'll hate you. But I don't think that's it. Another big Toby red herring moment is that we see that he has a tattoo. And his tattoo says 901 free at last. Spencer figures out that 901 free at last, 901 September 1st, that's the day that Allison went missing. So the girls are like, it's definitely Toby. What a wild tattoo to have. And then add on the fact that at homecoming, you know, he makes Emily super uncomfortable and then chases her and then she falls and hits her head. They're like, Toby's definitely A. Now, what I think is, I don't think he was actually trying to hurt Emily. I think he was about to like open up about something, but he was doing it super creepily. It scared her. She ran away and she fell. I don't think he meant to hurt her. I mean, he might have even been telling her some really important information about who A is, but I guess we'll never know. And I say that I guess we'll never know because it seems like Toby is dead. I know. After he drops Emily off at the hospital, he takes off on his motorcycle. A few days later, they find his motorcycle wrecked. And Jenna is like on the front steps of her house sobbing, implying that he's gone. And that is when we get the final message from A for these chunk of episodes saying, thank you for getting rid of Toby for me. Like, what's frustrating, and when I say frustrating, I mean like if I was one of the girls in the show, which I'm not, what's frustrating for them is A orchestrated all of that. A was playing with their emotions, making them think that Toby was who has been harassing them, which caused him to run off and die. So even though A didn't kill Toby, they kind of killed Toby. Well, I should clarify, we don't know that Toby's dead, but it's kind of the assumption. Oh, but you know what we do know about Toby? He was sleeping with his stepsister, Jenna. I know, dude, this show is crazy. In episode 5, we get introduced to a psychotherapist. Now, the girls think that this psychotherapist is Jenna's psychotherapist. But when Hannah sneaks in to steal Jenna's file, we find out that she's not actually the patient. Toby was his patient. And they read Toby's file, which is not cool. But in that file, I mean, they thought that he killed their best friend. So I'm going to give him a little leeway. In the file, it says that he was doing it with his stepsister. And that was the secret that Allison had on him. That's crazy, dude. So the girls end up like throwing that file in the creek to destroy it. And the file just kind of like washes downstream. And then we see a gloved hand pick it up. So I'm assuming that that's A. And now A has Toby's file. Now I'm going to go ahead and double down on my idea that Toby is innocent. Mostly because he might be dead. So what suspects do we have? Quite a lot of new ones, actually. Let's talk about the psychotherapist. So when Hannah first learns about the psychotherapist, she sees Jenna leaving the office. She goes in it and the guy's there. The psychotherapist is there. And he thinks that Hannah is his new patient, Martha. And Hannah goes along with it. She's like, yeah, I'm Martha. And then she accidentally slips up while he's talking. And she goes, oh, he's her therapist. And he goes, her? Is someone else joining us? Now, I interpreted that to mean like he treats patients with DID, like multiple personality disorder. I believe it's called dissociative identity disorder. My thought process is that, this new patient, Martha, could have DID. And so he was asking, oh, is someone else joining us today? And maybe Martha, quote unquote Martha, is somebody that we know. But we know them by a different name because Martha is a different personality. Or I think the word is alter, not personality. It's a different alter. And it could even be like one of the 4 main girls. Like I had pretty much written off the 4 main characters to be A because we've like caught glimpses of A while all 4 of them are together. But if they have a partner, then that's still possible. So I guess the theory is one of them could be A and they don't even know it. Leaving that multiple personality theory for now, let's go back to Mona, who I had locked in. Mona shows up quite a bit in the homecoming episode. And she gets blown off by Hannah pretty early on in the episode, which led me to believe that Mona might not actually be that great of a guess. Because if all Mona wants is to be super popular and to be like the queen bee of the school, along with Hannah, then why would she be A and push Hannah back into her other friendships, right? Because it was just those two for that whole year. And then A shows up, and now Hannah's back with her besties, and Mona's getting, left out. So I'm going to throw that theory away. That being said, we do get a pretty intense moment with Mona where there's this yearbook guy, this guy right here, and Mona calls him a mean name that Allison used to call him when Allison was still alive. And Hannah, who's become pretty good friends with the yearbook guy, tells her off for being mean to him. And Mona goes off on Hannah and essentially tells her that she'll drop Hannah before she goes back to being the bottom of the food chain. Now, the big clue here is that she's using the same name that Allison used for him when she was still alive. However, I imagine if she called him that a lot, a bunch of people at school probably called him that. But hey, I've got other theories. Remember how I mentioned that at Homecoming there's a fortune teller booth? Well, when Spencer is at the fortune teller booth, we get this prediction from the fortune teller about a bad couple. There's something wrong with this couple. It's a bad match. There's darkness within him. Maybe even violence or vengeance. She could be talking about Batman. But I think maybe one of the four main girls' love interest could be A. Now, in the moment that this happens, it's within the context of we still think that Toby is about to kill Emily. And so that's who we immediately think. Oh, they're a bad couple. It's a bad match. He's got violence and vengeance. We're talking about Toby. Except we, me and you, the ones watching this, we don't think it's Toby, mostly because we know he might be dead now. And so if it's not Emily and Toby that's the bad couple, that's the bad match, maybe it's one of the other girls' couple. The love interests right now is Arya has her boyfriend / English teacher, Ezra Fitz. Now, he may or may not be leaving because of their whole situation. It kind of blew up, but, I guess he's still a suspect. Spencer has a new boyfriend, Alex. Alex's A starts with an A, and this dude is very charming. He works at the country club that Spencer's family goes to. And in the back in the kitchen, there's what they call a bitch board where they put pictures up of different customers who are rude to them. And they're they'll take pictures and then draw devil horns on it and stuff. And Spencer's picture is on there and it's been all done up with the devil horns. And he feels really bad. Alex is like, whoa, hey, no, I've never seen you on there before. For real. And so my thought process is, I've never seen you on there before. What? That's crazy. What if actually he's A and he has a vendetta against them and he's the one that put her on that board, but then when she sees it he's like, I would never, I don't even know. And Emily's love interest is actually Maya, even though it was kind of Toby as well, but not really. It's really Maya, which I don't know if this applies to Maya because the fortune teller specifically says darkness in him, but you never know. And then Hannah's boyfriend is, where did he? Oh, he's right here. Hannah's boyfriend's this guy. And, we've seen quite a bit of their dynamic. He's never done anything super suspicious. But I will say that they're having issues right now. It seems like they might break up. And Hannah actually seems to be kind of crushing on the yearbook guy a little bit. In fact, one thing that is very interesting about the yearbook guy is he starts talking about how much he hated Allison. I mean, he's talking to Hannah and he really drives home how terrible she was to him. Allison, I know she's the victim in all of this. She was killed, but also kind of had it coming. She was really terrible to people. It was messed up, man. It was pretty bad. Maybe it was revenge. He seemed to really hate her, and he's on yearbook. So he's always around with a camera. People probably don't notice him. He's not popular. He's a loser. That could be how he is everywhere at all times, And he was at Homecoming for a little bit. And A said that they would be at Homecoming. So technically, meets the criteria. But to be fair, pretty much everyone was at Homecoming. Even people who don't go to the school, like Alex. He was there for his first date with Spencer. And Ezra was there as a chaperone, so he got to see his girlfriend, who's a student there. He's a teacher. He's a teacher at the school there that she's a student at, and they're dating. They're together. They kiss. The only person who I don't think was at homecoming is Jenna, and that's okay because we don't think it's Jenna anyway. I don't really know who to lock in for this batch of episodes because we have a ton of suspects. My new favorite theory is the multiple personality theory. And the person who I think best describes that suspect would be Hannah. Right? Like, because she's the one that meets the psychotherapist accidentally. But, you know, what if the psychotherapist said, oh, you must be my new patient? And we were like, oh, she's pretending to be the new patient. But what if she actually was his patient? And just because it was a different name, we were like, well, it's obviously not Hannah. She's sneaking in here. But, you know, for the same reasons that I stopped looking into Hannah a few sections ago when they brought up that theory in the show, I'm like, well, that if they brought it up, then it's too obvious. We can't use that theory. Then there's Spencer, who was the one that was outside that night that Allison disappeared. Remember, Spencer's the one that was like, I don't know where she is. I think I heard her scream. Maybe Spencer killed her, or Spencer has an alter or a different personality that killed Allison, and then she went back to being Spencer and had no recollection of it. She didn't even realize that she did it. Then there's Arya, who was gone for a year, and then A didn't start happening until Arya got back. And Emily, I don't have anything for Emily. I do think that Hannah is my best bet for this. Oh man. What if it's okay, so if it's going to be one of the main girls, then they have to have someone helping them because we keep seeing like glimpses of A when the four girls are together. So what if I combine my Hannah and Mona theory and I lock in both Hannah and Mona? Is that allowed? I think it's allowed. So that's what I'm locking in for episodes 5, 6, and 7 of Pretty Little Liars. I am locking in Hannah and Mona as A.
The seductive lie. Some are willing to bear everything from the truth.
It's time to buckle up, bitches, because I thought we were in like this mid-season slump where there wasn't a whole lot of action happening. It was mostly just like side plot drama. Oh, but I was wrong. I just got done watching episodes 8, 9, and 10, and this is some of the best action we've gotten in this show so far. Along with the texts and the messages, we've started to get a lot of flashbacks that are including Allison from when she was still alive. And it really feels like we are getting so close to figuring out what happened to Allison. Who killed her? Did she die? All of that stuff. However, I need to remind you that we are not trying to solve what happened to Allison. We are not trying to solve who killed Allison. No, we are trying to solve who is A. Leading up to Allison's memorial service, this isn't the funeral, it's like a memorial that the main girls are putting on for their dead friend. Leading up to the memorial, they get a message. And the message says, subject, the dedication. Do it right, I'll be watching, just like Tom Sawyer. Dash A. Now, I don't know what the fuck Tom Sawyer has to do with this. I think he worked on like a fence or something. So maybe A is going to be watching through a fence that A has to paint. Also, unless I'm mistaken, based on my notes, I believe this is the first time that the message ends with dash A instead of just dash A. We've got 2 dashes now. Now, that could mean nothing. Or it could mean everything. Like maybe switching the number of the dashes is evidence that we have 2 different people sending the messages. It's like, it's just subtle enough where it's just like, oh yeah, I always do dash A at the end of the message. And then the other person who's also A didn't understand and did 2 dashes or something like that. But if I'm being completely honest, the stuff that is so interesting from this batch of episodes isn't the messages from A, it's the flashbacks that are including Allison from when she was still alive. Like in one of these flashbacks, she's straight up talking about dying young. She talks about, leaving behind a beautiful corpse. And then she asks him like, hey, haven't you ever thought of dying in some deliciously tragic way? Some mysterious way? That would just be so much better. Like, that's weird, right? Like, even when she says it, her friends are like, what? And they're like, Allison, is that how you want to go? And Allison says, no, not yet. And then she says, like, it's immortality, my darlings. Who is this girl? Allison sucks, dude. Something we learn from these flashbacks is how much she loves toying with other people's lives. Everyone's just a game to her. No one else matters. We also start getting all these hints about her dating an older guy. Now, we've talked about this before, and we kind of assumed that the older guy was Toby, but we find out that that is not the case. And we'll get to that. A super fascinating thing that we learn, though, is that Allison told Jenna that the incident that caused her to go blind was all Spencer's idea and fault. And she tells Jenna the whole story of what actually happened, but she replaces the fact that she's the one who did it with Spencer. And Jenna wasn't the only person that Allison told that story to. She also told her older brother that story about it all being Spencer's fault. At the end of episode 8, someone destroys Allison's memorial. It's like pouring down rain, and they just start smashing her memorial. We also find out that the police have Allison's friendship bracelet in their possession, which means that the friendship bracelet that said Allison's name that the girls found in the woods that A dropped was not the actual friendship bracelet. It was a replica. Now, almost immediately in episode 9, we stumble upon Emily, covered in mud and the rain, and we find out that she was there that night at the memorial when it was destroyed. So, well, we don't know if like she was there as it was being destroyed. Basically, they think it's being lobbed up that, oh snap, Emily destroyed the memorial. But between you and I think that this yearbook guy is actually the one who destroyed the memorial. Emily gets a message from A that says there's only so much you can bury. Emily, you're not done with me yet. Dash, dash, A. Again, 2 dashes. And Emily is like the main target of episode 9. She receives another message, and that message says, hey, Em, you weren't the only one with great expectations. Check it out, XOXO dash dash A. Now, this leads Emily to go to the library and check out a copy of Great Expectations, the book. And A has put a letter in the book that Emily had written to Allison. And A is actually in the library with Emily when this happens. So A is like right there. A lot of the students are there at the school because there's an SAT thing going on, which leads us to believe that A is probably a student, or, I guess there's also teachers. Now, while Emily is dealing with this whole book thing, A sends a message to the other 3 girls. And that message says, define dissertation. Looks like you're about to lose Emily. Who's next? Dash, dash, A. Now, we don't lose Emily, but this is the second time that A has implied that they are going to kill Emily. The first time being when Toby was upstairs with Emily during the homecoming, and it really seemed like Toby was gonna kill her. Remember, A sent a message that said, kiss bye-bye to your BFF? Now, Emily does not die, but the other girls do find out her big secret, and that big secret is that Emily was in love with Allison. And Allison and Emily had actually kissed. And, and in all these flashbacks, we see that, like, Allison was just toying with Emily and, like, messing with her over the confusion of her sexuality. I could definitely understand why one of these girls would want to kill Allison. It really seems like she just tortured them. Now, episode 10 gets insane. Hey, look, if this show is meant for teenage girls, well then tell my homeroom teacher I'm running late and I'll be there soon because I'm loving this show. Episode 10 is all about Mona's birthday party. And A sends the girls a message saying, Camp Mona, that's what Mona's calling her birthday party. Camp Mona is a scavenger hunt and I'm the prize. Come and find me, bitches. Dash dash A. And it's a girls only party, which means that if A is in attendance, A must be a girl, right? No, maybe not. We'll get to that. Anyway, the FBI has showed up to town and FBI has taken over the case. And the FBI shows a video that they have regarding to Allison's death. That video, I believe, was sent to them by A. In the video, Allison is like talking to the camera. The person holding the camera seems to be her older boyfriend that we've been hearing so much about. And the video is taken on the night that she disappears. So the assumption here for both us, the audience, and the people in the show, the girls and the FBI, is whoever was taking that video, whoever that older boyfriend was, is who killed her. But we'll see. A doesn't seem to be super happy that Arya and Ezra have ended things. And Arya seems to be kind of starting to talk to this football player. It seems like she might be moving on from Ezra. She might be finding a new love her own age. So A sends Arya a poetry book where inside is a poem that Ezra wrote about Arya. Because you know, every English teacher writes poems about their students that they are secretly dating. Now, once she reads that poem, it kind of rekindles things between the two of them, and now they're back together. It almost seems like A was upset that they no longer had that secret to hold over Arya's head. It was like, you know, she had this secret of exposing that she's dating her English teacher. But once that secret went away, they needed to get it back. Oh, and A has also sent a text message to Mona now. So I would like to put out there that I no longer think that Mona is A. She's off the suspect list. She doesn't seem to know anything about A because A texted her that Hannah got liposuction and that's how she lost all her weight. And she actually seems pretty upset with Hannah over it. So it seems like she did not know that information. Oh, but I should add, that information is not true, I don't believe. I don't think she actually had liposuction. I think it was just a lie that A sent to Mona to spread around the school, which she did. Somebody calls Emily, and we don't know who's on the other side of the phone. I'm assuming that it's A, but all we can hear is like heavy breathing. I'm not too sure what that's about, but you know. Ooh, but we do find out that A sends Emily's mom the picture of Emily and Mona kissing, outing her to her mom. A is a messaging fool, man. A just be sending messages to everybody. In fact, Emily kind of gets hit from all sides in these episodes. Like, Toby's back. Toby's alive. He's not dead. And Toby tells her about like what happened with Allison outside of the barn that night. Everybody thought Toby did it. They still think Toby did it. And Toby admits to being there with her that night, but he didn't kill her. He saw her get in the car with some guy. Now remember, this is happening when the rest of the girls are asleep in the barn. I thought it was like a garage or a building that they were staying the night in, but it was Spencer's barn. Toby also tells Emily about the situation with his stepsister, Jenna, because remember, we found out that they were sleeping together. So he tells her that Jenna was like madly in love with him and was kind of like forcing him to stay with her and to be with her. And he officially ended things with her the night that Allison disappeared, which is why he has the September 1st free at last tattoo. It wasn't about being free of Allison, it was about being free of Jenna. And like, you know, he explains that she was like saying that if he didn't stay with her, she would tell everyone that he forced himself on her. This show, man, this show. Now, Emily isn't so sure she believes what Toby is telling her, but he looks at her and he goes, I need you to believe me, Emily. It is important. It's all that matters, Emily. Please believe me. And it's like, why? Why is it all that matters? Anyway, meanwhile, we're at Camp Mona and the girls are doing the scavenger hunt that A has left for them. They're trying to figure out who A is. You know, A sends a message to them. You found my bracelet. Now come find me. Good luck, bitches. Dash A. Dash dash A. 2 dashes. So Spencer goes alone to the spot where they initially found the fake friendship bracelet. And there's a little package right there in that same spot. The package has another friendship bracelet in it, except this one has Jenna's name on it. And then it has a note that says, you're as in the dark as Jenna, looking for me in all the wrong places. Get this, no dash A, no dash dash A, nothing. So, all the wrong places. That means that they need to look in the right places. Spencer figures out that they need to go to Wright's, W-R-I-G-H-T, Wright's playground. When we get to the playground, A was just there because we can still see the swinging where someone just got off of it. And at the playground, there's a big tree where there's a carving in the tree that says Allison loves Ian. Now, Ian is Spencer's sister's ex-boyfriend. Now, this is the ex-boyfriend that Spencer actually kissed, and Allison knew about it and threatened to tell Melissa about it if Spencer didn't tell her sister about it. Do you remember all that? Because I know this is a lot. This is a lot of information. Well, we find out that Ian is the older guy that Allison was seeing. But that kind of pales in comparison to what happens next. Aria ends up meeting Mr. Fitz, aka Ezra, aka her teacher, in his car in the woods. Remember what I said about, it being an all-girls party? Well, hey, there's a boy here at the all-girls party, and he's a grown man dating a teenager. Now, Hannah sees this happen because she's looking for A through some binoculars, and she sees Aria get into Ezra's car. Aria and Ezra start making out. And then Hannah, while she's watching Aria and Ezra make out, not in a creepy way, just in a what in the world kind of way, she sees A. A sneaks through the woods and writes a message on the back of Ezra's car. And A writes on the car, "I can see you," like in the dust. Which, in the moment, we're like, oh, A is talking about they can see Aria and Ezra kissing. But I think that what A meant was, "I can see you." A was talking about Hannah with the binoculars in the woods watching them. And dude, this is the first time that we've seen A, like, other than just a hand or a glimpse. Like, we see A running around. And get this, dude. Hannah knows who it is. Hannah sees A, immediately pulls out her phone, sends a message to her friends saying, "I know who A is." And then they all go to meet in the parking lot, and bam! Hannah gets hit by a car. Hannah might be dead, dude. Right after the car drives away, the girls are hysterical and they get a text. She knew too much. Dash A. Dude, Hannah might be dead. Because, like, if Hannah actually did see who A was, I don't imagine that they're just going to reveal A at this moment or, like, in the next episode. So it's like, they killed Hannah off. Because isn't that, like, such a tragedy? As, like, one of them figured out who A was and then died? So let's unpack all of this. Because this is a lot of information. I hope that you're understanding all of this. Because this is a lot. I hope you're as invested and excited as I am about it. I hope I don't know if you've watched the show if you're watching this, which would be pretty wild if you'd never seen the show and you're watching this. But also, hey, who am I to judge? I mean, like, I'm already kind of confused. I can only imagine how confused you are. So let's talk about the major thing first. A has potentially just killed Hannah, which, hey, call me crazy, but I think means Hannah's not A. Now, the two people that I locked in the last part was Hannah and Mona, both of which I no longer think are suspects. Another thing is that we see A right before Hannah gets hit by the car, which means that it would have had to have been super fast for A to, like, run off, get in the car, and run over Hannah. It would have been way too quick. So I think that pretty much confirms that we're dealing with two people. Two people are A. And since that we see all four girls when Hannah gets hit by the car, that means that we can pretty much write them out as being either of A, right? Because we see the girls, we saw a glimpse of A, and there's an A in the car that hit Hannah. Which means unless there's three A's, it's probably not one of the four girls. So, who are our suspects? Ezra shows up. That makes him a possible suspect. Then there's this Ian guy who we just found out was seeing Allison when she disappeared. And then there's this whole Spencer thing. In episode 8, there's this whole chunk that basically people are talking about how Spencer and Allison used to always fight. Spencer was the only one who would stand up to Allison. And, they say this thing about how everyone was waiting for a big cat fight to happen between the two of them. Remember, Spencer is also outside looking for Allison on the night that she disappeared. Spencer also says that she was seeing Ian for a little while after him and her sister broke up. We also just found out that he was seeing Allison, right? Maybe Spencer found out that Allison was seeing Ian as well and snapped. Or maybe Spencer is the person with multiple personalities that we've been, that theory's been thrown around. But like I just said a few seconds ago, I don't think it's any of the main girls. They do truly seem to be victims here. And they've all been hit pretty hard, especially Hannah. And right now, I'm really caught up with that whole segment there where Hannah talks about dying young. The way that she's talking, it makes it seem like she was kind of in on how she died. And then in episode 8, the girls are watching a movie called I Walked with a Zombie. Maybe that's a hint to us, the audience, saying like, hey, maybe Allison is back from the dead. Maybe she was never dead at all, kind of thing. I'm not insinuating she's a ghost, although that would explain a lot. I mean, we even get a part where one of the girls says, this is still Allison's movie. We're just on the screen. Like, is Allison doing all of this? Is this her movie? Is this her game? Or, my next theory, maybe it's someone who hated Allison so much that they would destroy her memorial bench. Now, the yearbook guy, I'm not going to lie, I didn't write down his name in my notes. And I don't really want to Google, like, Pretty Little Liars yearbook guy, because, like, what if it is him and then it gets spoiled for me? So we're just going to keep calling him yearbook guy until I can hear his name again and write it down. My evidence for this is pretty straightforward. We get a whole monologue from this guy talking about how terrible she was to him and how much he hates her. And it really does seem like he's the one that destroyed the memorial. We don't know that for sure, but it really seems like it. My other evidence goes back to when everyone thought that Toby was the one who killed her and was like dating her, and like, the cops were like hunting him down. The girl said something along the lines of, what? She was seeing Toby? She acted like she hated him, but she was dating him? Well, who else did she really act like she hated? The yearbook guy. She bullied him relentlessly. What if it was all a cover? What if she was actually seeing him? Or even better, what if they were in on it? What if he helped her plan her disappearance and fake her death and everything? And no one would ever suspect that he's working with Allison because she treated him terribly. If I would have known that he was going to be important, I would have written his name down. This is really silly. My only issue with that theory of it being the yearbook guy is he seems to be really good friends with Hannah now. And I just don't know if he would like hit her with his car and kill her, Unless that was all Allison's doing and he was the one running through the woods. He didn't even know that Allison was going to do that. I would just like to take a side here to say that I really hope that Hannah is not dead. She has very quickly become my favorite character in this show. I also would add she's probably the main character of the show. Like, the pilot really made it out like Aria was going to be the main character of Pretty Little Liars, which would make sense because I'm pretty sure that actress was also like in Friends and a few other bigger shows. No, not Friends. How I Met Your Mother. I think she played Robin's sister in How I Met Your Mother. Anyway, I think it was maybe like a vehicle for her, but then they very quickly were just like, we can only do so much with this storyline with you and your teacher. Anyway, let's lock in our guess. I don't think it's Toby. I don't think it's this Ian guy. I truly think, and I'm going to get clowned in the comments for this, but I truly think that Allison is still alive and she's working with Yearbook Guy on this huge scheme. And so that is what I'm going to lock in for episodes 8, 9, and 10.
The spiteful lie. If sticks and stones don't break your bones, words will always hurt you.
Okay, guys, so far I've been doing multiple episodes at a time before I come in here and I start discussing what we found. However, so much happens in episode 11 that I decided we just need to go right into the studio and start talking. So first things first, Hannah is not dead, but she's got a broken leg and they gotta like take out her spleen or something like that. I don't even know where to really start with this episode. So much crazy stuff happens. I guess let's start with the fact that I wrote down yearbook guy's name. His name's Lucas. So basically, Hannah wakes up, and the first thing that she does is tell her friends the answer to the text that she sent right before she got hit by the car, which was, I know who A is. The answer to that is Noel Kahn. Noel Kahn is this guy. This is the guy right here. Noel Kahn, before you get worried, the video's not over, because I don't actually think that he's A, but the girls do. So Noel Kahn is the football player that Arya had kind of started dating a little bit when her and her English teacher, aka Mr. Fitz, aka Ezra, were kind of having a rocky time with their relationship. Well, so she was kind of seeing him, and so that's him. That's Noel Kahn. Now, what we learn in this episode, it pretty much, to me, explains that he is not actually A. He went to Mona's party to pull a prank, and then he saw Arya get in Ezra's car. And when he saw her making out with her English teacher and his English teacher, because he's in that class, he wrote on the car window, I see you. Because at this point, he's not just upset that, he didn't get the girl. He's upset at who did. His English teacher. So he's the one that wrote on the car window, which means that A is the one who hit Hannah with the car. And we see Noel Kahn standing there as the car drives away after hitting Hannah. And he's standing right there, looking at him. So I'm pretty sure he's in the clear. Now, another big clue from the last section was that tree that had a carving in it that said, Allison loves Ian. And just as a quick refresher, Ian is the older guy that Allison was seeing before she died. Ian was also, he was dating Spencer's sister, and then him and Spencer kissed. Shortly after that, Ian and Melissa's relationship ended, and Ian started seeing Spencer in secret. He was also seeing Allison in secret. This is vital information. I hope you're understanding. So Allison knew that Spencer had kissed her sister's boyfriend and was trying to make Spencer tell her sister. But Spencer told Allison no, that she wasn't going to do it. And then Allison kind of threatened, well, if you don't, I will. The reason I say all of this is because Ian is back together with Spencer's sister, Melissa. And they eloped. They're married. That's right. Right as Ian was becoming, number one suspect. Well, I guess number two suspect because they think it's Noel Kahn. Bam! Married to Melissa, who is Spencer's sister. Ooh, also my favorite part of this episode is they go back to the tree where the Allison loves Ian carving was in, because they were going to show the other girls. And dude, the whole fucking tree is gone. A cut down a whole tree. Absolute supervillain behavior, dude. A is my favorite villain of all time. Hands down. The goofiness, the pettiness, it's impeccable. Oh, and I wish that was the craziest thing that happens in this episode. Not even close. Hannah is in the hospital, because she got hit by a car. And I don't even know how to say this. Hannah's she's in the hospital. She's on a whole lot of pain meds and stuff. So she's kind of in and out of consciousness. And at one point, Allison is in her room. Yeah, this Allison, the dead girl. It's like a dream state kind of thing, I guess. But it could also be real. And I'll get to that in a moment. So Hannah wakes up. She sees Allison. And she goes, they said you were dead. And Allison goes, yeah, I heard that too. Then Hannah asks her what happened to her. And Allison responds saying that you already know. She goes, in fact, the four of you combined know more about that night than you remember. And at this point, we get some quick flashback shots of that night. We see Hannah smiling. We see Hannah looking around and scared. We see the four of them holding a flashlight and looking around. And then Hannah keeps asking. She was like, did you go meet a boy? Noel? And Allison goes, Noel? Please. Noel. That's a hard name to say. Noel? I would say Noel, but it's Noel Kahn. So if you take, the word of Ghost Allison as law, which, hey, I would, then it's safe to assume that Noel Kahn is not the one who killed her. Then Allison and Hannah, they talk some more. It's a really cool scene, and it kind of ends with Allison saying, "Telling the truth to the wrong person at the wrong time is how I ended up where I am." Notice how she doesn't say how I died. She says how I ended up where I am. And then before she can elaborate, she says she has to go back. And she said that the only reason she came back is because she was afraid that Hannah was going to die. And that's why she came back. No matter how dangerous it was, she had to see her. Now, this is absolutely wild, dude, because I don't know what we saw here. I mean, personally, I think this could be seen as Allison is still alive. But maybe that wasn't even Allison in the hospital room. What if this was something else? What if this was A, pretending to be Allison, dressed as Allison, and then in Hannah's loopy state, thought that it was the real Allison? Because at one point when Hannah's kind of like in this loopy state, Lucas, the yearbook guy, shows up. And Lucas gives Hannah a kiss on the forehead. And we find out later in the episode that actually happened. Hannah didn't just make that up in her loopy state. So if she was right about that vision that she had in and out of consciousness, maybe she was right about the Allison vision too. And also, Allie is very careful to say that she's gone, not dead. In fact, when Hannah says they said you were dead, she said, I heard that too. Maybe Allie is alive. Maybe she's just being held captive somewhere. And then, as Allison, dream state Allison is leaving the hospital room, she says, you should do something about A. That bitch is starting to get on my nerves. So, maybe Allison is dead. Maybe this is a ghost or an angel or something. And she's been seeing everything that's going on. So, Allison is probably not A if she's still alive. But then what? Oh, God. So if Allison isn't A, then who is? Let's just start with who I locked in the last part, which was yearbook guy, who we now know is named Lucas. Lucas hated Allison and seems to be kind of obsessed with Hannah now. And immediately after Hannah has the conversation with Ghost Allison or real Allison or whatever, when Allison says, telling the truth to the wrong person at the wrong time is how I got where I am. Hannah has a conversation with Lucas where she friend zones him. And she says, I'm just being honest with you. Maybe Hannah was just honest to the wrong person at the wrong time. It's worth noting that Lucas was hanging around in the hospital after visiting hours. And he even brings up the fact that he just has a trusting face that everyone wants to believe, and that's how he got in there. So I think Lucas, the yearbook guy, very solid suspect. But I do have other theories. Later in the episode, the girls are all talking about A, and they mention something along the lines of A has a split personality. Now, I've already brought up my theory about multiple personalities several times now. So that makes me think that it's even more possible now that they've kind of made that innuendo. The girls also think that they are now dealing with two different people. They think that they're dealing with one person who killed Allison and one person who is A. They don't think that they're the same person. Now, I agree. I kind of assumed that whoever A is was also who killed Allison. But I'm starting to think that A has just been stalking and watching them for so long that A knows who killed Allison. And they're going to use that as part of their weird, freaky game. Which brings me back to the conversation that Ghost Dream Allison had with Hannah. She says that the girls remember more about that night than they think that they do. What happened that night? Were the girls involved? Did they help Allie run away? And like, is this just a situation where A knows that the girls were in on it? Like maybe it's a thing where they helped Allison run away and then Allison ended up dead and they don't know how she died, but they feel responsible. Like they're kind of responsible because they helped her run away. I'm not going to lie, I'm starting to go a little crazy. I've got a million theories running through my head. I don't know who to lock in. It's like the show is breaking me because every time I have a suspect that I'm like, oh, dude, it's got to be them. I think about it and I'm like, yes, dude, all of the evidence lines up. And then something happens and it's like, well, it can't be them. And then I think about another suspect and I'm like, well, it's got to be them too, right? And then something happens. It's like, oh, probably not them. Oh, also, I totally forgot to mention this. A leaves a message on Hannah's cast. Hannah's leg's broken. Somehow wrote a message on the cast while she was on the hospital that says, sorry about losing my temper, love. My bad, -A. And this message makes me believe that A truly means that. I think that A did not mean to lose their temper and run over Hannah. If Hannah's dead, that's one less player in the game. They no longer get to manipulate and puppet Hannah, right? And I think A flew off the handle because for the first time, the girls had gotten one step ahead of them. Like Hannah was posted up watching, trying to see who A was. And if it wasn't for the fact that Noel Khan interrupted by like running out there and writing on Ezra and Arya's makeout car, Hannah might have seen the real A. And that made A furious, causing A to lash out. I want to say it's one of the four girls, but I don't think so. I want to say it's Lucas, the yearbook guy, but I again don't think so. Which brings me to my final suspect for this episode, which I think could have some pretty serious weight to it. Spencer's sister. Melissa is now married to Ian. Ian is the one who kissed her sister while he was dating her. Ian is the one who was also dating the much younger Allison before she disappeared. Remember what Dream Allison said? I told the truth to the wrong person at the wrong time. What if Allison, who kept threatening Spencer that she was going to tell Spencer's sister that Spencer kissed her boyfriend, what if Allison told Spencer's sister Melissa and Melissa snapped? Now, I know what you're thinking. Chase, we just talked about this. You're not trying to solve who killed Allison. You're trying to solve who is A. And you just said you don't think whoever killed Allison is also A. Yes. So I think if I separate those two, Spencer's sister killed Allison and Lucas, the yearbook guy, is A. And that is what I'm locking in for episode 11. I feel like I am so deep in this mystery and I am operating at levels that have never been seen before in mystery solving. So twice in a row, I'm locking in Lucas as who is A in the show Pretty Little Liars. All right, now let's move on to the next few episodes.
Next Tuesday, if you've missed any of this summer's hottest new show, catch up with our Pretty Little Liars marathon event.
I'm still here, and I know everything.
We are halfway through season 1, baby, and I can feel it. I just got done watching episodes 12, 13, 14, and 15. Let's just jump right into it. Right off the bat, Hannah's mom has stolen money from the bank that she works at. Basically, there's like this old lady who only comes to the bank like once a year, and all she does is like put a bunch of money in her safety deposit box, and then she's like, see you next year. And then like also she was like, and I'm the last person in my family, so I don't even know where all this money's gonna go. Oh well, goodbye, see you next year. So Hannah's mom, because they've been having like financial issues ever since her mom and dad got divorced. So essentially, Hannah's mom and dad got divorced. Hannah's mom isn't able to pay like the mortgage and stuff. They might lose the house. So she stole the money from the bank. Because sometimes you have to girl boss your way into being wealthy again. Can I get an amen? Well, dude, A immediately finds out about this. Like takes them no time at all. And then when Hannah finds out, A sends Hannah a message taunting her. Like mommy, like daughter, can you run from the law with those legs? A. That is a very mean fat joke, as well as, calling both her and her mother thieves. Which, to be fair to A, they are both thieves. Anyway, while that is going on, the show is pushing hard to make Noel the number one suspect for who A is. And we all know my personal rule when it comes to when a show or movie is pushing someone to be the main suspect. It's never them. They're just a red herring. That dude is wild, though. Like, he's acting like A, but he's just not good at it. He's not secretive whatsoever. Like, he tries blackmailing Mr. Fitz because he knows about him and Arya, and so he's trying to, get a better grade on his paper. Meanwhile, A officially breaks up Spencer and her boyfriend, Alex. Alex thinks that Spencer sent in some application for a tennis thing for him or something. It really doesn't matter. All you need to know is Spencer didn't do it. A did it. And after they broke up because of it, A sends Spencer a text that's like, game, set, match, A. And then after that, A does something even worse than mess up one's love life. A steals the money that Hannah's mom stole. And then A sends Hannah a message being like, hey, you can get your money back if you do what I say. And then at the end of the episodes, we've been getting these point of view shots from A's perspective. And at the end of episode 12, we got one of A stuffing the money that they stole in a piggy bank. And there's a blonde wig in the background. So that just tells us that it could be either a guy or a girl who is A. It also tells us that A is probably not a natural blonde. So, well, there's only 2 natural blondes and one of them's dead. So I guess that just means Hannah's in the clear. It doesn't really... I guess this guy. Well, you know how I mentioned that the show is pushing hard for us to think that Noel is A? Well, the show is also pushing very hard for us to believe that Ian killed Allison. And then Spencer overhears her sister and Ian whispering in the house one night. Remember, because they're married now. And A sends Spencer a message that says, married for love or an alibi? I'm going to stop saying -A after all the messages. Just know that there is one. But you know what? That is a very interesting situation because that means that A is not only just watching the 4 main girls, A is also watching every moment of their family members. A knew about Hannah's mom stealing the money, and now they seem to know about whatever they got going on. How is A everywhere? But don't worry, A is still terrorizing our 4 main girls, which the show calls the liars, by the way, are liars. Although, if I gotta be honest, I like calling them the girls. It just feels more like me and the girls trying to figure out who A is. Oh, I just gotta stay home and watch the girls so I can get this YouTube video done. Anyway, A keeps sending Hannah on little missions, right? She sent Hannah an address. And then in the note it said, ask for Hefty Hannah's order. So Hannah shows up and it's a bakery. And then A has another message basically saying, for every one of these cupcakes that you eat, you get some of the money back. And they're pig cupcakes. And she sits there and she eats all of them. And there's some dudes at a different table and they're making pig noises at her as she's eating all these cupcakes. And she just feels absolutely terrible about herself in this moment because she has overcome her weight issues in the past. And then A sends another message being like, you know how to get rid of it. And that's just really messed up, dude. And it's the kind of thing that Allie would have done when she was alive. Which really just makes me think, is it possible that Allie could be alive? It's hard to believe that there is someone else out there who is as evil and despicable as Allie to do something like that and to make a joke about that. Allison knew about Hannah's problem with, throwing up. And from what I understand, Allison was the only one who knew about that incident. So how in the world does A know about that? Whatever. It has to be someone that either Allie told everything to, or I guess they were watching Allie so much. I don't know. Regardless, After Hannah eats all the cupcakes, she goes into the bathroom of the bakery, and when she pulls the paper towels, the money is like stitched into the paper towels. Oh, and then there's a message that says oink oink. And then out of nowhere, A completely changes their MO. So Noel's been going around terrorizing everyone, acting like A, but not subtly. He tried blackmailing Mr. Fitz for a better grade on a paper. Mr. Fitz refuses, and so that means that Noel is about to expose Mr. Fitz's relationship with Arya, his student. Again, for some reason, we're rooting for this guy. But then at the last second, A saves Mr. Fitz and sends Noel away. A sets up Noel, like they expose Noel for like cheating on a midterm exam or something, and so Noel gets taken away. And then A sends a message to the girls right after she saves Mr. Fitz and says A is for Allison, not amateur. And that's so weird because why would A save Arya? Like exposing Arya and Ezra is the kind of thing that A would do. So why would A prevent it from happening? My only thought is they want to be the one that does it, not Noel Khan. Or it could also be a thing where, you know, kind of like how A got them back together after they broke up. A needs Arya to have this big secret so that way A can keep their thumb on Arya. Because other than this big secret, A doesn't really have anything on Arya. I mean, there's the whole Jenna incident, but I mean, I guess A has a different game plan for that. And then also it's like, you know, A already exposed the cheating thing with her parents, so I guess that's kind of all they have on her. But it doesn't stop there. A helps the girls again. A sends a video to Spencer's computer. And it's the video of Allison and Ian on the night that she died. Except this time, the video keeps going. Previously, the video that A had shown the girls, it stops right when you see Ian's face. But in this version, we see the camera fall over, and then we start to hear noises, and we see Allison's hand grab the dirt. Now, the girls are all in shock because they think that they just watched their best friend get murdered on video. But in my opinion, you know, I know that they think that they just saw her get killed, but from the noises and the kind of way it was going, I kind of think we were seeing her get, you know, killed, if you get my drift. Well, as the girls are watching this video, A is watching them watch the video through the window. The girls catch A and start chasing after A. And they're running through the woods. A manages to escape. And one of the girls says something like, that bitch is fast. And that could be a clue, you know, like maybe A is on the track team or something. I'm pretty sure Ian is like the coach on the track team, I think. And now that the girls have found the video and Noel is completely out of the picture, Ian is now their number one suspect. Add on the fact that Spencer's laptop goes missing that was in her gym locker. The only people who have access to the gym lockers are the person whose it is, Spencer, and the coaches, which Ian is a coach. And then her laptop shows back up at her house where Ian lives, and the video has been deleted. So either Ian did steal it and deleted the video himself, or A's doing it to try to get the girls to think it's Ian. Just like how A got them to think that it was Toby, and that led to Toby's whole thing. We get introduced to a new character in episode 14. Caleb. He's the sketchy kid at school. He's a bad boy. He can take your phone and make it do things that regular phones can't. He's sketchy. That's what the show calls him. Hey, that new sketchy kid, because he's got long hair and he's a hacker. In my opinion, I think they're just going to be kind of like constantly rotating in new characters to kind of like, you know, keep the teen drama part of the show alive. So I'm not going to be focusing much on new characters that they introduce because I think whoever A is going to be a character that we've known from episode 1. Meanwhile, A is still messing with Hannah about the stolen money and gives her another job. This job ends up involving our buddy, the yearbook guy, Lucas. Prom is coming up, and A's mission for Hannah is that for every slow dance she does with Lucas, she gets $200. So all she has to do to get the money back is dance with Lucas. The issue is, Hannah is still dating This guy, Sean, that's his name, Sean. So, at the dance, Hannah's dancing with Lucas. Sean is furious. Sean and Hannah are like yelling at each other. And it really seems like Hannah's like, I can't do this anymore. And then A sends another message that was like, hey, raise time, $500 for every dance with Lucas. So she has to keep going. And we get all the way to the end of the dance. She spent the whole time dancing with Lucas. There's time for one more dance. Sean, who for the most part seems like a nice enough guy, he's just kind of an asshole, walks up to Hannah, his lovely girlfriend, apologizes to her, and kind of is like, come on, can we have, the last dance of the night? Hannah gets another text from A. You have Lucas's heart. Now rip it out. $1,000. So she does. The last dance of the dance, she dances with Lucas for the $1,000, causing Sean to break up with her. Lucas thinks that she loves him. Dude, it's a nightmare. Because now Lucas's heart is going to get broken when Hannah is like, I don't have feelings for you, even though I danced with you the entire dance. And Hannah doesn't even have her boyfriend Sean anymore. During the dance, Ian, he's there as like a chaperone. He gets super weird with the girls, basically saying that they need to be careful before someone gets hurt. And like the show's really pushing us to think that he killed Allison. I think he's more likely afraid that his relationship's going to get ruined if it like gets out that he was seeing such a younger girl. Because I think he was in college. I mean, he's definitely at least Ezra's age, and it's a problem that they're dating. On Spencer's laptop, there's a new picture and message from A. It's Allison with a dark shadow behind her. And it's from the night that she disappeared. The message says, watch your backs. I didn't, -A. And one of the girls is like, there's a shadow behind her, Spencer. Do you know who that is? And Spencer's like, I don't know who that is, but she knows who it was. Spencer starts acting very suspicious when it comes to this picture, and we find out in just a moment. Well, before we talk about that, I have something else I want to bring up. At the end of episode 14, we get another one of those like in-credit shots from the point of view of A. A walks up to the coat check at the dance. Arya's mom is the one working the coat check. A like hands the ticket, receives their leather gloves and jacket. And Arya's mom says to A, have a good night. I hope you had fun. Which means that whoever just accepted that coat and leather gloves is either a student or someone who looks like a student or someone who is supposed to be there, because Arya's mom doesn't seem the slightest bit suspicious. So going back to the whole picture of Allison thing where Spencer was being super weird, the girls are trying to figure out who took that picture. The picture looks like it's being taken from Allison's bedroom. So they assume the person who took the picture was Allison's brother, Jason. Now, Jason is back in town. The whole picture has been a big storyline, but the other big storyline during these episodes has been the Hannah money situation. And Hannah gets another job from A. This time, her job is to show Arya's mom what has been going on with Arya and Mr. Fitz. Basically, Arya and Mr. Fitz are going on a date that's like out of town, so that way no one can see them. And Hannah gets Arya's mom a ticket to the same event. And Hannah is just like so conflicted. She feels terrible because she's about to ruin Arya's life. But Hannah needs that money for her mom. Because get this, Hannah's mom is about to get found out for stealing the money. So if she can't scrape the money together in time and get it back in the safety deposit box, she could go to jail. Because the lady, who comes once a year to check her box that Hannah's mom stole the money from, well, she randomly calls one day and is like, hey, I'm stopping by this week. So they're panicking, and we've got two very rough situations going on. We've got Arya about to be found out about her love affair with her English teacher, and Hannah's mom's about to go to jail for robbing a bank. And as if enough wasn't already going on, we get a whole new character, Mose from Ned's Declassified School Survivor Guide is here. Her name is Paige, and she is very mean to Emily. They're on the swim team together. Paige is afraid that Emily is going to get the captain spot on the team. She makes some very homophobic remarks to Emily and tries to drown her. It is pretty wild for this lady to just show up and be evil right off the bat. And usually this is one of those side plots that I probably wouldn't have even brought up in this video because it has nothing to do with the mystery. But it kind of does have something to do with the mystery because Paige, while she's trying to like butter up the team so that she can be captain, she gets everyone on the team a friendship bracelet. And this friendship bracelet is from the same exact place that Allison's friendship bracelet was. Which means wherever Paige got her friendship bracelets made is the same place where A had the fake Allison friendship bracelet made. Meaning, all they have to do is ask her where the friendship bracelets are from, and they can go and ask the friendship bracelet store who was buying friendship bracelets. And that's exactly what Spencer does. Spencer goes to the friendship bracelet lady place, asks the friendship lady bracelet lady person. There's a lady who makes these friendship bracelets. Spencer goes to her and says, hey, who bought this bracelet? And so the lady like flips through her records and goes, Spencer Hastings. And I was like, what? And then Spencer comes clean to her friends. She's the one who's the big shadow in the picture of Allison from the night that she disappeared. And we get some more juicy details about what's going on in that picture. Spencer and Allison were having a big fight because Allison was going to force Spencer to tell her sister that she kissed her boyfriend. But Spencer didn't want to tell her sister that for obvious reasons. And they were fighting about it right then, right before Allison disappears. Oh, and before I forget, remember how I was saying that the lady who had the money at the bank that Hannah's mom stole? She died. Yep, dead. Which means Hannah's mom is safe, but also A might have killed that old lady. Pretty close call for Hannah's mom. Speaking of close calls, Sketchy Guy ends up tampering with Arya's mom's car right before the event and keeps Arya from getting found out by her parents. So, that's good, I guess. Although, maybe this is a controversial statement, but I think she should probably get busted for dating her English teacher. Let me rephrase that. I feel like he should be busted for dating his student. Oh, and by the way, the reason that Sketchy Guy messes with Arya's mom's car is because Hannah kind of confessed to him like a little bit of the situation, and he seems to really like Hannah, and so he did it for her. The end credit scene for episode 15, the ones, from A's point of view, is A talking to the bead lady who makes the friendship bracelets. And the friendship bracelet lady is like, I told them exactly what you want me to. So I'm guessing that means that the bead friendship lady is an op. It really seems like A's latest plans has been to just break up the main four girls from their love interests, kind of like, breaking their hearts. A got Hannah broken up with by Sean. A also got Spencer broken up with by Alex. A tried to get Arya busted for her relationship, which would have broken them up. And A played a key part in getting Emily's girlfriend Maya sent away. So why would A even be doing that? We get a flashback in these episodes where we see that Allison broke up Noel Khan and his girlfriend. She texted some secret of his to her, and it caused her to get up and break up with him right then. And then when her friends were like, Allison, why did you do that? She was like, because Arya likes him. I did it for you, Arya. And so that got me thinking, right? So Noel is another person who was kind of like a victim of Allison's behavior when she was still alive, which got me to think well, maybe A isn't just 2 people or 3 people. Maybe A is a whole bunch of people. It's just every person in this town that was terrorized by Allison when she was alive. I don't have a ton of evidence for that, but it just kind of feels feasible. And also, why would A save Arya from getting busted about Mr. Fitz and then a couple episodes later try to get her busted with Mr. Fitz? It feels weird. It was almost like A just wanted to be the one to break up the relationship, which is wild because as long as it happens, right? Or maybe that whole thing was less about trying to get Arya and Ezra broken up, and it was more about causing Arya and Hannah's relationship to crumble because, like A would then reveal to Arya that Hannah was the one that did it. So that's probably it, actually. We have Ian, who's just super suspicious. Turns out that the summer that Allison disappeared, he was actually in Hilton Head, South Carolina with Allison. And then when they came back from Hilton Head, that day is the day that she disappeared. And we know for a fact that Ian was with her that night because we have the video of them together that night. And then there's the whole weird situation about Ian and Spencer's sister Melissa getting married out of nowhere. And get this, they're trying to have a baby. Then we learn from Jason, who is Allison's older brother, that whole summer before Allison disappeared, Ian was just like hanging out at their house and, smoking weed and just chilling at the place with them all summer long because him and Melissa broke up. And it's like, okay, maybe he thinks that Ian was there to hang out with him, but really Ian was just there because, Allison, and he was seeing Allison. The last person that I locked in for who I thought A was is Lucas, the yearbook guy. And I still think that's a solid theory, but I'm beginning to have a few doubts. So because of those doubts, let's try to go back to my multiple personality theory. I've started to really find myself suspecting Spencer for that theory in particular. When Spencer's laptop got taken from her locker, there's only two people who could have taken it. Her or Ian. Well, if it wasn't Ian, because that's who they all suspect did it, so let's say that it wasn't him, then it had to have been her. She was already hesitant when the other girl said that they should take it to the police. So what if, she stole it? Or maybe she doesn't even know that she's the one that took it because it was a different personality. And remember when I told you that Alex and Spencer broke up because A sent in an application for some tennis thing for Alex that he didn't want her to do? When they break up, Alex explains to her that she was the only person who knew about that. So it had to have been her that sent the application, even though she was insistent that she wasn't. And we just kind of assume, hey, A knows everything, A did it. But what if it was one of Spencer's other personalities? Then there's that whole thing where Allison was threatening Spencer that she was going to tell her sister about what she did, which was, kiss her boyfriend, who is now her husband and potential baby daddy. Maybe after that big argument that night, Spencer switched, killed Allison, switched back, and had no idea that it was her. And then I was also going to be like, and then with the bead lady, maybe Spencer did buy it. It says Spencer's name on it. But then, we have that whole end credit scene with A talking to the bead lady where the bead lady's like, hey, I said exactly what you told me to say. So that kind of makes me think that A is trying to frame Spencer for it. A is wanting, maybe A wants Spencer to even doubt herself. Did I do it? And, there's always what I keep coming back to when I accuse one of the main girls of being A. We've seen all four of them together when we've caught a glimpse of A, or they've caught a glimpse of A. So, of course it could be an accomplice, but I don't know how likely that is. We have a few other loose suspects, of course. There's always Sean, Hannah's now ex-boyfriend. In one scene, when Hannah gets a text from A, we see Sean on his phone right before it gets sent, so that could mean something. We have Melissa, Spencer's sister. She would have the most reason to be upset with Allison, considering she, stole her boyfriend from her, kind of. Maybe Melissa caught them together in the woods that night and just snapped and pushed her over. She hit her head on a rock. It was an accidental death kind of thing. And then that would explain maybe why Ian and her were getting married and trying to have a baby so soon out of nowhere. Maybe it was okay, we're going to try to make it to where you don't look suspicious at all. Then there's Allison's brother, Jason, who was apparently just holed up in his bedroom all summer doing drugs, and he doesn't really remember much. I have a wild theory that maybe it was Arya's dad who killed Allison. He's been acting kind of darker lately. We keep seeing these glimpses of kind of a dark side of him, and we already know that he was having an affair with one of his college students, which I guess isn't as bad as a high school student, but maybe he was also seeing Allison and had to kill her to keep that secret. Or maybe, I don't know. Cut that. I just don't know, guys. I feel like I have all of these different puzzle pieces, and I'm just having a hard time putting them together. I am going to lock in my Spencer theory. I think that Spencer could quite possibly be A. However, I just don't, like, if you had to tell me, like, if I had to tell you right now, who is A? Gun to my head, if you get it wrong, I'm in trouble. I don't know if I would say Spencer. Does that make sense? Like, I think it's a good theory, and I'm going to rock with it because I don't have a really good alternative theory, but I would be surprised. But yeah, I'm locking in Spencer as my pick for these episodes. I'm not happy about it.
Watch ABC Family's all new Tuesdays all summer long. And this Tuesday, join the crowds of fans who can't stop watching.
Okay, guys, we're back with episodes 16 and 17. Now, usually I try to watch, like 3 or 4 at a time. However, I have so many fun theories from these 2 episodes that I went ahead and just jumped back in now. So let's just go ahead and get all of the information out of the way so I can jump straight into my fun theories. Basically, Caleb, who's the sketchy guy that Hannah met a few episodes ago, he seems to really like her. He is like homeless. He's been sleeping in the school, and the girls like found his stuff in the air vents. So now, he's sleeping in Hannah's basement because Hannah told him to, but shh, don't tell her mom. Speaking of her mom, remember how she stole that old lady's money from the bank? And then, out of nowhere, that old lady was like, actually, I want to come see my money. And then she was like, oh no. But then she died, so everything was okay. Well, turns out everything's not okay. Her great nephew has showed up, and he is wanting the money from the box. Now, this is weird because she had previously told Hannah's mom that she was the last member of her family. She didn't have any more family. And we do find out that he is not really her nephew. He's just a scam artist trying to get the money. So it all works out. I wouldn't even really be bringing it up right now, except for at the end of episode 17, we get this moment where A puts flowers on the old woman's grave, which I think means that A killed that old lady. Not only did A kill that old lady, but A killed that old lady to keep Hannah's mom from going to jail. In other news, Spencer's sister Melissa, the one that's married to Ian, who may or may not have killed Allison, Melissa is pregnant. So that's pretty crazy. Toby manages to sneak Spencer a message about Jenna. It's in Braille, though. And so they, figure it out and decipher it. And it says B-A-D. Bad. Or at least they think it does until Toby tells them they're reading it wrong. It's numbers, not letters. And the numbers are 214. Toby said that he overheard Jenna talking on the phone about Spencer, and then she wrote down those numbers. And then later on, we see a motel room with the numbers 214 on the door. So I'm assuming that that's what that's about. So if Jenna was talking on the phone about that motel room, then it's safe to say that maybe Jenna is, if not A, working with A, which goes along with my theory I brought up previously of what if it's just everyone who was wronged by Allison? What if it's a big group of people? My working theory is that it's probably a combination of Jenna and Sean and Noel Kahn. Maybe Mona and Paige. Remember when she tried to drown Emily? Pretty fucking crazy if you ask me. And I think that that's a pretty good theory because it would open up all of these characters' alibis to be oh, well, it could have been countless other people who did it. So it's oh, well, it couldn't have been Jenna because we saw Jenna. And it's well, that's okay because even though Jenna was right here and we saw her, it could have very easily been, Paige, who tried drowning Emily. Speaking of Paige, the crazy lady, she shows up at Emily's house one night and just starts apologizing to her. And we don't really know for what, but then she gets back on her bike and just rides off into the storm. And then the next day we find out that she got in an accident on her bike. Now, I will say we do find out in a different episode that it seems like her dad might be abusive to her. So that could be kind of what her whole deal is and why she's acting like that. But, I mean, it's very possible that she was apologizing for being a part of the A thing. And it's well, then why would she admit to Emily that she's A if she's A? And it's I think she's starting to have feelings for her. At the end of episode 17, she kisses Emily. And then she's don't tell anybody. But I've got other theories, friends. There's the whole Arya's dad theory that I've had cooking. In these episodes, him and his wife have worked things out. It looks like they're going to be getting back together. However, he's super jealous because he thinks that his wife is sleeping with Ezra, Mr. Fitz, the English teacher. That fool! He has no idea that his wife is not sleeping with Ezra. He also has no idea that his daughter is. What's really wild about this show is like the show is making us root for him. You know, like I'm rooting for this English teacher to not get found out for being with his student. Like, isn't that crazy? It's like, but they love each other. But also, go to jail, dude, you know? But back to Arya's dad. I think it's possible that maybe Allison tried blackmailing him or something and he had to kill her. Because, you know, I think this is far-fetched, but it's a possibility. We know that Allison knew about him cheating on his wife because Allison was with Arya when Arya saw him in the car with that lady. So, you know, maybe Allison was blackmailing him and so he had to kill her. But then I bet he felt real silly when it came out anyway and everything was fine. And now he has his wife again. It's like, no harm, no foul. I killed that girl, but hey, at least my wife's still with me. The whole reason I'm excited about these episodes is because I feel really confident in the multiple A's theory. The big team of Sean and Mona and Yearbook Guy and possibly evil drowning secret kisses to Emily girl. So I'm going to be locking in that multiple A theory as my guess for this section. I know that's not much of a guess when I just go, I think it's everybody. But I think it's everybody. Okay, yeah, that's who I'm locking in.
Tuesday, June 8th.
Friends share secrets. That's what keeps us close.
A new ABC Family original series.
Allie? She's gone. I think I heard her scream.
Okay, guys, this show is heating up. We're running towards the finish line. This is a great mystery. Every episode has me on the edge of my seat. I'm super pumped. This is not just a teen drama, okay? This is my life. I just got done watching episodes 18, 19, and 20, which only leaves 2 episodes left for season 1, which means we could get the reveal of who A is any moment. And you can tell that this show is really hyping us up for a twist ending. Right off the bat, the show is pushing Jenna hard for who A is. I think they're pushing a little too hard, so I'm hesitant. I don't think it's her. However, we are at the end of the season, so it could just be like, no, it's her. Jenna keeps saying these weird things like, I'm fascinated by the nature of evil. And then we see Jenna talking to Ian, and so, you know, that's not a good idea. And then he gives her this bag. Oh, and remember that hotel room we were talking about, 214? Well, that's Jenna's motel room. And, you know, they bust up in that motel room and they find Jenna's sunglasses and they're like, oh, Jenna's been here. But then there's also a bag of ice and a note from A that says, you're getting colder. So I don't really know what that means. Jenna starts being around Mr. Fitz a lot, you know, the English teacher and Arya's boyfriend, because Jenna has written a short story that Ezra really likes. The story is about a blind woman who exposes people. Add on the fact that Jenna keeps saying things to Arya that really makes her seem like A. Stuff like, Big Brother is always watching you, and Mr. Fitz takes a special interest in his students. You know, stuff like that. And then we find out that Caleb, who you may remember as Sketchy Kid, he's dating Hannah, and they sleep together, by the way. But we find out that Caleb was hired by Jenna to get close to Hannah and find out something. But he ended up falling in love with her instead and telling Jenna that he's out. But Hannah still finds out, and that breaks her heart, especially after what they've done together. So they break up, and after they break up, Hannah walks into the bathroom where Jenna is and slaps her, dude. And then goes over, picks up the glasses that she just slapped off of her face, hands them back to Jenna and goes, hey, this is Hannah, by the way, you know, because she's blind. And so maybe she wouldn't have known who slapped her, but Hannah was letting her know right then and there. This show is so good, man. And that moment when Jenna gets slapped, we really see a whole new side of Jenna that I think is super important going forward. For the first time, with her giant sunglasses knocked off of her face, we truly just get to see her, and she looks so sad. She looks scared and vulnerable, and I'm starting to think, I don't think this is A. I think that maybe she's also being blackmailed by A, or maybe she's just trying to get some sort of revenge for what, these girls kind of did to her. It was mostly Allison, but those girls were there. This wasn't the cold, badass Jenna that we see every episode. This was a scared child. And also, we know that Jenna hired Caleb. She didn't do it as A. She didn't do it hidden in disguise. No, she did it as Jenna, and I don't think that's something that A would do. Maybe it's even a thing where A is also terrorizing Jenna, and Jenna thinks it's one of the 4 girls, and that's why she's out to get him. She's trying to see who it is. And it's like explained away, because it's like, oh, well, why'd you hire Caleb to go after Hannah and not the other 3? And it's like, well, she was the only one not dating someone. But that doesn't feel right. Then to bring it back to my multiple personality theory, I've been pretty convinced that it could be Spencer. However, something happens that leads me to believe maybe it's Hannah. At one point, Hannah and Caleb are joking around, and Caleb says something like, do you have any other personalities you should warn me about? That could be like a funny little hint that she does in fact have other personalities that she should warn him about. The only flaw with that theory is I don't know how Hannah would hit herself with a car. The biggest plot point happening in these episodes, however, is that Spencer is being framed for murder. And not just any murder, Allison's murder. This whole thing starts when they find a trophy at the school with blood on it, and the trophy belongs to Ian. And they think that that could be the murder weapon that was used on Allison, so they take the trophy and they give it to the police. Turns out it was a trap set by A. That wasn't a real trophy, and that wasn't Allison's blood. And all that really did was point them towards Spencer. They think that Spencer was trying to frame Ian, especially after they find out that they were romantically involved. Now her parents think that she's mentally unwell and that she needs to see a therapist. The police get a search warrant to search Spencer's bedroom, and guess what they find? They find fibers from the sweater that Allison died in. But they find it on Spencer's friendship bracelet. So why would A want to frame Spencer? Well, we know that Ian has been working with Jenna on something, and he seems pretty confident that Spencer is going to get arrested. It's as if he knows something that she doesn't. And he even offers to help her run away, which is interesting, right? We also get some more information about his relationship with Allison. You know, we found out that him and Allison were in Hilton Head together, but then we find out that he wasn't in Hilton Head with Allison. Melissa says that she was in Hilton Head with Ian. And Ian swears up and down that he was not romantically involved with Allison, but that Allison was stalking him and wouldn't take no for an answer. And usually, I would never believe that. Except, I've seen a lot of these flashbacks, and that kind of does seem like her thing. Like, we get a flashback where Allison takes the other 4 girls to this college party, and this girl that's like kissing Ian gets pushed down the stairs at this party, and the girls are like, oh my God, Ian pushed that girl down the steps. But then they figure out, oh wait, our dead best friend Allison pushed that girl down the steps. Because Allison wanted Ian, and that girl was in her way. Just like how she blinded Jenna. They realized that Allison was a monster, and that she wasn't afraid to hurt people to get what she wants. So that leads me to believe that Ian might actually be innocent. But how does that explain the video from the night that she dies where Ian is with her and like the camera knocks over and she's like grabbing the dirt, and then I guess she dies after that? Like, what happens? Like, maybe he was just like meeting up with her to be like, hey, you gotta leave me alone. And then Melissa hops out of the bushes and beats her up. And then, you know, like she dies later that night. Like, it's a separate incident. Like, this incident happened, she didn't die. Something, another incident happens, she dies from someone else's hand. If Ian is innocent and someone's blaming Spencer, maybe no one's framing Spencer. Maybe Spencer could be to blame. Maybe it's the multiple personalities theory. We get this scene where Spencer and Toby are staking out the motel room, the 214 or whatever, and they end up kind of like cuddling up all night. And at one point in the morning, Toby wakes up and he's like, "Oh, were you up all night?" And she was like, "No, I just woke up." But what if she didn't just wake up? Maybe she was up all night, because when they go next door, they realize that the room has been abandoned and A left that message. Maybe she was up all night being A, and she did all the stuff in the hotel room next door to them and then came back in before Toby woke up. At one point, Spencer says something like, "I feel like I can hear A laughing in my head." Maybe she could hear A laughing in her head because A is in her head. I mean, I'm not an expert, but I believe like a lot of the personality disorders is due to trauma. So maybe she snapped, killed Allison, and that trauma caused her to create a separate personality, so that way she wouldn't remember that she killed her best friend. And so now she has a personality that is Allison. And so that personality that is Allison is doing things that Allison would do, even if it means framing herself for the murder. And I mean, we keep seeing A do things in these different like in-credit scenes. In one of them, we see that A has 4 pet rats and each one is named after one of the 4 main girls. In one of them, A is like watching a video of 3 of the girls standing in the woods, and A is like eating popcorn watching the video, and Spencer, conveniently, not there. And then in the last one, A has like a fake heart with Hannah's name on it. A smashes it and then like leaves a note that says, "Dear Hannah, try putting it back together. A." I don't really know what that one means, but I mean, Hannah's relationship ended because of, Jenna. Yeah, I don't know why I put that in this part of the video. So I do feel very good about that Spencer theory. Let's talk about my Arya's dad theory. I didn't really set out for this to be a serious theory, but little things keep happening where I'm like, hey, this could be a real thing. In these episodes, him and his wife are sneaking around and being together again. And at one point, Arya's mom is like, the lying, the sneaking around, I feel like a teenager again. And Arya's dad is like, I know, it's fun, isn't it? Yeah, he's having a great time lying and sneaking around like a teenager. Maybe that's what he does all the time as A. Remember, guys, this man is not squeaky clean. He was having an affair with one of his college students, which, don't get me wrong, is not as bad as having an affair with your high school student. Another character that we don't see a lot of, but I feel like should be a bigger deal, is Arya's brother. You probably didn't even know Arya had a brother if you were just watching this video, because literally there's no reason to bring him up. So what's even the point of having him as a character if you're not going to use him? We see him every once in a while, and it just kind of seems like his big story arc is he's getting angrier and angrier due to his parents' divorce. And then if you think to when Jenna made that comment about Big Brother is always watching, maybe she literally meant their brother, Arya's brother. The only thing is it's her little brother. It's not her big brother, but I mean, I don't know. He's probably bigger than her. When it comes to all of the theories that I've got going, like the multiple A, where it's just like a big group of people, I don't really believe that anymore. I don't really believe the Arya's dad theory. I mean, it's a fun theory, but I don't know if it has that many legs. And I mean, what does that even leave me with? Just the Spencer multiple personality theory, which, to be fair, I feel like I have the most evidence supporting. So I think I'm going to lock in Spencer with the multiple personality theory once again.
Can't believe it's been a year. She's gone, but she's everywhere.
I just watched episode 21, and can I just say that I miss when TV shows had like 22 episode long seasons, because you get so invested in all of the little things about all of the different characters, and I'm just so invested. Anyway, episode 21 gets wild. One thing I should say, we do not get the big reveal in this episode, which means that we'll probably get it in the next episode. However, I got burned by Twin Peaks when I did my Twin Peaks video, and the reveal did not happen at the end of season 1, so I'm not holding my breath. But just in case we do get the reveal next episode, that would make this my final guess before the reveal. So I really need to make sure that I nail this prediction. In this episode, we find out what Jenna had hired Caleb to do. Remember, Jenna had hired Caleb to find a key. Now, this is a key that Jenna thinks that Allison might have given to one of the girls. So that means that if Jenna is not A, which I don't think Jenna is A, that would explain why Jenna has been so caught up in all of their lives, because she's been looking for this key. Well, it turns out that Emily does have this key. And the key goes to a storage unit. So the girls go to the storage unit to see what the key unlocks. They open it up and it has Allison's childhood lunchbox in it. And inside of the childhood lunchbox is a USB. They take the USB, they put it in a computer, and it has years and years and years of footage of the girls. Someone spying on them and videoing them for all of this time. So the girls come to the conclusion that whoever it is that took all of this footage, whoever has been watching them for all this time, Allison found out who it was, got the USB, and that's why they killed Allison. Now, I don't know if you remember, but Allison, on the night where she blinded Jenna, she said that she saw Toby spying on them from the window. But that, I don't believe, is the truth. And even the girls are like, it can't be Toby, can it? Well, we know that Jenna knows about this footage because she's been trying to get the key that would give her access to the storage unit, that would give her access to the footage that, someone had been taking of the girls. So does that mean that Jenna is A? Let's work through that same situation, right? The night that Jenna got blinded, Allison claims she saw Toby spying on them in the window. So they go to Toby's house. She throws the little stink bomb thing in the garage. It explodes, causing Jenna, who was in the garage, to go blind. Now, what if it wasn't Toby? What if it was Jenna? Allison sees Jenna staring at them through the window, thinks that she's time to get revenge on Jenna, and throws the bomb in there on Jenna on purpose to blind her, or maybe even kill her. But that doesn't make any sense. There's too many, inconsistencies there, right? Why would she say that it was Toby? If she didn't like Jenna, she could just say it was Jenna that was spying on them. Then they would go to the garage. She would throw it in there. Same revenge, same house. We also find out in this episode that Melissa, Spencer's sister, was actually not in Hilton Head with Ian like that she claimed. It turns out she was just trying to cover for him. So that means that Ian might have been in Hilton Head with Allison romantically. So it's like, oh, Ian's our bad guy then, right? Well, I don't know, because Ian ends up saving Spencer when it looks like A is gonna get her. You see, Spencer gets trapped in a fun house at the carnival by A, and A even leaves a message in the fun house for Spencer. It says, "Shut up or I'll shut you up." Now that leads me to believe that maybe this is A telling Spencer that she just needs to shut up and take the fall for Allison's murder. Because remember, Spencer is currently being blamed by everyone for Allison's death. Spencer is suspect number one to the police. And, long story short, Ian is actually the one that kind of saves her from the funhouse. So if he was A, then he must have been doing a good job acting, right? Because he did seem very upset. Oh, and that leads me to introduce another character that I don't even think I have them on the wall. This is Garrett. He is a police officer, and he grew up on the same street as the girl, so they're kind of childhood friends. And his chief or whatever was like, hey, keep an eye on these girls. Because remember, everyone thinks the girls are super guilty. And also, it just kind of seems like he is friends with the girls and he wants to help them. So he's been following them a lot and keeping an eye on them, both because of his orders, but also I do think he genuinely wants to help them. But something that happens because of this is he follows Arya to Mr. Fitz's apartment one day, and now he knows that, Arya and Mr. Fitz are a thing. And we even see him talking to Mr. Fitz. He knocks on the door of his apartment and he starts talking to him. And he's like, hey, you mind if I come in? I want to talk to you about one of your students. And it really looks like he's about to lay into Mr. Fitz, right? Because technically, hey, I know the show has us rooting for these guys. We want them to end up together, right? Well, he's a grown man and she's his student. So I was kind of rooting for maybe this cop is just going to beat up Mr. Fitz, right? Because don't get me wrong, Ezra's a nice guy. He seems like a very good person, but also student. And also, guys, when it just comes to this episode, basically, if what we learn in this episode is true, which I think it is, that means that who we are looking for is the person who has been spying and videoing the 4 girls for years and years and years. And the reason that that is frustrating for me is because Spencer is in the footage too, which means that my Spencer with the multiple personality theories, I'm getting flustered. Which means since Spencer is in the footage as well, it means that she's not the one who's been doing it, which means that my Spencer multiple personality theory does not work. So if I can't go with my Spencer theory, who is my biggest suspect? Well, I'm glad that you asked. It's the yearbook guy, Lucas. Now, I know what you're saying. Chase, we've accused him before, and you pretty much seemed like you didn't think it was him. Well, that was before I learned more information. And that new information is, I don't have any other real theories. And here's another thing. We haven't seen this guy in a while. But it would make sense that he's the person spying on him, right? But if he hasn't even like been in the show for a good while now, it's like he's just gonna pop back up next episode. That doesn't feel right. And then there's this whole Jenna situation. How in the world does Jenna know about the key to the storage room to the footage if she's not the one that took the footage? And is the person who took the footage of the girl and has been watching the girls for all these years, are they A? Are they the killer? Are they the same person? In the end credit scene for this episode, we see A taking the key that's under Mr. Fitz's rug, like in front of his door, which means that A now has access to Mr. Fitz's apartment. Now, I'm not sure what that means because as up to this point, the only relationship Fitz has had with A is A trying to expose their relationship or save their relationship. And I don't really want to lock in Jenna, even though I can't understand a reason that she would know about the key and the footage if it wasn't hers, except maybe she is being blackmailed by A and A is like forcing her to try to find this key. And she doesn't actually know what the key goes to. She just knows it's like a thing of like, hey, find this key or I'll tell everybody the truth about you and your stepbrother. But at that point, A already knows everything and is able to sneak into anything and everything. So why doesn't A just get the key themselves? Why does A need Jenna to get the key? And then there's Ian. Was he or was he not in a relationship with Allison? Was he or was he not in Hilton Head with Allison? He's having a baby. He's having a baby. And so the issue is I don't know who to lock in. I went from having like a ton of suspects to now I don't know if any of these people did it. We haven't seen this detective in a while, so it's not him probably. I guess I have to lock in Jenna because the only thing that I have going for me right now is that Jenna knew about that key. Now, does that mean that Jenna is the person who killed Allison? Does that mean that Jenna is A, or is Jenna A and the person who killed Allison? I don't know. But I'm going to lock in Jenna mostly because I have any other options and this could be the big reveal next episode. So maybe that's why it seems a little obvious because I was like, she's just a big red herring. But like, I mean, if next episode's the reveal and we don't have any other clues towards any other characters, I mean, unless I'm missing something, but come on, be real. Yeah, that's who I'm locking in. I'm locking in Jenna for season 1, episode 21 of Pretty Little Liars.
Holy crap.
Oh my God, dude. This show is nuts, dude. I mean, this show is just fucking crazy. What a finale. Let me start off by saying that we do get the answer to one of our big mysteries. However, we do not get the answer to the mystery that we are trying to solve. We do not find out who A is, which means that we are going to keep going to season 2. And that's okay because I love this show. We find out in the finale that whoever has been watching and recording the girls for all of these years have also been watching and recording Jenna. And they caught on video the whole situation of Jenna forcing her stepbrother Toby and like being like, hey, you're going to stay with me or else I'm going to tell everybody this was on you, big dog. So that explains why Jenna needs that footage, right? Because she can't have that getting out because it will expose her for the monster that she is. Speaking of footage, we get a flashback scene where we see Allison visiting Jenna in the hospital, and we get a lot of answers of what's going on. The reason that Jenna knows about this footage is because Allison has it and shows it to her. And she explains that she has this footage because the guy I likes to film all the neighborhood girls. And she says something like, I thought he was just making movies of me, but it turns out he likes making movies of all the girls in the neighborhood. So that's weird. Then Allison gives Jenna kind of an ultimatum. She says, hey, you are not going to say anything about me blinding you. And in return, I won't expose you for what you've done. And then also Allison in this flashback says that she's on her way home from Georgia. I don't know what that really means. I thought maybe, because I thought she was in Hilton Head, but maybe this is a separate time period. Now, the girls are pretty sure that the person that they are looking for now is Ian. They think that Ian was the one who was sneaking around everybody's window and filming them. And then Allison somehow got a hold of the footage, so he had to kill her to get the footage back. And so, in order to test their theory, they set a trap for him. They text Ian a random number and they say, hey, we have the footage, we want money, this is the drop-off location. Because they're trying to make it seem like it's not them. So they're trying to make it seem like it's someone else who only needs this information for like blackmail. They're just trying to get money from it. So then, at the end of the episode, and this gets pretty crazy, by the way, so buckle up. Melissa calls Spencer because she needs a ride home from church because Ian didn't come to pick her up. So Spencer goes and picks up her sister Melissa at the church. They're headed back and they get T-boned by a car. They go to the hospital because it's a pretty rough accident. Spencer's fine. Melissa's in trouble, but they're trying to figure out, is the baby okay? Is Melissa okay? It seems like she's all right, but Melissa left her phone at the church. So Spencer goes back to the church to get it. And Ian is waiting for her at the church. Now, this is crazy because the other three girls, excluding Spencer, are at the drop-off location with the cop guy, their friend Garrett, and they're waiting to, catch Ian making the money drop off. But get this, Ian's not there dropping off the money. He sent someone else to do it. So that's a big issue. So Ian's at the church with Spencer, and he is psychopathic. He's trying to kill Spencer. He's chasing her all over the church. They go all the way up to like the top of a bell tower on some Hunchback of Notre Dame shit. And so he's grabbing Spencer and he's trying to throw her off the bell tower because he's going to make it look like she killed herself. And he tells her that he already wrote her a suicide note and it's on her computer at home. And then we get a moment where I'm pretty sure he admits to killing Allison. Because I'm pretty sure because it's a little vague because he's talking about what he put in Spencer's suicide note to take the blame for killing Allison. Essentially, we pushed her and she just hit her head and never woke up. And then Spencer's like, but she died from suffocation. So I don't know what that means. It really seems like Ian killed her though. But anyway, he's trying to push Spencer off this bell tower. Right before he's about to do it, this person in a black hoodie runs up, grabs Ian, tosses him over the bell tower, saving Spencer's life and killing Ian. And the person in the black hoodie disappears just as quickly as they showed up. Where were they? Where did they go? Where did they come from? And Spencer is just freaking out, dude. This is gotta be top 10 worst moments of her life. And there's been a lot of them. And then the other girls show up and they're trying to console her because at one point she called the girls and had Ian on speaker as he was doing his big evil villain monologue before trying to push her off the bell tower. And so they're like, we got to get to the church. So they get there. It's a little too late, but that's okay because thankfully the person in the black hoodie killed Ian and saved Spencer. And, the girls are consoling Spencer and we look down and we see Ian's body hanging from these loose ropes in the bell tower. So he's dead. But get this, guys, this is where this show, you think you know what's going on and then they just yank the rug out from under you. Because when the police show up, Ian's body is gone. So since Ian's body is not there, they think that the girls are just making this up for attention because that's been the big theme, right? Everyone thinks that the girls are guilty or just wanting attention. Maybe they killed Allison for the attention. Then, to top it all off, the girls are like walking away from the church and they get a message from A. And the message says, "It's not over till I say it is. Sleep tight, bitches, A." So what does this all mean? Let's break this down. We don't know who A is, but we think Ian might have killed Allison. I also want to bring up Melissa, right? She's in the hospital because of the car accident, but she just so happens to leave her phone. I mean, Melissa was already doing all of this crazy stuff just to try to like cover for Ian, like telling everyone that she was the one that was in Hilton Head with him. And at one point when Ian and Spencer are fighting in the bell tower, Spencer says, "If you really love my sister, you won't do this." And he says, "I'm doing this because I love your sister." So my thought process is Ian trying to protect Melissa? Do you think maybe Melissa showed up that night when Allison and Ian were together in a fit of rage? She kills Allison accidentally. So now Ian is doing everything he can to try to protect Melissa. And maybe Melissa's the kind of person that, you know, if she thought Spencer was going to expose the truth, which is, and maybe Melissa's the type of person that was like, "Hey, let's frame my sister, Spencer." And when Spencer was working really hard to expose the truth, which wouldn't have been good for them, Melissa was like, "Hey, you got to do what you got to do. Kill my sister." And add on the fact that Ian definitely was the person who was recording everybody, which, what a freak. And I wish I had like more answers, and I'm sure that we will get more answers soon, especially like at the beginning of season 2, because right now there's just like a lot of things up in the air. Like the main one being the Ian being the video camera guy. They seem to really say that he's the one that was filming everybody. However, we didn't get like direct confirmation. I would really like one of the characters to be like, "Oh, it was definitely Ian, 100%. And when it comes to who is A, because at this point I'm assuming if Ian is the one that killed Allison, then he is not A, even though he's the one that was filming everyone and stalking everyone, which would make him the best candidate to be A, but he can't be A, right? Because we got a message from A after Ian was dead, although his body was gone, so maybe he's still alive. And add on the fact, dude, Lucas, the yearbook guy, is back. He's been AWOL for a while, and that's why I was like, you know, like last segment of the video, I say something like, "Hey, I want to block him, but he hasn't been here in a while." And he does quite a bit to actually help in this episode, though, so that does throw a wrench in my he could be A situation. So basically, like, there's been a whole kind of plot line where Hannah and Caleb, you know, they broke up. Well, Caleb tried to get a letter explaining that he loves her and that he's sorry to her, but Mona, who is, you know, like Hannah's bestie, is trying to protect Hannah because Mona doesn't like Caleb. She thinks he's bad news. So when he shows up to give Hannah the letter, Hannah hides and is like, "Don't tell him I'm here." And so he gives the letter to Mona, and Mona just throws the letter away because she's like, "You're not good enough for my best friend." And then like Caleb kept calling, and then like Mona would pick up Hannah's phone and be like, "She doesn't want to talk to you," and hang up. So it was just like a big thing. Well, Lucas decides to take matters into his own hands, and he goes and picks up Caleb and brings him back to town so that him and Hannah can be together. So I know what you're thinking. If he's doing this because he wants Hannah to be happy and to be with Caleb, why would he be A? Well, if he is A, maybe he's not doing it for Hannah's happiness. Maybe he's doing it because he needs them together so that he can continue to manipulate them. Kind of like, why would A save Ezra and Arya from getting exposed by Noel Khan? Because A wants to be the one that does it. Which leads me to the person in the black hoodie who pushed Ian off the bell tower and I'm pretty sure killed him. I think that was A. And don't get me wrong, I don't think that A is above killing one of the girls. In fact, Hannah got hit by a car. I just don't think that A wants someone else to kill the girls or one of the girls. So A killed Ian so that A could be the one to kill the girls. Or maybe it's just about A's game, right? A wants to keep playing their game. And if Ian is about to kill Spencer, then that's one less player in A's game. So A has to jump in and save Spencer. Then Ian's body disappears. And I think that's because A took the body. because the last thing that A needs is another murder investigation going on. But when it comes to Lucas being A, Lucas is in the car with Caleb when A kills Ian. So how could it have been him? And to add all of this together, we were pretty sure that whoever had been stalking and watching and videoing the girls for all of these years was going to be A, but we find out that it's Ian who was videoing the girls. So he can't be A, I don't think. So I guess what the show is saying is multiple people had been stalking and following the girls for years and years. Ian in a creepy, perverted way, and A in a very sinister way. And then there's the whole car accident thing. Spencer and Melissa are leaving the church and get T-boned by a car. Was that A? Was that a part of the plan, or is that just a coincidence? And don't even get me started on Ezra Fitz. He's a real sweetheart, but he's dating a 16-year-old, so there's got to be something going on with him, right? My theory is maybe, he was also involved with Allison at one point, and so he killed her. I have no evidence to back that up. Arya's little brother is completely AWOL in this episode. We don't see him at all, so I'm assuming he doesn't have anything to do with it. There's Mona. We've talked about Mona before, but she only shows up like every couple episodes, and kind of just seems like her main story right now is just like this beef with Caleb and Hannah. It's just like a romance plot. And that's what's so fun about this show. I really love this show, and what makes the mystery so fun is because we're juggling all of these different characters and all of these different clues and all of these different plot lines. What is in relation to the death of Allison? What is in relation to who is A? What is just a romantic subplot that has nothing to do with the mysteries? Which leads me to what I think could be my best bet for locking in who I think A is for the season finale. I mentioned that I don't think that Lucas could be A because he was in the car when A killed Ian in the bell tower. Now here is what I'm trying to explain. What if it wasn't A who pushed Ian? What if it wasn't A who saved Spencer? What if that was somebody else? We don't know who was in that black hoodie. It could have been anyone, and it's just the show making us think that it was A. But if that was not A, then that frees up Caleb to be A. He was bullied horrendously by Allison. He's on the yearbook, so he's always running around events with a camera. He says he has a trusting face that people want to believe. He doesn't have any friends, so what is he doing with all his free time? He disappears for episodes and episodes and episodes on end. And quite honestly, I just think he would be a perfect A. So I am locking in Lucas, the yearbook guy, for who I think A is for the season 1 finale of Pretty Little Liars. Can I solve Pretty Little Liars season 2 before the reveal?
Tuesday, June 14th, Pretty Little Liars is back.
Any one of these people could be A.
Watch our marathon event. Then, it's the summer premiere everyone's waiting for.
We have so much to lose.
The bodies are piling up,
Zombies don't text.
and all eyes are on the liars.
If I'm lying, where is he?
This is part 2 of my Can I Solve Pretty Little Liars Before the Reveal series. If you are watching this video and you have not watched part 1, you should do that first. But just in case we need a reminder of how things work, here's a refresher. This is not a recap of the show Pretty Little Liars. This is me watching the show for the very first time and trying to solve the big mystery of the show before the show reveals it. So after every 3 or 4 episodes that I watch, I will jump back in here and I will break down all of the suspects, theories, and clues that I have, and I lock in who I think did it. That way, when we finally figure out the big mystery, we can look back and we can pinpoint exactly how far or how close I was to getting it right. And just as another reminder, we are not trying to solve who killed Allison. The mystery that we are trying to solve is who is A. So, now that we have that all settled, let's jump into Season 2, Episode 1 of Pretty Little Liars.
This Tuesday on an all-new Pretty Little Liars. They're trapped by their secrets and lies.
These are my friends, and they're trying to break us apart.
I just watched Season 2, Episode 1, and they really kicked off this season hot. Basically, all of the girls' parents and the cops and the whole town don't believe them. Because if you remember in the Season 1 finale, the 4 main girls, Aria, Emily, Hannah, and Spencer, are, there's a whole thing where this guy tries to kill Spencer and then he dies and then his body disappears. You remember? We remember. So basically the whole town, including their parents and the cops, they think that the 4 girls are lying about the whole Ian situation. But, so like, here's the thing, right? They're like, Ian died. And they're like, yeah, but where's his body? But then Ian is missing. So everybody's like, I wonder where Ian could be. And the girls are like, oh, I wonder, maybe he's dead. And everybody's like, hey, shut up. You guys just want attention. Because, you know, if I wanted attention, I would just kill my sister's husband. That makes sense, right? When she's pregnant with his baby, take him out. So, because nobody believes them, their families are making them see a therapist. This is the therapist. She looks like a therapist. And there's a whole bunch of stuff that we're going to get to in a minute about the therapist. But first, Noel Kahn is back. Remember him? That was the guy who was trying to blackmail Mr. Fitz, a.k.a. Ezra, a.k.a. Aria's boyfriend. And then A got him like kicked out of school in order to save Mr. Fitz, aka Ezra, aka Aria's boyfriend. But he did show back up in the Season 1 finale, like right at the very end, as the girls were like walking away from the church and they were like, oh my God, Ian died. And then we see him like in the crowd of people. But he is officially back at the beginning of this season and he's dating Mona. Speaking of dating, Aria and Mr. Fitz are arguing and it seems like they're going to break up. Also, Hannah has officially told Caleb, her ex-boyfriend, to leave her alone. So it looks like he might actually be gone for good. Now, let's get back to the therapist. The girls are supposed to be talking to her about everything. However, they're afraid to tell her anything. And then finally, they like all get the courage to go and like talk to her on a random day, and they're just going to tell her everything about A. They're going to tell her about A. They're going to tell her about the video that they have of Ian being with Allison the night that she died, and all the stuff that they've learned. They're just going to tell this lady everything. And then A interferes. So in this episode, A sends Aria a picture of Mr. Fitz's desk from inside his apartment and says, look familiar? What's missing? And that is how the girls find out that A has stolen a key to Mr. Fitz's apartment. And that is very scary because A has potentially already killed 2 people and hit Hannah with a car. So they're thinking, oh no, A is going to kill Mr. Fitz. But tying this back to the therapist, before they can do anything, before they can tell her about A, before they can tell her about the video and all the information, they look up on her shelf and guess what's sitting there? Mr. Fitz's college diploma. It's just sitting there on her shelf. And so the girls, they get out of there ASAP because somehow A knew that they were going to show up and tell the therapist about what they know. Even though this wasn't a scheduled appointment, this was just a random like, you know what, we got to tell this lady, let's go. And then somehow A knew and took Mr. Fitz's diploma and put it in her office. How did they even know that that was their therapist? A is always one step ahead. And this is so crazy. Hannah even makes a joke where she's like, I'm starting to think this bitch has superpowers. And I agree. A is a supervillain. Dog, A is like the Green Goblin. A small detail that I did notice in this scene that I think could probably be pretty important is Hannah is really obsessed with the therapist's shoes. And like, you know, like they make a point to like really emphasize that. So I think that it's important. But I don't know how that's going to come to play yet, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see. We do see A stalking the therapist at one point in a very creepy scene. So I'm thinking maybe A is going to kill the therapist. And my theory about like why the shoes are important is maybe the only way that they can identify the body is because Hannah remembers those are her shoes. Now, let's talk about the biggest crazy plot line from this episode. Spencer, you remember Spencer and her sister. Spencer finds Melissa's phone and sees a message on it from an unknown number. And the message says, "Melissa, I'm sorry, it's not safe yet, I can't tell you." And the girls, the Pretty Little Liars, they immediately think what I think right now, which is A is pretending to be Ian and texting Melissa. Because remember, seems like Ian's dead, right? But then the girls ask a question from the phone to the person on the other side of the phone, who it might be Ian, could be A. They ask a question that only Ian would know the answer to, which is what they are naming Melissa and Ian's baby. The number responds with the correct answer, Taylor. So now the girls are freaking out because apparently Ian is alive. Now, personally, I don't know about that. I think it's a lot more likely that A is the person behind the text messages to Melissa, and A just found a way, figured out what the baby was being named. I mean, A is watching them all the time. It's not crazy to think that A overheard a conversation of what they're naming the baby. The end credit scene is from A's perspective, as always. And in this end credit scene, we see A being shown around Emily's house by a realtor. I know what you're saying. Chase, you haven't said anything about why there would be a realtor at Emily's house. Emily and her mom are moving to Texas to be with her dad, who is in the Army or the Navy or something like that. So in this end credit scene, the realtor is showing A the house, and A uses this opportunity to grab Emily's computer and wipe it. So what does this end scene tell us? Well, it immediately tells me that whoever A is must be old enough for a realtor to show them a house and not be suspicious of hey, this is a pretty young person to be buying a house. Or, this seems to be like a rich town, so maybe it's not out of the ordinary for a teenager to buy a 4-bedroom, 3-bath. Or maybe it is a teenager and they just look older, like they can pass for 18 or whatever. All right, so we need to lock in our guess for who I think A is for season 1, episode 1 of Pretty Little Liars. An important thing to remember is this is a brand new season and the beginning of a brand new season. However, we still need to rely on all of the information we got in season 1. So it would be really dumb to lock in a character that we just met, like the therapist. And it would probably be dumb to lock in a character that, although we knew them last season, we're pretty sure they aren't A. Just because it's a new season doesn't mean that, the reason that we didn't think it was them in season 1 doesn't apply now, right? Like Noel Kahn. Pretty confident Noel is not A because A got him kicked out of school. So even though Noel's back for season 2 and he's creepy and he seems like he's going to be another, hey, he's the big bad guy again, I'm fairly certain we should not lock him in. That being said, I don't know who to lock in because this episode, although I kind of answered some questions, not really. I think I'm just going to lock in someone who I locked in quite a bit in season 1, and I'm still pretty confident that they could be A, and that would be Lucas, the yearbook guy. He only shows up in this episode for 5 seconds, but he's still around, and what's the point of keeping him around if he's not a bigger part of the show? Plus, I don't really know who else to lock in. So, my locked in pick for season 2, episode 1 of Pretty Little Liars is Lucas, the yearbook guy.
And this week,
I know about stuff that I wish that I didn't.
some secrets should never be uncovered.
Okay, dude. This season is even more insane than last season. So I just watched episodes 2, 3, and 4. And I was going to watch one more before I recorded this section. However, the ending of episode 4 is so insane that I needed to go ahead and do this now. Let's start with Jason. Now, if you remember, Jason is Allison's big brother. Allison being the girl who went missing and was found dead, and Jason being her big brother. Now, I don't know if they recast Jason or if he just got long blonde hair out of nowhere. I'm going to assume they recasted him. And usually I don't like when a show just recasts a major character, but this motherfucker's beautiful. Anyway, Jason is back in town and it is a major plot. We got everyone in the town is talking about him now that he's back in town. Like Melissa, who is Spencer's sister, is like, you can't trust Jason. And the only reason she brings that up is because Jason and Ian, they were like best friends. Jason and Ian, they were tight. And Melissa is like, hey, don't trust Jason. So that's pretty suspicious. And Jason himself gets pretty intense when it comes to questions about Ian. Because Spencer is talking to Jason, and he tells him that, hey, Ian pretty much confessed to killing Allison. And Jason's like, well, did he confess? And Spencer's like, I think he did. And he's like, do you think or did he? Which, if I was to take that conversation, I would say that probably means that Ian did not kill Allison. But then again, if Ian did not kill Allison, why was Ian trying to kill Spencer in the season 1 finale? I guess it could be because he couldn't prove that he didn't kill her and he was afraid that he was about to get busted for everything. Oh well, we'll get back to Ian. Let's stay focused on Jason. We get a flashback at one point of Allison and Jason fighting, like siblings do. And Allison has hidden something of his. And the other girls are there when Allison and Jason are fighting about this thing that she has hidden of his. And she says, I have hiding places all over the house. The yard too. When I want something to stay hid, it stays hid. Until I want it to be found. Now this flashback is pretty wild because it doesn't seem to have too much about the plot of this particular episode, which means that it must have something to do with the bigger plot of the show, which is who is A and what happened to Allison. It seems like Allison has taken something important of Jason's. And when I say important, I think maybe it could be very incriminating. And that is why he's so upset that she hid it. But she hid it really well and he never found it while she was still alive. Meaning, now that she's dead, he doesn't have any way of finding it. So now, all these years later, Allison's dead and he is really concerned because all of this stuff about her death is happening. He realizes he needs to find whatever it is that she hid, and that's why he's back in town. He has moved back into their home, which was, they had sold and moved away, and then it was Emily's girlfriend's house for a little bit, and then she got sent away, and now he has moved back into that house. And I think that this would line up pretty well because he's always working on something in the house, and at one point, one of the girls walked by, and there's like a wrapped up tarp in the front yard where he's like digging a hole. And it really looks like he's like burying a body or something. And the girls think that there's someone else in that house with him that he's trying to keep hidden. The girls think it's Ian. Because remember, they think that Ian is alive again, even though they previously thought he was dead, because they sent a text message to Melissa through Melissa's phone to who they assume she was talking to, Ian or A, and whoever was on the other end of the phone knew their baby's name. So they're like, hey, only Ian and Melissa really knew about that. This has to be Ian. Ian is actually alive. And again, we will talk about Ian in a moment because things happen. But we're going to stay focused on Jason. Jenna, remember her up here? She is the blind girl. Well, Jenna and the cop, Garrett, he's at the very top up there. They are a couple now. And we get this moment where Jenna and him are talking, and she says something about the Jason thing. Now, we don't know what the Jason thing is. But if I had to guess, I'm assuming it's not great. And the whole conversation is about trying to keep whatever the Jason thing is from getting out. Toby, who is dating Spencer, he is working construction and he's actually working with Jason on the house because he's building a fence on the property because he's hiding something, probably. Now, Spencer is trying to tell Toby not to work with Jason. She thinks Jason's bad news. She thinks he's hiding Ian in the house. She doesn't want her boyfriend being a part of that. And by the way, someone is definitely in that house with him. I don't know if it's Ian. I don't know who it is, but someone is in that house because he's covering the windows and he's trying to keep people from going inside. And the show is just throwing all of this Jason stuff at us. Just boom, 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 lots of Jason. So it seems like Jason is our new main suspect. The issue is, I really like Jason. He's very nice to Toby, even though Toby was the main suspect of his sister's murder pretty recently. And he's given Toby a job, and he's just really nice to him. But there is definitely something going on with him. He keeps having these conversations with Melissa. Like he says, hey, Melissa stopped by here a few times. And when Spencer's like, why has my sister been stopping by here? He's like, oh, some of my mail ended up at your house, so she was bringing it by. But then at one point, he like drops a trash bag and there's like bloody rags in it, which, kind of suspicious. Now let's switch gears and talk about the other half of that best friend duo, Ian. Quick reminder, at the end of season 1, we see Ian die, but then Ian's body disappears. Everyone thinks he's missing. Things get even more complicated this season because Melissa is texting someone who she believes to be Ian. But the girls don't think that's possible because they saw Ian die, so they ask a question that only Ian would know the answer to, the name of the baby. They got it right. So now the girls think that Ian is alive. There's a bunch of wacky stuff going on in town, and the girls think that all of it is connected to Ian, like someone has been breaking into houses. And they've been like stealing camping gear. And so they think, oh, Ian is stealing this camping gear because he's hiding out in the woods. And then someone breaks into Spencer's house, and they're upstairs, like in Spencer's bedroom. Aria happens to stop by, catches them in the act. They're wearing like a black hoodie. You can't see their face. So they have to attack Aria. They like push Aria down so that they can escape. They think that that person was Ian, and that the reason Ian was up in her bedroom is because he was going to kill Spencer. I think it's more likely that whoever that was A. And A was doing something and just happened to get caught this time. But yeah, their big theory is Ian is camping out in the woods in town. Melissa is visiting him in the woods. Or Ian is staying in Jason's house where he's staying hidden. And that could be why Melissa kept dropping by. And Melissa, we keep overhearing these little phone calls with Melissa where she's like, no, she's still awake. Stay down the road until she's asleep. She's talking about her sister. But then we find out that Melissa hasn't been meeting with Ian because she's been texting who she thinks is Ian, but that Ian or whoever's on the phone won't tell Melissa where he is hiding. So Melissa's having to wait before she can see him again, or at least that's what she thinks. I can't stress this enough. This is getting complicated, but there is a result. Melissa has been meeting with her ex-boyfriend, the one who fell in love with Spencer. He is a doctor, and she has been meeting with him to get medicine or something. I'm guessing it could be for Ian after his fall. We see Melissa packing bags. We see Melissa packing passports for her and Ian. So Spencer knows, hey, my sister is about to meet with Ian. And it looks like they're leaving town. They're leaving the country, baby. So she meets up with Melissa's ex-boyfriend, the doctor. His name is Ren. I think he's up there. Yeah, he's that guy. He has been helping Melissa, but he still feels like something's off. And so he lets Spencer and the girls follow him and Melissa because he's going to be taking Melissa to meet up with Ian in the woods. So the girls, Emily, Hannah, Spencer, Aria, they follow Melissa and Ren. They're driving through the woods. They end up at this shack. Melissa walks into the shack and screams. Inside this shack is Ian's body with a gun in his hand and a suicide note. This is where it gets crazy. Here is what the note says. I killed Allison. I lost my temper because she knew too much, but there's only so much you can bury. It won't be that easy, but pain is scratched out. I know how to get rid of pain. I can't hide is scratched out, run from the law. Come and find me. So let's break this down, shall we, friends? Right off the bat, I want to make it very clear that I think Ian died at the end of season 1. I think he actually died right there. The reason his body disappeared is because A took the body. And I think that A has been keeping Ian's body in the woods this entire time while A was texting Melissa pretending to be Ian. And A's coming up with this whole plot of how Ian's just in hiding and they're going to run away together and leave the country. But the whole time A's doing that, it's to buy time so that they can like plan or prepare something that A has going on. I don't know what that is. Now, the cops and the whole town think that Ian is alive, that he's just run off. They didn't believe that Ian was actually dead. So A was in the clear to keep Ian's body hidden in the woods because no one was looking for Ian's body. And then whatever A was planning or working on must have been ready because then A set up Ian's body to be found. A has planted Ian's body and written a suicide note confessing to the murder of Allison. Officially, this will end the whole investigation of Allison's death because Ian has confessed. Now, I don't quite understand why A had to go through all of these hoops and obstacles because Spencer heard Ian pretty much confess to Allison's death. So if A would have just left Ian's body where it was that night, everyone would have believed Spencer and been like, oh, he confessed and tried to kill Spencer. And that would still achieve the same goal, I imagine. However, maybe A just wanted to really make sure that, like, since A was the one that pushed Ian, that it couldn't, like, no one, because then there would be a new investigation of, like, who killed Ian. So maybe A just wanted to make sure all of their tracks were covered, made it look like a suicide, and then their hands are clean. That was a lot to break down. Pretty insane couple episodes, if you ask me. This show is just super good, though. And there's still more to break down, so buckle up. So basically the whole time that all this Ian and Jason stuff is going on, A has been very busy. Let's start with the ring situation. Melissa can't find her engagement ring. However, Spencer does find the engagement ring. But instead of giving Melissa her engagement ring back, she decides to pawn off the ring so that she can buy Toby a truck. And then she's like, well, I'll just get the money to buy a truck. And then Monday, I'll go get the ring back. The issue is that right after Spencer leaves the pawn shop, A walks in and buys the ring. So now A has Melissa's engagement ring. And when Spencer goes back to get the engagement ring, the pawn shop guy gives her like this old horseshoe and is like, that's what you gave me. And she's like, this isn't what I gave you. And he's like, oh yeah, I think it is. Quick note, that horseshoe came from the same shack that Ian's body is found in. So do with that information what you will. Meanwhile, A has also been messing with Emily. Now remember, Emily is about to move to Texas. But then, like a swim team, Emily's on the swim team. There's a recruiter for a college that shows up and is like, hey, we would really like you at our school. But you can't move to Texas. And so she goes and she tells her mom, and her mom's like, okay, if you can get it in writing that he's going to give you, you know, a scholarship, then we'll figure something out. We won't go. But turns out the guy's like, hey, I can't guarantee you a spot right now. You still have like a whole year. So A sends a fake guarantee scholarship letter to Emily's mom. And Emily is like, what? And then A sends Emily a message saying, you can't play cat and mouse if the mouse moves to Texas. I need you here, Em. Congrats, -A. Absolute insane behavior from our resident supervillain, A. Oh, and I think that A is about to kill again. I mentioned in the last part about the therapist and about how it seemed like A was stalking the therapist. Well, in episode 4, A trashes the therapist's office. And then A leaves a message in the office that says, nosy bitches die. And there was no sign of forced entry. So that means that A had a key. And it doesn't help that the A break-in happens right after Hannah has like a one-on-one session with the therapist. I'm thinking that A is threatening and going to potentially kill the therapist because A is afraid that the girls are going to tell the therapist too much. Because as much as A seems to be in control, if the girls trust the therapist enough to tell her about A, it could be game over for A. Now, all of that been talked about, let's talk about some of the little clues and theories that I have for these few episodes. At one point, Mona calls Arya Big A, which is pretty hilarious. It's kind of like, oh, well, maybe Arya is A, but I don't think that makes any sense. Speaking of Arya, Mr. Fitz, her boyfriend and English teacher, no longer works at the school. He got a job at the college where Arya's dad works. So now they're not even being very secretive. Like, they're just kissing in public at the college where her dad works. Now, the only reason I bring this up is because Ezra's ex-girlfriend also teaches at the college, and she sees him kissing Arya. Also, Arya is taking a pottery class at the college, and Jenna, the blind girl, happens to be in the same pottery class. So, we'll see how that goes. Spencer has a dream at one point where her and the girls are seeing a movie. And I'm pretty sure that the movie that they are watching is the old silent film version of Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, which I could be wrong about. I couldn't figure out exactly what the movie was, but it seemed like it was that one. If it is that movie, which I think it is, that could be a pretty cool little hint, a little clue about my someone having a different personality. Caleb, if you'll remember him, that is Hannah's ex-boyfriend. He was called the Sketchy Kid last season. He left town, but he's officially back in town and living with Lucas, the yearbook guy, which is kind of wholesome because they're friends now. Except Lucas could potentially be A, so maybe it's not that wholesome. Arya's brother, Mike, right here, he is supposed to be playing basketball every day after school, except Arya goes to talk to him one day. He's not there. Turns out he hasn't been going to play basketball every day after school. So where is he? Plus, he's been acting worse and worse because of his parents' whole divorce and getting back together thing. And I'm starting to think that Mike is hiding something, and he could be a real contender of being A. I mean, he's sneaking around. We don't see him that much. He lives in the same house as Arya. And that's pretty much everything that's happened. A whole lot has happened, but I still don't have a good theory on who A could be. Because here's the thing about this show. As it goes along, I'm having a harder and harder time figuring out, A could be anyone, or A could be none of these people. Like, for each character, I have a list of at least 10 reasons they could and could not be A. Like, what character fits all of these crazy things that we have been building up the last 26 episodes? What character is able to know impossible things? What character could be everywhere all the time? What character could have potentially killed several people and has a personal vendetta against these 4 girls in particular? There's a lot of characters who fit some of those categories, but there's not a character who fits all of those categories. I have been locking in the yearbook guy, Lucas, a lot because I feel like he is at least the closest of checking all of the boxes. He's a loser. He doesn't have any friends. He's always got a camera because he's on yearbook. He could be strong enough to kill Allison or push Ian and carry Ian's body. He was bullied horrendously by Allison, but he's really good friends with Hannah now. And I genuinely believe that he would not want to hurt Hannah. So who else even is there? I mean, we were talking about Mike, Arya's brother, but how would he know about Allison's secrets? Why would he have it out for his sister and her friends to the point of killing multiple people? There was my Mona theory from last season, but that kind of goes in the same category as Lucas the yearbook guy. She is good friends with Hannah, and she seems like she really wants the best for Hannah. And then there was a really big theory I had in the last video for season 1, where I thought, hey, maybe one of the 4 main girls has DID, which means that they could have multiple personalities. And just to be clear, I'm not insinuating that the reason that they are killing people is because they have that disorder. No, I'm thinking that could be the best explanation for why they would not know that they did it. I don't even think that's how it works, but I'm trying to think of what a 2010 teen drama would come up with. But I'm starting to think that theory doesn't even work at all unless they're working with someone else. Because again, we have multiple scenes where all 4 girls are together when A shows up or A does something. So they would have to be working with someone else in order for that to work. Then there's my multiple A theory, which, hey, maybe the reason that no individual character fits all of the categories is because it's multiple characters. But I don't know who those multiple characters would be. Like if it's 2 people, Jason has been a pretty major suspect so far in this season. Maybe it could have been both him and Ian. And then he had to kill Ian to get the cops off of his back. Actually, I really do like that theory. I think it's pretty dumb to lock in Jason right now because at the moment he is the show's major red herring. So it would be, usually you don't want to pick who the show is saying, hey, it's probably this guy. But that would make a lot of sense. And plus, we still have this whole new mystery of who is in his house. Could it be A who's in the house or his partner and the both of them are A? Like, even if it's not Jason and Ian who are A, maybe it's Jason and someone else. Maybe Mike. Hey, where's Mike been going after school? Maybe he's going to Jason's house. So, yeah, you know what? Even though I think it's probably a dumb idea because he's the show's main red herring right now, I am going to lock in Jason for episodes 2, 3, and 4 of season 2 of Pretty Little Liars.
And this week, the closer they get to the truth,
I'm gonna need answers, and I'm not getting them here.
the deeper they fall into a trap.
All right, I just got done watching episodes 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. I probably should have checked in earlier, but the problem was I got super invested. I just kept watching episodes. This show is great, by the way. So, as a refresh, since it's been a little bit since I've jumped in the stew, at the end of the last part, Ian's body is found dead. This is Ian. Remember, he is Melissa's husband and baby daddy. Melissa is Spencer's older sister. There was a suicide note, and that suicide note confessed to the killing of Allison. Allison, of course, being our titular character who was killed after being missing for a whole year at the beginning of season 1. I know you guys know this because at this point, you've probably, it's probably what, like the first video was like almost, it was like 3 hours. And then this one, you're probably like an hour or so in. So you know this show. I know this show. Who am I kidding around? Have you even watched the show or are you just watching these videos? Well, when it was time for me to lock in my pick in the last part, I locked in Jason. Now, this is Jason with a new face and a better haircut, in my opinion. Jason is Allison's older brother who is now back in town. Now, the reason that I locked in Jason is because my thought process was maybe Jason and Ian both killed Allison, and then Jason had to kill Ian in order to get the cops off of his trail. Do I think that that is still a good theory? Yes. However, is it the theory that I'm rocking with after watching like 5 more episodes? Probably not. One of the things that we learn in this batch of episodes in regards to Ian's death is that when they found his body, he had been dead for at least a week. It seems like we were right. Ian did die that night at the church, and then somebody moved his body to that shack in the woods. Well, what about the suicide note that had a confession to killing Allison? What about that, Chase? Well, I'm glad you asked. A sends Emily a message. And in that message, it says, "Hey, Em, is it just me, or does that suicide note look familiar?" And Emily was like, "No, it's not just you, A. It does look familiar." And Emily finds out that that suicide note was made up of messages that A had previously sent. Now, once the girls realize this, they get on the same thought process that I'm on, which is Ian didn't kill Allison, probably. My guess is, and their guess is, that A faked the suicide note to confess to the murder so that way Ian will take the blame for the murder posthumously. You know, the one where they're dead. And then at the end of episode 5 of season 2, it is confirmed to the girls that Ian did not kill Allison. A sets up a projector in the graveyard, which pretty baller. And it's the same graveyard where Allison and Ian are both now buried. And the projector is showing the video that we had previously seen and the girls had previously seen, where Ian and Allison are talking the night that she dies. However, this time we see way more of the video. Usually it just ends when like the camera falls and then we see Allison's hand and it like grabs the dirt. We see that Ian does not kill her and he walks away, leaving Allison by herself. So now we know that Ian is being framed. Now, they're also like, hey, well, if A faked the confession, does that mean that A killed Allison? Hey guys, don't make fun of my voice, okay? Don't make fun of my voice. I've been battling a cold. Hey, don't make fun of me. Now, I have struggled this issue the entire time, right? I'm trying to solve who is A. I'm not trying to solve who killed Allison, but they could be one and the same. That is what makes this mystery so difficult. We don't know how many people we're looking for. Like, we get some clues that point to Allison's killer, and then we also get some clues that point to who A could be. The hard part is figuring out which clues are which. Because if they're not the same person, if the person who killed Allison is not also A, then I could be using clues to try to solve who A is that don't pertain to who A is, right? So I could have, in theory, written off one of these suspects because I'm like, oh, well, they obviously couldn't have killed Allison. But that's the thing. Maybe if A didn't kill Allison, then they're not written off. They should still be a suspect. Does that make sense? This is so confusing. Anyway, A has really started to target Emily at this point, which is kind of nice because up to now, Emily hasn't had much to do. Now, this is Emily's mom. Now, Emily's mom has moved to Texas, but Emily is staying at Rosewood. So, while Emily is staying behind, she is staying with Hannah. And this causes A to send some cute little messages about that. What fun! 2 little liars under one roof. This is so easy. A. And it turns out it is easy because not long after that note, Emily crashes to the floor at school and has to go to the hospital. Now, once we get to the hospital, we find out that she has an ulcer. That probably has nothing to do with A, right? Wrong! Because everyone assumes, oh, it's just from stress. Emily's got a lot going on. That's not the case. Turns out Emily's on steroids. Turns out that A has been putting steroids in her Icy Hot. And since she's at the hospital, the steroids come up on the medical records. A has a copy of those medical records showing that Emily was on steroids, which means that if Emily doesn't behave, A can leak the medical records showing that Emily has been on steroids and she can get her scholarship taken away. She can get kicked off the swim team. She'll lose trust in her parents and, just ruin her whole life, basically. So much like A has done with Hannah in the past, A is making Emily do these little games. Like, she makes Emily get her girlfriend's friend's number. Now, that makes Emily's girlfriend think that Emily is hitting on her friend, and so Emily's girlfriend breaks up with her. This is classic A shenanigans. In episode 10, Emily is having some cereal, and all of the letters in the alphabet cereal are the letter A, which, by the way, great supervillain work from A here. I mean, just another example to show why A is the GOAT. The Joker has nothing on the real greatest supervillain of all time, A from Pretty Little Liars. The cereal also has a message in it. The weak link is easiest to break. Snapping yet? Now, A has messed with all of the girls together and individually, and now it's Emily's turn. But A seems to really be going hard in the paint on Emily. Now, granted, Hannah did get hit with a car, so you could probably say Hannah had it a little worse, but A is going hard on Emily. Actually, I take that back, because what A does to Emily next is way worse than hitting Hannah with a car. Emily is getting a massage at a spa place. And it's a massage place, so Emily's got her head down in that little hole thing. She's laying down, so she can't see what's going on. And also, she's naked. It's a spa place. I've never gotten one, but I assume that's not uncommon. And she's talking out loud as she's getting this massage. She's like, man, this massage feels really great. And so she goes through this whole massage, and then after the massage is over, the massage therapist walks in the room. And she's like, hey, sorry for being late. Are you fucking kidding me? And Emily's like, huh? What do you mean? We just started. And then she looks over and there's a little glass of water on the table. And in the condensation of the glass of water, the letter A has been written in the condensation. Dude, A was massaging Emily in the room. If Emily had looked up, she would have seen who A is. That's how ballsy A has gotten. And just like, how absolutely horrific is this, dude? And it makes it worse because A sends Emily a message right at that moment that's like, see how easy it is for me to get my hands around your neck? Dude, are you crazy? This is an Avengers level threat, okay? A is too much for these teenage girls to handle. We gotta call in the Air Force or something, dude. So let's, I know it's kind of hard to transition from that, but let's talk about Jason. So Jason shows up to Ian's funeral, and he has this moment with Arya at the funeral where he's telling her, like, he feels so much better now that Ian has confessed. Because it turns out Jason was so high the day that Allison died that he couldn't remember if he did it or not. And he was just like really scared that he was the one that did it, and he just had no clue. But what he did have is a note that he received that day or that night or whatever that said, I know what you did. And he doesn't know who that note is from, but his worry was that, he thought that note was from Allison and then went and confronted her about it. Now, if you ask me, I think that means that he did not kill her. But it also tells me that he did something that he's worried people will find out about that he would be willing to kill over, or at least be worried that he might have killed over. Because if he's worried that he might have killed Allison to protect that secret, must be a pretty big secret. And then there's a whole bunch of stuff about Jason and his mom. Now, for those of you who have not seen this show, you probably got a little worried when I said that, because this is definitely the kind of show that would have Jason sleeping with his mom. But don't worry, it's not that crazy. See, Jason's mom and Spencer's dad, this guy, have been fighting a lot, like secretly, but also in public. And whatever they're fighting about, it seems to be about why Jason is back in town. So I'm not sure what that's about yet, but I think it's probably important, especially after what we see Spencer's dad do later, and we'll get to that. Now, do you guys remember my theory about I think that Jason is back in town and back in his childhood home because he's looking for something that Allison hid? And he even tells Arya that he has been looking for something. But he says it in a way that's not super suspicious, and so it's the kind of thing that like we as the audience should pick up on, but it's not like thrown in your face. So I think it's a good clue. My guess as of now is whatever he is looking for is evidence of whatever he did that was that secret that he was afraid of Allison knowing about. And does that make sense? Like, he's looking for it because Allison knew his secret and he doesn't want that secret to get out. I think that makes sense. Now, this is where these batch of episodes get super crazy. And I know what you're saying. Chase, they've already been super crazy. They get way super crazier. So, do you remember Jenna and her boyfriend, the cop that she's been sleeping with or whatever, Garrett? Well, remember when they had that conversation and they talked about the Jason thing? Well, there's a conversation between Jenna and the cop in these episodes where she says something like, hey, Jason might be starting to remember things from that night. And then she also says that she's worried about the girls finding out about Jason. And she's like, do they know about Jason? We need to take care of this. Side note, apparently Jenna is going to be getting some sort of experimental surgery that could potentially let her see again. So that's pretty crazy. Anyway, when it comes to who the girls currently think killed Allison, they all think that Jason killed her. Well, I say they all think Jason killed her. They all, except Arya, who's kind of conflicted because she kind of likes Jason, you know? I mean, what's not to like? I mean, look at his hair. But Spencer and Emily break into Jason's like tool shed. And inside the tool shed is a dark room. So it's completely red. It's for photography. And the whole shed is covered wall to wall in pictures of Arya sleeping, which is so fucking weird, dude. And then they also find a box of surveillance gear. Now, this is very obviously pointing a strong finger at this dude is A. However, I think it's just a red herring because get this. Aria and Jason end up kissing, yada yada, teen drama. But she confronts him about the pictures of her sleeping. And he's like, oh, dude, I found a roll of film and Allison's stuff. And so I was developing it. And then it was a bunch of pictures of you sleeping. And so I thought, oh, well, maybe she knew about this. And so I was going to frame them for you and give them to you as a gift. Now, Aria totally believes him, which is, I wouldn't believe him, but that's besides the point. Anyway, so Aria believes him, but then Spencer stumbles on some old yearbooks. Spencer and her boyfriend, Toby, they're they find some old yearbooks, right? They're going through these old yearbooks. They find, it's Ian's old yearbooks. They're throwing out his things, and they look at his picture in the yearbook. And with his picture is a list of what clubs that he was in. He was in drama and sports, and then there was one thing that said NAT Club. And they're like, that's weird. I've never heard of NAT Club. What's that? And they searched the rest of the yearbook to see if anyone else was in NAT Club. And they can't find anything else about NAT Club except that Ian, Garrett, the cop, and Jason, all three had NAT Club under their pictures. And then Spencer finds a shirt of Ian's that has some Latin words on it, and they start with the initials NAT. And those Latin words translate to we see all. So now the Pretty Little Liars, the four main girls, they know that those three guys were really close. Garrett the cop, Allison's older brother, and Ian. Well, obviously they're like, oh, so these three guys, they did it. My theory is that these three dumbasses were just doing drugs and peeping Tom on people. Is that a verb? Peeping Tomin'? They were just being peeping Toms. They were in girls' windows, taking pictures and videos of them getting changed. And they're just doing a bunch of drugs, and they're just being morons. And then I think something happened. The three of them, including maybe Jenna, because remember, she's a part of this as well somehow. They all did something that was a big deal. And it caused them all to swear to secrecy, which I'm guessing became an issue because Allison probably found something that exposed that secret. And that something could be the evidence that Jason is trying to find in the house and get rid of. And that same thing could be what caused Ian to freak out and try to kill Spencer. And that would explain what has Jenna and the cops so worried about the Jason thing. Now, this is all just speculation on my part, but if you take all of these pieces, it seems like the four of them all did something very bad. And then they were like, okay, guys, we cannot tell anyone about this. And they're really scared of it getting out. Now, the immediate guess is oh, well, what terrible thing could the four of them have all done? And it's well, probably killed Allison, right? But I'm not so sure because it seems like whatever it is that they did happened before Allison died. Because remember, Jason received that note before Allison died saying, I know what you did. And that was what caused him to go and confront Allison. Well, we don't know if he confronts Allison. He can't remember anything about that night, but he thinks that he would have gone and confronted Allison. Which that brings up another point. Why can't he remember anything from that night? He says it's because he was so high. But if you remember what I said, these two were talking and they were like, oh, I think he's starting to remember stuff from that night. So that leads me to believe that they drugged him, right? But why? Guys, this is all coming together. We're getting all of these little pieces and we're getting them into the web. And all we got to do is put these puzzle pieces together in a way that makes sense. But I think we do have all of the pieces. Now, I also want to bring up that Melissa, that is Spencer's older sister, may also be involved in the stuff that the other four of them did. Jenna, the cop, Jason, and Ian. I think maybe she was involved because at one point she was going to reveal something to Spencer. But before she can reveal it to Spencer, A had planted Ian's phone in Spencer's bag and then sent a message causing it to go off, which made Melissa think that Spencer was the one texting her as Ian when Ian was actually already dead. So of course Melissa gets very upset, is no longer talking to Spencer, and she doesn't even know that Spencer pawned off her engagement ring yet, which A has been threatening Spencer over. Like, A sent her a message that was like, tell the truth, Spence, or else you'll get that ring back when you least expect it. So we have that to look forward to, I guess. But back to the confession thing, I feel like she was about to confess something pretty big about Ian, and it could have been that big secret that, you know, the other four are trying to keep secret. But whatever it is, I'm thinking we'll probably figure it out pretty soon, because at one point, Arya like accidentally helps Jason find what he's looking for. I think because Arya slips into a conversation very subtly when she's talking to Jason about how when Allison got home from Georgia, she didn't go straight home. She actually stopped at Emily's house first. So I'm guessing Jason is probably like, oh, Allison may have hidden it at Emily's house. I got to go look in Emily's house. The issue is Emily's family is in Texas. Emily is not living at the house, and so they're renting it out while no one is using it. And the renters, you know, they have like the renters have like, you know, a security alarm and stuff. And, you know, I only bring up the security alarm because they really make a point to like bring up that the new renters needed the security alarm. So I think that's probably going to be a problem. I'm assuming that Jason will then break into Emily's house while the renters are in there. However, he's not going to find the murder weapon because we found the murder weapon. Yeah, that's right, dude. So Toby, Spencer's boyfriend, was doing some work for Spencer's dad. This guy. You know, he's just clearing up the land on the property, you know, trying to make some room. And while he's doing that, he finds like the broken end of a hockey stick that has Hastings on it, which is Spencer's last name. And Spencer's dad gets like super weird about it and like takes the hockey stick and then later that night burns it. And Spencer knows about this because Spencer's there. And Spencer's like, oh my God, I think that was the murder weapon. Because right before Allison died, Spencer had actually given her that hockey stick. And she knows that Allison had it in her bedroom. So how did it go from being in Allison's bedroom to broken and thrown in Spencer's backyard? And not just like, it wasn't just like laying in the grass. Like it was like buried in the backyard. So logically, the girls have to break into the morgue at the hospital and they steal Allison's autopsy report. Which, by the way, this scene gives us this really creepy moment where A is pretending to be a dead body in the morgue. And when the girls leave, A like gets up. It's really creepy. Like under a sheet. A is under a sheet. But A has stolen a page from the autopsy report. But we don't know what's on that page, but I'm assuming it's incriminating. But from the other pages of the report, the pages that they do have, they learned that Allison's murder weapon was a curved, blunt object. You know, like the end of a hockey stick. So it does seem like this hockey stick is the murder weapon, and we get a flashback to the day that Spencer gave Allison the hockey stick. Allison is like pretending to use the stick, and then Jason, her older brother, shows up, pretends to hit her with it. Ha! So, you know, that's an implication. Now, in this same flashback, it's insinuated that Allison only wants this hockey stick because she's interested in a girl that is also in hockey. Like, Allison does this little like tongue-in-cheek moment thing where she's like, hey, just because I play the field a little doesn't mean I'm on the team. The implication being that just because she's interested in a girl doesn't mean that she's gay, I think. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but that is like the implication of the scene. Because, you know, there's also the whole thing where she was like leading Emily on all the time and using her sexuality as like a weapon against her. And we have been very suspicious of all of the potential male love interests of Allison, but maybe we need to be looking into some potential female love interests. Now, one more thing about Allison's autopsy, and then we can move on to the next thing, is the blunt object cracked her skull, but she also had dirt in her lungs, which means she was buried alive. So that's pretty dark. Okay, that was a lot of information that we just went through. I hope it was like coherent, but we got more. Okay, now that we have gotten all of that information out of the way, let's start talking about suspects. We have learned so much information in these episodes. So, are we any closer to figuring out who A is? Right off the bat, I want to throw out a pretty big theory, which is that Jason is A. Or on an even more grand scale, I want to throw out the theory that Jason, Jenna, Garrett, and Ian are all A. That is kind of the most obvious of all of the theories. Spencer in episode 10 even mentions, hey, maybe it's a group of people. I do not think that this is the case. I think that the show wants us to think that. I think that that is the big red herring theory right now, and we need to look past that to like the deeper stuff. Which leads me to a theory that I had a while ago, and I started to suspect again, which is Mona. Mona starts showing up a whole lot more in this batch of episodes. And then there's like this memorial that's going to be happening for Allison at this like fashion show, this annual fashion show that happens every year. And Allison really loved it. And so they were going to make like they have like a little memorial video, a little memorial part for it. However, someone switched the discs that were to be played. And I'll just say it wasn't a memorial. It was a video of Allison with like devil horns, and the song "The Bitch Is Back" is playing, and there's like big text that calls her a monster and an evil bitch. Now, Noel Kahn was the DJ at this event. He has been dating Mona. So my first thought was, oh, he could have switched the discs. Spencer is the one who handed him the disc, and Mona is the one who handed it to Spencer. So I was like, I'm onto something here. Especially when you think about how Emily was getting drugged with steroids with her Icy Hot. She's living with Hannah. Now, who do we know is always at Hannah's house? Hannah's other bestie, Mona. But then in episode 10, two things happen where I am like 99.9% sure that Mona is not A. The first thing is that Mona is with Hannah at like a horse ranch at the exact same time that Emily was getting her massage. So therefore, Mona could not have been the one that was there giving her massage. Plus, while Mona is with Hannah, it just truly seems like she cares for Hannah and wants to be there for her. I do not think that she is faking being Hannah's friend. I don't think she would hit Hannah with a car. Also, if A moved Ian's body from the church that night after he died, I don't think Mona would have been able to move that giant man's lifeless corpse by herself. So we're throwing out that theory as well, which leads us to the next big thing, which is Spencer's dad. He was arguing with Allison's mom and Jason. He burns the murder weapon. So pretty suspicious. Kind of lines him up to be like Allison's killer potentially. It would be a pretty out of left field pick for him to be A. Like, what are you doing texting teenage girls all day, dog? So there's that. But also, I have another pretty out there theory. We still haven't figured out who Jason is hiding in the house with him. We 100% know someone is in that house, but we have not learned who. So this is a pretty wild theory, okay? But what if Allison is the one in the house? What if Allison is still alive? She and Jason have been working together and doing this giant scheme, the two of them. They're both A. Jason has been doing like the heavy lifting part, and then Allison is sneaking around, doing the text messages. Now, the big question then is why? And I don't know why. I have no idea. Maybe it has something to do with that big secret that Jason has. But yeah, no, I don't know. I'm really struggling. Like, I feel like it could be anybody, and it could also be none of them. I am still suspicious of Ezra, by the way. Haven't brought him up in a while. He is still dating Arya, don't worry. But that definitely seems like it's going to be blowing up pretty soon, which I am looking forward to. Maybe it'll be a big thing where it's revealed that not only is he getting busted for dating a teenager, but he's a manipulator and a terrible person. And he could have been A all along. I doubt it, though. One of the parents, it could be one of the parents. Because that's what's so weird about A, dude, is A seems to be always watching and listening. Like, even in private, intimate conversations. Like, it'll be Spencer and her mom having a conversation in Spencer's bedroom. And her mom walks in to her room, gives her a hug, and she tells Spencer that she is sorry that she did not believe her. And right at that exact moment, A sends Spencer a message mocking that hug. Like, how in the blue fuck does A know that Spencer's mom walked into the room and hugged Spencer right at that moment? Now, my only theory of how that's even possible is, their phones and computers are all bugged, which would point us to Caleb, Hannah's boyfriend, because he's really good with technology and he's a hacker. I don't think it could be him, though, because he's not around that much. And he's actually gone again at this point because he found his birth mom. So he's like going to visit her for the first time. So yeah, he's got his own stuff going on. I don't think he has time to be doing all this. So like, who does that even leave suspect-wise? Like Mike, Arya's brother? He's depressed and he got in trouble for breaking into people's houses. Toby? I mean, he was like the big red herring in the very beginning, but like, he's just doing manual labor and trying his best, Arya's dad could be a good suspect, but here's the thing about that. If he is actually A, then he would already know about Ezra and his daughter's relationship. And I just can't see that guy being okay with that. So who is even left up here for us to pick? We eliminated the whole like Jason and Ian and Garrett the cop thing because that is obviously what the show is like pushing. So then it's like, okay, there's got to be multiple A's then maybe, right? Like if it can't be one of these people, maybe it's a couple. But I've already, I don't think it's these two, Jenna and the cop. I don't think it's them. So that leaves like Jason and Ian's dead. But I do think that I could be onto something with the whole whoever is in Jason's house. Like it could be Jason and whoever's in his house. Maybe it's Allison. Maybe not. And that's kind of cheating if I just locked in, okay, it's Jason and whoever's in Jason's house. Because we don't know who's in Jason's house. But that's the only theory I have that makes sense. Like, I'm so confused. I don't even know what I've been talking about the past 2 minutes. I do think it's Jason and whoever's in his house. So I'm going to lock in Jason again, but with the caveat of whoever is in the house with him is also doing it. Okay, that is my locked in pick for who I think A is for episodes 5 through 10.
And this week, they're ready to move on, but someone won't let go.
I will never forgive you.
Pretty Little Liars.
Episode 11. This is one of those episodes where so much happens, I was like, let's just go ahead and talk about it now. So, the girls, our 4 main characters, they go and speak to their therapist. And they actually tell the therapist about A. Now, this is the very first time that they have ever told anyone about A. And the therapist seems to really want to help them. So she is actually taking action and trying to help them figure out who A is. Well, A doesn't like that, and we already know that A was following the therapist. And remember a while ago when I was like, dude, I think A might try to kill the therapist. Well, the first thing that A does is send the therapist a threatening phone call. And in the phone call is a recording of the conversation that she was having with the girls during the session. So she calls the cops and she's like, there's a bug in here. You need to find it. And not a bug like an insect, like a recording device. Like she didn't think there was like a cockroach. But the cops couldn't find anything. But it doesn't help that one of the cops there is Garrett, the one who's dating Jenna. So then the therapist, she's searching through all her records, right? Not vinyl records, not music, like written documentation records. And she's looking through the notes that she's made about our 4 main characters, Arya, Emily, Hannah, and Spencer. And then she moves on to some other files and she finds one that says, calls their enemies nosy bitches. And the therapist is like, oh my God, I know who A is. So the therapist calls Emily and she's like, yo, get the girls and get to my office ASAP, fam, because I know who A is. And so the girls, they all rush to the office. The therapist is gone and A sends them a message. And the message says, the doctor is out, -A. I think A killed that therapist in order to hide their identity. And we find out that A did in fact have the room bugged, and the bug was hidden underneath a bobblehead of Sigmund Freud. Now, if you don't know who Freud is, I don't really either, but I Googled him, and, you know, I hear his name just kind of used in the pop culture zeitgeist. He's like the father of psychoanalysis or something like that. It's like the theory of how like the mind works. And that kind of is another little hint that maybe my theory that one of the main characters could have multiple personalities. But before we get ahead of ourselves and start flying down that theory that we've already debunked 8 times, right beside the bobblehead of Freud is a little statue of a red fish. A red herring, perhaps? So that leads me to believe that was just done by, you know, the writers, and they're like, or the director or whoever, and they're like, this will be a fun way of being like, haha, it's just a red herring, and it might be. To be honest, I don't really know anything about the show when it was airing at the time, like the pop culture following of it. Like, for all I know, that could have been like the leading theory at the time of the people watching weekly. And so maybe they did that as like a little tease of like, hey. Okay, so moving on past the possible murder of a therapist, we still have a lot to talk about. Spencer catches her dad leaving Jason's house. And so they have a big fight. And it ends with her dad telling her what it is that she has been arguing with Jason and his mom about. He tells Spencer that about a week after Allison had originally disappeared, that her and Jason's grandmother died. Now, this is the grandmother that Allison was visiting down in Georgia. Well, it turns out that the grandmother changed her will right before Allison disappeared, writing Jason out of the will. So when Allison disappeared, and then right after the grandmother passes away, they hire Spencer's dad, who is a lawyer, to change the documents to make it look like he, Jason, was never written out of the will, because they were afraid that it was going to look really suspicious that maybe Jason killed his sister over the will. And Spencer was like, why would you do that? And he gets weird, and she's like, what does that family have on us? So let's break that down, shall we? And I think the best way of breaking that all down is to go through the events of Allison's day, the day that she disappeared. Allison was in Georgia visiting her grandmother. We learn in a flashback during this episode that Allison was planning on getting her brother Jason disowned by their grandmother, because she was going to tell her that he pawned off a family heirloom in order to buy drugs. So we can only assume, since she verbalized her plan that way, that that is what she did. And it must have worked, because immediately the grandmother removes Jason from her will. So then Allison goes back home. The first thing she does is go to Emily's house. Now, we know that Jason has been looking for something. Perhaps it is this family heirloom that Allison claims Jason sold. Jason probably assumes that it's at Emily's house. Now, let's fast forward, because we don't know everything that happened that day, but we do know some stuff that happens that night. The girls are all having a sleepover in Spencer's barn. It's the 5 girls, our 4 main characters, plus Allison, because she's still alive. We know that that night Allison slips away and has a fight with Spencer. Then, after that fight with Spencer, she meets Toby. After she meets up with Toby, she leaves and goes to like the makeout park where she meets Ian. We know that Ian leaves Makeup Park and Allison is still alive and there. Now, we don't know what happens next, but we do know that at the end of the night, she gets hit in the head with a blunt object and buried alive, where she is missing for the next year before her body is found. So, what does that tell us? Spencer has a theory that Jason, Allison's brother, killed her over being removed from the will. But what if that is not the case? Remember, we have all of this stuff going on between Jason, Garrett the cop, Jenna, Ian when he was still alive. In fact, Garrett and Jenna went and visited Jason again. I'm assuming they were talking about whatever that big secret that they all have together is. We know that Allison was planning on telling her grandmother that Jason was going to sell the family heirloom to buy drugs. But what if they didn't actually do that, because she probably lied about it. But what if they did have something else planned with that heirloom? And what if that heirloom is like the only way to prove their innocence or even indict them on a crime or something? Like that heirloom is really important to find and keep a secret. Now, does that mean that those four, Jenna, Garrett, Jason, and Ian killed Allison? I don't know. Possibly. However, I do think that it does not make them A. However, that being said, in this episode, we get another moment where Spencer mentions the idea that, hey, maybe A is a group of people. But don't forget, by the end of this episode, the therapist says, I know who it is. One person, an individual. So that makes me think that this is one person and it was a patient of the therapist. I think that what could be going on with Jenna and the cop and Jason and all that is something entirely different from what we're dealing with, which is who is A and also like who killed Allison. It's not what we're trying to solve, but I do think that that has more to do with A than whatever it is that they've got going on. So, who could A be? There's a few things that happen in this episode that point at some certain suspects. Mike, Arya's little brother, who we have mentioned a few times, is really going through it. He is really depressed. And in this episode, he's on his laptop and he's messaging someone. And Arya's like, who are you even messaging? And so that made me think, oh, maybe he is A. Maybe he's working on his A messages. But I think what would be even more likely than that is whoever he was messaging is A. A could be messaging him, pretending to be his friend, getting in his head, making him so depressed, putting these thoughts in his head that are making him spiral more and more about his parents' divorce and about his family. Like maybe A is the person who convinced him he should break into those houses in the first place. And then at one point, the therapist actually shows up at the school and is giving like a talk to the students. It's like all the like graduating seniors or something like that. I don't know. But the therapist uses this moment to talk about cyberbullying and harassment. And the therapist is kind of making a pointed statement at A. And while the therapist is giving this speech, the camera focuses on a few individuals. The cameras lock in on Arya, Emily, Hannah, Spencer, Mona, and Lucas, the yearbook guy. Mona and Lucas are two people that I have accused frequently, in Lucas's case, of being A. So that leads me to believe that the show wanted us to see those two during the speech. Now, I have dismissed both of those suspects as being A. Why? What do those two have in common? I don't think it could be either of them because of their relationship with Hannah. Isn't it strange? And I know I'm just now realizing this. I've written both of them off for the same reason, because I truly think that they have a true friendship with Hannah. How convenient. I mean, these two characters are kind of the same character. Both of them are specifically friends with Hannah and not the other three girls. They were both bullied and harassed by Allison before she disappeared. They both have ups and downs with Hannah, and they both do things that they think are best for Hannah. Like Mona trying to get rid of Caleb for her. And then Lucas bringing Caleb back into town for her. That's really fucking weird, right? So my gut reaction is like, oh my God, I think these two are A. But then we go back to the fact that the therapist says A is one person. And I think that she's probably right, because then A kills her over it. If the therapist was not on the right track, if the therapist was accusing someone who was not A of being A, then A would probably find that really funny and let it play out. So if it's only one person, then that eliminates that theory, which leads us all the way back to Jason. It seems like all roads lead back to Jason. We have the stuff with Spencer and her family and them talking about like, hey, what does this family have over our family? Then you have the whole Jason being involved with Jenna and Garrett and Ian before Ian died. So I'm like, if this theory is so obvious and this stuff seems so obvious, then who am I missing? It's got to be someone I'm missing. There has got to be someone on this wall looking me dead in the face and I don't even suspect them. Is it a parent? Is it Mike, Arya's brother? Which led me to realize that there has been one character who has been a major character all the way back in episode 1. They are in every single episode pretty much, but they never have anything to do with A. And everyone likes them, and they're such a good person, and they seem very wholesome, but with one major flaw. And that's the fact that he's dating a 17-year-old student who just so happens to be one of the main girls being harassed by A. He was in the high school as a teacher when they were saying stuff like, oh man, A has to be at the school. He's always with Arya near her phone. And the biggest thing is he has yet to get caught for dating his student. Like when he was about to get exposed by Noel Khan, he just so conveniently got saved by A. I think that the big blow up of Ezra and Arya dating is coming fast. And when that happens, I think it's going to be a pretty big deal. But he has been a major character for so long that I can't see their relationship blowing up and it just being like, okay, I guess he's done now. He's out of the show. I think down the line, he is going to be exposed for being A, right? Like maybe he's just this manipulating, terrible person. And this is not the first time he's done something like this. It's not just, oh, gee golly. I mean, they're in love. They know it's wrong, but it's love. This never happens. What if it happens all the time? And I don't even know if I've mentioned his whole ex-girlfriend and ex-fiance storyline, because typically I avoid some of the more like teen drama plots and I focus mostly on just stuff that have to do with A or Allison's death. But Arya was jealous because Ezra's ex-girlfriend or ex-fiance or whatever works at the same college that he does. And Ezra, tells Arya about how he proposed to her. And then she ended things and, he was so in love with her, but she broke it off. And then the ex-fiance runs into Arya at one point and is saying, she says something like, oh, it's so nice to be young, but one day you'll see how naive you are. Because remember, the ex-girlfriend and fiance or whatever saw them kissing at the college. And we assume in this moment that she's taking a shot at Arya, right? But what if she's being sincere? What if she ended things with Ezra because he's a manipulative, terrible person and she was trying to warn her? And, meanwhile, Ezra is talking to Arya like, oh, gee, oh, gosh, oh, man, I was so in love. I didn't do nothing wrong. She just didn't like me, I guess. Now, I know what some of you are thinking. Hey, Chase, I think you've lost it. How would this grown man even know these 4 girls before he met them as their teacher? Well, I'm glad you asked. If we go all the way back to season 1, Ezra was a local college student at the same college that he now teaches at before he graduated and became a teacher at the high school where Arya goes. We have also learned in this show that Allison used to sneak into college parties, one time even bringing her 4 friends with her. And Allison was going to those parties to have flings with people like Ian. Ian was a student at the same college as Ezra. And then Ian graduated and started coaching at the high school. It is completely logical that if Allison met Ian at these college parties and had a fling with them, that Allison could have also met Ezra and had a fling with him. Maybe they got together. Ezra, being an insane person, started stalking her and her friends. She tries to end things with him, or maybe he finds out about her fling with Ian, he snaps and he kills her. Then he gets a job at the same high school as her friends and starts dating Arya, who he so just conveniently ran into at a bar. I am the best detective this world has ever seen. This is a theory, baby. I'm locking that in. That's good detective work. I'm the best, dude. My pick for who I think A is for episode 11 of season 2 of Pretty Little Liars is Ezra Fitz.
It's a Pretty Little Liars fashion event gone wrong.
Dude, I don't know what's going on, but this show has kicked into overdrive. Again, I was planning on watching the next few episodes and then lumping them together as one section, but so much happens in episode 12. This episode starts with all of the girls, the 4 girls, in a police interrogation room, and they are covered in dirt. And the evil cop from last season is back. You remember him. He was the one who was sleeping with Hannah's mom. I think his name's Detective Wilden. More like Detective Wilden. Am I right, ladies? Please like and subscribe. Also, the therapist, who we thought was murdered, is not dead. A sends the girls a picture of the therapist holding today's newspaper, so that way we know that she's still alive. So I guess A is just keeping a human being captive, huh? What an absolute supervillain, bro. If Robert Pattinson's Batman had to go up against A instead of the Riddler, I don't think he would have won. The Riddler couldn't shine A's boots, dog. A sends a giant crate into Spencer's living room with a note that says, "Open or she'll die." So they open up the crate, and inside of it is a note that says, "You have until 7 p.m. to save her. Here are my demands." And if that's not creepy enough, you're probably wondering, Chase, what is in the crate with the note? Terrifying dolls. And the dolls all have a little drawstring. When you pull them, they say something. Arya's doll says, "Make Jackie go away." Jackie being Ezra's former girlfriend, fiance lady. And the doll comes with proof of Jackie plagiarizing on a very important paper. Hannah's doll says, "Ruin the wedding." Her dad is getting remarried in this episode. So Spencer's doll says, "Keep Toby safe," which essentially is saying, hey, you need to break up with Toby. And to be fair, it probably would be the best way to keep Toby safe. I mean, so far, A has cut Toby's brake lines, which, by the way, they just kind of mentioned that in a passing way. Which, like, in my opinion, like, that could have been way more suspenseful. Like, they could have, like, had a moment where he's trying to brake, but he couldn't brake. But instead, they're just, like, in an offhand line, they're just like, hey, it's a good thing you weren't on the highway, huh? Emily does not get a doll yet. So, Arya goes, she blackmails Jackie. Jackie leaves town. But then, Jackie pulls the Uno reverse on Arya and starts blackmailing her. And she says, if you ever come for me again, I'm going to expose your relationship with Ezra. Spencer breaks up with Toby, which really sucks because this guy finally found a lady who won't call him a creep or accuse him of murder. And then Hannah ruins her dad's wedding by, like, literally right before they're about to say "I do." She tells her soon-to-be stepmom that her dad slept with her mom recently, which is true. So, like, to be fair to Hannah, that's really not on her because it's like his own actions did do that. She's just the one who told on him, you know? So it's like, you know, it's kind of hard to be mad at her for that, but people. Oh, and this is when the show gets absolutely insane, dude. Emily is about to pull up to the wedding, and then her GPS is saying to turn right. But that's interesting because the wedding is very obviously on the left. Somehow, A hacked her GPS. How do you even do that? A may or may not be working for Steve Jobs. Emily looks in her back seat. There is a doll there. And the doll says, "I'm taking you to her. Go alone." So Emily goes to where the GPS is taking her. And then the other girls who are at the wedding, which is not a wedding anymore, gets a text sending them the same address to go to. But Emily gets there first, and then it's like a barn, and so she goes and she checks the barn. The barn has a running car inside, with like the fumes trapped in the car in there. So, Emily runs in because she thinks the therapist is locked in that car. She's not, but A locks the barn with Emily inside. Emily passes out from the fumes and she is about to die, but someone drags her out of the barn. And who pulls her out of the barn? Allison, the dead girl. But this is like some sort of dream state, almost dying vision. And Allison is saying stuff to Emily like, hey, you can go back or you can stay here with me. You can be away from A. You can just stay with me. So I guess that means that Emily was about to die and then like the ghost of Allison pulled her out of the barn. But when Emily's friends show up, Emily's like, guys, she's alive. She was here. Emily thinks that Allison was literally there. And her friends are like, that's not possible, man. You were knocked out. This was just a dream. Which makes me be like, well, then who pulled her out of the barn? But we don't really have time to think about that because then A sends them a message on a shovel that has some coordinates on it. And the girls are like, oh no. And so they go to the coordinates and they've got the shovel and it seems like the therapist was buried alive by A. So they start digging, And that's when the cops show up. And there is not actually a body under that dirt. This was all a ploy and the girls get arrested. And we find out that the evil cop, Detective Wilden or whatever, is back on the case because he had some information that I guess proved he was onto something, so they put him back on the case. Because remember, he's been trying to prove that the girls had something to do with Allison's death. And now it looks even worse for the girls because the shovel that they were holding in their possession, because A gave it to them with a message on it, was Allison's murder weapon. So they have now been found by the cops with the murder weapon. Hey, we haven't even gotten to the craziest part of this episode because I think we find out who killed Allison and potentially who A is. Maybe. While the girls are being kept in the police department, there is a lot going on. But Jenna shows up to see her boy toy, the cop. And they have the most insane conversation in this entire show. So Jenna says, oh, we couldn't have come up with a better plan. I wish I could see those bitches right now. I wish they knew what we were doing to them. Are you ready to give up your career in law enforcement? And Garrett's all like, hey, I can't quit yet. I can't wait to get out of this stupid uniform. But I've been waiting months to get into that storage room. I can wait a little bit longer. And Jenna's like, are you still worried about Jason? And Garrett's like, he's definitely figured out he's not the one that killed Allison, but he doesn't know we're the one that wrote that note. Bro, what? And then Garrett the cop has the missing autopsy page and he gives it to Jenna and he's like, hey, burn this. He's like, it's over, Jenna. There's nothing else that can tie us to that night. And then Jenna says she deserved to die that way. What does this mean? So let's break that down. Now, I'm afraid that this is like being purposely misleading, but that conversation seems to confirm that they are the ones who did this whole plan to the girls to get them caught by the cops, and they are the ones that killed Allison. When they say the thing about he doesn't know that we wrote that note, the note that they're talking about, I believe, is the note that Jason found that made him think after the fact that he went and got Allison because of it. We've talked about this. Now, I also think that when Jenna is like, I wish they knew that this was us that was doing it to them, I think what they mean is that they set them up with the murder weapon to get caught, but also they could be talking about something else because it really seems like A has to be the one that set up the girls. So that would make Jenna and Garrett A. And I mean, they could be A. That could have been the reveal. I'm not so sure, but when Jenna first walks into the police department to talk to Garrett in this episode, it's in the same point of view shot that all of the A cut scenes at the end are shot in. So that leads me to believe that Jenna has been A this whole time. However, something happens at the end of this episode that makes me think that we did not get our big A reveal after all. In the end credit scene thing where we always see, like, from the point of view of A, we see A at a diner with the therapist. And the therapist says, "I did everything you said." And A hands her an envelope, which means that either A blackmailed the therapist into leaving town, or A paid the therapist off to make her leave town. Regardless, A did not kill the therapist. But the interesting part about this is the waitress, when the waitress sees A at the diner, the waitress says, "What can I get for you, pretty eyes?" Which means that she could see A's eyes. Jenna wears giant sunglasses, which means that the waitress would not have been able to see her eyes. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it is very possible that Jenna and Garrett killed Allison. That mystery might just have been solved, but I do not think that they are A, which means that the mystery that we are trying to solve is still going on. We're going to keep watching. So, that being said, let's hit some more points of stuff that happened in this episode. Emily's old girlfriend Maya is back in town, and Hannah points out that she's wearing very nice, fashionable boots. A few episodes back, in one of the end credit scenes from A's point of view, we see A buying some very nice, fashionable boots. These could be the same boots. That is suspicious. And then we have the entire situation of Emily being in that barn. Who pulled her out of the barn? And Emily seemed so sure that Allison was actually there and alive. Could she have been right? Could she have been alive? Or was she just like in a dream state and someone else was talking to her and she just thought it was Allison? Oh, and then we have this absolute insane conversation that happens between Spencer's dad and Jason. Jason shows up to the police department while all of this is going on, and Spencer's dad walks up to him and he's like, "What do you think you're doing here?" And Jason's like, "I think my sister would want me here." And they argue, and then Spencer's dad is like, "Hey, I told you the truth last night because I thought it would help." And Jason's like, "No, you told me because I didn't give you a choice. Why do you think I bought that house? I knew what I would find." Allie was great at keeping secrets, but she was also great at punishing people with the truth. Baller line, by the way. And Jason keeps going, and he's like, "And does she even know?" And he points to Spencer's mom. And Spencer's dad is like, "No, and she's not gonna find out." So, my big theory is that this whole conversation was over the fact that Jason is actually Spencer's dad's son. When Jason says, "I think my sister would want me here," we immediately take it as, oh, this could have been like, they're being accused of killing his sister. And he's like, "I think my sister would want me here to find out that her friends kill her." But maybe what he meant was his sister would want, like he was teasing him, saying that his sister is actually Spencer. Because if he's Spencer dad's son, that makes him Spencer's half brother. The statement he makes about Allison being good at keeping secrets but being good at punishing people with the truth makes me believe that Allison knew that Jason was not her real full brother and found a way to bully Jason about it or like abuse him with that information. Because we haven't mentioned it in a while, but Allison's the devil. In fact, maybe that's what she did to get him written out of the will in the first place. She said that thing about, selling the heirloom to buy drugs, but what if she actually just told her grandmother that Jason isn't actually their full-blood relative? Rich people are weird like that. Back to the A stuff, Detective Wilden claims that he has, indefutable proof that proves that the girls killed Allison other than the murder weapon, but, what is that evidence? And then there's that statement that Garrett made about, "I've waited months to get into that storage room. I can wait a little bit longer." What storage room and what is in it? And who is A? If A is not these two, then who could it be? Was A involved in tricking the girls to getting arrested? Or was that completely them and A actually had nothing to do with it? Which I should say that the message in the crate that Spencer received did not have -A written on it. But all of the blackmail stuff with the therapist and all that stuff did. So, And plus, like making them break up with Toby and blackmailing Ezra's ex-girlfriend. That's all stuff that A would do. So I don't know why these two would even care about that. I'm so confused, dude, because we pretty much got a blatant confession from these two, and yet I'm more confused than ever. And it could just be them. Like, that could have been the reveal that they're A, but we still have like 13 episodes left in this season. I don't see why you would do your show's big reveal just in the middle of the season. Someone else has to be A. That's the only thing I can think of. So, who do I lock in? Even though we learned so much about so many different things in this episode, I'm going to stick with my Ezra pick. Which, by the way, in this episode, Arya's mom actually confronts Ezra. She walks up to Ezra and she tells him to leave now, or she's going to tell everyone what he's been doing. You see, a little backstory to this. Arya's mom thinks that Ezra is dating Spencer because she walked by and saw them talking in a car once. And so she was like, oh my God. Well, Ezra has no idea about that. He thinks that Arya's mom knows the truth about him and Arya. And so he goes, but I love her. And Arya's mom is pissed. And she's like, if Spencer's parents found out? And Ezra's like, what? So I'm thinking that this whole Ezra-Arya situation is going to be blowing up very soon. And maybe when he gets revealed for being, dating his student, that maybe some A information about him will also be revealed. Right? Well, that's my locked-in pick for Season 2, Episode 12 of Pretty Little Liars, and I'm so excited to keep watching.
And this week, no dirty secret ever stays buried.
It could be evidence.
Arya.
Pretty Little Liars.
Hi guys, real quick before we jump in the next part, this video does not have a sponsor. Not for any moral reasons. I would love a sponsor. But I did want to take a second just to say I have another channel called Written By, and I'm an actor and writer. And so if you want to see the short films that I make, you can subscribe over there. There's a link in the description. And also I wanted to point out that I do have a Patreon. This video, the last Pretty Little Liars, all my videos, they come out a little bit early over there. So that's really kind of the only incentive, but it's like $2 a month, and a little goes a long way in supporting me in the channel and making more videos like this. So thank you guys so much. Back to what's really important, which is Pretty Little Liars. I've watched episodes 13, 14, and 15, and to be completely honest, it's been hard not to just come and check in after every single episode because so much has been going on. The first thing that I want to talk about is episode 13, and kind of looking back on it, I should have done that by itself because it's a different episode than anything we've seen in this show so far. It is a flashback episode, so the whole episode takes place before Allison was killed or disappeared or whatever. And it's also a Halloween episode, so it's super fun. This show really rules, I do want to say, and we get a lot of really cool stuff in this episode. Most of it is just bits and pieces of information that we kind of already knew, but then there's some pretty big moments. So I'm just going to go ahead and rapid fire some key information that we get in this episode. Ian and Melissa are dating during this time, and they go to the Halloween party dressed as Bonnie and Clyde. I took this to mean that, potentially Melissa was involved with Ian and his crimes. Mona and Lucas, the yearbook guy, both get bullied by Allison pretty heavily in this episode. And we even see Mona and Lucas sit together at lunch and talk a little bit. When they talk, it's after Allison makes a particularly nasty comment about Lucas. And after she does, Lucas looks at Mona and says one day she'll get what's coming to her. Which is pretty wild considering in the last part we talked about those two potentially working together and being A. That theory gets even more crazy during the Halloween party when Allison bumps into Mona and goes, "Do I know you?" And Mona says, "No, but you will soon." Then, moments after that, we see Mona and Jenna pre-blinding incident, and they meet and seemingly become friends. Then Allison sets up a prank with Noel Khan where he will dress up as this creepy baby thing and pretend to kill her and scare her friends. And the prank goes on and it gets pretty realistic. And then we find out that Noel Khan didn't actually make it to the house to scare them in time. So we don't know who was in that baby outfit actually trying to kill her. And then we see Lucas, the yearbook guy, wearing that same costume. And he seems pretty upset. So when that happens, I'm like, oh my God, did they just reveal that Lucas, the yearbook guy, is A? But then immediately after that, we see A. Well, I assume is A. And it can't be Lucas. So this show used this episode to really play into some theories that we've been buying into and be like, yeah, you're right. Psych, you're wrong. But we do know that it was A in the babyface costume, or at least one of the baby costumes, because A sends a message. And A sends the message to Allison. So this is way before the girls know about A. And it says, dying to find out who I am, -A. And we know for a fact that it is not Lucas because Lucas was standing right there when the message was sent. The show is really trying to push Lucas on us as the major suspect in this batch of episodes. So that would make him the biggest red herring. And they push Mona pretty hard in this batch of episodes, which I think means the show, I'm assuming, because I don't know when it was airing, I'm assuming most people maybe suspected these two. And so it's kind of like, yeah, here's making them look really suspicious. Just that way they can take the rug out from under us. Now, to be clear, I do not think it is Lucas and Mona. I just think that the show wants us to think that it's Lucas and Mona. And the big reason I do not think it's them, I'll get to in a moment. So when we get back to our regular timeline after the flashback episode, we jump about a month in the future after the main four girls were brought into the police station with the murder weapon. The whole town seemed to think once again that those girls killed their friend Allison. And it seems like the four of them have been fighting amongst themselves. Arya and Ezra have broken up. No one has seen Jason since he showed up at the police station that night. And Emily has seemingly had a huge falling out with the other three girls. She even gets in a physical fight with Spencer during their community service litter pickup. You know, they're doing litter pickup because they're criminals. But guess what, guys? They are not actually fighting. This is all a trick to play on A. And it works. A thinks that Emily is no longer a part of the group. And so A asks Emily if she wants to make a deal. Meanwhile, the girls are talking about this evidence that they have on A that they are afraid to take to the police. A convinces Emily to take the evidence to A in exchange for no longer being a victim in A's game. Emily shows up to the drop-off spot, but she's with the other girls. They trick A, and A is furious. A tries to kill Emily. And A's doing a pretty good job until the other girls get there and it's a brawl, baby. A manages to get away, but gets hit by Hannah's car, which that's a great callback. I mean, what better payback for Hannah than hitting A with her car? But A does get away after being hit with the car, but A dropped their cell phone. So now the girls have A's cell phone, which is super exciting. So they take the phone to Hannah's boyfriend, Caleb, who is still around, but he just occasionally goes to his birth mom's. And they're like, hey, can you get up in this phone? And Caleb tries to get some stuff from it, but A kills the phone from A's computer. So the phone is pretty much worthless, but Caleb is like, I think I can try to get some stuff out of it. I'll keep trying. And he does manage to get one picture off the phone. And the picture is of the creepy dolls that the girls received previously. So now that we've talked about what happened, let's get into the real juicy stuff. The girls are almost positive that A is actually Jenna and Garrett the cop. The issue is when A shows up that night to get the evidence from Emily and they get in that big tussle and then A gets hit by the car, that could not have been Jenna. Jenna is blind and so obviously wouldn't be able to like parkour like that. And while it could have been Garrett, it really didn't seem like it was. It did not have his build whatsoever. And then also, Spencer overhears Garrett on the phone with Jenna, and it seems like the two of them are over. Now that their job of whatever it is that they've done is over, Jenna has thrown him to the curb. And while they're on the phone or whatever, Garrett's like, we should have never asked him to help. It should have just been the two of us. Now, I don't know what that means. But Toby tells Spencer that Jenna and him hadn't started fighting until A lost their phone that night. So Spencer assumes that that is what they're talking about. Talking about, hey, we should have never asked him to help. They think whoever they hit with the car and got the phone from is someone that these two got to help them. And whoever it was that they trusted to help them is who lost the phone. Meanwhile, Lucas, the yearbook guy, is acting super weird. And he started acting super weird after the girls got A's phone. So we start to put 2 and 2 together, and it's like, oh my God, I think they got Lucas to do that. And Lucas is the one who got hit with the car and dropped A's phone. And this isn't just a theory that I have, this is a theory that the girls have as well, because Emily is doing some of her community service at a crisis hotline, and Lucas actually calls the hotline, doesn't realize that it's Emily that he's talking to, and he says that he lost something the night before. And he's like, I might as well be dead. I've messed up big time. So the girls are like, oh my God, Lucas is definitely who Jenna and Garrett sent that night in their place to be A. But Hannah is defending him because Hannah's a good friend. And Hannah's like, there's no way that he would do that to me. And frankly, I agree. I think that this is all a big coincidence. I think Lucas was calling about something else, and it just so happened to happen at the same time as this whole A phone debacle. My theory about what he could be calling about is I think he is still in love with Hannah, and I think maybe he's just having a crisis because he feels like he can't be friends with her because like he needs to end this friendship because he also was good friends with her boyfriend Caleb, and he doesn't want to, you know, he just can't be friends with her because it hurts his heart so much. But he doesn't want to be like confess his feelings for the 20th time and break them up because they're great. I mean, not that they would break up because Hannah doesn't like him like that. You know, when 25-year-old men lock themselves in a room and talk about a teen drama for hours and hours and hours. Anyway, the girls think that he is definitely involved, and it doesn't help his case when he calls the crisis line again and Emily picks up again. And this time on the call, he says that he has to end things tonight and he is never going to see her again. And so the girls are like, oh my God, he's going to kill Hannah tonight because that night is Caleb's surprise party that is being held at Spencer's lake house. And Lucas and Hannah, they go out onto the lake on a little rowboat because they've got to set up the fireworks. And Lucas starts getting really weird and Hannah starts getting scared because, you know, they think maybe he could be trying to kill her. And then Lucas gets kind of aggressive. And then before he can even get out what he's trying to say, Hannah freaks out, hits him off the boat, tries paddling away, flips the whole thing. Everyone is on shore freaking out because they think that they've both drowned. But then Hannah swims to shore. She is okay. But Lucas is nowhere to be found. So let's break that down. We're going to go based off of what I think actually happened and not what is kind of being insinuated happened. So remember what I said? I think he just wanted to end the friendship or whatever. And I think Hannah was just paranoid because of everything that's been going on. All of her friends are like, we think he's involved. He's trying to kill you. She's like, he would never do that. But then there's this weird moment in the boat. They're isolated. He gets aggressive. She panics, throws him off the boat. So I think Lucas is not involved at all with the A stuff. I think he is just a good friend and he does care about Hannah. But the paranoia from the girls probably brought on by A caused him to be caught in the crossfire. And I just really, really hope that Lucas is not dead because 1, I like Lucas. 2, that would mean Hannah murdered him. Anyway, back to the whole Jenna and Garrett situation. The girls seem pretty confident, almost positive that they are A. And to be fair, good for them because we practically got a confession from them a few episodes ago. But I don't think that's the case. I think the show is tricking us. Now, that being said, I don't think that they're A, but they've got to be up to something, you know? Maybe they did kill Allison, but I do not think that they are A. But that being said, it seems like Jenna has dumped Garrett, and he is really, really upset by it. some information that we get based off of the photo that they got off of A's phone, the picture of the dolls. Caleb finds out that that photo is actually taken at Spencer's lake house up in the attic, which means that A has been using Spencer's family's lake house to do stuff. So that's interesting. Oh, and I forgot to mention that when Hannah washes up on the shore after the whole Lucas drowning potentially situation, Mona and Noel Kahn are soaking wet. And they're like, why are you guys soaking wet? And they're like, it's a nice night for a swim. So my theory is like, hey, why would they be in the water if it wasn't for nefarious reasons? And then I was like, oh, they're teenagers in a teen drama. They might have just been skinny dipping. Because it seems pretty obvious like that, you know, hey, they're soaking wet. Why would the show even bring that up if it wasn't like, oh, this is suspicious? But I think it could be a red herring, because if you go back to the flashback Halloween episode, the show was blatantly pointing the finger at Mona and Lucas, like practically screaming at us, these two are A. But then after everything we've talked about him, you know, I think he just got caught up in I don't think he's A. I don't think she's A either. I just think that the show really is pushing us to believe that those two are A, so that way we don't pay attention to who is really A. But that being said, on the off chance that they aren't just huge red herrings, a big reason that Mona and Noel Kahn could be wet is because maybe they jumped in the lake to save Lucas. Because we can go all the way back to my theory from a long time ago that A is actually a whole bunch of people that used to be bullied and harassed by Allison, which would lead me to the whole dash A, dash A, sometimes no A mark on all of these messages. It could be a whole bunch of people are A, and it could be explained of like, well, one person always does one dash, this other person uses two dashes. Like that could explain some of the inconsistencies that happen. But the one thing that I cannot get over, and my main reason that I don't think that the whole bunch of people are A theory is true, is I 1000% with all of my heart do not believe that this man, Lucas the yearbook guy, would ever do anything to hurt Hannah. I think he is a good person, and I think that he is a good friend. And although I'm not as passionate about her as I am Lucas, I do not think Mona would ever do anything to hurt Hannah either. I just feel it in my heart. These are good friends. So that leads to my big theory that I've been really banking on being true, and that is my Ezra is A theory. There are some complications with that theory now that that whole relationship has blown up. I know, the moment we've all been waiting for. Ezra ended up telling Arya's parents about their relationship, and it did not go well. They were furious. Mike, Arya's little brother, punches Ezra in the face. Arya is grounded and forbidden from seeing him again. Her dad wants to call the police on him. It's a rough situation, but I would like to add, well deserved. He's a grown man dating a student that he was a teacher of. You know, you're going to get punched in the face. So because of that, it does kind of seem like that storyline could be over. And it really, like, I was kind of hoping when that blew up, other things would be revealed that could maybe implicate him as A, but that didn't really happen. And so I think I should be looking for other suspects, which leads me to, I know you guys are going to make fun of me for this, my next theory, Allison. Now, I know Allison is dead, but hear me out for a second. We have seen her show up a lot. Because remember when Hannah got hit by the car and she was in the hospital that night and she saw a vision of Allison, and Allison was like, I needed to come by. I got to get back. I only risked this because I thought you were going to die. We just thought like, oh, that's just Hannah's morphine making her have visions. But then when Emily almost dies from the fumes in the barn, we see Allison again. And this time it seems like Allison actually like physically moved her body from the barn to outside of the barn. And again, it's like, oh, it's a vision. But what if it's not? We still have not figured out who is hiding in Jason's house. Could it be that Allison was in a bad situation, so Jason and Allison worked together to fake her death? And Allison, who cannot give up torturing and tormenting the people around her like puppets, and she is the puppet master, has continued to taunt them from the grave. But that doesn't explain the whole Jenna and Garrett situation. It doesn't explain the Ian and Jason stuff. It also doesn't explain almost anything else. Because remember, in the flashback episode, Allison was receiving messages from A. And A, tried to kill her. I am truly lost. I don't know. I don't have any substantial theory other than the Allison is still alive theory. The only other, logical theory I have is that the show actually just revealed it the other episode, and it is Jenna and Garrett, and then that's the end. I don't think they would do that. It wouldn't make for a great season of television. So I'm going to lock in Allison as who is A for season 2, episodes 13, 14, and 15 of Pretty Little Liars. Oh, man.
With an all-day marathon of secrets hosted by the guys of Pretty Little Liars. Then at 8, the liars take danger to a whole new level.
I need to take care of this.
Episodes 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. This season had reached a point where we were checking in almost after every episode, and now that the season slowed down just a little bit here towards the end of the season, I figured we could lump a few of these together. And I think the first thing that we should talk about is the Lucas situation. Did Yearbook Guy drown? Is he dead? Well, no, to both of those things. We learn pretty quickly in episode 16 that Lucas is not dead. And then it becomes a whole thing, and the girls still think he's trying to kill Hannah. He pops up in Hannah's house. It's very spooky and dramatic, and he finally gets to tell Hannah what he had been trying to tell her this entire time. No, he's not A. No, he wasn't helping A. He has a gambling problem. I know. Turns out he had taken some money that Caleb had given to him to keep safe because he doesn't have a bank account or whatever. And Lucas gambled it all away, and he felt terrible about it. And so he started hitting all the comic book stores and selling off his collectibles to get the money back to give to Caleb. So it seems like that whole storyline was just there to make us heavily suspect Lucas as being A really huge red herring that luckily we're too smart to fall for. Another interesting thing that we find out is that A has been staying in Spencer's family's lake house. There's a ton of burner phones up there, which is very interesting considering on what we're going to learn here in a little bit. I'll get to that. Throughout this big chunk of episodes, the girls are getting closer and closer to finding out who A is. At first, it seems like their best bet is that Caleb is still trying to get some sort of information from A's phone. And some of the information that he does, in fact, recover is a video of Ian, Garrett, and Jenna on the night that Allison died. They're in Allison's room looking for something, and Garrett says something like, "You've gone too far." And they're looking around. They find the box of Allison's things that Aria actually has now because Jason gave her a box of Allison's old things. And the video that they extracted, they were only able to get a part of the video, and the part that they were able to get stops right after they get the box and they look at the box. So the girls think that they were all in Allison's bedroom. Allison comes in, they kill Allison. But they can't know for sure what happened until Caleb can get the next part of the video, which is getting more and more difficult because Garrett the cop, who is in the video, has started watching and following Caleb. At the same time, A is threatening Hannah to get Caleb to stop, sending Hannah a message that said, "Call off your techno boy or I'll tell the cops what your mom keeps in the lasagna box." A is, of course, referring to the money that Hannah's mom stole from the bank that she works at. And then right after that message, Garrett straight up threatens Caleb. So we see that both Garrett and A are both trying to achieve the same thing. which again kind of insinuates that Jenna and Garrett are A. But Jenna isn't even with Garrett anymore. They've broken up. Jenna is dating Noel Kahn, which is pretty crazy because we suspected him a long time ago of being A, but then he got burned by A. A set him up to get suspended from school. But now that he's with Jenna, he's up to his evil activities again. We see him attack Aria on the roof of the school before Aria's like childhood best friend that she's been hanging out with a lot, like karate kicks him. And it turns out the reason that Noel was even on the rooftop with Aria was because he was looking for Caleb. So again, that lines up with what A is trying to do, which I assume means that Jenna is A and Jenna's just making her new boy toy do her dirty work. Kind of like her old boy toy, who is also trying to get Caleb to stop hacking the phone. Now, when it comes to what our four main characters, who they suspect almost everyone at this point. They think the same thing we do. They could potentially be A, Jenna and Garrett. They also suspect Noel Kahn, and they suspect Jason, Allison's older brother. However, I'm almost 100% confident that Jason is not A. But before we talk about that, Garrett and the cops get a warrant to take and search Caleb's computer because A actually steals Caleb's computer, puts something super incriminating on it, and I guess tipped off the police, which would make sense if Garrett is A or a part of Jenna and him being A. I don't know how it works because it's like if these two were A and then now they've broken up, who gets custody of A? You know what I mean? Because it seems like Jenna and her new boy toy, Noel, are still keeping up their half of the A festivities. And then he's also still doing some A stuff just on his own, vigilante style. Anyway, the cops bring Caleb in with his computer and they're like, you better open up this computer. You better give us this password and show us what's on here. And so he plays along, he logs in, but he's got Hannah and Spencer off on a computer trying to shut down his computer from a different location. And Hannah and Spencer manage to wipe his computer from where they were. And it was like literally seconds before the cops were going to find the stuff that could put Caleb away for life. Well, maybe not for life. I don't know what jail time is for a teenage boy who hacks the school files, but they were acting like he'd go away for life. But anyway, Caleb is home free. He's able to get a little bit more of the video off of A's cell phone, which they look at the box and then someone's like, oh no, she's coming. We assume that means Allison is coming, but it's not Allison that walks in the room. It's Melissa. So now our main girls are like, oh my gosh, Spencer, your sister is a part of this. They're like, Spencer, dude, your sister may have helped kill Allison. What is going on? And Spencer's like, well, let me talk to her, guys. We don't know that for a fact. And so Spencer goes to talk to Melissa, but then Melissa is like walking up to the restaurant. Garrett, the cop, pulls up. She gets in the car with him and then texts Spencer being like, oh, sorry, can't make it. And then we learn that Garrett, the cop, has been going with Melissa to her baby doctor appointments. Dude, the people in this town, they pass partners around like it's a wine tasting. They're like, well, I have a little bit of this. Oh, here, try this. It's great. Fast forward a little bit, and Melissa finally does talk to Spencer. Spencer's like, I want you to tell me what you were going to tell me about Ian back then, but then you didn't. And she's like, I will, but we can't do it here. We can't do it in the house. So Spencer goes with Melissa to a secondary location, and Spencer leaves her phone at home. So that's as far as we got with that particular story arc, but I'm very excited to keep watching and learning more because this show is heating up real good for the season 2 finale. Moving on, let's just rapid fire a bunch of evil stuff that people do in these episodes. A sends Spencer a picture of her and Toby kissing after she was supposed to have broken up with him as per their agreement. And A sends with the picture a message that says, I warned you. Shortly after that, A messes with Toby's scaffolding for a construction project he's working on. He goes flying. He ends up in the hospital. A sends a message saying, almost got him. Toby won't be so lucky next time. So Spencer, who is so scared that A is going to kill Toby, breaks up with Toby permanently. And she does this by getting Emily to go in there and be like, Toby, Spencer's been cheating on you. And he believes her. It works. And so they're pretty much done. Toby leaves town after that. It's pretty sad. Meanwhile, Hannah's new stepsister, yes, her dad did end up getting married to his new lady, and she has a daughter. She is evil. She's been evil this whole time. I don't think I've really talked about her much, but she's evil. She is now going to school with the main girls, and then she sends out a naked picture of herself from Hannah's phone so that it looks like Hannah sent out a picture of her naked. There's a whole bunch of drama that goes with that, but it gets resolved because, you know, our 4 main characters, they're best friends. They've dealt with a lot worse than just some evil stepsister. They end up tricking the stepsister into confessing that it was her all along. They record it, and yeah, Hannah's home free for that one. We see that A has stolen a gun from Spencer's dad's desk and has been using it with target, like been practicing shooting it. So that leads me to believe A is about to shoot somebody. I'm excited to see how that plays out. Speaking of Spencer's dad, turns out he had an affair with Allison's mom, and Jason is in fact his son, which makes Jason Spencer's half-brother, and now they're working together like family. So that leads me to believe that Jason is definitely not A. He seems to be completely on the same side as the girls, and honestly, that makes me happy. Maya, Emily's old girlfriend, has been back in town. They had some issues at first, but now they are officially dating again. Emily couldn't be more excited until Maya gets caught with weed again. And she's probably going to get sent away to that like conversion camp place again, which is very sad. But she's like, I can't do it. And she tries to get Emily to run away with her. But Emily's like, I can't run away with you. I have a swim scholarship. Maya runs away anyway, even though Emily wouldn't go with her. And that's crazy. Emily's doing whatever she can to try to like call and get in contact with Maya. Nothing. Emily's leaving messages like, hey, I still haven't heard from you. Are you breaking up with me? Where are you? And then she's like, I love you, Maya. Fast forward to the end of episode 21, and a cop is knocking on Emily's door, and he's like, I've got news about Maya. Which leads me to believe, I think Maya's dead, dude. But we don't get an answer, so hopefully we'll find out next episode. But yeah, dude, pretty crazy. Detective Wilden, I think it's Wilden, but Wilden is funnier. He manages to get a photo from the security camera feed at the hospital that shows the girls stealing the autopsy report from the morgue. So now they got to deal with that whole issue. A sends Arya's dad a letter with a location telling him to meet there that night to see what his daughter's up to. That location is the restaurant where Arya is supposed to be meeting Ezra in secret. Because yes, they are still dating. Luckily, or I don't know if it's lucky, but Arya gets lucky and cancels her plans at the last second, which saves her dad from seeing Ezra at the restaurant. The close call does make Ezra rethink things, and he breaks up with Arya, which devastates Arya. Arya's in her room crying. Her mom's like, what's wrong? And she's like, you got what you wanted. And meanwhile, Arya's also upset because her dad got Ezra this job like across the country, which usually is a very nice thing, but he just wants him away from his daughter, you know? After screaming at her mom a little bit, Arya runs off to Ezra's apartment. Arya's mom follows her there. And she doesn't go to bust them or anything. She wants to listen because even though she's upset, she does not want to lose her daughter. And the show kind of sets up this moment for us to be like, oh, thank God, they can be together. Fuck you. I'm on Arya's dad's side, dog. She's 17. I don't know how old Ezra is, but he's at least graduated college because he's a teacher. Since we brought up Arya's mom, she actually comes up quite a bit. Arya's mom looks at the letter that A sent Arya's dad about meeting at that restaurant to try to bust them and notices the -A. A is the same person that sent Arya's mom a letter all the way in season 1 exposing her husband's affair. So now Arya's mom is looking into who A is. Arya's mom is not the only parent on to A. So is Hannah's mom. In episode 21, we find out that the girls are not the only people being threatened by A. Mona has also been getting texts from A. A is threatening to expose Mona for shoplifting. And then A sends Mona a picture of Hannah's mom sleeping with Detective Wilden, because like Hannah's mom was trying to keep Hannah from going to jail for shoplifting. And then A tells Mona if she doesn't put out that picture of them sleeping together and the police report of Hannah's shoplifting thing that got thrown out, obviously, because of the sleeping stuff, then if Mona doesn't do that, doesn't put it out there in the local gossip sites, then A is going to get Mona arrested for shoplifting. But Mona has connected with all of the girls lately. In fact, Emily actually gives her like a heartfelt apology about how she was treated when Allison was still alive. And it really seemed to mean a lot to Mona. And Mona actually helps Emily get back on the swim team. And now that A is harassing Mona as well, the girls kind of bring Mona in as their 5th member, which I think is a pretty wholesome way for the whole Mona story arc to conclude. I mean, this is someone who was bullied and harassed by that clique when Allison was at the lead of it. And now Mona has been fighting to be Hannah's friend and to stay Hannah's friend. And now she's all of their friend. And I know in some of the recent episodes, they've been really trying to make it look like Mona and Lucas are A. But we've decided there's no way that Lucas is A. And after what happens at the end of that episode, there's no way that Mona could be A. Because at the end of that episode, it's deadline time. Mona has to either expose Hannah and her mom or get arrested for shoplifting. And Hannah walks up to her and Hannah's like, hey, I just want you to know I totally understand. I do not hold it against you. We understand how A is. We are not going to be mad at you. But Mona did not throw Hannah's mom under the bus. Mona turned herself in for shoplifting. And then right after that, A threatens Mona again, but Hannah grabs Mona, takes her over to the other lunch table where all 5 of them eat together. It is 5 Pretty Little Liars now. They are a wholesome group of friends. That's enough to make a grown man cry. And, you know, that's coming from me, a grown man. I am very invested in this show, though. I am very, like that, it was very heartwarming to see Mona get accepted and have a group of friends now, you know. That was very sweet. Back to my point, during all of this Mona and Hannah's mom situation, the police report gets left out and Hannah's mom finds it. Hannah's mom thinks that Detective Wilden actually sent it to Hannah because, you know, she doesn't know about A yet. So Hannah's mom goes to Detective Wilden and is like, what do you think you're doing? And he's like, what are you talking about? I wouldn't let this out. This could get me fired. And then they're both like, well, then who sent this to Hannah? So now both of them are on to A as well. It looks like A has finally slipped up enough and made enough little mistakes that a lot of people know about A. Now, for the final major plot point that we got in this batch of episodes, the girls are looking through the box of Allison's stuff that Jason gave to Aria, and they figure out that Allison was being targeted and harassed by A before Allison disappeared. So they're finding out that A has been around a lot longer than they realized. Now, obviously, we knew that because we saw the flashback episode, but they didn't know that. We also find out that Allison had an alter ego called Vivian Darkbloom. She would like wear a brunette wig and be mysterious. Like she even had a fake ID with that name. They follow that Vivian Darkbloom lead, which leads them to a dry cleaners, and they find a like red trench coat that Allison would wear when she was Vivian. In the pocket of that jacket was a phone number, which belonged to a guy. That guy knew Vivian and says that he works for a cell phone company. And the reason that he knew Vivian is because Vivian hired him to find out who was sending her the texts from A. She never paid him his $2,000 for doing that, but he did give her the information that he found, which means 2 things. 1, if the 4 girls can scrape together $2,000, they can also find out who was sending the messages from A. And 2, Allison knew who A was. And that is probably why Allison died. So now the girls have to find $2,000, which usually wouldn't be a problem for Spencer, but that's a whole issue. Spencer is pretty much cut off because she hasn't been going home. She found out her dad had a secret affair with her best friend, had a son who was her best friend's older brother. You know, typical teen problems. And Spencer is especially upset with her dad because the whole reason that Jason found out that his real dad was Spencer's dad is because he was going through Allison's stuff and he found love letters that Allison had been keeping that Spencer's dad was sending to Allison's mom. And when he found those love letters in Allison's things, Allison also had a ton of money in there. So that causes Jason and Spencer to put 2 and 2 together, and they realize, oh, Allison was blackmailing Spencer's dad over, the information that her brother was actually his son. So Spencer goes home to try to find some money, runs into her dad, and confronts her dad about it. But get this, guys, Spencer's dad says that he was never blackmailed by Allison. And he does seem very sincere. Spencer believes him, so do I. So Spencer tells Jason, and Jason's like, well, if she wasn't blackmailing him, then where'd all this money come from? Which I have a theory about that. This is just speculation on my part. I think Spencer's dad's telling the truth. I think that he was not being blackmailed by Allison. I think Spencer's mom was being blackmailed by Allison, and she was the one paying Allison to not expose them. Because Allison loved secrets and torturing people when she knew those secrets. In fact, in a flashback, we realized that Allison had been tormenting Jason and Spencer with this secret, and they just didn't even realize it. Allison loves messing with people so much, there is no way she had that information about a secret baby and a love affair and didn't tell anybody. That being said, Jason and Spencer are now siblings. They're working together. Jason gives Spencer the $2,000 to figure out who's sending those texts. The girls meet with the guy, give him the $2,000, and he gives them the information. So you're saying, so we know who A is, right? No, it's not a name, it's an address. It's the address that A was sending the text messages from. They look up the text messages. It's an old law firm that is like not even around anymore. And so then they're like, well, what does this law firm have to do with anything? What was A doing at this law firm? A worked at this law firm? But then Hannah finds out through her mom, because Hannah's mom used that same law firm for her divorce. And Hannah's like, why'd you use that law firm? Did you know someone there? And Hannah's mom's like, yeah, Melissa, Spencer's sister, she interned there. Dude, I know. So now Melissa, Spencer's sister, is like suspect numero uno. And that leaves a big question on the table. We are flying closer and closer to the finale of season 2. Could this just be a huge red herring? Or could this be the start of the reveal? Melissa has been a major part of the show since episode 1. And while we have never seriously considered her as a suspect, we did have that theory that we thought that she set her sister up that night at the church when Ian was trying to kill her. Remember? Because she left her cell phone. And if we go all the way back to season 1, my first video, I think we even locked in Melissa at some point because I was like, what if she found out that Ian was seeing Allison and snapped and killed Allison, like out of jealousy? Which leads us to that video that they pulled from A's phone where Melissa shows up in Allison's bedroom along with Ian, Jenna, and Garrett. And now we find out that Allison was receiving text messages from A that were sent from the same law firm that Melissa was interning at. And this is like, it's all coming together. But Melissa's pregnant. No one's gonna suspect the innocent pregnant girl. Likely story. But that being said, it is extremely possible that Melissa is just our final big red herring. The show giving one last big misdirection so that we don't pay attention to who really is A. We still haven't figured out who is in Jason's house. So that is a big mystery still on the table. Ezra still wildin'. Also, there's my Allison is still alive theory. Still could be possible. So that being said, I think everything that's been thrown in our face is just a big misdirection, a big distraction to keep us from a shocking reveal. And the only person that I can think of that is feasible of being and would be a shocking reveal is Ezra, aka Mr. Fitz, aka the English teacher, aka Arya's boyfriend, aka the grown man dating a teenager, aka A, baby.
Tuesday, Pretty Little Liars is all new.
Oh my god, how could you?
Everyone has a secret to hide.
You're playing with fire. What I wouldn't give for just a nice, simple nightmare. Something with a lot of spiders.
Some secrets
What is this place?
should stay hidden.
Oh my god.
An all new Pretty Little Liars.
Episodes 22 and 23, baby. Now, in these 2 episodes, we don't get a whole lot of evidence on who A is. However, we do get some big clues that help us eliminate some major suspects. Call me crazy, and throughout these videos, many have, but I think that after these 2 episodes, we can eliminate almost every single character on this wall. So, first up, Maya is not dead. Maybe. See, Maya has in fact gotten into contact with Emily, her girlfriend, kind of. Remember, Maya ran away. The issue is I don't know how true that is. You see, Emily, her dad comes to visit, and they go and check out the train station where supposedly Maya had went through. And the ticket guy said that he saw Maya get into a black car. Now I'm thinking that could be A, or it could be unrelated. But Emily has not actually spoken to Maya verbally. It's been all through texts and emails. And I think that is going to become a problem because Emily called Maya's mom and was like, yeah, no, I heard from her. Now, moving on from that whole plot line, we have some stuff with Spencer's family going on. See, Melissa is talking to her sister Spencer, and she says that the summer that Allison disappeared, their parents had been fighting a lot. And then, when Allison disappeared, they stopped. And when their dad heard the news of what had happened to Allison, he seemed almost relieved. Now, Melissa also tells Spencer that she had caught Allison and Ian flirting. And Melissa was sending Allison some texts telling her that she needs to back off. Now, that would explain why the guy that the girls had met to figure out the location of where the texts from A were coming from that summer to Allison. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? That would explain why Allison was getting threatening text messages from the law firm that Melissa used to work at. Because Melissa was sending her threatening messages. But that doesn't necessarily mean that she's A, right? And Spencer also latches on to this idea and asks her sister, did she sign her text messages? You know, asking her if she did -A at the end of them. And Melissa's like, what? No, she knew the texts were from me. Which, if you ask me, does seem pretty legit, especially when you find out from that Jonah guy, the guy who used to work for the phone company, there was 2 numbers sending threatening messages to Allison. So that means that we can assume one of them was coming from A, the other coming from Melissa. Because that's the thing about Allison. Everyone wanted to kill that girl. And frankly, I kind of do too. It's a good thing I wasn't in this show because I would have been all over this board. You know what? That's exactly what this show needs. Another brunette white guy. But like I said, the guy says that there was 2 different numbers sending threatening texts, and he does give them a rough address of where the other threatening texts were coming from. We'll get back to that in a minute. First, let's stay on track with Spencer and Melissa's family. Spencer goes through her dad's desk and finds a bunch of tax paperwork. And in it, finds out that her dad spent $15,000 on something. Now, that is the exact amount of cash that Allison had stowed away in her bedroom. Now, Spencer thinks that this proves that her dad was being blackmailed by Allison. However, Spencer's dad talks to Spencer and explains that that money was not given to Allison. That money was given to a private investigator that he had paid to try to figure out what had happened to Allison after she disappeared. Now, when Spencer is like, why would you do that? He goes, to protect Melissa. He says that Melissa had been texting Allison a lot of threats that summer, and he wanted to find what happened to Allison before Melissa could become a suspect in her disappearance. In this scene, Spencer's dad also finds out that his gun is missing from his desk. Now, we also find out that Spencer's mom implies that Spencer's dad isn't the one who came up with this idea. It was Spencer's mom. And the way that this was presented was like it's a really big clue. However, I don't really get why. But I will say in these 2 episodes, Melissa, Spencer's sister, looks extremely guilty. And Spencer's mom does seem guilty of something. I just don't know what. I don't think Spencer's mom is A, if that's what you're thinking, because I'm not. Melissa is kind of the obvious choice for A right now, which leads me to believe that it's not her. Hannah, meanwhile, finds out that her mom has been working with Detective Wilden. It's pronounced Wilden, you know. They're working together to figure out who A is. And Hannah's mom and Aria's mom meet up to talk about it, because they both know about A now, and they're trying to get to the bottom of this. Oh, and A is watching the 2 moms have this conversation, by the way. So my thought process is maybe one of the moms or both of the moms get too close to some information about A, and that's where Spencer's dad's gun that A stole might come into play. Because you guys know about Chekhov's gun, right? But did you know about A's gun? It means that thing could go off at any moment, and someone's mom might die. Now, let's go back to that address I was talking about that the phone guy gave to the girls. He's not able to get them an exact address like he was last time, but he's able to give them a rough area. You know, because that's super helpful. But he gives them the rough area, it leads them to a street, and on that street is a creepy doll hospital. So the girls are outside of this creepy doll hospital, it's closed, they're trying to look into it. Aria is cold and puts on a coat. The only coat available is Allison's old red trench coat that she would wear when she was Vivian Darkbloom. The second Aria puts on the coat, a guy walking by goes, "Vivian?" And she's like, "You know Vivian?" Aria meets with the guy. His name is Duncan. Turns out he was friends with Allison, and he even knew her real name. Like, he didn't know her just as Vivian. He knew her as Allison as well. Aria breaks the news to him that Allison is dead. And he seems like really distraught about it. And, you know, she's like, yeah, this is the weekend that she disappeared. And he's like, I saw her that weekend. And I was like, oh shit, dude. This Duncan guy just proved my theory that Allison was actually alive after she disappeared. But then we find out that he had saw her that morning. So, you know, she disappeared later that night. Turns out he's a pilot, and she had asked him to fly her back to Rosewood from Hilton Head. Now, the reason that this is so interesting is because it means that Allison was actually back in town hours and hours before she arrived later that day. Because, you know, when we saw the flashback of when she first arrived, she gets out of a cab, and they're like, oh, she's back. And she's like, yep, I just got home. Turns out she had already been there for like 6 hours. So, you know, what was she doing for 6 hours? Probably up to no good. It's because she's always on that damn phone. Now, let's talk about one of the biggest suspects that we've had since the very beginning of the show, and that is Jenna. Now, lately, the show has pretty blatantly been going, hey guys, Jenna is A. But in these episodes, we find out that Jenna is not A. And we find out another major suspect is not A either. Jenna has gotten her eye surgery on one of her eyes at least, and she's back walking around with her stepbrother, Toby. Now this is pretty wild, but Toby very upset with his ex-girlfriend Spencer because he thinks that she cheated on him with a doctor nonetheless. So the girls, including Spencer, think the reason that Toby is doing this is to spite Spencer. Then One night, Hannah runs to Jason's house to grab something from his front porch, and she accidentally shows up just in time to save Jenna from the house being on fire. And then, right as Hannah and Spencer drag Jenna out of the house blows up, like with a bomb. In the hospital, Jenna finds out that Hannah is the one who saved her life, and she decides that she wants to speak to the girls. She tells them what happened. She says she received a text from Jason saying that he wanted to talk to her, so she goes to the house. Someone lets her inside. Very shortly after, she couldn't breathe, and smoke was everywhere, and that is all she remembered. But we find out Jason wasn't anywhere near that house. So that means that this was A trying to kill Jenna. That would mean, logically, Jenna is not A. A was trying to kill her, which, gives her a clean bill of innocence in my book. And we also get this moment. It's a really intense moment where Jenna is like sobbing, and she truly seems just so scared and vulnerable. And she asks Hannah, why in the world would she save her? And Hannah just says, you're welcome. It was a really beautiful moment, a really beautiful scene that I think really wraps up Jenna's arc from this hatred after, her incident that caused her to go blind. And now it's kind of this acceptance of and forgiveness. She thought these girls, Aria, Emily, Hannah, and Spencer, were just as evil as Allison, but they're not. Oh, and remember how I mentioned we find out another major suspect is not A? During the end credits scene, from A's point of view at the end of episode 23, we see A planting a police badge at the scene of Jason's house where Jenna was almost killed. I think that A is trying to blame Garrett for Jenna's accident, which means that if A is trying to frame Garrett, he is not A. So we find out that two of the biggest prime suspects for who A could be is not A. Now we have just one more major clue to talk about from these episodes before we can start talking about suspects and theories. The girls get some of Allison's old things from Jason, and they're searching through all of her things trying to find some sort of clue. But they can't find anything until they look at the newspaper that was used to wrap up some of the things. They're looking at the newspaper, and Allison had highlighted different things in the newspapers. And the newspapers are kind of pointing the girls at what Allison was doing and where she was that morning that she was in town 6 hours before she claimed to be. So I'm assuming the next episode will pick up from there and we will go venture off to this land. And that will hopefully lead to some more clues. Now, let's talk about who A could be. Now, we've ruled out all of the major red herrings at this point. No longer Garrett and Jenna. We've already ruled out Mona and Lucas, the yearbook guy. Can't be Ian. Ian's dead. Pretty sure it's not Jason, and it's not any of the four main girls. It's not Hannah's mom, it's not Aria's mom, and it's not Detective Wilden, because those three are all searching for who A is. It's probably not Aria's brother. It's not Emily's parents. It's not Noel Kahn. It's not Toby. And last but not least, it's not Caleb. So, suspect-wise, who does that leave us? Well, we have Melissa, Spencer's sister, still on the table. Both of Spencer's parents are pretty suspicious. Aria's dad is surprisingly an option. Ezra is very much an option. Maya seems like she can't be an option because she doesn't live there, and she didn't live there when Allison was alive either. But I am thinking it would be a fun twist if Maya was a student there at the school the whole time for years. No one knew her, and then she rebranded herself with like a makeover. And then now her whole disappearing, running away act is because the heat was getting to be a little bit too much in A's kitchen, you feel? I think that theory is pretty unlikely, but not impossible. We also have the possibility of Allison being alive somehow. I do not know how that would work, but I can't rule it out. There's Hannah's dad, but I think that's pretty unlikely. Hannah's evil stepsister, even more unlikely. And then I think that's it, right? That's pretty much every suspect. That's pretty much every character in the show. So out of all of these options, who could it be? Who am I going to lock in? If it, of course, is the multiple personality theory that we've been cooking with, I think it would have to be someone other than the 4 girls, which in that case could open up all of the suspects once again. My thought process is that it's probably a guy, because I mean, you know, you have to be pretty strong to move Ian's giant dead body. And to be completely honest, no one on our suspect list really seems to be that strong. I mean, maybe Spencer's dad. I mean, I guess it could be Ezra. I mean, when I look at the remaining suspects on the wall, I don't really know how it could be anyone other than him. He is the only person on this wall that is pretty much disconnected from everyone else on the wall. He's seemingly the nicest guy ever. He's very attached to his English student, aka girlfriend, aka Aria, who just so happens to be one of the 4 main victims of A. And did I mention she's also a teenager? Say, Ezra, I heard you like 'em young. You better never go to cell block 1. And then, you know, of course, Melissa seems like the obvious answer. But is it too obvious? Just like it was way too obvious when Lucas and Mona in the flashback episode was essentially just like, hey, these 2 people are A. I mean, there's literally a scene in that episode where Lucas and Mona are talking, and they're like, she's gonna get what's coming to her. I mean, we're 2 episodes away from the season 2 finale, and it really does seem like they have been building up to the big A reveal. So, I mean, we could get the big A reveal as early as next episode, and then the last episode of the season is like doing some cleanup work for some extra mystery stuff. So I need to make sure that my guess for this section is really solid, because this could be my last locked in pick. And in this video, I have locked in a lot of different suspects. So who do I think would just be a good reveal? Spencer's mom might be a pretty cool A reveal. She was just trying to protect her family. She had to kill Allison. But then, how would she really be A? A really needs to be someone who is at the high school a lot. Ezra fits that category. I really do think that I'm going to lock in Ezra once again as my guess on who is A. But also, could Allison still be alive? That could be a huge theory. That could be the reveal. I mean, I think it would definitely be the biggest shock factor. Her body had been hidden away for a year before they found her body, so the body could be pretty disfigured, so they wouldn't be able to necessarily instantly realize it was her. Now, they did do an autopsy on the body, so I guess that would confirm that that's her body. And also, where would Allison be like hiding this entire time? We do find out that Spencer's lake house, A has been practically living in there. So I guess that could answer that. Or maybe that's who's hiding in Jason's house, who, even though he's like a good guy now, we still don't know who's in his house. And I mean, since we're so close to the end of the season, I'm assuming the big reveal of who is in the house with him could also be the big reveal of who A is. But how would Allison be able to like hide in the school, in the hallways, in the classrooms? We do know that she liked to wear wigs and disguises. Maybe it's someone who's been around in the background and we just weren't paying close enough attention. I think that there might be way too many holes in that theory though for her to actually be alive. Like, even if it's like some reason the autopsy report didn't figure out that it wasn't her body, it still doesn't explain how she would be able to get close enough to leave some of the messages that the girls have gotten these past 2 seasons without being seen by somebody. I also don't understand how we had that whole conversation with Jenna and Garrett where they practically confessed to all of it. I do not know, guys. I do not know. For episodes 22 and 23 of season 2 of the teen drama Pretty Little Liars, I am locking in my guess, Ezra fits for who is A.
What do we do now? We're too close to back off.
The race to find answers is on.
Allison took out a classified ad and A responded.
A is everywhere,
They just sent you this?
and everyone is a suspect.
Melissa could have killed Allison. Say that again?
Just one more episode until A is revealed.
I just watched episode 24 of season 2 of the show Pretty Little Liars, a teen drama that first aired in 2010, and this was the last episode before the season 2 finale. And you know, I don't usually like to look at those kind of things, but I got very excited, and it really seems like the episode description for the season 2 finale heavily implies that we might get the big reveal of who A is. So, I think that means that this is my final chance to lock in who did it and solve the mystery. Now, this episode gives us a ton of action and we get a bunch of clues. But then at the end of this episode, we get a huge, shocking moment that pretty much gets rid of my big theory that I had gathered from this episode. So, before the ending pretty much changes my whole big theory, I do want to kind of tell you guys my big theory, which involved a psychic boy that we meet. Yeah, I said psychic. The girls end up going to that creepy hospital doll thing place store. We mentioned it last part. It's a doll hospital. And they go there because they find out that Allison had been communicating to someone through the newspaper. And we're pretty sure Allison was communicating with A. And the last little classified section of the newspaper of them communicating back and forth, they talked about where they were going to meet, and they were going to meet on that street. Now, at the doll hospital, we meet the old lady who runs it. But more importantly, we meet her grandson. And this kid, fucking terrifying. He seems to be some sort of psychic, and he knows all about Allison and how she was buried alive, which was private information known only by the cops, and, you know, the autopsy wasn't public record. And he actually says that he warned Allison that someone was out to get her. And he goes, a couple with dark brown hair. And when Hannah's like, well, the girl in the couple, was she blind? And he goes, no, she can see. And so I was going to spend this entire section of this video pointing out every couple that has dark brown hair, which is most of them. But then at the end of the episode, we get one of those end credit scenes from the point of view of A. And A is talking to the lady who runs the store and her psychic grandson. And it seems like they have a deal where A told them what to say to the girls. So none of the information that we learned can really be used because I'm assuming it's just A giving them information that A wants them to think. So what can we use from this episode? Thanks for asking. Well, Spencer saw and talked to Allison. You know, the dead girl. It was seemingly a dream or a reaction to the medicine that Spencer had been taking. But she swears up and down that Allison was real. And she talks to Emily about it, and Emily tells her that she also saw Allison when she almost died. And that her conversation with Allison felt so real too. And plus, we never learned who dragged Emily out of that barn. Seemingly the ghost of Allison. And I don't remember, but I don't think that the other girls know that Hannah also saw Allison after she was hit by a car. I don't remember if Aria at any point talked to Allison, like in a dream or anything. I don't think so. My point is, it seems practically impossible for Allison to still be alive. However, what if she is? When Spencer woke up from her dream, the door was wide open. Was it from A or someone else, or was it from Allison? Here's what's even crazier. If Allison is alive, I don't think she's A. Because whenever she shows up to talk to the girls, she's trying to help them figure out who A is. So then I'm like, let's go back to other theories. Remember the, a different personality theory. I'm like, well, maybe the reason that Spencer is seeing Allison and talking to Allison is because that is a personality in her head. And I know we've gone back and forth on that theory for hours and hours at this point, but I just can't seem to figure out how any of this is possible. How can A be any of these characters? How can A possibly know everything about everybody at every time? I digress. Let's talk about the next really big thing in this episode. Jenna takes her bandage off after her experimental eye surgery, and we find out that it did not work. She is still blind. We get this moment where she walks up to the girls and she just is like breaking down, and she apologizes to them and just wants to move on. Some of the girls buy the apology, some of them don't, but it leaves them all with a really big question, which is, if Jenna's not A, then who is? Now, the girls mention Garrett and Melissa as their two prime suspects, and because of that, Spencer confronts her sister again. Spencer shows her sister the video that they have of Melissa and Ian and Jenna and Garrett in Allison's bedroom the night that she died. And Melissa threatens her. She tells Spencer that she's seen videos of her and her friends that make them look extremely bad. Now, this reaction to the confrontation makes her look extremely guilty. So, the girls decide that they need to set a trap for her. And this is where things get crazy, so buckle up. Hannah sends her boyfriend, Caleb, and her bestie, Mona, to a part of town that Melissa's going to be at and has them make out. And they make sure that Melissa sees it. So then, if they get a message from A about them kissing, we know, and they know, Melissa is A. Big brain moves. And it works, by the way. Melissa's walking by the car. She sees the two of them making out. Very shortly thereafter, boom, Hannah gets a message from A, mocking her about her best friend and her boyfriend kissing. So they think that this definitively proves Melissa is in fact A. But Spencer is conflicted. I mean, it's her sister. They need more proof. So they go to the psychic kid to talk to him about what he knows. They go to the doll hospital place. No one's there, but they manage to get inside. And it becomes a fucking horror movie in there, dude. The dolls start talking. We see a doll dressed as Allison, like half in the dirt. And the Allison doll is saying, "Follow me, end up like me," over and over and over. Then A is actually in there with them, starts pushing over shelves and stuff. It is actually, and I'm not joking, I'm not being hyperbolic, so scary. And if I'm being completely honest, this show is really hitting its stride. Really great stuff. After that, Garrett and Melissa are seen kissing. And then the cops show up and arrest Garrett for Allison's murder. You know how many times someone in this show has been arrested for her murder? A lot. Almost never for the right reasons. This time it was because Jenna took the autopsy report that Garrett had given to her to destroy, and Jenna gives it to the cops, and she's framing Garrett. Oh, and get this, guys. I'm pretty sure Jenna can see, I think. I'm not positive, but we get a really close-up shot of her eyes, and then she swats a fly. So, you know, in my eyes, well, her eyes, I think she can see, is what I'm saying. And she's playing everyone for some reason, right? But what could the reason be? Maybe that she actually is A. Maybe it was a double fake out. Hey, she confesses to being A practically. Psych, she can't be A. Haha, psych again. She is A. But if I'm being honest, I don't know. I feel like that would be disappointing, be kind of obvious. I also don't think Melissa is A, even though she was acting super suspect. Now, let's talk about my favorite suspect and the one that I have locked in quite often lately, Ezra Fitz. In this episode, Arya gets in a huge fight with her parents about everything that's been going on. They try to send her to boarding school. Arya threatens her dad and says that she's going to tell everyone about his affair with his student. And when she does that, she pretty much blows up her whole family. Her mom is ashamed of her. Her dad is heartbroken. Her dad then gets Ezra fired from the college that they both work at. And then the last thing that we see of Ezra and Arya in this episode is that they break up. And then they have sex. Now remember, he's like, I don't know, 22, 23. She's 16. If he's not A, what are we doing here, guys? I also want to pose the question of who has been in Jason's house? We have yet to get the big reveal about that. Maybe we will next episode, and maybe it could be A, but it's a big question. I have no idea who A is. I have no idea who A could possibly be at this point. I feel like there has to be someone up here or someone that I forgot to put on the wall that is just like, I'm just overlooking. Like maybe like Arya's mom or something. I think that I would die, in fact, if it was Arya's mom turned out to be A. Because there's no way. I mean, who else? Hannah's mom? She's a pretty big character in the show, but is this even a good theory? Like, should I just point out characters I've never seriously suspected? Like Emily's dad. He's always gone because of the military. So, like, what if it's like, well, what if he's not in the military? What if he's actually just in the bushes spying on teenage girls? I mean, there is always someone like Maya who kind of has always given me the creeps a little bit. She's either run away or been killed by A, I think. We don't know yet because she keeps texting Emily. Caleb just doesn't seem like a good choice because he didn't even really show up until season 2. So that means that all of season 1, we were spiraling trying to figure out a mystery when we hadn't even actually met the main suspect. There's always the possibility that it could be one of the main 4 girls. If it was one of the main 4 girls, they would have to have a partner because there's no way they could do it themselves. We've seen A or glimpses of A at the same exact time that we've seen all 4 girls together. I really thought that I was the greatest detective on YouTube. But Pretty Little Liars has proven me to be the worst detective on YouTube. Like, I'm joking around, but I am so serious. I do not have any idea who A is. I mean, I've got to lock in a guess, and it's got to be a big one because I think we get the reveal next episode. So whoever I lock in, this could be it. Dude, I think I'm going to have to go with the Ezra theory. I mean, we have had this same Ezra and Arya storyline for 40 episodes. In fact, that is one of my only complaints about this show. The pilot episode and the first few episodes really make it out to seem like Arya is the main character of the show. But then she's just kind of tucked away with this Ezra storyline. Will they get caught? Oh, nope, they didn't get caught. Oh, I think they're about to get caught. Nope, they didn't get caught. I mean, the two of them are completely cut from the entire rest of the show. A lot of the time. Off on their own little world. Not having any relation with the rest of the show. Dude, in 2 seasons, do you know how many girlfriends Emily has had? Emily has had so many girlfriends and a boyfriend that we got repeat girlfriends. Twice. Hannah has had a ton of different love interests, finally settling on one that I think we all agree is very dreamy. Spencer has had a few love interests, but, you know, we've settled with Toby. Big fan of Toby. Major victim of A. Our friend Toby. And meanwhile, while all this is happening, Arya's off with Ezra in his apartment, playing Scrabble or whatever the fuck an English teacher does with his student. And Ezra never even really interacts with the other 3 main characters of the show, except for like on very rare occasions. And Ezra hasn't been a part of any of the major A stuff. Every other character on this board has interacted with A at some point, except for Ezra, except for when A almost exposed him for his relationship, but then A saved him and his relationship. And even then, I don't even think he knew about that. So what is the reason to have a character that has pretty much nothing to do with the rest of the show unless he is actually super important to the rest of the show. Because he is actually A. That's right, baby. I'm locking in Ezra Fitz for who I think A is. Pretty Little Liars. We're about to get the big reveal, I think. If not, it'll be pretty embarrassing. Boom. Ezra Fitz.
Catch up with our Pretty Little Liars marathon. Then,
Be there when the clock strikes midnight.
the spring finale millions are dying to see.
Hello? We didn't come this far to give up.
Finally, A is revealed.
Okay, guys, I was wrong. I messed up. I messed up big time. I feel really stupid. But also, I feel like I didn't get any answers. So, let's talk about the elephant in the room, or should I say the elephant in the room. Mona is A. And so, yeah, that's it. Mona is A. This woman, this young lady, it was Mona, I guess. But we don't really get a lot of answers on why she's A. Like, she says that she decides to be A because Arya, Spencer, and Emily stole Hannah from her, and they took away her only friend. But that doesn't even make any sense, dude. Because A is the one who brought the girls back together and made them close again. And she implies that she killed Allison because she wanted to be friends with Hannah. And then Spencer is like, well, then why did you hit Hannah with a car? And she says some fucking parable about it's easier to forgive a friend than an enemy. Or I think she said it the other way around. It's easier to forgive a enemy than a friend. And then also Jenna meets with Mona, I think. And so it seems like Jenna was working with Mona as A. And then at the masquerade ball, which, by the way, this whole episode takes place at a masquerade ball, we see Lucas with Jenna. So does that mean that Lucas was also working with Mona? I mean, that's the thing, dude. This episode didn't give us any answers other than the fact that Mona is A. Which even that, dude. So Mona apparently has some sort of mental disorder that, mixed with her hyper intelligence, allows her to seem omnipresent, and that's how she's able to know everything all of the time. Which I don't know what that means at all. I think it means that she was like so smart, and she watched the people in the town so closely and often that it got to the point where she was able to just kind of like correctly assume everything that they did in their lives. I don't get that at all, though. I need answers. We didn't get any answers. I want to know what Ian and Melissa and Garrett and Jenna were doing in Allison's bedroom the night she died. I want to know if Mona killed Ian. How did this young lady drag his heavy dead body by how did she do that? There's a million mysteries that we've been going through from season 1 through season 2, and I don't have answers to any of them. We get this point where Mona is trying to get Spencer to join Team A. So that leads me to believe that A is a bunch of people, and it's insinuated that like Lucas and Jenna were a part of this. I am somehow more confused now that I know who A is than I did before I knew who A was. Also, I would like to point out, I locked in Mona in season 1. Like, the pilot episode, like the first couple episodes made it look so obvious that it was her. And then I don't even remember what happened, but I seemed so confident that it couldn't be her for some reason. I just can't remember why. Because, like, I think at one point I nailed the whole, like, she was the bullied girl who gets revenge and wants to become the popular girl or something like that. I think I said that, right? But just to be clear, and I want to make this extremely transparent, I did not solve this. I mean, by the time we got the reveal that Mona is A, I don't think I even remotely guessed it was her. And that's a whole nother thing. At the end of this episode, And this is probably going to infuriate me and you, if I would correctly assume. If maybe my hyper-intelligence could make me omnipresent and understand what you're thinking right now. At the end of the episode, Mona is in a psych ward and someone visits her. And Mona says, "I did everything you told me to." So, does that mean Mona's not fucking A? Or is Mona A and there's like a new big bad that's been above A? Maybe they're B. So like I guess the mystery's not done. Like we still have something to solve, which is to be expected. This show has like 7 seasons. Oh, and another thing. They find another body. This time the body belongs to Maya. Here, hold on. Maya's dead. Emily's girlfriend. Now, I did kind of guess that was the case because I was pretty sure that Maya's texts to Emily were just A pretending to be Maya. It's the exact same thing A did with Ian. So does that mean that Mona killed Maya? And if Mona killed Maya, why? Or is the new big bad that we meet at the end in the psych ward, is that who killed Maya? Oh, hey, worst thing that happens in this episode by far though, Ezra and Arya are still together. Some other spark notes from the finale. I'm very upset, but I do love this show, by the way. Toby, not actually upset at Spencer at all. He was tricking A. He had to really sell it to make it look like he hated Spencer, so that way he could run off, find the therapist lady. Remember the therapist? Therapist comes back and helps save the day. Did I solve Pretty Little Liars before the reveal? No, not even close. But not yet. There's still mysteries to solve. Can I solve Pretty Little Liars Season 3 before the reveal? It has been months since my last Pretty Little Liars video, and I am so pumped to be back. And is this a safe space? Like, can I be honest with you guys? The fact that I've had to wait 6 months, roughly, to watch Pretty Little Liars Season 3 has driven me nuts. I cannot wait to get back into this show. PLL stands, rise up. I was told in a comment in one of my old videos that no one calls it PLL, it's PLL. But, you know, I'm a bit of a trendsetter. If you are jumping into my series with just this video, you may want to go back and watch the first 2 parts that cover seasons 1 and seasons 2. And of course, spoiler alerts for like everything that happens in season 1, season 2, and season 3. The end of season 2, we found out that someone else had been killed. And it was also revealed that like the person that was revealed as A in the season finale had someone that they were working for. So it really looks like our mystery is just beginning. We are going to try to figure out who this new A is before the show reveals it. If you're new to this channel, this is how it works. This is not a recap of the show Pretty Little Liars. This is me watching it for the very first time and trying to solve the mystery before the show reveals it. So we'll jump into season 3 of Pretty Little Liars, and after every few episodes that I watch, I will jump in here and I will break down all the suspects, theories, and clues that I have for who I think could be A. That way, when we get to the end of the video, we can look back and we can see exactly how close or how far I was from getting it right. That's enough yapping from me. We have waited almost half of a year for Pretty Little Liars Season 3, so let's just jump right into it.
Then at 8, Pretty Little Liars is all new. They've unmasked A.
You're still safe, aren't you?
I got a text. Is it starting again?
There's a lot you don't know.
Do something like this.
Woo! Feels good to be back in Rosewood, baby! I was not lying when I said that I have really missed this show. I just watched Season 3, Episode 1, and oh boy, it's as if we haven't even missed a beat. Just as a refresher, we found out a lot of information in the finale of Season 2. We found out that Mona, I drew a little devil with her name, because Mona is A. We also found out that Maya, who is Emily's girlfriend, is dead. So now it's just like the original mystery, which was the death of Allison. It's like we're starting all over again. There is a new death of a teenage girl in Rosewood. Mona, who turned out to be A, is in a psych hospital getting treatment. And in the finale of season 2, we saw a scene where Mona was talking to someone off camera and said, "I did everything you told me to." Which means that even though Mona was A, it turns out that there was some other A who's actually been in charge the whole time. And let's not forget all of the unanswered questions we have from season 1 and season 2. My favorite being, who was hidden in Jason's house last season? This is Jason, that is Allison's older brother. We also found out that Jason and Spencer are half siblings. Someone was hiding in Jason's house, and we have no idea who it was. Also, who killed Ian? I'm going to be honest with you. If you watched my Bridgerton video, you'll know that I drew one of the characters that I forgot to print out, and I used the back of Ian's picture to do that. So I don't have Ian's picture on the wall anymore. But he's dead, so we really don't need it if you think about it. But anyway, who killed Ian? Was it Mona? Did Mona kill Ian? Did Mona also kill Maya? Because Maya's dead and Mona was A. We don't even know if Mona as A is who killed Allison. We don't know who killed Allison. That's like the main mystery. We have no idea what went down between Ian and Melissa and Garrett and Jenna. Melissa, who is Spencer's older sister, and Garrett, who is a cop. Garrett and Jenna were like dating, and then they were with Melissa and her boyfriend slash husband slash baby daddy slash dead guy were all in Allison's room together the night that Allison died. Mona, in the season 2 finale, asks Spencer, who's one of the 4 main girls, to join the A team. When you say A team, does that mean that there's a bunch of people who were A? So we still have all of those questions that we need answers to. And then we have the new mystery, which is the mystery that we are trying to solve. Because remember, we're not trying to solve the mystery of who killed Allison. We're not trying to solve the mystery of who killed Maya. We are trying to solve the mystery of who is A. And we thought that when Mona was revealed as A, that was the end of the mystery. But it turns out that there is someone who's actually in charge, and that is who we need to find out. Season 3, episode 1 starts flashing forward 5 months after the night that Maya is dead. And our 4 main characters, Aria, Hannah, Spencer, and Emily, they each did very different things during the summer. Aria was in a photography class. Spencer was taking college classes. Emily was in a different country, like building homes. And Hannah was just chilling, I guess. Well, it's the first episode of season 3. We flash forward 5 months. The girls are all hanging out, and we're finally getting some information. Turns out the entire summer, the girls keep getting these fake A texts that are just people like messing with them and joking around after the big, incident happened at the end of season 2. Like one of them is a message that says, "Show me your boobs, -A." We also find out that Garrett, who was getting the rap for Allison's death, is going to be going on trial soon. Now, I don't know if you remember, but as a recap, Garrett and Jenna were working together on some evil stuff, trying to cover up stuff. Jenna actually ends up framing Garrett for the death of Allison. So, now Garrett is in jail. The issue is, I thought that when Mona was revealed as A, that would have mean, like, she was the number 1 suspect of who killed Allison. But I guess not. Like, I thought A killed Allison, and Mona turned out to be A. So I thought that would be the end of that. But it turns out, I guess, the cops and everyone in the world of Pretty Little Liars thinks that whoever killed Allison is very different from who A is, which it might be. Well, I think it's just been so long that I assumed that whoever A was also the person that killed Allison. Oh well, we'll get more into that later. For now, we're seeing our 4 main characters, the best friends, hanging out, drinking, having themselves a little party. And this is very similar. It's almost an identical parallel to the very first episode of season 1, where we saw the 5 girls, because Allison was still alive, doing this exact same thing. They're hanging out, they're having a little something to drink. It's just them partying together. And that was, of course, the night that Allison went missing. So, what is going to happen tonight? Sure enough, Arya and Hannah wake up and they see that the door is wide open. Spencer and Emily are nowhere to be found. And dude, I was so stressed. I was like, not again. Are we about to lose one of the 4 girls? But then Spencer runs down the stairs. And I'm like, oh my God, this is exactly like what happened last time. Because in season 1, when the girls woke up, they couldn't find Spencer or Allison. Spencer ran in and was like, I can't find Allison. And now she's doing the same thing. Spencer runs down the stairs and she's like, I can't find Emily. And it's just like, Spencer, why are you always so suspicious? But don't worry, no one is dead this time. The girls end up finding Emily, and Emily is standing over Allison's grave, which has been dug up. And the grave is empty, and Allison's body is gone. Where my Allison's still alive and is actually a girlie's at. Now, you know, the theory that Allison has actually been alive this whole time, that theory does have some more legs, because her body's not in the grave. Anyway, Emily is so drunk because she's been drinking a lot since the death of her girlfriend, Maya. I know I was blocking Maya when I pointed at her, so let me do it again. Maya. But because she's so drunk, she has no clue how she ended up at the graveyard. But she is standing over it. She gets enough consciousness to call her friends. They come running to save her. And this is not the girls' first rodeo. They get there and they immediately jump into action because they know that if they are caught at Allison's grave, where it has been dug up and stolen, they will be suspect number 1 once again. So while they are trying to clean up any trace of evidence that they were there in the graveyard that night, they're also trying to piece together the pieces of why Emily got there in the first place. Turns out Emily got a phone call from Spencer while everyone was sleeping. Now, Emily doesn't remember the call or who was talking to her, but whatever that conversation is the reason that Emily left the house. And so Spencer's like, oh my God, if my phone was the number that called her, then that means that they were in the room with us and they used my phone. So now they're freaking out because they're like, who was in the house with us while we were sleeping? I would be remiss to not point out that it makes Spencer look insanely suspicious as well. Like, we go through this all the time. Why is it always Spencer? So anyway, they want to make sure that nobody can find out that they were at Allison's grave that night. So they plant some evidence to make it look like they were at Spencer's family's lake house that entire night, which means that they wouldn't even be in town. It wouldn't even be possible for them to be suspects. And the plan works. No one thinks that they were there the night that Allison's body was stolen. But now the girls have a big mystery on their hands. Who would want to steal Allison's body? The exact quote from the episode is, the only person who benefits from Allison's body being gone is her killer. And since the girls and everyone else in the town believe that Allison's killer is actually Garrett, the cop, they're like, well, he must have done this, but he's in jail. So who helped him? Was it his ex-girlfriend Jenna? Probably not. I mean, she is the one who turned him into the cops and is framing him. But honestly, we don't even know if she's framing him or not. It could be Garrett. Then there is Melissa, Spencer's sister, but I think she's in like Philadelphia or something, so she's not anywhere near Rosewood. So already it is getting pretty complicated. I'm buckling in, and I hope you guys are too. That same night that Allison's body is stolen from her grave, the girls run into Lucas, the yearbook guy. Arya and Hannah see him out in town in the middle of the night. He looks very suspicious, and might I add, he also looks very rough. He does not look good. Now, I've always really liked Lucas, but I don't really know what his deal is. It's kind of implied in the season 2 finale that Lucas was helping Mona, and I guess he's a part of the A team, but I don't know that for sure. What I do know is that the girls say that he has been dark ever since that night. Like, he's not talking to anyone, he's acting weird and suspicious. So we need to remember to keep him in mind at all times. So now let's talk about kind of like the main part of this episode, or at least it's the part I'm the most interested in, and that is the part that Garrett the cop is on trial for Allison's murder. I really thought that when A turned out to be Mona, that everyone would just immediately suspect her. Like, especially our 4 main girls. But even the 4 main girls believe the media and the cops' opinion that it was Garrett. Now, we know as an audience that Garrett was set up by Jenna. And then the cops also have the theory that Garrett also killed Maya because Maya's family moved into Allison's family old home. And so they think maybe Maya found something in the house that would prove that Garrett killed Allison. So he killed her to keep that from getting out. That theory doesn't make any sense to me personally, and Spencer also doesn't seem to buy it. Now, the girls do seem to buy that Garrett killed Allison, however, but they know that Mona was A. And we know that A was stalking and harassing Allison before Allison died. So why do they not suspect Mona? This whole thing, it leads up to Garrett calling Spencer from jail. And so she goes and visits him. And he tells her that he is completely innocent. He did not kill Allison and he did not kill Maya. But he thinks he knows who killed Allison. And Garrett is talking to Spencer and he's like, there is so much that you don't know. This isn't over. You are all in danger. And then, as he is being taken away by the guards, he yells out, I know who took the body. This is very interesting, and Spencer does seem to believe Garrett at least a little bit. She knows that something is not adding up. Something is wrong. Add on the fact that Arya sees A, or at least someone dressed as A, which is black hoodie, black gloves. Spencer knows that someone was watching her in the woods, and Emily was being watched by someone in a car, and that means A is in full-on action mode again. Now, the ending of this episode is very interesting. We get a ton of information from the girls. Turns out Spencer has spent the entire summer going to the old motel thing that Mona had her A lair set up in, and Spencer has been digitally recreating it exactly on her computer because Spencer saw the A cave that night that Mona was revealed. Well, if Mona got busted that night, why is Spencer having to digitally recreate the A cave? Well, it's because when the girls went back the next day to go and look at the A cave, someone had cleaned the entire thing out. All of Allison's diaries, all of the black hoodies and costumes that A used, all of it gone. And since Mona was like under arrest at that point, it couldn't have been Mona who cleaned out the A cave, which means Mona was not acting alone. At this point, Emily starts having flashbacks to the night that she can't remember. That is the night that they all ended up at Allison's grave. And she gets these flashes and she remembers being in a car with someone. And it's the exact same car that is sitting and watching Emily. And that is when Emily gets a text that says, I bet you remember me. All of this leads to the final moment of the episode when someone busts the windows in Spencer's car and there is just thousands of copies of a picture of the 4 girls standing over Allison's grave that has been dug up and her body stolen. This is a message from A. A is going to frame them for stealing Allison's body. And that is when we get our first official A text of the season, which says, Mona played with dolls, I play with body parts. Game on, bitches. -A. We officially have a new A, which means that we officially have a new mystery to solve. I know that this is so much information, but it's like, dude, this show has not pumped the brakes. Like, season 3 starts with them just hitting the gas pedal. So, of course, the big question is, who is this new A? And I think new is a relative term because it seems like this A has been in charge the entire time. Because Spencer brings up the same kind of questions that we had about Mona being A. Like, Mona was with Hannah when Emily got a massage from A. And also, there's no way that Mona could have moved Ian's dead body out of that church bell tower by herself. So who are our suspects for this new A? Well, this is going to suck, but I think that everyone that we have suspected or had on the wall from seasons 1 and 2 are still up for grabs. Jenna, we know that she's involved in some capacity. Melissa, we know that she's involved. She was on that videotape showing her in Allison's bedroom the night that Allison Allison died, I'm still not convinced that Melissa didn't help her husband Ian set up her sister Spencer when Ian was trying to kill her in the season 1 finale. You remember that? You remember how she conveniently left her phone at that church? So Spencer had to go back to the church, and then Ian was waiting for her at the church. And she was like, "What are you doing here? I'm here to get Melissa's phone. She left it." And he's like, "I know she did. And I think it's because she did it on purpose." Trust that girl. I don't trust her at all. Then we've got Lucas, the yearbook guy. He is definitely involved in some capacity. It feels like they even kind of said he's definitely working with Mona. They said that. I mean, they definitely alluded to it in the season 2 finale. And now he's just like out on the town in the middle of the night looking like the Crow from the movie The Crow. And then there's Mona herself. And like, here's a pretty solid theory about Mona. We know that Mona turned out to be A, but the reason that we're even going on this wild A goose chase again is because at the end of season 2, after Mona is revealed, she is talking to someone and she says, "I did everything you told me to." And so we take that as, oh, she is talking to the real A, the big A. But then in this episode, something very interesting happens with Mona. Hannah has actually been visiting Mona in the mental hospital all summer long. And Mona has been completely unresponsive. She doesn't talk, she doesn't acknowledge anyone's existence, but Hannah keeps going and visiting Mona because I think she just has like a guilt thing. Like I think she feels like she was such a bad friend that she caused Mona to snap and become A. So she keeps going back because all of the doctors, including, where is this guy? Ren, do you remember Ren? Ren was dating Spencer's sister Melissa, but then he started kissing up on Spencer, and so that broke up, and then that issue didn't end up working out. And so, but Ren is a doctor. Well, now he works at the psych hospital where Mona is being kept. And he thinks that Hannah visiting Mona is definitely helping her. And we even get like this really creepy scene of Mona like spying on Hannah talking to Ren. It's very like Silence of the Lambs coded. Anyway, one of these times that Hannah visits Mona, we see from the audience's perspective, Mona has a vision of Allison and she sees Allison in the room with them. So now I'm thinking, what if the person that Mona was saying, "I did everything you told me to," was actually just a vision of Allison? And it wasn't real. She was just talking to a hallucination. And her doing all of these acts as A was because this hallucination of Allison, the girl that tormented her and bullied her and ruined her life, she's having these visions of her and she's doing everything that this hallucination tells her to do. And we know that Mona is a genius. A is one of the best supervillains I've ever seen. What if Mona is continuing all of these A antics from the luxury of her hospital room? Another theory that I have relates to Ren. He was such a small character, I'm really surprised he's even still around, so that leads me to want to look into him further. And now he's just conveniently a doctor at the hospital where Mona is being kept. Because remember, it's not like a real hospital, it's not an ER hospital, it is a mental hospital. And the last time we saw him at work, it was at the ER, so like, what's up with that? Plus, we get a very interesting line from him in this episode. He says, "Sense is something rarely mined from mental illness. Trust me, I've spent a lifetime trying." What does that even mean? What mental illness has he spent a lifetime trying to make sense out of? Here's my theory. I think that Ren might actually be Mona's older brother. And maybe he's been helping her. Maybe he's the one in charge. I think it's a fun theory because he was close with Melissa. He's close with Spencer. He's gotten really close to Hannah while she's been visiting. Oh yeah, and then we have Ezra. He's still around. Him and Arya are still dating. And it does seem like it's going to be like that for a while. Arya's mom seemed to have come around to the idea. And Arya's dad doesn't even show up in this episode. So I don't know if maybe he's just not in the show anymore. Maybe he had some other roles or something. Conflict of schedule or something like that. And I say that because it seems like her parents have officially divorced this time after the whole arc of the first 2 seasons where like, are they going to get back together? And then they do get back together. But then season 3, episode 1, they're like, nope, they're divorced. They decided to divorce. But yeah, Caleb is still around. Him and Hannah are still dating. I don't suspect him. I'm a big fan of this guy. I don't think he has anything to do with A at all. And then there's Spencer, who we've already spoken about in this episode being like, she's always a little bit suspicious. Like, you know, Her phone is the one that called Emily. She wasn't in the room the night that Emily disappeared or the night that Allison disappeared. And we have had a pretty long-standing theory throughout the last 2 videos where we think maybe Spencer has a mental disorder that causes her to have alters. Now, this show, because it's like the 2010s or whatever, probably wasn't as like respectful when it comes to those kind of like very real mental disorders, right? So like the actual term for it is alters. This show would probably use something like multiple personalities, which I have learned is a harmful term, so we will try our best not to use it, even though I'm pretty sure this show would use it, if that makes sense. The theory was that maybe Spencer experienced some sort of trauma, and that trauma caused her as a defense mechanism to create an alter, kind of a different person that she becomes in stressful or intense situations. And maybe that alter could actually be a replica of Allison. So she like becomes Allison sometimes, which would mean that Spencer could be doing all of this A stuff and not even realizing it. And, you know, it's a kind of another possibility now because it's like, well, maybe Spencer did use her own phone to call Emily. And then she kidnapped Emily, took her to the graveyard, and then went back to the house and then didn't even realize that it happened. Again, I'm not a professional. I don't know anything about it. It's just a silly theory for a TV show that's a teen drama. Please do not take this as any sort of fact. And then there's our like most out there theory, which is the idea that Allison is not dead at all. She has been alive the entire time, and she has been the one pulling the puppet strings. And I personally think that now that Allison's body has been stolen from her grave, it makes it even more of a possibility that that theory could be the case. Because we find out in the episode that the judge in charge of the Garrett killing Allison trial had ordered for Allison's body to be exhumed so that it could be re-examined for evidence. And then, right after that judge makes the order, someone goes and steals the body. Everyone seems to think that Garrett hired someone to do it to help protect himself and help him win his case. But what if it was actually Allison doing this? What if the body that they found that was Allison's wasn't actually Allison's body? The thought process with that was it was a year before Allison's body was found, which means that it was in the elements for a whole year. So maybe if, you know, A had used like a body that was resembling of Allison, they could get away with it because it would be really hard to identify the body. And then at the time, like, you know, I guess they thought maybe Allison's death could have been an accident, so they didn't look super into it. And so now that the body was going to be exhumed for the trial and looked at very closely, Allison was like, I got to get that fake body out of there before people realize it's fake. I think that's a good theory. It does have its flaws, like, you know, Allison's body did have an autopsy done, which means that they probably would have known it wasn't Allison's body. But, you know, who knows? But I do need to lock in my guess for who I think A is for episode 1 of season 3. And I'm feeling like my strongest theory so far is that Mona has just been taking orders from a hallucination of Allison and that she's still running things from inside the psych hospital. She's a genius, you know, she's an evil genius. So I think that she is capable of continuing the operation while being supervised. But I do want to incorporate another theory into that theory, and that is the theory that Ren is like Mona's older brother or something. So I'm going to be locking in Mona and Ren for who I think A is, season 3, episode 1. I'm so excited.
Their nightmare isn't over.
She could have an entire outfield playing for her.
Now they must learn from one enemy
Now you want me to go back there with cupcakes?
how to defeat another.
You're getting them again, aren't you?
This video is not sponsored. However, if you're a fan of these videos and you want to help support me in any way, there are ways to do that. Like, if you remember this moment from my first ever Pretty Little Liars video, I mean, there's preying on someone's downfall, and then there's making sure that downfall happens each and every moment. A is the Kobe Bryant of villainy, dog. There are no off days. A is pulling the Michael Jordan flu game every single episode. Well, I do have some new merch celebrating that moment. It's available in my shop, link down below. Also, you can subscribe to my newsletter, which will actually be launching with the release of this video. We've got a lot of fun stuff that we're doing over there, so if you want to join, the newsletter is of course free to join, but if you do want to help support my Patreon, it's like $2 a month, and we're trying to do fun stuff over there all the time. You get a little bit early releases to the videos, and then I do like polls asking what my next Can I Solve video should be. You know, stuff like that. Okay, sorry, back to solving.
I felt safer when Mona wasn't talking.
She's locked up,
I know all about Mona being A. It's the tip of the iceberg.
but she's still playing the game.
She was faking.
Okay, so I remember now why I waited so long to make this video. I just watched episodes 2, 3, and 4, and this show makes me crazy. I'm watching the episodes, I'm looking for all the clues, and then I get confused, and then I don't even know what I'm looking for anymore. The show really has like a whole different vibe now too. Like it's really switched from like this like teen drama filled plot lines to like, it's like a serial killer's on the loose. That text message that we got all the way back in episode 1 of this season when A says, Mona played with dolls, I play with body parts. Like that really set the tone. Like A's not just like messing with their romance lives and like school drama. Like we barely even see the high school so far in this season. You know, like A has always been a supervillain in our eyes, but this A, the A that's in charge, this is like serial killer. You know what I mean? Like, speaking of serial killer, at one point, A sends Emily a necklace, and the necklace says dead girls can't smile, and it's got human teeth on it. We assume that these human teeth are from Allison's body, which was stolen from the graveyard. We don't know for sure though, because before the girls can take the necklace with the teeth to the cops, it accidentally gets flushed down the toilet. But that's not all that A has taken from Allison's grave. Arya receives an earring. Now this earring was placed in Allison's grave at her funeral, and Arya is the one that put it in there. It was like a little memento because we get a flashback that goes all the way back to when Arya and Allison discovered and walked up on Arya's dad having an affair. And so they go to his office where he worked at the college, and they searched his office for any clues that he was still seeing that girl. Her name is Meredith, by the way. And while they're searching the office, Allison finds those earrings. Arya's like, oh my God, these must be Meredith's. And she ended up putting the earrings in Allison's grave as like a memento. And that doesn't seem super important, but it was a whole thing where they trashed her dad's office to make it look like Meredith did it, so that way he would definitely not see her anymore. And so Arya felt super guilty when these memories resurfaced, and so Arya ended up telling her dad that it was her that did that. So her dad makes Arya apologize to Meredith. And during this, Arya tries to give her back her earring, to which Meredith says, that's not my earring. So, you know, whose earring is it? I don't know, but since A is involved, I imagine it has something to do with something. At the end of episode 2, we get one of those A end credit scenes. It's like at the very end of the episode, they'll do one little scene. It's usually very quick, and it's from A's point of view. And this time, A was at the store buying a bunch of black hoodies and gloves. And the cashier's like ringing him up. And the cashier goes, oh, you buying all these for a team? The Avengers Initiative. Can't spell Avengers without A. Anyway, this leads me to believe that the show is telling us, hey, Mona is not the only A. There are a bunch of people involved in the A team. And this is something that we've talked about in the last 2 videos over the last 2 seasons. The idea that maybe A is actually made up of all of the different characters who had a bone to pick with Allison, because Allison tormented and harassed so many people. People like Noel Khan and Jenna and Mona and Lucas and Melissa and Ian and I mean, literally anyone on this wall. And that combined with this end credit scene where A is buying a bunch of black hoodies and gloves leads me to believe that there are probably a lot of people on this board who have something to do with A. Which doesn't really tell us anything new, but that's just how this show works, dude. We just gotta keep grinding. A lot of weird stuff happens in this batch of episodes. Like Lucas is edgy Lucas now. He's all
dirty and grimy. He looks like he hasn't slept in weeks, dog. Hannah corners him in a classroom to ask him some questions, and he lights his disciplinary referral on fire, throws it in the trash can, almost starts a fire at the school because he's edgy Lucas. And he definitely knows that Hannah and the girls are being messed with by A again, which means that I think proves he is involved in some capacity. Like, we see Lucas visiting Mona in the mental hospital, and when Hannah and Caleb catch him, Lucas says, "It's better for a lot of people if Mona stays crazy," which is just an insane thing to say if you're innocent. So, like, the girls definitely have edgy Lucas on their list of who could be this new A, but that's not the only person that they're trying to solve. Also trying to figure out who was in the Black Swan costume at the homecoming dance at the end of season 2. If you don't remember, right before Mona gets exposed as A, they're all at the dance, and we see someone dressed as a Black Swan talking to Jenna and Caleb. And it all goes down right about the same time that A is revealed to be Mona, so it really makes it seem like those three are a part of the A team, and maybe that Black Swan is the leader. So in this 3-episode batch, that is the big mystery that the girls are trying to solve, and they do solve it. So basically, they solve this mystery. Long story short, Spencer gets in trouble by her mom, who is an attorney, for going to visit Garrett. And she's like, "You better not go see Garrett again. That guy killed one of your best friends." And Spencer's like, "Whatever, Mom. You don't know what I got going on." Then, out of nowhere, Spencer's mom does a complete 180, and now she's actually defending Garrett in his case. So she is his lawyer now, and Spencer finds that out and immediately is like, "What is going on?" And so Spencer's trying to figure out why her mom took the case. Her mom keeps deflecting. She's pretty sure her sister Melissa is the reason that her mom took this case. And we also find out, because Melissa comes back from being out of town, that Melissa is no longer pregnant. And at first I was like, that is very sad that Melissa lost her baby. But then it turns out, and I mean, this is still sad, but Melissa was faking being pregnant for a long time. Like, she wasn't faking entirely. She was pregnant with Ian's baby, but then after she discovered Ian's body, his dead body that time in the woods, like in a cabin in the woods, she lost it shortly after that, but then she pretended to keep being pregnant for like months. And the girls find this information out because they sneak into Melissa's apartment and find the Black Swan costume. So Spencer confronts Melissa, and then Spencer's mom actually shows up in the middle of this confrontation, and she gets involved too. And Melissa gives us a lot of information. She says that the reason that she was faking being pregnant was because she was afraid, and she was sick of being in the papers constantly. You know, her husband was accused of killing Allison, and then he died, and then so she was just like, it's better if nobody knows what's going on with me. And you know what? I think that's fair enough. I think that's valid. And then Spencer asks her why she was dressed as the Black Swan at the homecoming dance and why she was talking to Jenna. Melissa explains that she received a package with the costume in it and a note that said that she needed to go to the dance and distract Jenna, or else they were going to reveal her secret about faking being pregnant. So she was terrified that if it came out that she was faking being pregnant for all this time, that people would immediately suspect her to having something to do with Allison's murder, which they already did, so she didn't want to bring that back up again. So she did what the note told her. She dressed up as the Black Swan, she went to the dance, and she talked to Jenna. Again, fair enough. Then, while all of this confrontation is happening, Spencer confronts her mom about why she is suddenly taking Garrett's case. So Spencer's mom explains that a while back, her and their dad hired a private investigator to follow Melissa around right after Allison disappeared because they weren't so sure Melissa was innocent. And one of the witnesses that were going to be called to the stand in Garrett's trial was going to be that private investigator. So she took the case to keep that from getting out, because if that went out, then people would assume that Melissa killed Allison. And again, I think that's fair. So yeah, since we've talked about Melissa and we've talked about edgy Lucas, let's talk about Jenna. Jenna is a character that we have been suspicious of since the very beginning of the show. She has the most likely reason to want to kill Allison because Allison is the one who blinded her. Which reminds me, Jenna can see now. We have suspected that due to some stuff that happens in like the season 2 finale and around then. But we officially know for sure. If you don't remember, Jenna had like this experimental surgery that could potentially let her see again. And she told everybody it didn't work. Turns out it did work. And Emily, who's been having flashbacks to the night that she was kidnapped and ended up at Allison's grave, and she remembers who was driving the car that she was in that night, and it was Jenna. So that leads all of the girls to start trailing Jenna. They follow her around, and then they see her driving a car. The ultimate proof that she is not actually blind. They confront her, and she tells them what happened. She says that Emily was in her car that night, but it was because she had Emily was just standing drunk in the middle of the road, and Jenna almost hit her with her car. And then she was like, oh God, I can't just leave her here. And so she got Emily in the car with her, and then she was like, I'm gonna take you home. But then before she could get home, Emily just runs out of the car, which once again, fair enough. And during this scene, it really does seem like Jenna is truly scared of someone. And I think the person that Jenna is very scared of is the person who is who is the one in charge. My theory is that the person who is in charge of this whole thing isn't actually doing most of the dirty work. I think that they are blackmailing or hiring people who had a vendetta against Allison to do these tasks, including Mona. And I think that Jenna is one of these people who was working with the big A, but got in too deep and wanted out. And that is why she was pretending to be blind for so long. Maybe Jenna wasn't even blackmailed into helping A at first. Maybe Jenna just really wanted to get back at Allison. But after Allison dies and other people start dying and she's in too deep, she wants out. The same could be said for Lucas, who was harassed by Allison when she was still alive. Maybe he's in the same boat. He wanted to help A, and then it got too real, and so he wanted out, but now, he's being blackmailed or something. And maybe that's why he's so edgy now, because he's trying to get out. And that even leads us to Mona, right? What if she's just been taking orders this whole time, and everything that has happened has been the result of this puppet master? That's the one big bad that we are looking for. Maybe that big A even killed Allison, maybe even killed Maya, maybe even killed Ian. They're the big bad guy. Everyone else up here are just minions. And speaking of Mona, during this batch of episodes, we see Mona a lot. In fact, she actually steals a guest pass and some tweezers from Hannah while Hannah is visiting her. And Mona actually speaks for the first time during these episodes as well, when she looks at Hannah and goes, "You're getting them again, aren't you?" The texts, which tells us that Mona is still in the loop, in the know of what is going on with A. And we actually see her talking more and more throughout these episodes due to her medicine starting to work. I think that might be a cover, but what do I know? One last thing about Mona from these episodes, at one point, it seems like she purposely gets her visitation rights taken away. She has this big meltdown, and I think that could be because Mona is also trying to get away from A. Maybe Mona is also terrified of A. And so she's trying to get her visitation taken away so that A can't come visit her. But then in the end scene, the little end credit scene from A's point of view for that episode, we see A hacking the system and getting Mona her visitation rights back. So who is this big A? We have to lock in somebody, and everyone is up for grabs, even the four main girls. Because now that we know that this mastermind isn't necessarily the person in the black hoodie that we see all the time, they wouldn't have to be around. Does that make sense? When we've seen A show up at the same time that we see all four girls together, then that could have just been one of their minions doing the task for them. I'm not saying it's one of them. I'm just saying they no longer have an alibi. So let's just keep looking through suspects. There's always Ezra. I love accusing him of stuff. And he has a very suspicious line in episode 2 when he's talking to Emily. He's helping tutor her or whatever. And he goes, I just want you to know I'm so sorry about Maya. I just want you to know that. I'm so sorry. And it's it just seems like he's being a nice guy. But what if he's genuinely apologizing because he killed Maya? Then there's Ren, who we actually partially locked in for the last section. I still like that theory that maybe he's Mona's older brother. And we find out also in this batch of episodes that his dad spent most of his life in a psych hospital as well. So maybe it's like a hereditary thing. Like his dad had it, he has it, and Mona has it. And it's just this issue that causes them to lash out. Then there's Jason. Remember, this is Allison's brother, Spencer's half-brother. He is officially back in town, which I'm very glad. He's one of my favorite characters. He has put up a $50,000 reward for any information that could lead to the returning of Allison's body. Well, when he does this, Spencer goes and talks to him and tells him that he needs to take that down. She's like, all you're gonna get is a bunch of people that are lying and trying to get your money. And he's like, I know when people are lying. Fast forward to the end of episode 4 when Jason and Spencer run into each other again, and Jason tells her that he has gotten over 200 calls. And he says, everyone's been accused, from Mrs. Welsh to Obama to even you. And he goes, and they're all lies. You were right. So like Spencer has a moment with him, she walks away, then Jason pulls out his phone, calls someone, and says, yeah, I'll meet you in the park. Then we see him writing a check for $50,000. I'm assuming that he just lied to Spencer and he was like testing Spencer to see if she would admit to it. My theory is that A sent him the picture of the 4 girls at Allison's grave. And so now A is going to be receiving the $50,000 and Jason is suspicious of Spencer. Because remember when he was like, I know when people are lying to me. And then when Spencer and him are talking, after Spencer walks away, he's looking at her like, I knew she was lying to me. And you know what? I can't even blame A for that. That's just a good plan. Like if you're the person who stole the body and then someone's like, I'll give you $50,000 if you can tell me who stole the body. And then you can show them a picture of someone else at the body, and then you get paid $50,000, and then you still have the body. You know how many Pretty Little Liars videos I could make if I had just $50,000? I would do Pretty Little Liars part 5, 6, and 7 in the set where they filmed this show. Speaking of A, Hannah and Caleb end up breaking up because Caleb knows Hannah's hiding something from him. What she is hiding is the fact that A is back, and she just doesn't want him to worry. So she's about to come clean to Caleb and tell him about everything, but then Hannah receives a text from A. It's a picture of a woman in a car crash, and the text says, I am everywhere. Turns out the lady in the car crash is Caleb's mom, and so Hannah understands this is a threat, so she does not tell Caleb. Caleb is upset because she still isn't coming clean, so Caleb breaks up with her. Then, Detective Wilden. Do you remember that guy? We called him Detective Wilden. Well, he's back, and I don't really think he's a suspect. I just think he's a cop. Which, you know. And then, of course, like we said, the fact that the 4 girls no longer have an alibi due to the nature of this new A means that it could be one of the 4 of them. The only one that I've ever heavily suspected and accused is Spencer due to the mental health reason. And I think that's kind of my best theory right now. Because if we're going based off of the idea that all of the people that we have kind of suspected of being A, being the ones in the black hoodie, are just henchmen or employees, then that takes away a lot of suspects for who could be the mastermind. And I'm afraid the 4 girls are kind of the main pillars of who that suspect could be. So yeah, I think that is what I'm going to lock in for this section of episodes. I'm going to lock in that I think Spencer is A.
A will push them to their limits.
That was close.
Yeah, way too close.
And then A will pull them apart.
Are you breaking up with me?
This show is so sick, dude. Like, it's really like leaning into this creepy, mysterious vibe. Like, at points, it's just really intense. And there's just like so much information being thrown around, even though I still have no idea anything that's happening. But I just watched episodes 5, 6, and 7. And dude, we're meeting new characters. We're getting really creepy moments that happen in this psych hospital. It's got everything that you could want. The show is really, it's almost leaning like prestige supernatural thriller. And A definitely gets up to a lot of chaos in these episodes, starting with A has done something to Garrett's mom. Now remember, Garrett is in jail. A has done something to Garrett's mom. Garrett's mom's in the hospital. That's pretty convenient because now that Garrett's mom is in the hospital, Garrett gets to leave jail one night to go and visit her. Also conveniently, that same exact night that he will be leaving the hospital to visit his mom, Jenna is throwing a giant party. And whenever there's a big party or a big celebration, you just know that A is going to be in the background doing some crazy work. But this time, the girls are on top of it. They go to the hospital where Garrett's mom is being held to try to look out for if A shows up. And although no one came to see Garrett while Garrett was in the hospital with his mom, something crazy does happen. He leaves a note tucked into his mom's medical bracelet that says, April Rose has the proof. Who is April Rose? I don't know. And that is the same question that the girls are asking. I lied when I said I don't know. We actually do get the answer to who or what April Rose is in this batch of episodes. You see, Spencer and her half-brother Jason are working together to try to figure this out. And Jason is actually the one that figures out what April Rose is. It's an antique store. They visit the antique store and they find Allison's anklet. It's like this gold bracelet looking thing that Allison wore on her ankle. So they take that and they give it to the police. Turns out the police have been looking for this anklet for 2 years now. And it has traces of blood of 2 different people. One of the blood traces belongs to Allison, which means that she was wearing it on the night that she was murdered. But the second traces of blood is presumed to be the blood of the murderer. So they test the blood to Garrett's blood and find out it's not a match, which means that Garrett is probably innocent. Now, one thing that this tells us is that Garrett is somehow involved with Allison's death, just because how else would he know that that anklet that Allison was wearing when she died was in that antique store? And how come A didn't already know about the anklet and where it was? Why was Garrett having to leave a note for, we assume A, to go and find the anklet that would prove Garrett's innocence? But it's not over there because Detective Wilden is after Hannah, and it appears that A is actually framing Hannah for Allison's death. It is strongly suspected by the girls that Hannah's blood is going to be the blood that is found on that gold anklet. And we think this because A planted a Ouija board in Hannah's house, and when Hannah goes and touches the Ouija board, it pricks her finger and it makes her bleed. And then there's a note, and the note says, "See how easy it is to get your blood?" We also find out that that Ouija piece, like the piece that moves around the Ouija board, it was in Allison's grave. That was the memento that Hannah put in Allison's grave at her funeral. So now this is another thing that was stolen from the inside of Allison's grave. Now, why was this Ouija piece in Allison's grave? Buckle up, because it's about to get creepy. A few nights before Allison's body was found, remember she was missing for a year, Mona and Hannah, who were just absolute besties at the time, and they were using a Ouija board, and they were just asking it questions about Allison's death. And at one point, the board tells them that Allison is still alive. Then lightning flashes, Hannah looks on her back porch, sees Allison for just a split second, boom, then she's gone. It is very likely, since we know that Mona was that probably a big trick, probably just messing with Hannah. But there's still the chance. Well, after this, Hannah and Aria decide that they need to sneak into the mental hospital to visit Mona at night so that they can talk to her unsupervised. And this is where this show, it's honestly sick. It's so dope. Very terrifying. Mona is they talk to Mona in her room. Mona escapes, and they end up finding her in the abandoned children's ward of this mental hospital. And it's from the 1930s. And Mona starts talking to them in code. And she's talking in a code where the first letter of every word makes a new word. And so we get several messages using this code from Mona. The first one being Maya knew, What did Maya know? We don't know. The next secret message is a website, www.massugar.com. And then the third message is the words not safe. Now the girls do end up figuring out this puzzle. I do want to point out that I figured it out before they told me about it. So, I mean, you can't really you're just gonna have to take my word for it because I can't prove that I knew it before they told them, you know? But I did. Anyway, the girls figure out these codes and they type in the website. And it is a terrifying website, which we don't really get a lot of these days. The only terrifying website I can really think of is like Twitter. But the website just has a picture of Maya, who is Emily's dead girlfriend, and it says, "What's the magic word?" And it has like where you put in a password. Now, we don't know the password. If I had to guess, maybe the password was one of the messages that Mona was saying in code, like Maya knew or not safe. But I don't know. The girls don't know the password either. But all I know is I think A made a website about a girl that they killed. Like, we knew that A was a genius. And we knew that A was a supervillain, and we knew that A was capable of murdering. But did we know that A could code? What can't this genius do? But also what's interesting is A did not tell the girls about the website. Mona told the girls about the website. Now, I know Mona is A, but you know what I'm saying. So, like, this leads me to believe that this website has been made for a while, and that A has just been waiting for the perfect moment to send it to the girls. And I mean, I guess maybe now this moment is now when Mona tells them about it, but I don't know. This feels like something that Mona did outside of A. Like, this was Mona maybe even trying to help the girls. Because I think that Mona might be terrified of A. Guys, it's getting really complicated. I hope you're not just jumping into this series with this video. Please. All right, but other stuff is going on. Edgy Lucas is back. We see him banging on a photo studio, and he's just yelling, "Give me back my stuff!" We find out that this photo studio is owned by Laurel. Now, I do not have a picture of Laurel up on the wall, and that is due to the fact that I went to Staples to print them, and it didn't work. So we're just going to have to use our imaginations. Just imagine an older woman, I would say mid-50s, maybe mid-40s, kind of like a Miss Frizzle vibe. She's a photographer. She's kind of a wacky lady. Now, we just meet Laurel now, but it turns out that Laurel is actually connected to several characters. Aria's photography class that she took over the summer was being taught by Laurel. We find out that Jenna is friends with Laurel because she has hired Laurel to be the photographer for her big party. And then we find out that Lucas is Laurel's assistant, or at least he was. He was being because, she fired him. She fired him because he was stealing supplies and developing his own work. Well, that is very suspicious because does that mean that Lucas is the one who was developing the photos of the 4 girls standing over Allison's grave that night? Aria manages to sweet talk her way into the studio after closing where she is able to get Lucas's things. She's going through his rolls of film, doesn't see anything suspicious until she finds the sleeping pills. Why are sleeping pills important, Chase? Thank you for asking. I'm going to tell you right now. We found out that Emily, that night that she was so drunk she couldn't remember how she got to Allison's grave, turns out wasn't actually drunk. She was drugged by sleeping pills. And the way that we find this out is because Emily is now dating Paige again. That's Mose from Ned's Declassified. And while they were hanging out, Paige found the flask that Emily was drinking from that night. She's like, "Do you want this?" And Emily's like, "No, I am done for good." So Paige keeps it, takes a little sip of it at Jenna's party, and now she's stumbling. She's knocking stuff over. She's making a scene. They rush her to the hospital where she is tested, and they find out that she is drugged by a certain type of sleeping pill, the same exact sleeping pill that we find in Lucas's camera bag. And then, of course, there's also Jenna. The last time that we saw Jenna, she was begging the girls, the 4 main characters, to not tell anyone that she could actually see. Then, the next time we see her, she's walking around school with no sunglasses, telling everyone she can see. So there's that. Then there's Ezra. Now, I haven't really talked about Ezra too much, mostly because I hate him. And you know what? I don't just hate him because of his inappropriate relationship with a student. I hate him because there's really no reason for him to be in this show. He is never connected to any of the major plots or themes. It's like he only exists for this weird romance storyline that has nothing to do with anything else in the show. Anyway, it looks like he might be involved with some of the major plot lines in this show. Arya finds a bunch of cash in his top drawer. To be exact, like $50,000. Now, that immediately opens up some theories. The first one being, is he the one that turned in the evidence to Jason to receive the $50,000 reward? Spicy, if that one's true. The other theory is that maybe he's a drug dealer. Now, if you're a fan of this show, you're probably yelling at the screen right now. Chase, what would possibly make you think that Ezra would deal drugs? Ezra would never deal drugs. That's not the kind of guy he is. To which I would respond with, he's dating a teenager. I'm sorry that I don't think he's always the most upright citizen. Anyway, moving on from Ezra, Emily is having more flashbacks about what happened that night. She remembers being with someone who had a tattoo of an eye on their wrist. Then she bumps into Holden. Now, you probably might not remember Holden. Holden is a character we got very shortly in season 2. He was like a childhood friend of Arya's. He did karate. Well, guess what he has on his wrist? The tattoo of an eye. That's right. Except it's not a tattoo. It's a stamp. It's like a stamp that you get when people, when you go to a bar and they stamp you. And that's where he got it from. He says it's from a party that changes venues all the time. He even says to Emily, yeah, I used to see your friend there all the time. Maya? That's weird. Was Maya with Holden the night that she died? Also, what's up with this party that changes venues? It sounds like a cult. And if it's a cult, and we know that Maya used to be there sometimes, we think about that message from Mona where she says Maya knew. Maybe it's because she knew about this cult. Maybe it's an A cult. Which this leads me to my big theory. And this is something we've been working towards for a while. My theory is that there is someone in this town who has created a cult where they are influencing all of these younger people, high school, college age, and manipulating them. And this person is A. I think it's an older person, maybe someone with a lot of influence over young people. This cult, A, is influenced all of these actions of Mona and Maya's death and Allison's death and Ian's death and all of this weird shenanigans that has taken place in this town for the past 3 seasons. And I think that there is a lot of evidence that supports this big theory. We get a conversation between Jason and Spencer where they're talking about the NAT club. Now remember, the NAT club was a club that consisted of Jason, Garrett, and Ian. That's when they would spy on girls and film them and get them on tape and stuff. That was the whole plot of season 1. And Jason gives us a little bit of information about that. He says that not only were they spying on girls and stuff, but they would pay other girls to set up their friends. And that's when Jason says Ian had help. There's no way he could have filmed all that on his own. At times, I thought he was even doing it for someone else. My guess is that all of this was disguised as a perverted peeping Tom situation, but it actually goes way deeper. We even get a line from the girls in one of these episodes when they're talking about Garrett. They said maybe Garrett was just doing whatever A told him to, and that's how he ended up behind bars. I was always under the impression that A was probably someone who was wronged by Allison and has been doing all of this as revenge. But I'm starting to think that it's more than that. I don't think this is just someone trying to get revenge on a teenage situation. It's not about the teen drama at all. This is someone older. This is someone who is truly messed up in the head. A serial killer, a cult leader, one of those types. This is something that they started. This is a game that they are playing. And they started getting people like Ian and Garrett and Mona involved in their game. Picking up people who were outcasts like Lucas and Mona herself. These were losers that were picked on by the popular girls, which is Allison and her friends. What if this cult leader gave them friends, gave them a family, and in return, they're all tied up in this spider web of chaos? I think this is just a sick, twisted game that A loves to play. So who could this person be? My first theory is this lady that we just met, the photography studio lady, Laurel. She's connected with several of the characters, and we know that one major thing about A is it's always been obsessed with photography and filming people. And that does tie in to a woman with a photography studio. We even get a quote from Jenna about Laurel in one of these episodes where she says, "I hired Laurel because I wanted someone who could capture every moment." And when she says that, she says it kind of creepily. Could all of this have just started from a woman who was a photographer who convinced people like Ian and Garrett and Jason to start taking pictures and videos of people around town? And now it has snowballed into this giant serial killer's game? My next theory is someone that we have actually never seen or met, but we have heard a little bit about them. Do you remember earlier when I was talking about Jason talking to Spencer about all of the callers that were calling in with tips? He said, "Everyone's being accused, from Mrs. Welsh to Obama to even you." Now, I just thought maybe Mrs. Welsh was just like a random name, because he also name-checked Obama. And from what I understand, Obama, he only knew Allison a little bit. Let me be clear. I did not kill Allison De Laurentiis. Was that any good? That was close. It was close. But then in episode 5, we hear about Mrs. Walsh again. Jenna shows up to school announcing to everyone and anyone that she can see again. And someone says something like, "Yeah, everyone is so excited for her." Mrs. Welsh was like all over her in the parking lot. Now, it's phrased in a way that makes you think, oh, Mrs. Welsh is just like a teacher who was so excited that Jenna could see again. But what if that's not what it truly was? We know that Jenna was hiding the fact that she could see again because she was afraid of a dangerous person. What if that dangerous person is A? Because remember, someone tried to kill Jenna in a house fire last season. And that is something that I had forgotten about. And then Jenna shows up to school being able to see Mrs. Welsh, who is A, this mastermind, sees Jenna being able to see and is like all over her in the parking lot. Like, why didn't you tell me about this? My thought process is very similar to one that I've mentioned for several characters, being what if Jenna was a part of this A thing, wanted out, almost got killed, and is now terrified of A. Same goes for Lucas and Mona. And then my third suspect is Ted. Now, Ted is a pastor at the local church. We meet Ted because Hannah's mom goes out on a date with him. Because Hannah and her mom were volunteering at the church for this thing. And then Hannah's mom and him, this is Hannah's mom, by the way, they hit it off. So it seems like they're going to be dating. But then next thing you know, Ted is on a date with Arya's mom, very shortly after. What the hell, Pastor Ted? And while they're on the date, Arya's mom and Pastor Ted ended up going bad because Ted eats his ice cream the exact same way as Arya's dad. Apparently he eats around the outside and leaves the center or something like that. That made me think maybe Ted was actually doing this on purpose. Maybe Ted was playing a mind game on Arya's mom because Ted is an evil mastermind. Another thing is we have never seen this Pastor Ted guy before, but now he's all over the place. He's trying to date everyone's mom. He's like Dog the Bounty Hunter. This is Ted the MILF Hunter, dog. Plus, no one would ever suspect that the small town pastor was the one leading a cult, right? My other theory is that Ted is an undercover cop. He might be working for the feds trying to get infiltrated into this whole Allison death situation. I think that him being a cop is way more likely than him being A. So we'll see. My fourth suspect is someone that we meet for the very first time in episode 7. The girls see a girl at the coffee shop that looks exactly like Allison, sounds exactly like Allison. They think that this is Allison. She turns around and her name is Cece. Apparently, she was friends with Allison when Allison was still alive. They were their parents' beach homes were next door to each other or something. And Cece seems to know an awful lot about the girls. And she says that Allie has just told her everything about the 4 girls, the fact that Emily is gay. But then she slips up and she does something that I find very suspicious. Cece is meeting 3 of the girls, not all 4. She meets Emily, Spencer, and Arya. Hannah is not there. But when Cece is meeting all of them, she looks at Arya and she kind of makes a shoplifting joke. And Arya's like, "Oh, you must mean Hannah. No, she's not here." How does Cece know about Hannah's shoplifting? Because when Allison was still alive, Hannah wasn't shoplifting. That happened after Allison disappeared. If anything, Cece and Allison would have talked about her being Hefty Hannah, because that is what Allison always called her and talked about. So how does Cece know about that? We also found out that Cece had dated Jason at one point, but it did not end well. But the four girls just can't get over how alike Cece and Allison are. They make a statement of, she's just like Allison. And then the other one goes, or maybe Allison was just like her. It seems like Cece may have been Allie's mentor, maybe created Allison being the monster that she was. Because let's not forget, guys, Allison sucked and probably deserved to die. You did not hear that from me. Do not send the feds. Did not. Let me be clear. It is also heavily implied that Cece is the friend that gave Allison the golden anklet that is now being used to get Garrett off free for the murder of Allison and potentially frame Hannah for the murder of Allison. And we get like flashbacks that show that Cece and Allison were around way back in the day. So it's kind of like they've introduced this new character named Cece, but then they gave us some flashbacks that were like, actually, Cece's been here the whole time. I think that's suspicious. I also think there was a big time in the first video I did where I talked a lot about how I think that A is trying to replicate Allison. But now I'm starting to wonder if Allison was replicating A, that A being Cece, that line from the girls. Oh, maybe, you know, she's just like Allison, or maybe Allison was just like her. Was Allison the first protege in this crazy, twisted game? I'm also heavily suspicious of Spencer, as always. Even though she is one of the most interesting characters in the show, I can't help but think that she might have something going on. At one point, she gets the info of like, you know, Garrett is not Allie's killer, and she just breaks down crying. And I'm thinking like, maybe the reason that she's breaking down crying and the reason that she's kind of like, she's always the lead detective trying to solve Allison's death and trying to solve who A is. Maybe the reason that she works so hard on that is because she's trying to prove to herself that she didn't do it. Maybe she's worried that she is the one who killed Allison and she is the one who is A. And that is a pretty solid theory as well. And it's time for me to lock in my pick for who I think A is for episodes 5, 6, and 7. I am 100% going with my theory that this is an older mentor cult leader-like figure. And my main suspects are Mrs. Welsh, Cece, and Laurel the photographer. And considering we haven't actually ever seen or met Mrs. Welsh, I'm gonna set her on the back burner because probably not likely to be someone that we've never seen or met, which leaves us with Cece and Laurel. Cece seems way too obvious. I mean, she just showed up randomly one episode and they have been laying it on thick how similar she is to Allison. So I'm going to go with my Laurel the photographer pick. And that is officially what I am locking in. Laurel the photographer. This has been a lot of information. I hope you guys are having a good time. I love this show. Let's keep watching.
It's the perfect time to get caught up on this summer's biggest mystery, our Pretty Little Liars marathon event. And then, in 2 weeks, Hannah's down.
He left me.
And Jenna's secret is out.
What happened to staying blind because she's a target?
Who will she set her sights on next?
What the hell is she up to?
I just watched episodes 8, 9, 10, and 11. And we were pretty much on the same track that we were in the last section, but we do have some more developments. The biggest plot line that happens in this chunk of episodes involves Maya's death. We're finally getting into the death of the latest victim as opposed to just still going over all of Allison's death, which is very exciting. And we do get some pretty wild information about what happened to Maya on the night of her death. The first thing that we learn is that Maya's throat was crushed by like a metal pipe or a pole or something. And that is how she officially died. Meanwhile, the girls find out about a witness that is going to be speaking at Garrett's trial. Turns out there is a witness named Bart, and Bart actually saw Maya get in a car with Garrett the night that she died. Then the girls managed to get into the secret website that had Maya's picture on the front. And it turns out this is not a website made by A. This is a website that Maya made herself. I almost said Mona. I have a really hard time with Maya and Mona. So like, how did Mona, speaking of Mona, how did she even know about Maya's secret website? Well, I mean, she is A, so I guess, like, you know, they know everything. Anyway, this website is like her personal blog or like diary. She just puts tons of pictures and videos and just like anything that's on her mind. It's like Tumblr, but like super secret. If you're watching this video, you probably had a Tumblr. But the girls get Caleb, who is Hannah's ex-boyfriend, to break in to the website, and we get to see some of the videos that are hidden on the website. One of the videos is Maya talking to the camera, and she is saying, "I'm such a coward. I have to face my fears." What does that mean? Well, I do have a theory, but let's keep talking about what happened that night. In one of the pictures on the website, Maya actually has that wrist stamp tattoo thing. And we talked about that being like a cult or something. Well, Cece ends up inviting Aria and Spencer to a party. And guess what, baby? That is the party that does the eye stamp. And whose party is it? Eric Kahn. That is Noel Kahn's older brother. Eric Kahn, by the way, is played by Robbie Amell, which, you know, always fun to see him pop up and stuff. And it seems like this party seems to be connected to everything in some way. Cece even makes a joke at the party saying that I've seen cops do much worse than that. When the girls were hesitant about drinking alcohol. They're hesitant to drink alcohol because they're underage. Now, we can assume that when she says, I've seen cops, she means Garrett. You know, the guy who's currently on trial for the murder of Allison de la Rentes. But we do know that Maya attended some of these parties as well. But turns out, Maya didn't just attend some of these parties. Episode 10 starts off with Hannah finding a note that was left on her porch back when Emily was staying with her. And it's a note from Maya to Emily. And the note says, "Emily, I'm so sorry for everything. I know we've had a disconnect lately. I hope you'll give me a chance to explain. I have to show you something. Don't call my cell. Someone stole it. Meet me at..." And then because this note has just been on the back porch for months and months, the rain, damage and everything, they can't read the last line. But there is a date on the note, and it turns out that that note was written the night that Maya died. So the question becomes, what did Maya know that got her killed? What was she even up to? We do find out from Noel Kahn that he and her had a texting relationship. Now, he says that, you know, he's saying that in the way of like that he dealt her weed, but the phrasing of texting relationship, you know who else texts a lot? Next thing you know, Emily and Hannah are searching Noel Kahn's family cabin where all these parties take place, and they find out that Maya was actually sleeping and staying there in secret. So the entire time that she was missing and she left Rosewood, she was in the cabin the entire time. And while the two girls are in the cabin, things get a little supernatural. Doors slam shut, windows slam shut, everything is locked. The girls have to break a glass window and bust through like the wood paneling that is closing it in to escape. And when they finally do manage to escape, there is writing on the wall outside that says, "I'm saving you for later, -A." This A is aggressive and willing to kill. But this A is still addicted to their game. They could have killed Emily and Hannah right then and there. But that would mess up the game. That would end the game. It's like Joker and Batman, you know? Joker doesn't want to kill Batman because then the game is over. But then we find out some really crazy stuff. See, Noel ends up sending Spencer the video footage, the security footage from his family's cabin the night that Maya died. And the security footage is time-stamped, which means that we see exactly what time it is. And because of that, we know that Maya was still alive after she was seen getting in the car with Garrett. And then at 1 a.m., we see Noel Kahn and Jenna walk into the family cabin at the exact time that we see Maya sneaking around in the front of the cabin. And then At that exact moment, someone reaches out and grabs Maya. I am assuming that whoever it is that grabs Maya at that moment is the killer, and probably is A. And since we know that Garrett had already been arrested earlier that night, we know it cannot be him. And we literally see Noel and Jenna in the footage right as Maya's being taken away, so we know it's not them two either. And that is everything that we know about the night that Maya died so far. So honestly, I really think that the ultimate theory here is that most of these people are involved with A in some capacity. And I think that whoever this A is in charge is terrifying to everyone who has been involved. And we get a few moments in these episodes that I think kind of confirms that. At one point, the four girls are talking and they were like, why would Mona tell us about Maya's website? And one of the other girls says, maybe she's scared of someone. Then we get a couple of instances with Jenna. See, Maya's cousin is in town. His name is Nate, and he's been hanging out a lot with Emily. And it's like they've been kind of like working through Maya's death together. Well, he tried to go on a date with Jenna, but Jenna stood him up. There's a long, complicated reason for why that involves Cece. But it's not super important to the mystery, I don't think. Basically, Emily was uncomfortable with Nate hanging out with Jenna because she doesn't trust Jenna. And so she was telling Cece about that. And then so Cece calls Jenna from her phone and is like, you better stay away from my man. And yeah, it was like Cece was trying to help Emily. I don't know. Anyway, after Nate, who is Maya's cousin, gets stood up by Jenna, he is telling Emily about it. And he says that when he finally called her to ask her why she stood him up, he says, and I quote, she sounded like she thought she was over with someone, but she isn't. Now, at base level, it could just mean, oh, she thought her and Noel were done, but turns out they're back together. I think she's actually talking like she thought she was free of A, but now she has been swept back into A's game. Another moment with Jenna is at the party at Noel Khan's cabin. She is playing a game of truth with Spencer. And at one point, Spencer asks a particular question about Maya's death. And Jenna actually looks over to Cece, almost looking for permission, or like, she looks at her like worried, like waiting for some approval or something. Through this game of truth, we find out that Noel Khan was actually with Jenna and Emily in the car that night that, Jenna claimed that she ran into Emily, who was just drunk in the middle of the road. And we also find out that they didn't find her in the middle of the road. They found her like in a diner, just almost passed out drunk. And when Spencer asks Jenna why she lied about that, she said to protect someone. Interesting. Who is she trying to protect? And to cap off all of the Jenna stuff, at one point, Jenna walks up to Emily and she says something very vague. She says, I need to tell you something about your friend. Be very careful about who you spend your time with, Emily. Very careful. And that is another thing that I've picked up on, which is we get several little hints lately about A, being someone who is very close to the girls. Like we get several characters throughout these episodes saying stuff like, you thought Mona was one of your good friends. She turned out to be A. And like even in one of the end credit scenes that are from A's point of view, there's one where there's two A's standing at a jukebox and they play a song that goes like this. Smiling faces sometimes pretend to be your friend. Smiling faces show no traces of the evil that lurks within. Guys, I think that the big reveal of who this evil mastermind A is going to be someone that is very, very close to the four girls. Maybe even one of the four girls themselves. But if we use context clues, Jenna's warning was to Emily, not to the other three girls. So is it someone that is particularly close to Emily, like one of her parents or one of her relationships? And that's very interesting because we also find out from Paige that the night that Emily was drugged and ended up at Allison's grave, she was with Paige at some point. Now, how did Emily manage to do all of this in one night? I don't know. But we find out some other information about Paige in these episodes too. We find out from Cece that Paige and Allison actually knew each other and hated each other. They were practically at a war because Allison constantly called Paige pigskin. And not because of this bob haircut, I don't think. I mean, maybe the bob haircut had something to do with it. Disclaimer, Paige does not have this bob haircut anymore. That was back in season 2. But we do see in a flashback that Allison was blackmailing Paige. At this point, who wasn't Allison blackmailing? This girl, I don't even know what to say. I mean, how does one person so good at blackmailing people? How is she blackmailing Paige? Let me explain. Again, this is one of those crazy stories. Basically, Allison had written a letter to Paige from Emily, confessing her love to Paige, saying all of the dirty things that she wants to do to her. So then Paige wrote Emily back a letter and put it at the drop-off place. That is where Allison walks up, takes the note. Paige is like, what are you doing? Allison's like, Emily didn't write that letter to you. I did. I wonder why someone would want to kill her. Basically, Allison was blackmailing her because Paige's dad is a pastor. And so she's like, I'm going to tell your dad you're gay. But Paige actually fights back. A lot of people just give in to Allison. Paige was ready to participate. At one point, they're playing soccer in gym, and Paige just stomps the shit out of Allison, and then would throw stuff at Allison at lunch. You go, girl, you do your thing. But then we get this really eerie sentence from Paige when Paige is admitting all of this to Emily, talking about her, and she goes, I had no idea what I was up against. She was relentless. And she tells Emily that she was going to take her life because of all of this stuff that was going on with Allison. And the only reason that she didn't was because she felt like that would mean Allison won. And even though that Emily completely trusts Paige, Spencer is very suspicious. In fact, Spencer is almost positive at this point that Paige is A. And even though Emily is constantly defending her, something does happen that is going to be difficult to understand. Spencer and Hannah end up going through Paige's bag, and in her bag is the other earring that was hidden in Allison's grave. Well, it wasn't hidden in her grave. It was put in her grave by Aria, but you know what I mean. So does that mean that Paige is the one who dug up Allison's grave that night? I don't know. Who's to say? That's where episode 11 ended. So I don't really, I don't have any more info. So, this could very well mean that Paige is A, though. I don't think so. I think she is the major red herring for this batch of episodes. It is very suspicious that she has the earring, and at one point she tries to turn Emily on her other 3 friends. She was one of those people that was like, Mona was your friend, and they ended up being A, so maybe one of the other 3 could be. Are you sure you could trust your friends? And another theory is the reason that we originally suspected Mona was because Mona was bullied so harshly by Allison, but it seems like Paige had it even worse than Mona did. And when she said the thing about the only reason that she stuck around is because she didn't want Allison to win, made me think that Paige was seeing this as a game, and she didn't just ignore Allison after everything that had happened. And if she was willing to go to the extreme anyway, maybe she didn't care what happened to her as long as she took down Allison. Maybe even killing Allison to keep her from winning. But like I said, I do think that Paige is just a big red herring. I do not think that she's actually A or the killer. Probably. If it turns out that she is, you guys can clip that part, make a dubstep remix out of it. You're like, this guy's an idiot. Well, that being said, let's talk about someone else who could be the mastermind A, and that is Cece. Cece. There's a whole fun thing there where it's her name is 2 letters, being the letter C. Cece is A. That's a fun thing. And it really seems like Cece is the person who taught Allison how to be a monster. And I also find it very suspicious that Cece was a major part of Allison's life the entire time. And Allison never mentioned her to any of her other friends. Because, like, we get a lot of flashbacks in these episodes, and Cece is with Allison a lot. And at one point, Spencer is helping Cece with, like, this, like, fashion show thing. Cece owns like a clothing store, and Cece steps out of the room. Spencer's in the dressing room getting changed, and a snake is in there with her. And the snake is trying to attack and bite Spencer, but she's locked into the dressing room. It's actually very scary if you're afraid of snakes. I'm not, because I'm a baller, but well, Cece ends up helping Spencer and getting her out of the dressing room, and then Cece beats the snake to death with a mannequin arm. And, you know, we assume that A is the one who did this, but we can't rule Cece out considering she was like the only person in there. And one of the girls makes a pretty good point when they're like, did you get a text from A about the snake thing? And she didn't, which means that might not have even been A. That might have just been Cece messing with Spencer, because she's probably just as twisted as Allison was. Probably thought it would just be funny to set a snake on a girl. So Cece and Paige are two people that Emily is close with, you know, friends with, that maybe that was who Jenna's warning could be about, that you need to be careful about your friend. But there is one other person that Emily has been spending a lot of time with as well, and that is Nate, Maya's cousin. They've been spending a lot of time together. In fact, Emily and Nate end up kissing, so that was a confusing situation for her. She's trying to work out what that means, and then Nate thinks that means that they're in love now. But a few things happen with Nate that makes me a little suspicious of him. Nate is asking Hannah for some advice about what to do with Emily, you know, after they kissed. And during this conversation, Hannah actually like lets slip to him that Jenna was just pretending to be blind. And when he hears this, he gets very upset. And he actually sees Jenna and he yells at her. And like he does it in a way where he like tries to greet her and she ignores him. And then he goes, "Hey, I know you saw me." And like it could be taken as very much like, "Hey, don't ignore me. I'm talking to you right now." But I think it could be deeper than that. My theory is that he just found out that Jenna saw his face back when Jenna was pretending to be blind. Which leads me to believe that maybe Nate is a part of this more than just being Maya's cousin. Do I think that he's A? No, but maybe he was involved with whatever happened to Maya. Maybe Maya called him to like come help her with whatever secret she was doing when she died. Like maybe he's even like a cop or something. And maybe he was with Maya when Maya confronted Jenna about something, and he was just like hanging out in the background and he didn't think that Jenna knew that he was there. Or maybe Nate is A, and maybe he just found out that Jenna was pretending to be able to see, and so now he's worried because Jenna could expose him as A. You know, what if he's not even Maya's cousin? What if he is A just messing with Emily? You know, what if no one actually has seen A, even the people that have been working for A? And the entire time, Nate, who could be A, wasn't as cautious around Jenna because he thought that Jenna was blind. But now he just found out that Jenna could actually see. Because when Nate yells out to her, "I know you saw me," Jenna looks up and she looks scared. I do think that we're on to something with that theory, but before we move on, I want to do a new segment that I like to call God Damn It, Ezra. In this batch of episodes, we find out a lot of information about everyone's favorite predator. Did you know that Ezra Fitz's last name is not actually Fitz? It's Fitzgerald. His family are like billionaires, and we meet his younger brother, Wes. Wes, and I do not say this lightly, is way better than him and age appropriate for Arya. Ezra's mom hates Arya and tries to pay her a bunch of money to break up with Ezra. This is something that we find out that she has done before. Turns out Ezra got a girl pregnant when he was in high school, and his mom paid for her to take care of it and to never talk to him again. And when I say take care of it, I don't mean like raise it nicely. Gotta be careful so I don't get demonetized. But then we find out that she did not, in fact, take care of it. She instead took care of it. And Ezra has a 7-year-old child. Which, by the way, because I've never been super sure about the age dynamic here, we can do math since we know that he has a 7-year-old son, and he had that son at like 18. Means that Ezra is 25. And Arya is 17, maybe even 16. So that means that when Ezra's son was born, Arya was 10. So if you're ever watching Pretty Little Liars and you're like, it's really not that bad of an age dynamic. If you're 25 watching this, imagine you start dating a 17-year-old. But anyway, I don't think Ezra is A, and I do think that we're probably getting close to the end of the whole Ezra-Arya storyline. I think once he finds out that he has a son, because he doesn't know yet, I think he's going to go and be a part of the kid's life, and it'll probably cause the breakup of these two. And maybe that opens the door for Arya to actually end up with Wes, Ezra's little brother, which that way, that'd be cool. By the way, the actor who plays Wes is the werewolf from Wizards of Waverly Place. So again, really fun casting. My biggest fear is that Arya and Ezra are going to stay together and like work through it, because that's going to be so weird that Arya is just like a stepmom to a 7-year-old when she's only 10 years older than him. Like, imagine this scenario, right? Malcolm goes to the local church fair, and there's like a little cakewalk thing where you can walk around the cakewalk, and when the music stops, you land on a number and you win a prize. Well, maybe Malcolm, who is Ezra's son, his name's Malcolm, wins, but they don't have any more cakes. All they have is a bottle of wine. And they go, Malcolm, would your stepmom like this bottle of wine? And then Malcolm has to be like, sorry, my stepmom isn't old enough to drink. In fact, she can't legally drink for another 4 years. Anyway, segment over. I hate Ezra. There's another guy I don't trust, and that's Ted. I think Ted is a cop. I don't know that for certain, but he gives off cop energy. Oh, and another thing, Arya's mom is dating like a way younger man now. That whole family is a mess. What's crazy is like Arya's dad is dating the girl, it was his student at the time in college that he had an affair with on his wife with, right? So that means that currently all 3 members of this family are all dating someone the same age. Arya's dating a 25-year-old, her dad is dating a 25-year-old, and her mom is dating like a 25 to 30-year-old. The only person who isn't dating a 25-year-old is her little brother, who I haven't seen him in so long, I don't even remember what his name is. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know if he went off to shoot some other show or something, but we haven't seen him in ages. All right, it's time for me to lock in my guess for this section of episodes. I could always double down on what I locked in last time, which is the Laurel the photographer guess. The only issue is we don't hear or see from her these entire 4 episodes. And that is a lot of episodes to not be in if you are A. So I am going to shift gears here a little bit. I'm very, very suspicious of Nate, who is Maya's cousin. I think something went down with him and Jenna, and that's why there was that weird altercation when he found out that she could actually see. And like, my heart is telling me to lock in Cece, because it's very obvious that Cece is involved somehow, but I just can't it just seems too obvious. And I can't shake the feeling that something weird is up with Maya's cousin Nate. So that is what I'm going to lock in. I feel like I'm going to regret that. I feel like maybe I should lock in someone that we have met before season 3, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to go with it. I'm locking in Nate.
Tuesday, the liars set a trap for A.
Be careful and wear sensible shoes.
Hey, I wear 3 inches of nothing.
But A is always one step ahead.
It's not possible.
Hey guys, I just want to take a quick second, real fast, just to tell you about a really cool film that I'm a part of. If you only know me from YouTube, I am an actor and I'm a part of a really cool like slasher film that takes place all in a recording studio. And so
test.
Yo,
we're ready to go.
What are you doing?
Everything's ready.
Yo, come on, man, we gotta lock in, dude.
Their past comes haunting, and their future holds no answers.
Please tell me it isn't me.
Now their greatest nightmare
Where's Mona?
is on the loose.
Tell me you still have your keys.
What? What just happened? Dude, I think we just got the reveal. Okay, so I just watched episode 12. I usually wait 3 or 4 episodes before I jump back in here, but okay, let me start. Let me calm down. Freaking out a little bit. Okay, first of all, let me say this is probably one of the best episodes of this entire show. The episode starts with a scene and we see that someone is dead, but we don't know who. And then like the whole episode flashes back to a few hours earlier, and like the whole episode we're like, oh my God, who is going to die? Which leads me to the point that we were like totally right about Nate. Well, not really, but there was something up with him. He's not he's Maya's stalker. And so he was obsessed with Maya. Now he's obsessed with Emily. And so he takes Emily and Paige and like kidnaps them in this cabin in the woods. And he's got Paige tied up and he's going to kill Paige right in front of Emily because Emily stole Maya away from him. So now he's going to take Paige away from her. And the girls know that there's something wrong. And so they go to one location. They send Caleb to a different location. They're like splitting up because there's 2 places that Emily could be. Caleb is the one who ends up finding Emily, and Nate, his name's not even Nate, by the way. Emily and Nate are in this sick fight scene at the top of a lighthouse, and they're fighting and everything, and then Emily stabs Nate to death. Or so we think. Caleb manages to get to the top of the lighthouse right as Emily is stabbing him to death. And so Caleb's like, oh my God, Caleb brought a gun, which, you know, like, I don't know. It's easier said than done. But at this point, if I was one of the 4 girls, I would probably just have a gun all the time. But then, I don't know, that's kind of risky because what if you shoot someone thinking they're A and then it turns out to not be A? It's just like Lucas, the yearbook guy. Anyway, Caleb sees what happens. He sets the gun down and he's hugging Emily and he's like, it's okay. It's okay. But it's not okay because Nate was stabbed, but he wasn't all the way dead. And so he grabs the gun and he shoots Caleb. I think Caleb is dead. And we still don't know if Caleb is alive or not. He's like, at the time of this episode ending, he's in surgery. And I'm already upset, right? Because Caleb is one of my favorite characters in the show. He's a cool guy. But then something even worse happens. While all of this Nate being a stalker stuff is going on, A actually had big plans for the evening. Nate kidnapping Emily and Paige actually interrupted A's plans. And so Mona, who has escaped from the psych hospital, her plans are ruined. There was no reason for her to even leave. But we see Mona, and she's in the A cave, and she's in the black hoodie with the black blood, like she's in A attire, and she is in there with another black hoodie wearing person. Mona gets a phone call, gets off the phone, looks at the other A, and goes, change of plans. This change of plans is the fact that Nate kidnapped Emily, and so it threw off whatever in the world they had planned for that evening. But it doesn't even really matter because it works out for A and Mona and everybody because their plan for that evening was they were going to be framing Paige for the murder of Maya. And once Paige was framed for the murder of Maya, Garrett would be let out of jail. Well, since Nate ends up getting stabbed to death, and we find out that he is Maya's stalker, he gets blamed for Maya's death. And so Garrett is let out of jail anyway. So even though A's plan didn't work out, it still worked out. Why do good things happen to bad people? I mean, A is even like grateful. They end up calling Emily A with like a distorted voice filter. And they're like, Emily, we owe you one. Or they say Emily, I owe you one. We know that there's multiple. The girls don't necessarily know that there's multiple. But anyway, we find out all of this information because A is walking with Mona and they're both dressed up in the black hoodies or whatever. And they're taking Mona back to the psych hospital. And then the other A who is turned around like this. And so we just see the back of the hoodie. They turn around and it's Toby. It goes exactly like this. Watch this. Okay, so I'm A, I'm turned around and then Toby. And oh my God, like my heart sank, bro. Like, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And he had this really creepy look on his face. And he and Spencer had sex for the very first time in this episode. Toby is A, and has he been doing this whole time? After everything we have been through with Toby, he has been A? I don't even know what to believe. I don't even know if it's real. I mean, Caleb might be dead. Toby could be A. The male representation in this show is dwindling quickly. But here's the thing. I don't even know if this is like the big reveal or not. This could be the thing, like Toby's been in charge this whole time. We don't know. The episode ended. There's still like 12 episodes left in this season. Surely this isn't the big reveal. And I understand that this is probably a lot more shocking for me than it is for you, because even if you haven't watched this show, you can see how much longer this video has, which means that if the video ends here, then you know that Toby did it. Toby is the big boss. However, if you look down there and there's still like 2 hours left, then you know, okay, something else is up. But I don't know that. I don't have the luxury of seeing how long this video is. I'm making it right now. I need to calm down. I am going to move forward under the impression that Toby is not the big A in charge. I'm going to operate under the same assumption that I have for others like Jenna and Lucas, and that Toby is being blackmailed by A into participating. Might be wishful thinking. I feel heartbroken and betrayed. I can only imagine what Spencer's feeling. I'm not the one that's been dating Toby for the past year. Well, he's a fictional character, Chase. He is a fictional character. He is not real. I'm not even gonna lock in a guess for this part, because it's either this video's over and I'm like, the video's over and that just means Toby did it, or I'll be back in a second with the next batch of episodes and we'll know that we're still rocking. Okay, yeah, all right. Hopefully see you in a second.
Their love has endured every struggle, but the biggest is still to come.
I love him.
I'm not gonna let you ruin him.
And a new discovery rocks the liars to their core.
We're in.
Oh my God.
Fellas, ladies, this show is so good, dude. Okay, so I just got done watching episodes 13, 14, 15, and 16. The show is probably the best that it has ever been, like right now. Anybody who watches these videos and they're like, Pretty Little Liars sucks. Hey, you suck. Please subscribe. I'm sorry I said that you suck. But yeah, episode 12, which was the episode from the last part where we found out about Toby, and then the following episode, episode 13, are probably like the best back-to-back episodes of television I've ever seen. Because episode 13 is the Halloween episode, and dude, they always crush the Halloween episodes. Okay, we'll cut to the chase. No pun intended. Was Toby the big reveal? I don't think so. You probably also want to know if Caleb is still alive. Yes, he's okay. He had surgery. He's fine. And if you're one of those Toby heads out there and you're like, say it ain't so, Toby, he is definitely a part of the A team, but I don't think he's in charge. So, you know, in fact, something happens that makes me think I'm almost positive that he is not the one in charge, but we'll get to that in a little bit. Since the Halloween episode is so sick, I'm just going to kind of do like a whole little section right now just talking about that episode. It's honestly just like an amazing, I'm rambling way too much about it. It's just an amazing episode of TV. It's a great mystery. Like the whole episode starts with Mona handing someone in a black hoodie, so one of the A's, some pills and bullets, which is just like baller. I'm kind of assuming that this person in the black hoodie is Toby. We do not know for sure. The whole episode takes place on a haunted train ride. So it's like a closed in like train car mystery. And everyone is there. We've got the 4 girls. We've got Caleb. We've got Toby. We've got Ezra's not there for most of it, but Lucas is there, and Jason is there, and Jenna and Noel is there. Bro, even Garrett is there. Oh, and Adam Lambert is there. Bet you weren't expecting that. Maybe Adam Lambert is A. Starts with an A, Adam. We see that Mona escapes from the psych ward, so Mona is also there. I'm standing in front of her, sorry. But the really cool thing is that Garrett is there. So Garrett is out of jail. He is on the train car. He's talking to Spencer outside one of the train cars. So it's so sick. It's just like the wind is hitting. They're outside. This train is going and they're talking to each other. And Garrett is like trying to tell her everything he knows. And I'm gonna read this verbatim so I get it right. But he's like, I'm sorry. I liked you. You were the one I really wanted to keep safe, but I wasn't strong enough. I thought I had everything under control, but I didn't. I didn't even know what the game was truly about. That last sentence is super wild to me because I think that he just admitted that he is a part of this game and it got too big, it got too crazy for him, and so he wanted out. And that is what we've been saying this entire video. This wasn't just high school drama and photos of girls through their window. This is a serial killer's game. He then goes on to tell Spencer about the night that Allison died. The night that, we saw that iconic video of Garrett and Jenna and Melissa and Ian all in Allie's bedroom. Well, apparently Garrett and Jenna left Melissa and Ian to go talk. So they leave the house. And as they're walking through the backyard, they run into Allison. Jenna is furious because Allison blinded her. And so they're trying to like almost fight. And Jenna's like, do something. And so Garrett picks up like this, he picks up this hockey stick, field hockey stick, and he pretends to kill Allison. Jenna's blind, so she doesn't know that Allison is not actually dead. Jenna actually thinks that Garrett just murdered Allison for her, but Garrett didn't. It almost seemed like him and Allison had an understanding, like this was almost planned. So Garrett comes back later and sees Allison talking to Aria's dad, and they're arguing about the whole cheating situation, because if you don't remember, Aria and Allison caught Aria's dad cheating. Well, Garrett sees them arguing, and so he runs off. And that is the last time that anyone saw Allison alive. So Spencer is hearing this and she's like, Garrett, wait, let me go get Aria. You're gonna say this to her face. But that's when the girls find out that Aria has been kidnapped. And so A sends a text to the girls that's like, guess who won't make it to the end of the line? Oh no. Now this becomes like a Mission Impossible thing where it's like, we've got a time limit. Aria is going to die before the train gets to the end at the station. Then someone, I assume A, tries to like strangle Spencer. And Spencer and A have this whole fight scene where Paige shows up, saves Spencer. They go Mose from Ned's Declassified. I know you're kind of a freak on TikTok, but I appreciate you helping my girl. Meanwhile, Aria wakes up. She's in a wooden crate. She's been locked in a wooden crate. And she looks over and she sees Garrett's dead body. A, I'm assuming, has killed Garrett to keep him from talking to the girls too much about what he knows. And I'm assuming because Garrett was shot in the head that it has to do with the bullets and that, Mona gave to the other A at the beginning of this episode. I'm assuming that's Toby, which means that Toby shot a guy in the head. I also want to take a moment to pause from all of this chaos to talk about a really funny line that Jenna says. The girls are looking everywhere for Aria, and they go to Jenna and they go, have you seen Aria? And Jenna goes, no, but she has a thing for authority figures, so she might be up with the train conductor. Ah, that was good, dude. That was good. Not so funny. We hear two people, a male and female voice, and they're trying to push the crate that Aria and Garrett are in off the moving train. And this would kill Aria. And during they're struggling to push it, it's pretty heavy because at this point you got Garrett's dead body and Aria's in there. I don't know how much she weighs, but I mean, just Garrett's dead body alone, probably pretty heavy. So they're struggling. And the male voice goes, we just kind of hear like, lie to me. I can't do this. Very, very brief. It makes it sound like whoever is helping push Aria to her death doesn't seem ecstatic about it. They almost push the crate off the moving train. Last second, Aria finds a screwdriver, stabs the guy voice through the crate, and then the girls show up and manage to save Aria right before she goes falling to her death. I wish that was as crazy as it gets, but then after that, they're all being held in the train car by the cops because, people were murdered. and Toby and Noel Khan end up getting into a fight where they knocked down they had this like, the whole like, one of the train cars had a giant table that was covered with ice. And that's where all the drinks and beverages were. Well, as they're fighting, they knock over that table. It falls, shatters, and in the ice is Allison's dead body. The body that was stolen from Allison's grave. Then the last image of the episode is it's footage of the area where Allison's body ended up being found, a year after she went missing, and you just see a hand, like the music video for Thriller. You see a hand sticking out of the ground. Was that Allison's hand? Is this insinuating that Allison is actually alive, or is she like a zombie, or is she a ghost? Speaking of ghosts, before we move on, I want to talk about one of the subplot for this Halloween episode, which involves Hannah's mom. So the whole subplot of this episode, Hannah's mom and Ted the pastor are doing trick or treat at their house. So they're giving out, candy to kids. And this one little girl ends up getting lost. Like, she's lost. She can't find her parents or whatever. And she ends up in their house. And so Hannah's mom is trying to help this little girl. But guys, get this. I think this little girl is a ghost. And that's not just me like doing a conspiracy here. Like, the show pretty much is like, hey, this little girl's a ghost. Like, she keeps disappearing. And when Hannah's mom like touches her hand, it's freezing cold. And they have this, they talk a lot in the episode to each other. And at one point, they're like, hey, do you need to call your mom? Like, call your mom. And this is what the little girl says, verbatim. I called my mother. She answered the phone, and when I asked her to come and get me, she got really upset and started to cry. Why is she mad at me? I bet my sister told her I ran away. My sister's always telling lies, getting me in trouble. We're sisters, but we fight all the time, over everything, even our dolls. I think she just likes to fight. Do you think she told my mom something bad about me? Guys, I think that this little ghost girl might be Allison's sister? Like, it kind of like, this could just be me, but it kind of sounds like Allison had either like a twin sister and murdered her twin sister when they were like 4. It's just so creepy, the story about how her sister is always lying and trying to fight. It sounds just like Allison, but then she also talks about dolls, right? And dolls is very much a Mona thing. Could this be Mona's sister? Like, it definitely gives off the vibe that whoever this little girl is was killed as a child by her sister. And what's even crazier about this is this show, up to this point, has alluded to supernatural type things, but there's always a logical explanation, or the explanation is just it's A who's a super genius or whatever. But this is a very real, they're like, this is a ghost. And it feels like this could be a turning point for this show. Like, at this point, we could start getting more and more supernatural elements. So, this section of episodes is crazy, considering we've only talked about the Halloween episode, and Garrett has been murdered, and we have a brand new suspect with Arya's dad. And Arya's dad is not just the major suspect for the Halloween episode. All of the episodes we watched in this section, he is the major suspect. We find out that he was being blackmailed by Allison, who wasn't at this point. And we find out from Allison's diary, plus Meredith, who is the person that Byron is Arya's dad's name, Byron was cheating with. Both of them confirm the story that Byron met with Allison the night that she died, which means that Garrett was telling the truth. Rest in peace, my boy Garrett. Now, this is obviously a rough situation for Arya to be in because she's having a hard time thinking that maybe her dad killed her best friend. But he does end up coming clean about everything to all 4 girls, and he tells them that what happened that night. He goes and meets Allison where he's supposed to drop off some money, and he tells Allison, you're not getting any more money. If you've got to tell my wife, you've got to tell my wife. I'm done. Then he just left. Then the next morning, Allison is announced missing, and so he just was like, well, I guess no one, she can't tell my wife if she's missing, but he still knows that, Arya probably doesn't believe him 100%. It's hard to trust him. And so he looks at Arya and he goes, look, I'm going to go to the police and I'm going to tell them everything that happened. And, you know, whatever happens, happens. This convinces Arya that her dad is telling the truth. And so she burns the diary pages that would prove that her dad met with Allison the night that she died. So now I'm out of breath, but let's talk about Lucas. Lucas gives us a lot of information and actually confirms one of our biggest theories that we have had for multiple of these videos. Lucas is acting absolutely terrified of Mona, who is back at school with all of them. She's been given a clean bill of health, her medicine is working, and she is allowed back in society. And Lucas is panicking. It seems like he is really stressed out that Mona is back at school. And then, this is crazy, we see Toby try to run over and kill Lucas. So at this point, we're pretty sure Toby shot Garrett in the head, and now we know 100% that Toby tried to run over and murder Lucas. Toby is a murderous man, but Lucas doesn't know that it was Toby that tried to run him over. He thinks it was Mona that tried to run him over. And he tells Hannah all of this. He's freaking out and he's like, hey, I'm leaving Rosewood High. Mona has been blackmailing me into doing things for her. So that just confirmed a really huge theory for us, where I've been saying this for a long time, is I think that A and the A team is mostly consisted of a mastermind and then people who are being blackmailed and forced to do things for them. A is not doing all of the dirty work. A convinces people like Lucas or Jenna, or maybe even Toby, but it seems, I don't know, he seems like he might be in deeper, to do little tasks for A. So that way, if they got caught, you know, that the real A isn't at risk. Does that make sense? I got a comment one time and it's been stuck in my head where it's like, hey, why do you repeat so much information? And it's like, hey, I know you guys are seeing all of this at once, but for me, there's a lot of time in between. But all of it doesn't matter. It all leads to a conversation between Toby and Mona when they're in the A cave together. It looks like they're about to go on a mission together. And we see Toby is in the black hoodie with the black gloves, and he looks at Mona and he goes, I still feel like we're rushing this. And Mona says, I told you, I'm not the one calling the shots. They need to know that she's in charge. So we officially get confirmation that Mona and Toby are not A. They are a part of the A team, but they are not the person who is in charge. And Mona says she's in charge, which means that the person we are looking for is female. That really doesn't narrow it down. There's not a lot of guys in this show. I mean, do you guys remember this guy? I don't even remember his name. We haven't seen him in so long, but I had his picture already printed from season 1, so I kept him up here. I couldn't remember his name. And also, all the guys in this show are brunette, except for Jason. Okay, back to Toby. Everything's about to change for Toby, because in this batch of episodes, Spencer catches Toby dressed up as A, and she finds out that he is a part of the A team. And when she catches him, it's crazy, dude, but he turns around. He's wearing the black hoodie, and she sees his face, and she's shocked. And he goes, how long have you known? And then she was setting up a surprise for their anniversary, so she was in his apartment, and she found a fake ID badge where he was going in and out of the psych hospital visiting Mona. Then Spencer slaps Toby, and Toby disappears into the night. Spencer is distraught. This was the love of her life. She trusted him more than anything, and it turned out that he has been A, and he has been one of the people that has been destroying her life over the past 3 years. Now, that is all we know about that situation up to this point, because that happened at the end of episode 16, and that is as far as we've seen. So I'm sure we'll be getting some more information in the next batch of episodes, but as for right now, all we know is that Spencer knows. So, other suspects. Since we officially know that Mona and Toby aren't the one in charge, who could be the one in charge? There's always Jason, that is Allison's older brother. Jason has two strange moments in these batch of episodes. At one point, him and Lucas give each other kind of a knowing look, almost like they're a part of something together. Jason also has a moment where he's talking to Spencer and Toby shows up, and Jason looks genuinely afraid of Toby. And since we know that Toby is A, it kind of makes us wonder, does Jason know that Toby is A, or, you know, a part of the A team? There's Jenna, who I'm pretty sure is not the one in charge. It really seems like she genuinely believed that Garrett is the one that killed Allison. And since she was there that night when she, you know, thought it happened and she kind of told him to do it, I think she's just been trying to cover her own ass so that she doesn't get like an accessory for murder charge. And that's why she like set up Garrett, turned him into the cops and stuff. I'm really glad we got that kind of answer, because if you could go back to like season 1 and season 2, when there was like that reveal where it was like, oh my God, like Jenna and Garrett admitted pretty much to killing Allison. And I never understood that once we found out that wasn't really the case. And it turns out it's because Jenna really did think that he killed Allison, and he was just going along with it because he was like, I don't want her to know I was lying. Pretty crazy stuff, but you know, it's cool. So who is this person in charge? Who are we going to lock in? We know that we're looking for a she, not that it narrows down anything, but that still leaves Laurel the photographer up for grabs. Cece is still up for grabs. And there's even Paige, who we found out was in a giant war with Allison before Allison died. But then there is a big piece of the puzzle that we are ignoring right now, which is the fact that A was trying to kill Arya on Halloween. Not scare her, not terrorize them, kill her for real. So why were they trying to kill Arya in particular? Why not one of the other girls? Well, that leads me to a dream sequence that Arya has while she has the flu and she's being drugged up by Meredith. If you don't remember, Meredith is the girl that Arya's dad was cheating on his wife with. While Arya's in this, you know, drugged and flu state, she sees Allison and Arya goes, "Is this a dream?" And Allison goes, "No, I'm more real than I've ever been." And Arya asks her, "What's it like?" And Allison says, "I know everything. I see everything." And Arya goes, "Do you see A?" And Allison says, "Everywhere I look. You all do. I'm surprised Spencer hasn't found that out yet." Then Arya asks her if it's true that she was blackmailing her dad. And Allison says, "I was so desperate for that money." And Arya goes, "Did my dad kill you?" And Allison says, "Do I look dead to you?" Now, she says some other little things, and everything that she says and does comes true, by the way. And then as she goes to leave the room, she like sets a doll down that was on that side of the room. She sets it down by the door, and she looks at Arya and she says, "You know why I picked you, right?" And then she leaves. Arya wakes up. That doll actually moved from one side of the room to the other. And we have seen this happen several times. The girls will either be medicated from being in the hospital, or they'll be like on medicine for being sick, or they'll be injured. Like one time Emily passed out from smoke inhalation because A tried to kill her in a burning building, and they dragged Emily out, and Emily saw Allison. So whenever they're in these like drugged or hurt or dream states, they see Allison, and Allison always gives them information that turns out to be true. And because of this, we have constantly brought up the theory that maybe Allison is just still alive. And now that we have seen like a real ghost, we saw that little ghost girl in the Halloween episode, I'm wondering if it could be a supernatural explanation. And what is up with that line? "You know why I picked you, right?" What does that mean? Picked her for what? Also, why was Allison desperate for the money? Her parents are very wealthy. That's what this show does so good, right? It gives you these big answers to mysteries that you had ages ago, that you had totally even forgotten about. Because by the time you get the answers for those mysteries, there's a million new mysteries. It's a really great way of keeping you engaged the entire time. But I have to lock in my pick for who I think A is for episodes 13, 14, 15, and 16. Who is the big A? Who is the one in charge? Which leads me back to a theory that I have locked in a million times over the past 3 seasons, and I keep coming back to it. I think Spencer could be the answer. I mean, that line from Allison where she goes, I see A everywhere. You all do. I'm surprised Spencer hasn't figured that out yet. What does Spencer have to do? Like, why is it Spencer that has to figure it out? I really think it could be Spencer doing this the entire time and she just doesn't even know it. So that is what I'm locking in. I know that's dumb. I know we've learned a lot of new information and this is just going with an older theory, but I think it still holds up.
Why are you not all go-go gadget about this? This is big.
It's a night of truth or dare.
Why did you lie?
Where's the video?
Answer the question.
But can the truth also be a lie?
I'm A.
I do not know what is going on. So I just watched episodes 17, 18, 19, and 20, and we are flying towards the end of season 3. So much is happening. I don't know what is in relation to the mystery and what is just teen drama plot lines. Regardless, I don't think I'm anywhere close to figuring out who A is, and some absolute insane stuff happens in this batch of episodes, starting with one of the craziest things that has happened. So the girls end up finding like an old notebook that Allison was writing in, and she was actually like writing back and forth some notes with someone else. We find out that that someone else is actually Cece, and Allison and Cece are talking about some beach hottie. Well, throughout this batch of episodes, we go on quite the journey to try to discover who this beach hottie is, because Cece tells the girls that Allison was pregnant. But Allison never told Cece or anyone who the father was before she died. So all we really have to go off of is whoever this beach hottie is probably the father. And when Cece was talking to Allison, when Allison first told her that she is pregnant, she was like, well, have you told the father? And Allison was like, I can't. If he found out, he would kill me. Which usually is just something that people say, but considering Allison ends up dead shortly thereafter, I think we have to take this seriously. Who could this beach hottie be? Who could be the father of her baby? Toby? Ian? Remember Ian? He was pregnant, he was Melissa's baby daddy, so we know that he's fertile. Well, it turns out Emily sees a picture of Detective Wilden at Cape Bay, which is the beach where Allison and Cece were at, so it looks like Detective Wilden might be the baby daddy. And at the time of this happening, I believe Detective Wilden would have been like a senior in college, or he might have even already graduated and been in the police academy, which would make him like 21 to 22 at the youngest, and Allison at the time was 15. What is up with the grown men in this town? Like, are all of the guys at Rosewood High that are the same age as all of these girls just lonely? And they're like, hey, you know, like they're at Thanksgiving dinner and their grandma is like, well, do you not have a nice little girlfriend at school? And they're like, no, all the girls at school, like 40-year-old men. Insanity, dude. The stuff with Detective Wilden gets even crazier somehow because the girls, they tell Jason, which, you know, is Allison's older brother, that they think that Wilden is Allison's baby daddy. So now he like kind of confronts him, which causes Wilden to go and confront the girls. And they tell him like, we're on to you, dude. So then he goes to Hannah's mom, because if you remember all the way back in season 1, Wilden was sleeping with Hannah's mom so that Hannah's mom could get Hannah out of trouble for shoplifting. We have been in this show. We are in the trenches of this show, dog. Anyway, he goes and visits Hannah's mom to kind of intimidate her and be like, hey, that's a nasty rumor that your daughters are spreading around. I need you to stop that. But the way he's acting makes her think like, oh my God, I think the rumor might be true. I think this dude might have been Allison's baby daddy. So she kicks him out and she's leaving the restaurant and he follows her in his cop car and pulls her over. And so he makes her get out of the car. He's threatening her. He gets a little physical with her. And he even says, you shut Hannah up or I'm going to shut her up. And he's like blocking her car. She's trying to drive away. He reaches for his gun. Hannah's mom runs over Detective Wilden. Later that night, Hannah's mom's in the kitchen of her house drinking some whiskey. Keep that in mind. Hannah's talking to her. And Hannah's mom is like, I think I killed Detective Wilden. So the two of them go back to the scene of the accident. Detective Wilden's body is gone, but the car is still there. So yeah, if Detective Wilden is still alive, then he is a major suspect. But if he's dead, then I don't know. Because like the theory here is like, if he got a 15-year-old girl pregnant when he was in his 20s, and about to become a cop, then he might have killed Allison to keep that from getting out so that way it doesn't ruin his life. The consequences of his own actions. Cece seems to believe that theory because Cece is seen leaving town. She's packing her bags because Detective Wilden has confronted her, because we know that Cece knew that Detective Wilden was with Allie in Cape Bay. So we know that Cece, Allison, and Detective Wilden were all together at Cape Bay, but then we find out that there was another person with the three of them, and that is Melissa, Spencer's older sister. And this gets even more weird because Jason has a flashback to the night that his sister died, and he remembers seeing Melissa and Cece arguing in front of the house. Cece says that Melissa and her were just arguing because of some tapes that they were trying to get from Allison. We already kind of know about that. Allison had the tapes that the NAT club were filming. I don't know. It's still kind of murky. Speaking of flashbacks, Emily has some more flashbacks to the night that she was at Allison's grave when the body got stolen, and she remembers seeing a blonde woman in a red coat. Now, this woman in a red coat has been seen a couple of times now. Hannah actually saw the same blonde woman in the red coat all the way back in episode 16 or whatever. And Spencer sees the red coat lady in episode 20. And it turns out that this lady in the red coat is the A in charge. And the reason we know this is because we get a conversation with the four girls, and they're talking about trying to figure out who is in the red coat because she is the captain of the A team. So now we kind of know what we're trying to solve here. We're trying to solve who is the lady in the red coat with the blonde hair. The girls have two theories as to who could be in that red coat. The first one being Cece. That is someone who looks just like Allison. And that's very funny because their other theory is, what if it's just Allison? The girls shut down that theory pretty quickly because it's absurd, but I still think it's got legs. But yeah, Cece is definitely the obvious answer if we're like, who is that in the red coat? She's one of the only characters with blonde hair. We know that she's just as mischievous and manipulating as Allison was. We get a scene where Cece blatantly lies to Arya. She's like, yeah, my car got towed. Meanwhile, she's sitting in her car. We see her sitting in her car on the phone. It felt definitely heavy-handed from the show, though, so I think that Cece might be who the show wants us to suspect. So it's kind of like, and she's one of the only blonde characters. But a thing about the red coat with the blonde hair is it could be a wig. And since it could be a wig, that means that it doesn't necessarily have to be a female who is in the red coat, which again, doesn't eliminate any suspects. We can talk about Meredith, who is the girl that Arya's dad was having an affair with. She's older now, she's graduated college, she's a teacher. She goes psycho and drugs and attacks Arya in the basement of her home. And after that whole situation happens, Arya's dad called Meredith's dad or whatever, and Meredith left town, but he found out that she has had a long history of issues. So the theory there could be that Meredith has had a long history of issues, which means that she could have been A this whole time. I don't know what her motive would be. I don't quite get it. Plus, A would have never gotten so sloppy as to reveal themselves to all four girls by locking them in the basement and attacking them and stuff. So that being said, let's leave the red coat stuff for a second and talk about someone who we know is not the person in the red coat, and that's Toby. And we know that because Toby and Mona are A, but they're not the person in charge. We get a flashback in episode 17 where we see Allison visiting Toby when he is in juvie. Now, if you remember, Toby was in juvie after Jenna's accident where the fireworks going off made her blind. Allison, who did it, forced Toby to take the blame for the accident, or else she was going to reveal the big secret that Toby and his stepsister Jenna were sleeping together. So Allison goes and visits Toby while he's in juvie, and she confronts him about being A. Because if you don't remember, before Allison died, she was being harassed by A with the texts and the messages and everything, just like how the girls would be later. And this visit at juvie does give us a lot of answers. First of all, Toby is wearing a do-rag. I guess the show was like, hey, how do we make it look like how do we tell the audience Toby's in jail right now? Put a do-rag on him. It's absolutely insane, dude. It's messed up. It's really messed up. It'd be different if we'd ever seen Toby wearing a do-rag before or since, but literally it was just like he was in juvie, and so it's like he only wore a do-rag while he was at juvie. Do-rag Toby can't hurt you. He isn't real. Anyway, Allison straight up accuses do-rag Toby of being A. He denies it. And I believe him because he says, I wish I knew who it was because I'd offer my services. And Allison's like, I wasn't the only one outside that window. Why aren't you harassing my friends too? In which Toby responds while wearing his do-rag, you and your posse deserve much worse. So what this tells us is that Toby was not the original A that was harassing Allison before she was killed. But it does seem like when he got out of juvie, he found who A was, which involved Mona, and offered his services to help A and be a part of the A team. Or perhaps Mona and the big boss in the red coat actually reached out to Toby to be like, hey, do you want revenge on these girls? And when it comes to Toby, there is a line of dialogue that Emily gives to Spencer. She doesn't know that Toby is A at this moment, but she does know that him and Spencer broke up. And so she does this line of dialogue that's like, hey, sometimes things look bad and they're actually not. So that kind of felt like the show was giving us that, hey, maybe Toby's not bad after all. But considering I'm pretty sure he shot Garrett in the head and we saw him try to run over Lucas, I think he's pretty bad. Spencer has been falling apart ever since she found out that Toby is A, to the point where she even actually starts attacking and strangling Mona at one point. Then A almost kills Spencer by locking her in a sauna and turning the temperature all the way up. Arya manages to show up just in time to save Spencer. So that's good. But at the end of that episode, Spencer tells Arya, call the other girls. I've got to tell you something. I know who A is. And that's all we know at this point because that was the end of the episode. But we can assume that Spencer is about to tell the other girls that she found out that Toby is a part of the A team, which is very scary because A had made a threat to Spencer saying, if you tell about Toby, I will kill one of your three. I would like to point out that the way that this threat was delivered is one of the most bizarre message delivery systems we've seen in this show. Spencer puts on her sunglasses, and etched on the inside of the sunglasses is the message. You rat, one of your three dies. Okay, what else should we talk about? The therapist. The therapist is back in town. She's actually opening back up her practice in her office. Mona gives the therapist a visit, giving her a flower as a present. And the therapist looks absolutely terrified of Mona. But I also wonder if maybe Mona is visiting the therapist with more than just a regular thank you. The theory being that the therapist could be that older mentor figure that is in the red coat, which she's literally in a red shirt in this picture. And she's the one running everything. And so when Mona shows up and says thank you, maybe she's saying thank you for, being the leader of A. We do have some evidence that kind of supports this theory, the whole thing of Mona not going to jail and going to the psych hospital was done because of the therapist. So yeah, then we can talk about Jason. This poor man is still just trying to figure out who killed his little sister. As I've already mentioned, he has been working with Emily in this section of episodes. They were trying to figure out the picture of Wilden with Allison and Cece stuff. Well, they get the picture, and there's a picture of Allison with Wilden and Cece all standing together, and apparently Melissa is the one who took the picture. But as they're leaving the building with the picture, they're in the elevator shuts down. Emily just barely manages to escape the elevator before it slams shut with Jason inside, and it free falls multiple stories with Jason inside. He somehow survives this incident. But when he wakes up and they get him to the hospital, the picture of Detective Wilden with Allison in Cape Bay is missing. The girls and Jason think that A is trying to kill off all of the members of the NAT club. Remember, that was Garrett, Jason, and Ian. Ian and Garrett are dead, and it looks like A just tried to kill Jason too. I say that I'm pretty sure it's A who is trying to kill them because A sends a message to Jason right before this happens. They show up at Jason's house and there's just like 100 bottles of whiskey on his front porch, which not only is that super expensive, but it's like, what's up with all this whiskey in these episodes? Hannah's mom's drinking this whiskey. This whiskey's all over Jason's porch. And in one of the end credit scenes that we see from A's point of view, A like pours a glass of whiskey. So either this was some sort of product placement that they just like really put in the show for a couple episodes, or this whiskey has something to do with the mystery. Meanwhile, we see Ren, him and Spencer make out, and he confesses his love for her, which is weird because it wasn't too long ago that he kissed Hannah and confessed his love for her. During this time, Spencer's sister Melissa makes a comment to Spencer saying that Ren is bad company. We've already been pretty suspicious of him this entire season, but I feel like even more so now. Because that's what's so interesting about Ren is he's a largely forgettable character for most of this show, but he's actually been there for some pretty key moments. Like when they discovered Ian's dead body in the cabin in the woods, Ren was there. So is that like, so what are our suspects for who could be the red coat? There's Cece, Detective Wilden, Ren, the therapist, Melissa. And now that we know that Wilden might have been killed by Hannah's mom, it's looking likely that Wilden is not the red coat person. Cece seems way too obvious of a pick. I mean, the show was just really throwing her down our throat. So it's probably not her. And then there's Melissa. We have been down this road with Melissa a million times. We have probably locked in Melissa just as many times as we've locked in Spencer or Jenna or Lucas the yearbook guy. Melissa is always super suspicious. But I don't even know what to even try to say that she did at this point. Then there's the therapist, which I do think is a solid theory, but I don't have enough information to really back it up, which just leaves Ren. I really do think that the Ren theory is a good theory. I like the idea that maybe he is Mona's older brother or something. Or there's the theory that Spencer is actually the red coat. I still think that's up for grabs, especially now that we have seen Spencer really struggle with her mental health in these past few episodes. Now, if you're a diehard fan of these videos, then you're probably saying, Chase, what about Ezra? Could it be Ezra? It doesn't look likely. He has found out about his son and now he's super involved in his son's life. He's gone for most of these episodes because he's visiting his son and his baby mama, which, by the way, not to play therapist, but I wonder if the reason that he fell in love with Arya, who was a high school student, is because he's kind of in this, he's stuck in the same place he was when he was in high school and the love of his life got pregnant, but then his mom made her go away. So I wonder if he's been chasing that same love ever since that happened. I think it's called like Arrested Development or something like that. I'm not excusing what he's done. I'm just saying maybe that's why. I don't know. Anything else going on in these episodes? Caleb. Hannah and Caleb are back together. They go and they meet Caleb's uncle, who Hannah is pretty sure is Caleb's real dad. And I say pretty sure because we find out for sure that his uncle is his real dad. So Caleb meets his real dad. And Hannah actually gets Caleb's dad a job working at the church for Pastor Ted, doing construction on the bell tower. It also seems like maybe Caleb's dad has already stolen money from the church, so I'm sure that's going to be an issue going forward. I'm going to be honest, I don't know how any of this relates to the mystery. I think I'm just stalling because I'm trying to figure out who I want to lock in. Yeah, dude, I think I'm going to have to lock in Ren. We know a lot of sketchy stuff about him. He's the doctor at Mona's hospital all of a sudden. We know that he has had relationships with Spencer and Hannah. So maybe he also had a relationship with Allison at one point. Potentially, he could even actually be the father of her baby. We think it's Detective Wilden, but that could just be a misdirect. He's talked about his dad being in a psych hospital for most of his life. So I feel like we're getting a lot of little coincidences. Yeah, this feels solid. It feels like my best bet at this moment. So I am going to be locking in Ren as A, the red coat A, from episodes 17 through 20. And I think that there is only 4 episodes left in the season, which means that we should be getting the big reveal very soon. And if we don't, then I guess that just means that we'll be doing Can I Solve Pretty Little Liars Part 4. So Let's see.
It's the show that won 5 Teen Choice Awards.
All right, roger that. Roger that.
Now, trapped by A.
What do you want?
With no way out.
Well, guys, this is it. I just watched episodes 21, 22, and 23. The next episode that we watch will be the Pretty Little Liars Season 3 finale. And that is hopefully when we will get the big reveal of who the Red Coat A is. And since we are so close to the finale, we have lots of new clues and suspects and theories for us to play with, a lot of which comes from Spencer and the situation that she is in this batch of episodes. Spencer tells Arya and the girls that Toby is A, or, a part of the A team. And Emily is in denial. She says something like, Mona has to have something over him. He wouldn't just do this to us. And that might be true, but I don't know. She's never seen him in his do-rag. A sends Spencer a funeral wreath with the note that someone close to her is going to die. Basically saying, because you decided to snitch about Toby being A, one of you are now going to die. Spencer is super worried that Emily is the one who is going to get killed because Mona keeps kind of like teasing that it's going to be Emily, but this is all a trick because Spencer follows Mona into the woods one night and stumbles upon a dead body laying on the ground with the 901 Free at Last tattoo that we know Toby has. She sees Toby's dead body. Well, we don't know if it's for sure him because the body is wearing a motorcycle helmet, but has the tattoo. Spencer is distraught and ends up getting lost in the woods and just roaming in the woods, lost all night long. When she is found the next morning, she is a mess and she has to go in for like a mental checkup. And so she is currently at the same psych hospital that Mona was in. And we get a moment while Spencer is in the psych hospital where she's looking at a Joker playing card. So I think we all know what that means. It means Spencer's the Joker. And this psych hospital where her and Mona have been, it's actually Arkham Asylum, which makes this whole show a Gotham origin story. My guess is that Malcolm, Ezra's son, ends up becoming Batman, which means that hopefully Ezra gets gunned down in an alleyway. I mean, hopefully not. That would be terrible. While in the psych ward that may or may not be Arkham Asylum, Spencer meets the therapist. She works there sometimes, I guess. I say meets the therapist. I mean, she's obviously known her for like over a year. Her name, the therapist's name is Dr. Sullivan. I know I don't say that often. It's just I never think she's important, and then she keeps coming back. But anyway, I'm pretty sus of the therapist. We'll talk about that more later. Spencer, while she's in the hospital, meets one of the nurses, and his name is E. Lamb, which, if you don't remember, if you've never seen the show, E. Lamb is the name that Toby was using on his fake ID when he was trying to sneak in and out of the hospital. And E. Lamb, he seems like a really great guy. He gives Spencer a lot of information. He tells her that there was a security breach that was going on where someone that worked on the staff was sneaking people in and out of the hospital. And it also seems that E. Lamb absolutely despises Ren. And when Spencer asks him why he doesn't like Ren, he says, I've never trusted him. Ever since he got here, it just feels like he's not here for the right reasons. And when I heard that, I was like, oh my God, dude, we might be onto something. My theory might be right. Spencer finds out that the room that she is staying in the hospital is the exact same room that Mona was staying in at the hospital. And she actually finds a carving in the desk in the room from Mona. The carving says, "Can the circle be unbroken?" This causes Spencer to have a flashback to before Allison died. Her and Allison were at church. The church was singing the song, "Can the Circle Be Unbroken?" And Mona was actually there, and Allison was like making fun of her. That is where Allison tells Spencer all about her diaries, multiple. And she says, I'm writing them for you. You're going to need them if you're going to carry on after I'm gone. And Spencer's like, carry on what after you're gone? But Allison never answers. And then very shortly after that, we get a scene between Spencer and Mona, where Mona is showing that she has all of Allison's old diaries, which makes it strongly possible that Mona, with the access of these diaries, is just carrying on whatever Allison was doing. So, like, who is Mona taking orders from then? Another crazy coincidence is Spencer finds out that Toby's mom, who is dead, was also a patient at the same psych hospital. Now, I don't know what that means, but it means something. Also, while Mona is visiting Spencer in the hospital, she tells Spencer that everything that has happened in this whole season 3, I mean, she doesn't call it that, obviously, but she says all of the things that have happened, all of the torture, all of the punishment, all of the harassment is a punishment for Spencer for turning down her offer to join the A-team. Now, this offer, we later find out, Spencer accepts. Now, I hope that it's just like Spencer doesn't actually turn out to be turning to the evil side and it's just all a trick or whatever, but you know, it's a strong possibility that she does join the A-team, which would be a huge loss because Spencer's one of the best characters in the show, extremely dynamic of a character. Mona also tells Spencer that Allison was not, in fact, pregnant when she died. She thought she was. It was a false alarm. And then Spencer is given a board game to play with that was Mona's favorite when she was there. The board game has a map etched into it that Mona put there. Spencer follows that map in the middle of the night. It takes her to the abandoned children's ward, and she sees Allison. Now, Spencer hasn't slept in 3 days, but once again, we are seeing Allison. You know, like, for a dead girl, Allison shows up a lot. Speaking of Allison, at one point during these episodes, A kidnaps Ezra's son, Malcolm. Eventually, Arya does find Malcolm. A took Malcolm to, like, this carnival thing. And when she finally finds him, he's like, your friend Allison picked me up. So, you know, now we can add kidnapping to A's long list of crimes. Anyway, back at the children's ward in the hospital, Ghost Allison helps Spencer discover Mona's stash. Spencer finds a bunch of Mona's stuff, including a guest pass that was made for Cece and approved by Ren. At this exact moment, Ren walks into the children's ward and catches Spencer. He explains to her that he was only helping Cece because he felt like it was what was best for Mona. Cece said that she could be a mentor for Mona. Now, I've been using that word mentor a lot to explain the red coat person when it comes to Mona and Toby and the rest of the A. So this is crazy, right? It looks like Cece is a lot stronger of a suspect than we thought. And it turns out Cece said that she would be such a good mentor for Mona because she too faced trauma from Allison. It turns out there was an incident at a frat party that Allison got Cece kicked out of college. And then the biggest bombshell of all is when Spencer asks Ren, how did Cece even know Mona was in here? To which Ren says, Melissa called her. Melissa is always tied up in everything, dude. Like, at this point, when your dead husband is involved and your ex-boyfriend is kissing your sister and he seems to be involved, and your friend Cece, who you were at the beach with Allison when she potentially got pregnant from a cop, is involved. At what point are you the problem, Melissa? Speaking of losers, let's talk about Toby. So at first, no one is even sure if Toby is actually dead. But then by the end of episode 23, the police have found a body who matches the height and weight, and it has the 901 free at last tattoo. But they can't be 100% sure yet because the face is so messed up, it's hard to identify. So we have no clue if Toby is dead or not. Personally, I kind of hope he is, because not only did he trick Spencer into falling in love with him, but he tricked me into falling in love with him. He was so suspicious in season 1. And then by season 2, I'm like, well, this guy's awesome. And then to be fair, I did get a bit bored of him throughout season 3 until it was revealed that he was A. So, you know, better him than a super sick character like Jason. or Caleb. Speaking of that, though, it does bring up a good question of, if Toby is actually dead, why did A kill him? Just to cover up some loose ends? Or was it to just really break Spencer mentally, which it did? I think both are probably true. It helps get rid of one more person that's connected to them, A-wise, and it helps play into Spencer being a shell of her former self. We also need to talk about a different major storyline from these episodes involving Detective Wilden and Hannah's mom, who ran over him, which, by the way, I guess Detective Wilden isn't really a suspect anymore since we have found out that Allison was not pregnant. So, you know, I don't know. You will be happy to know, maybe, he is alive. Hannah's mom did not kill him. And he is not, like, pursuing legal action against Hannah's mom or Hannah, but he is looking for his cop car, which he's probably not going to find because Hannah and Aria pushed it into a lake. They did that to hide the dash cam footage on the car. Very visibly saw Hannah's mom run him over. But also, doesn't really matter because A does have the dash cam footage anyway. So, you know, that's classic A. Speaking of classic A framed Caleb's dad of stealing like $8,000 from the church where he was doing construction at. So Pastor Ted has to fire him. It's a whole thing. We do get a lot of glimpses of Red Coat A throughout these episodes. So the hunt is still on for trying to figure out who that is. My top suspect is, of course, the therapist, Dr. Sullivan. The girls are even getting a little suspicious of her when one of them says, you know, I always wondered how Toby found Dr. Sullivan and brought her back into town the exact night that Mona got revealed. And another one of the girls is like, well, do you think it was all planned? And to answer that question for them, yeah, I do. I think Mona getting caught was a part of the plan, a part of Redcoat's mastermind plan, so that way Mona could go into the psych hospital where she would be under constant surveillance, quotations, so that way Mona could be completely innocent of anything that happens after. And since we know it was Dr. Sullivan who helped get Mona into the psych ward instead of jail, it's very likely that maybe she could be the Red Coat A. The only issue is I don't know what her motive would be. What is the motive for this grown woman with a doctorate degree to be super involved in this teenage drama? My only theory is that she is a deranged therapist who loves getting into people's heads and manipulating them, turning it into an experiment or a game, brainwashing these kids like Toby and Mona and Jenna and Garrett. And that is the game that everybody is talking about. It's just a big psychological test that this deranged serial killer is performing on a bunch of college and high school students. It's like that Stanford prison experiment, except it takes place in a whole town. How funny would it be if I just did like a whole rant about an evil therapist, and then this video was sponsored by BetterHelp? Then, of course, we do have the Ren theory, which I still love. We had the idea of maybe he is like Mona's older brother, and then we found out that Ren's dad was in a psych ward for most of his life, and then we found out that Toby's mom was in the exact same psych hospital. So it's like, could maybe Toby, Ren, and Mona all be related? It just feels like a lot of coincidences to not mean something. Like, you know, maybe they're all siblings and their parents are met in the psych ward or something like that. Then, of course, there's Melissa, who is definitely being brought into the forefront of suspectory again. I just can't think of anything that would be interesting for it to be her. So if it ends up being her, that's on me for just being lazy and being like, lame. And then the show has completely forgotten about Maya at this point. Maya's dead. Everyone thinks it was her stalker, that Nate guy who did it. I'm pretty sure it was A, because she knew something that got her killed. We also haven't heard from Jenna in a while, but I think we know her whole deal. I think she's just been getting blackmailed into helping A with different tasks and stuff. There's Cece, who is a very likable candidate to be the Red Coat A, but I think that one's almost too obvious, so I almost don't even want to lock that in. It is very suspicious how we have not met this character at all until season 3, but then the show gave us a ton of flashbacks to be like, hey, this is a new character, but she's been here the whole time. I just think it would be kind of lame if the big reveal ended up being a character that we've only known for maybe 15 out of the last 60 plus episodes we've watched. And then we always have our Spencer theory, which again, always seems to kind of work. And then Toby's dead, maybe, I don't know. Regardless, we know that he can't be the red coat. Me trying to the way that I say red coat so maliciously makes me sound like I was in the American Revolutionary War. And then there's the parents, but I would be pretty shocked if it was any of the parents. They're usually just there for subplot stuff. It could just be Mona all over again. We had that theory a while back. We've never really accused Arya of being A. Stuff is usually just involving Ezra and this weird romance subplot that never has anything to do with everything else. Speaking of which, it looks like she broke up with Ezra, but we'll see. And then there is Jason. Maybe he took up his sister's sick, twisted game. I don't think so, but to be fair, I do really like Jason as a character a lot. And typically when you have a character you really like, probably ends up being some sort of twist about them. In a show like Pretty Little Liars, no one is good for long. But if the big reveal is happening in the next episode, this is my very last chance to lock in the correct guess for who is the red coat A. My gut is telling me Dr. Sullivan. My brain is telling me Rin. But my heart is telling me that I should lock in something absolutely insane. And that is the theory that Allison has been alive this entire time. I know. I also kind of want to lock in the idea that Spencer is the red coat A. It's a mess, dude. Could it be Paige? I don't know. Maybe it's the easy answer and it actually is Cece. I don't know, but I can't just stand here all day pointing at different characters. This video is probably already way too long. I'm just gonna go ahead and lock in that Dr. Sullivan is an evil therapist with a sick, twisted psychological experiment that is A. All right, that is what I'm locking in. When you guys see me again very shortly, we will have watched the final episode of the season and we will know if we got the reveal or not.
It's the Pretty Little Liars spring finale effect.
Spencer's part of the A-team. Game over.
Like a nightmare, red coat haunts them. Now they're face to face.
She was here. I saw her too.
Okay. Let me collect my thoughts. We do not officially get the reveal of who the red coat A is, I think, but we kind of do. And I mean, we get some pretty big answers to some other questions, so buckle in, baby boys. So just to get you up to speed on everything, Spencer is only pretending to work with Mona and the A-team so that she can figure out who this red coat is. One of the answers that Spencer gets is that Toby is in fact still alive. And Toby was also just pretending to work for Mona and A to try to protect Spencer. And I'm thinking it's probably true because we get two sex scenes between Toby and Spencer in this episode. And I probably wouldn't bring that up, but I just thought it was very funny how there was sex scene, then they cut away something else, and then it came back and they did a whole nother sex scene all over again. Why? I don't know. Good for them, but I have no idea. Find out that Spencer actually gained Mona and A's trust because Spencer is the one who kidnapped Ezra's son. We also see Melissa, Shauna, and Jenna having a secret meeting. Now, this is where I've made quite a large mistake. Some of you are probably saying, who the fuck is Shauna? Yeah, my bad. I never mentioned her. Shauna is Paige's ex-girlfriend who works at the costume shop. I did not think she was going to be even slightly important. But boy, was I wrong, and we'll get to that in a second. The craziest piece of information that we get, though, is that we find out that no one knows the true identity of Red Coat A. Not Toby, not Mona, not Spencer, no one. Toby even tells Spencer, the only thing that I know about Redcoat is that she is in charge. So, there's a big plan. The girls think that they're being smart by trapping themselves and Mona in this venue because there's going to be a big party. But oops, they didn't know that the plan was that A-Team was going to burn that place down with them inside of it. So now it looks like Mona, Hannah, Emily, and Arya are going to burn to death. And Mona is terrified. Mona tells the girls, you have no idea what she's capable of. It's her. She's everywhere and nowhere. And while And while the girls and Mona are being BBQ'd, Spencer and Toby are out in the woods trying to find the true identity of Redcoat, because Redcoat is just landed a plane on a private runway and was showing up. Toby ends up getting knocked out, which means that there's other people involved in this A-team situation, but Spencer does catch a glimpse of Redcoat. Next thing you know, the building that is on fire explodes. Is this the death of the main characters of Pretty Little Liars? No, because someone pulled them out of the fire. Somehow, some way, and Hannah wakes up just briefly enough to see the person that pulled her out of the fire was Allison. And then Mona is up and she's terrified and she's with the girls and she goes, "It was Allison. Allison pulled us out of there." And she was like, "She was here. I swear it." And then Hannah was like, "I saw her too." And then Spencer goes, "So did I. Allie is Redcoat." What? Because here's the thing, guys. I don't know how trustworthy this is. No one got like a clean look at Redcoat, right? And we have seen Allie quite often when the girls are like poisoned with smoke inhalation from being in a fire or drugged or asleep. But then again, maybe it is Allie. And then we get more information from Mona. Mona is with the girls now. They're all in the car together leaving. And Mona tells them that Redcoat first showed up while Mona was in the psych hospital. And at first she was excited because she had like a partner in crime. But then she started to hate it because Redcoat was taking those girls away from her, which is interesting. And we will talk about that in a minute. But Mona also says that she was at the graveyard that night that, Emily was drugged and they stole Allison's body from her grave. And she caught a look at Redcoat, but Redcoat was wearing a mask that looked just like Allison's face. And so now the girls are like, well, maybe that's why we all thought we saw Allison. Maybe they're wearing an Allison mask. The girls and Mona pull back into their neighborhood where they see that Detective Wilden's car that Hannah and Aria pushed into the lake has been taken out of the lake by A and placed in front of their houses. And the dash cam footage is playing on repeat and it's showing Hannah's mom running him over. But then it keeps going and it shows us a part of the dash cam footage that we have never seen. And that is Melissa and Jenna are the ones that showed up and took Detective Wilden's body. Sorry, forgive me. It wasn't Melissa and Jenna. It was Jenna and Shauna. The character that I hadn't mentioned at all, and now she's seen with Jenna pulling a cop's ran over body out of the woods. And then the girls all get a text message from A at the same time, including Mona, and the text message says, "You're mine now. Kisses, A." And then the trunk opens and all of the girls are looking in the trunk and they all gasp. Ah! Now we don't know what they see in the trunk because that's where it ends. If I had to guess, I would assume that there is a dead body in that trunk. And it seems like it's going to be very likely that A owns them now because they are going to blackmail them and be able to frame them for the death of whoever is in this trunk. If I had to take a wild guess of whose body is in the trunk of Detective Wilden's cop car, I would probably say Detective Wilden, but I don't know because that is where the episode ends. The season ends on a cliffhanger. But then we do get the end credit scene that is usually from A's point of view. And this time it is a repeat end credit scene, the same one that they used in the Halloween episode where we saw a hand come out of the dirt in the area where Allison's body was originally buried. Where it was hidden for almost a year before they finally found it. Except it kept going a little bit longer this time, and we see a second hand reach out and grab the hand that's coming out of the ground to help pull it out of the ground. Does this mean that Allison is actually still alive or that she was never even dead? In which case, if that is true, and if Allie has been alive this entire time, then that means that we might have gotten the big reveal in this episode, and it's that Allison is Redcoat. I think the most likely answer is that this is all some sort of trick and that Redcoat, we still don't know their identity. But I don't know. I kind of think that Allison being alive the entire time is even more possible now because the police confirmed that the dead body that they found belonged to Toby, which means that A knows how to trick the police by giving them a fake body, which means that Allie's body that the autopsy was done on all that time ago could have been a fake dead body. And so if we lay out the timeline of everything that we know so far, we know that Allison disappears one night. A year later, Allison's body is found. The same day that Allison's body is found is when A shows up and starts harassing the girls. Based on what Mona tells us in the finale, Redcoat didn't show up until Mona was in the psych ward, which means that all of the A activities that happened in the first 2 seasons was all Mona. But I find that a little bit hard to believe. I think that there was a lot of things that happened in season 1 and 2 that we just thought was A, and it might have actually been the evil mastermind, and Mona just wasn't aware of it. So if Redcoat is actually Allison, why would she wait all of this time to actually start, like, doing stuff? Why would she show up and take over Mona's game and become the boss of the A team after like 2 years? I just don't quite understand, which is kind of similar to every season finale that we've gotten so far in Pretty Little Liars. We get a lot of answers, but then we get even more questions. So before you start spamming the comments, yes, I will be continuing with Pretty Little Liars Part 4. I will cover season 4.
Who is A? That is the mystery to be solved in the show Pretty Little Liars. And I am determined to solve it. If you are just jumping into this series now, I have been watching Pretty Little Liars for the very first time and trying to solve the big mystery of the show before the show reveals it. Now, this is part 4 of the series, which means that I'm covering season 4 of Pretty Little Liars. If you would like to jump in from the beginning, the previous 3 videos are available on my channel. So here is how this works. This is not a recap of the show Pretty Little Liars. This is me watching the show for the first time and trying to solve the mystery of who is A before the show reveals it. So after every 3 or 4 episodes of the season that I watch, I'm going to jump in here, break down the different clues, theories, and suspects, and I will lock in a prediction for who I think A is. That way, at the end of this video, when we find out who is A, we can look back and see exactly how close or how far I was from getting it correct. In the first 2 seasons of the show, the big mystery that we're trying to solve is who is A, and we actually get a reveal at the end of season 2. However, we find out that there is a bigger A Redcoat A, as we have come to call her. An A who has been in charge the entire time, and that is the mystery that we have been trying to solve last season, season 3, and this season, season 4. Okay, that's enough yapping from me. I'm super excited to jump back into this show, so let's jump back into the show.
Tuesday, June 11th, Pretty Little Liars is back.
I need to find out who Redcoat is. She tried to kill all of us.
We are so back, dude. I love Pretty Little Liars. I just watched episode 1 of season 4, and dude, this show is insane. We do actually get some pretty wild answers to some questions that we have from season 3, and some questions that I've had since season 1. Now, obviously, the big question that we have is the one that this video is all about, this whole video series is about, which is, who is A? Or in this case, who is Redcoat? And Redcoat is like Super A. The A that has actually been in charge this entire time. Or not the whole time, but like, well, we'll just jump into it. So if you don't remember, in the finale of season 3, Redcoat, who is in charge of the A team, which is the group of people who have been harassing our main characters the entire time, Redcoat has a plan to get the girls all together at a lodge and then burn the lodge to the ground, with them inside of it. And it almost works, but someone pulls the girls out of the lodge, saving them from the fire. Well, the girls think, and when I say the girls, I mean the 4 main characters. I'm talking about Aria, Hannah, Emily, and Spencer. They think that they know who pulled them out of the fire, Redcoat herself, or so they think. Allison. Allison is the dead girl who started this entire situation. Now, they thought that they saw Allison in the Redcoat uniform and pulled them out of the fire. Now, the big question for us is, were they just hallucinating? Maybe smoke inhalation, they thought they saw something they didn't actually see. But several of them saw her as Redcoat. So what is going on? Well, after this situation where they were all almost killed, Mona was also one of the victims. Now, Mona was revealed to be the big bad guy at the end of season 2. So Mona has been a bad guy this entire time. But now it almost seems like Mona is a part of the 4 main girls. She is a victim of A. And now that Mona is on the same side as the main characters, she is giving them information that they did not previously have. For example, she tells the girls that she has no idea who Redcoat is. She says that Redcoat came to Rosewood and joined this A crusade after Mona was caught at the end of season 2 and put into Radley's, which is a mental hospital. Now, what that leads us to believe is that Redcoat is actually new to the game. Redcoat has not been here all along since season 1, right? This insinuates to us that this has not been the evil mastermind all the way back since the very beginning. This is someone who jumped in at the end of season 2. But then something else happens in this episode that leads me to believe, wait, no, that can't be the case. I truly believe that Redcoat has been here since day 1, maybe even before day 1. And Redcoat A has been the evil mastermind since the very beginning, even if Mona didn't realize it. I'm gonna get rid of the hat. Get rid of the hat. I feel like the hat was cool the first few videos, but you know, I don't know. You guys let me know. Should I wear the hat more? Should I not wear the hat more? At the end of the season 3 finale, we get a big cliffhanger. The girls have stumbled upon Detective Wilden's police car. Now, I'm hoping if you are watching this video, then that means that you have either, 1, watched Pretty Little Liars before and feel comfortable with jumping in at season 4, or you have watched the previous 3 videos, which means that I don't need to break down to you exactly who Detective Wilden is. If for some reason you just don't remember, Detective Wilden is this guy, and he has been a big problem. In fact, there were times that we thought that he could be A himself. There was a whole big deal where Hannah's mom ended up hitting Detective Wilden with her car, and all of that was caught on the dash cam footage of Detective Wilden's police car. And then at one point, so they thought Detective Wilden was killed, but they couldn't find his body, but his car did end up in their possession. And so they took his police car and they pushed it in the lake to try to get rid of any evidence. Yeah, and then at the end of the season 3 finale, the girls and Mona walk up, and then there is the car, which has been fished out of the lake. And inside of the car, as they walk up to it, the dash cam footage is playing in the front of the car, and it is the footage repeating over and over of Hannah's mom hitting Detective Wilden with her car. Then the girls go to the trunk of the car, they open it up, they see something, and they gasp. And that is where season 3 ends. Season 4 picks up at this exact same moment, and we get to see what was in the trunk. My prediction of what was in the trunk was Detective Wilden's body. Turns out it was not the case. It was a dead pig, which, you know, a little on the nose, maybe. And it continues to show that A is the greatest supervillain of all time. While they are standing here at the police car, Mona, who, you know, we've always seen as the bad guy, has jumped into action. She jumps into the front seat, removes the footage of Hannah's mom hitting Detective Wilden with her car, and they haul ass out of there. Mona wants to protect Hannah's mom. And even though Mona has been terrorizing the girls and doing some truly honest-to-God messed up things, it does seem like she does care about Hannah and her family. Plus, this whole episode 1 of season 4, kind of is about establishing Mona as one of the good guys now. She is a part of the main group, which we'll get into in a few minutes. After the girls make it back home safe and sound, Mona starts giving them a ton of information about everything that she knows. And this is where we get some truly big answers. Mona tells the girls that which A was the one that gave Emily a massage at the massage parlor that time. That would be Lucas, the yearbook guy. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that moment? It is insane how far into the show we've gotten where I just mentioned a character that I haven't thought about in a while. We have watched 70 episodes of this television show so far. That is 70 hours of television. I have put out 3 previous videos for a total of like 9 hours of just me yapping, talking about this show, trying to solve the big mystery. So if you are still watching at this point, thank you. We have been on a journey together, and we still have so much more to go. But yeah, Mona says that Lucas is the one who gave Emily the massage that time. Why she chose to give them that information first out of everything, I don't know, but it's very funny. She also tells us that she is not the one who pushed Ian off the bell tower, killing him at the end of season 1. And she says that she wishes she knew who did it. Now remember, because this was all the way back in season 1, Ian, who was Spencer's sister, Melissa's husband and baby daddy. Ian was trying to kill Spencer in this bell tower. But at the last second, someone in a black hoodie, classic A uniform, jumps in, pushes Ian off the bell tower, killing him and saving Spencer. Now, we assumed that the person who did this was A, because, I mean, why wouldn't we think that? But what we know now is that Mona is A, or at least was A for the first 2 seasons. And Mona says that she has no clue who that was, which means that this entire time, the entire time that we have been dealing with Mona and her A team, which included people like Lucas and even Toby, we have also been dealing with someone else. Because if Mona does not know who was dressed up as A and pushed Ian off the bell tower, then that means that we have been dealing with a separate A. And my assumption is that that A that pushed Ian off the bell tower all those seasons ago is Redcoat. The Redcoat A that we are trying to figure out identity now. My assumption is that the kind of darker, more gruesome things that we have seen happen in this show, the pushing Ian off the bell tower, killing Garrett on the mystery train on Halloween last season, kidnapping Arya and trying to push her off a moving train, all of these very serial killer type activities was Redcoat. And more of the teen drama A stuff was all Mona. Side note, that Halloween episode from season 3 of the Halloween train, greatest episode of this show. By far, so far. What's super interesting is Mona actually has footage of the 2 people that kidnapped Arya on the train and tried to push her off, killing her. And one of the 2 people was Detective Wilden. That's right. And the person that he is talking to in the footage, who is in full costume so we don't see their face, Mona says is Melissa, Spencer's sister. Now, the footage goes away because A hacks Mona's computer and just wipes everything right before the person in the video was about to take off their Halloween mask. So we do not know for certain that Melissa is the one in the video, but Mona says that it is. Now, in the footage, we hear Detective Wilden say, and I quote, "Garrett is going to tell them everything. We have to stop him." And then Garrett ends up dead that night. So, you know, I can put 2 and 2 together. Seems like maybe Wilden is the one who killed Garrett. Now, either Wilden is working with Redcoat, or he's just trying to cover his own ass. Because, you know, there's this whole thing, you guys know, there was a whole thing, he was involved with Allison before she died. He's a grown man, she's a child. I mean, everyone apparently in this town was with Allison at some point. It's a mess. It's a mess. Anyway, at this point in the episode, the girls find out that Detective Wilden actually is dead, and they receive a message from Redcoat A saying, or at least implying, that they are going to be framed for his murder. Damn. Here we go again. So the mystery that we are trying to solve is, who is Redcoat A? This is the insane serial killer psychopath version of A. This is no longer about the teen drama version of A, who's going to tell so-and-so that so-and-so was making out with so-and-so. This is about cold-blooded murder. So who are our suspects? So, who are our suspects? Are our suspects? I know you guys make fun of the way I talk a lot. I'm a person. I have feelings. if I want to call Spencer, I will. Because I don't know if you know this, but a lot of the characters in the show are from like the South area, or at least family members are. And so maybe they say it how I say it. Spencer. Spencer. Hey, yeah, Mona is always an option. However, this episode does seem to go in depth, saying that Mona is no longer I'm not going to say suspect, but she is definitely a victim. She is a plaything for Redcoat, just like the other 4 girls. And this is made very clear to us in 2 separate incidents in this episode. At one point, the girls and Mona, they're all together and they stumble upon like a group of girls playing on the playground with dolls. And each of the dolls that the girls are playing with are named Aria, Hannah, Spencer, Emily, and Mona. And the dolls are dressed to look like the main girls and Mona. And when they ask the little girls who are playing with their dolls, hey, where did you get those? The little girl says, your friend, Allison. Now, the metaphor that we see a lot in this show is that A plays with the girls like they are dolls. They are her playthings. And that's exactly how Allison treated them before Allison died. So, when Mona is included as one of the dolls on the playground, it is strongly insinuated, at least to me, that this means that Mona is now one of the playthings. She is no longer the person playing with the dolls. And we actually get a second instance of this in the episode. At the end of pretty much every episode, we get a point of view shot from A's perspective. It's like a little end credit thing. Well, in this end credit scene, it is a particularly disturbing one. We see someone in black and a black like mourning veil. And this is actually the second time that we see this person in this episode. The girls are at Detective Wilden's funeral and they see this same person with the black veil at the funeral. And at the funeral, the girls keep being like, who is that? Who is that? Who is that? So to me, that means that it's probably pretty important whose identity that is. Well, now we see her once again, the lady with the black mourning veil, and she is playing with these dolls, and she's setting them in a dollhouse. And the doll that she is placing into the dollhouse is dressed exactly like Mona. And she sets the Mona doll right beside the other 4 dolls that are dressed like the other main girls, which symbolizes to me that this is specifically telling us that Mona is now one of the playthings, no longer the person in charge. We also then see the veiled lady turn around and we just see like a shrine to Allison on the wall. And then she pulls back her black veil and we see that she's wearing a mask that looks like Allison's face. It's super creepy. But it's also super important because the mask is burned on one side. And this is important because when Mona is telling the girls what she knows, one of the things that she mentioned is that she does not know who Redcoat is, but one time when she was with Redcoat, she caught a glimpse of her face and she was wearing a mask that looked like Allison. That leads me to believe that the person in the mourning veil with the creepy Allison mask underneath is Redcoat A. And since she's wearing an Allison mask and we know that Redcoat pulled the girls out of the lodge fire, then what I believe to be the case is with all of the smoke inhalation and everything going on, the girls saw the Allison mask and thought, oh, that's Allison. But then that opens a whole new playground of questions for me. If Redcoat A is the one who set up the plan to burn the girls alive inside of this fire, why would Redcoat A be the one to pull them out of the fire, saving their lives, and, getting close enough to the fire where a burn mark happened on the mask? The girls think that maybe this is because a cat always plays with its food before eating it. And I just don't know if that's the case. They've been getting played with for a long time now. Why set up this giant plan to kill the girls in a fire and then save them from the fire as the plan is going according to plan? Another thing that we know specifically from this episode is that Jenna was also there the night of the fire. We know this because she has a burn on her hand. And we know that Jenna was a part of the A-team in some capacity. There are lots of people who are involved in this. Jenna, Melissa, Lucas, Toby, Ian, Jason, Garrett, Wilden. These are all people that we know have had some sort of direct relation to A, whether it be the Mona version of A or the new Redcoat A, or the version of Redcoat A that's been here all along, apparently. Jenna even makes a comment about Allison in this episode. She's talking to Emily and she says, and I quote, "Everyone who saw Allie the night she disappeared has been waking up dead. All of the people that were connected to Allison and then also connected to A have started dying off. Like, we found out that Wilden is one of the people on the train that tried to kill Arya and then most likely killed Garrett, who died on the same train. We know that Wilden was involved with Allison before Allison disappeared, right? And so, you know, he was involved with Allison, then he became involved with A to some capacity, and now he's dead. That sounds pretty familiar. Do you remember the character Ian that we were talking about? Spencer's sister, Melissa's husband and baby daddy. Ian was involved with Allison, then involved with A, and then he was dead. And it does not end there. Every single time one of the main girls are injured or in danger, someone shows up to save them. Someone pulled Emily out of a little fire one time, and Emily could have sworn that it was Allison. I mean, they even had a conversation, I think, if I remember correctly. Could that just be Redcoat wearing the Allison mask? And Emily, who was in this kind of messed up state, just thought, oh, this is Allison? When Hannah was ran over by A, which I'm pretty sure it was Mona at that time, she ends up in the hospital, pretty drastic injuries. Who walks into the hospital room? Allison. And Hannah could have swore, I mean, she was on a lot of drugs, obviously, being in the hospital, pain medication, but she could have swore that that was actually Allison. Could it have just been Redcoat in the Allison mask? When Arya was being drugged by her dad's girlfriend, who showed up to save her? Allison, or was it Redcoat in the Allison mask? In all of these instances where the girls almost die or are severely injured, Allison shows up to save them. And they always write it off, and we always write it off like, oh, they're just hallucinating, or they're in a messed up space mentally, and they're just kind of like dreaming, or whatever the situation may be. I think one time Spencer was on a lot of like pain medication, and she saw Allison. But I think it's very likely that this entire time it's been Redcoat wearing the Allison mask. So why would Redcoat A be putting them in danger just to save them? And I do have a theory. I think perhaps we're still dealing with multiple people. When everything was happening in seasons 1 and 2, we just accredited anything bad that happened to A. And what we found out later is that Mona was A, but she was not doing everything. Turns out there was someone else out there, Redcoat perhaps, who was doing other stuff that was being accredited to A, like pushing Ian off the bell tower and killing him. And yes, we do know that Mona had a whole team of people helping her out in different scenarios, like Jenna and Toby and Lucas the yearbook guy. But what if, once again, because now we're in this pursuit of who is Redcoat, so everything that goes wrong, we are accrediting to Redcoat. What if there is multiple people doing multiple motives, right? If everything's not lining up to one person, could it be because there are multiple people? Redcoat A is not the only player in the game. Redcoat is tormenting and playing with the girls like dolls. And that is what Allison always loved to do when she was still alive. But the killing, the trying to kill the girls, the killing of the people in town, that does not feel the same. I think Redcoat is the one playing games, playing with the girls like dolls, and then there is a separate person who's going around doing all this serial killing. And we have met so many people that have a motive to want to kill Allison. I mean, let's go all the way back to season 1, where we find out that Ian and Garrett and Jenna and Melissa were all together in Allison's bedroom on the night that Allison disappeared. And it just seemed like this group of people has had a big secret for a long time. And that big secret is what has led to Ian and Garrett being killed. Jenna was almost killed in a fire one time. Detective Wilden had an inappropriate relationship with Allison, and the big motive for him to kill Allison is to keep that inappropriate relationship from getting out and ruining his professional career. And now he is dead, seemingly after he killed Garrett for, wanting to reveal some information. And he also was trying to kill Arya for some reason. We've had so many different suspects over the last 60 episodes of this show. At one point, Arya's dad was being blackmailed by Allison. Spencer's dad, he burned the murder weapon. Melissa, Spencer's sister, was out to get Allison before she died because of a relationship between Allison and her boyfriend, Ian. Jenna was out to get Allison because Allison is the one who blinded her. Toby hated her. Lucas hated her. Everyone in this town hated her. People like Noel Kahn, Jason, her older brother. This guy, he was a suspect. Spencer was a suspect. That girl Cece that we met last season, is she even on the wall? I think I forgot to print out her picture, but she was a major suspect for a while last season. Every single person who had ever met Allison has been involved in this chaos, this circle of voluptuous, terrible terror. Everyone either hated her, was hated by her, tormented her, or was tormented by her. I think the reason that all of this has gotten so complicated is because it is not straightforward. The reason that Detective Wilden tried to kill Arya and killed Garrett on the mystery train isn't because he's Redcoat and he's the evil mastermind. It's because he has his own shit. And so he made a lot of bad decisions trying to cover up his other bad decisions. And all of Wilden's decisions get more and more chaotic as the lies pile up on top of the lies. And we accredit all of those things that he did to A because that is the mystery that we are trying to solve. And because so many different people are doing the different things that we are witnessing, it leads me to believe that everything that's happening is not just because of one evil mastermind. So what I'm trying to say out of all of that was, I think that the person that we are looking for, who is A, Redcoat, the one messing with the girls, tormenting the girls, texting the girls, is not the same person trying to kill the girls. And that is why Redcoat is always trying to save them. Who do I think that person could be? I think that person could be Melissa, Spencer's sister, someone who would maybe want to torment the main characters, but would never want to kill her sister and her friends. She would save her sister, save her sister's friends, but still consistently harass them. And then on the other side of it, there's this person that is trying to kill the girls. Who could that be? Well, I don't know. But a big thing that happened back in season 3 is that we got an end-credit scene where it really was insinuated that Allison's hand was sticking out of the ground where she was buried when the night she was killed. And some other hand grabbed that hand and pulled. Was that end-credit scene telling us that Allison was actually still alive? Or was it just a Halloween episode and they tried to get real spooky? Well, if Allison is still alive, if that's what that end credit scene was telling us, maybe Allison is the person running around in an Allison mask, potentially. And the reason that she's wearing the Allison mask, even though she has Allison face, is because maybe her face was messed up on the night that she was killed or almost killed. And someone who is so obsessed with beauty and perfection and dying perfect, that was a big thing for her, is like she wanted to die young so that she could be immortal. Her beauty could be immortal. Maybe her face was fucked up, and that's like the worst case scenario for a character like that. So now she's running around with an Allison mask of what she used to look like, and she is doing all this crazy stuff. But then I also have an even better idea than the dead girl that we have been trying to solve murder for 60 plus episodes being alive suddenly. What if it is someone who is obsessed with Allison and wants to become Allison? Someone who has a shrine to Allison in a room, someone who wears Allison's face on their face so that they can feel more like Allison. Allison's friends has dolls of them, plays with them like they're the dolls on the shelf. Could it be Cece, Allison's friend? Maybe. They seem to have some sort of mentor-mentee type relationship. But I also have another suspect, and that would be Allison's mom. Allison's mom is back in Rosewood as of this episode and has been building a shrine to Allison in Allison's old bedroom. So here's my theory, and this is a wild one, so buckle up, Buttercup. Last season in the Halloween episode, which I talk about a lot because it's the greatest episode of the show, there is a plot line in this where we seemingly get a ghost, a little girl ghost. And this little girl ghost talks about her sister. And I had a theory back then, if you go watch last video, that maybe that little girl was Allison's twin sister, and Allison actually killed her own twin sister when they were very young. And no one ever knew about this because it was covered up. Who would cover up something like this? Obviously, Allison's parents. Allison's mom did this in order to protect Allison. Maybe the reason that she was willing to protect Allison over killing her other daughter is because she has always been obsessed with Allison. She has always wanted to be Allison, her daughter, who every guy wanted, even if they were way too old. Her daughter, whose friends worshiped her, her daughter, who was able to manipulate everyone because everyone was at her whim. She wanted to be her daughter so bad that when her daughter died, she snapped and she thought that she was her daughter. She started wearing an Allison mask. She started torturing Allison's friends in the same exact way that Allison did when she was still alive. Guys, I think I am truly cooking with this theory. Now, here's a big issue with that theory. Allison's mom has not been in this show for a long time, and I think the reason that she is so fresh on my brain and I want to point her out and suspect her is because she showed up again in this episode. And when you have gone through almost every character in this show and at one point accused them of being A and then later find out, oh, it can't be them, you start running out of suspects. And so when a fresh new suspect is brought in, a suspect that has been directly tied to Allison for her entire life, she doesn't necessarily have to be in the show all the time in order for her to be a major suspect, right? Because if you go, you know, if you introduce a new character, say we introduced a new character in this episode of season 4, episode 1, called Fred. And we said, hey guys, this is Fred. Fred is a new character. We've never seen him before. And then later on, we find out Fred is A. I'm going to be concerned. I'm going to be upset probably because we don't know Fred. Fred has not been around since the very beginning. Fred has not been around from season 1. There is no way in hell that Fred could be A because Fred was not around, right? However, if you take Allison's mom, the person who birthed the dead girl, she has had a direct connection to this character since the day she was born in the fictional world, right? Not the actress. So if you look at me and you say, hey, this person is A, I'm going to go, I mean, I would have liked to see her more in the show. It's weird that she didn't really show up in a big way until season 4, episode 1. But I at least understand that Allison's mom has always been a part of Allison's story. So yeah, I do think that the logic is sound. It feels a little bit desperate on my part, but that's okay because this is only episode 1. We have a long road ahead of us. So yeah, I think that's what I'm going to lock in. I'm going to lock in Allison's mom for who is A. But hey, I could be wrong. It could be one of my other great theories from the previous 3 videos. There was Allison's secret twin. That's a fun one. We have the big theory that maybe Spencer has like DID, like alters, which is the actually correct term for what a lot of people would call like multiple personalities. Like the theory was, of course, like not that she killed Allison because she has that disorder, but maybe the trauma of killing Allison is what led to that disorder, and she does not even remember doing all of these things and being A. We had a fun theory that it was Ezra all along. Speaking of Ezra, him and Arya are officially broken up. In this episode, it seems like Arya is ready to move on from Ezra, and that is good. I'm hoping that means that we do not see Ezra anymore. I hope that he is done And he goes away with other characters that we haven't seen for a long time, like that guy Sean, who was Hannah's boyfriend in season 1. Haven't seen or heard from him in ages. Let's send Ezra down that way, shall we? There's also a whole other plot point from this episode I haven't mentioned yet that has to do with Toby. Turns out something bad happened to Toby's mom back in the day, and Redcoat A is now blackmailing him in order for him to get information about what really happened to his mom. Anything else I'm forgetting from this episode? There's a new cop. His name's Officer Holbrook. So no longer, because Detective Wilden's dead, he's no longer the detective on the case of figuring out what the fuck is going on here. It's this new guy, Holbrook. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's everything. I'm locking in Allison's mom for who I think Redcoat A is. Now let's go watch some more episodes so that we can actually get some more information.
Senior year's supposed to be the best year of your life. You survive it.
I will do whatever it takes to protect my mother.
We're not going anywhere until I get some answers.
All right, I just watched episodes 2, 3, 4, and 5. And right off the bat, I just want to let you guys know, I think I might have fallen for the season's red herrings almost immediately. Last section, I locked in Allison's mom as Redcoat, and I also made a big accusation against Melissa, Spencer's sister. Well, now that I'm a few episodes back in, I'm up to episode 5 or through episode 5, and I've got my chakra aligned. I'm back in Rosewood. I got that Pretty Little Liars state of mind. I think I picked the obvious suspects way too quickly because I panicked. And that is, kind of my MO. I do that a lot. Now, what is really interesting is that in episode 4, we get a pretty big revelation. And it really, truly cracks open the mystery that we have been trying to solve all this time. But I will get to that. There are a handful of story arcs that are happening in these 4 episodes that I just watched. 1, did Hannah's mom kill Detective Wilden? Not when she hit him with the car. Later, when he gets shot. 2, did Melissa kill Detective Wilden? 3, is Mona on the girls' team now? 4, what happened to Toby's mom? 5, are the 2 new detectives in town out to get the girls? What's the deal with the creepy Allison masks? I dropped the numbers because I realized there was too many. And then where does the phone number that the girls got from the parrot lead? Yeah, I said phone number from a parrot. This show is incredible. All right, let's start with, did Hannah's mom kill Detective Wilden? Honestly, still up in the air right now. Things not looking good. The cops are building a solid case against her, and Hannah finds a gun in her mom's closet. The gun belongs to Hannah's dad, who is not on the board. He's not really in her life either, so I don't think it's a big deal that I didn't put him on the board. There's limited space, people. But this is Hannah's mom. This is Hannah. You guys know the characters. This isn't our first rodeo. Hannah's dad said that his gun went missing after Hannah's mom visited him. So, seems like she took his gun. Hannah's mom visited Wilden while she was supposed to be in New York, but she was not in New York. Now, whether Hannah's mom killed Wilden or not doesn't really matter to me. We already knew he was a dick, but then we find out more information about him. It's just like, I hope she killed him. Someone killed him. Does it really matter who killed him? The part that really sucks, though, is that in an effort to protect her mom, Hannah takes the gun and goes to bury it in the woods at this college campus and gets caught by the police with the gun in her hand. This is not going to be good for Hannah or her mom. The next question, did Melissa kill Detective Wilden? Honestly, probably. That feels more likely than what's all been going on with Hannah's mom. It feels like Hannah's mom might be getting framed. And so, Melissa doing it kind of makes more sense. And we do get a pretty crazy scene with Melissa in this batch of episodes that, really break this mystery wide open. The girls find a mask that looks like Allison's face in Allison's stuff. Now, obviously, after everything we talked about in the last part with Allison masks, that means that this is very important. There is a label on the mask that leads them to the guy who made the mask. They go and visit him at his shop, and they get information from him. He says that he has made quite a few of those masks. Hard ones, like the ones that we have seen so far. It's like almost ceramic. It's a hard, creepy doll-looking mask. But he also says that he has made soft ones, which is interesting because we've only ever seen A wear the hard mask. But if he also made soft masks, almost like latex or whatever, I bet those look more realistic. And that could be the mask that A is wearing when the girls think that they are actually seeing Allison. He tells them that Allie wanted the masks made so that her friends could look just like her. So it seems like Allie is actually the one who started this whole mess about, having masks of her face. But get this, the mask maker also has a mask of Melissa's face. So that is very interesting, right? What is Melissa doing with this mask man? Well, we do find out. Melissa went and visited the mask man for the same exact reason that the girls did. She wanted to investigate the Allison masks. Because Melissa is kind of freaking out. She thinks that Allison is actually still alive. And so Melissa's running around trying to figure out if that's even possible, or if the reason she thinks Allison is still alive is because someone is running around with an Allison mask. Or if these Allison masks were made before or after Allison's death. Now, of course, the big question here is why does she think that Allison is still alive? Well, it's because Melissa has been a part of a lot of crazy stuff, and she thinks that Allison is the person behind it. And this is where stuff gets crazy. Melissa tells Spencer, her sister, that Wilden is the person behind a ton of the stuff that has been happening. Wilden is the one who started the fire at the lodge to try and kill the girls. But Wilden was not alone. Wilden has been blackmailing Melissa and the rest of the NAT club for a while. Apparently, he had some sort of information over their heads, so they had to do what he said. Now, to refresh your memory, the NAT club was a club that consisted of Ian, Jason, and Garrett. Ian, of course, was Melissa's husband. Jason is Allison's older brother, and Garrett is the cop that was killed last season. On the night that Allison disappeared, all of them were together in Allison's bedroom the night that she disappeared. This was a major storyline in one of the earlier seasons. We never got a clear answer what connected all of these people together and why they were there that night, and really any answers about anything to do with any of them. But we do know that some sort of secret has caused them to stick together after all this time. Several of them have died because of this secret, and Wilden was blackmailing them because of whatever secret. But Melissa says that Wilden is not smart enough to do all of this on his own. Someone was helping him and telling him what to do. I'm assuming that that person is Redcoat A. And Melissa is freaking out because she thinks that the person who's been helping him this whole time is Allison, and that Allison is still alive. And we get a pretty big revelation about something that happened on the night of the lodge fire, which almost killed all of the girls. Spencer says, "You sent Jenna and Shauna to burn down the lodge?" And Melissa says, "I sent them to watch you." In fact, Melissa says that she has been protecting Spencer since before this even started. So what does this mean? Melissa has been a part of a lot of shady stuff in the previous, 3.5 seasons. Now, she claims that everything she has done has been to protect Spencer. Protect her from what? And what is the big secret that Melissa and her friends had that has caused them to be targeted by Redcoat A? And does that mean that Redcoat A killed Detective Wilden because she was done with him? Or because he knew too much and he threatened to flip on her? Or I just don't know. I don't know, but there's a lot going on. Let's move on to the next big question that we have, which is Mona actually on the girl's side now? Or is it all a big trick? Like, what's the deal? Well, it does strongly seem like Mona is one of the victims at this point. A even attacks Mona in her car at one point, almost killing her. And then when the girls manage to save Mona, A in the car turns around, tries to run them all over. But then after that, Mona has been pretty much AWOL in a lot of these episodes. AWOL, it's just occurring to me. I don't know what that stands for. Like, obviously AWOL means like missing or like not here AWOL, actually without living. AWOL, absent without official leave, but without intent to desert. So absent without official leave. We're learning a lot. So yeah, she's been kind of missing for a while. So maybe she is still up to no good, or maybe she's just trying to figure out what is going on. I don't really know. Let's go on to what's happening with Toby and Toby's mom. We get this whole plot line. Toby is being blackmailed by A. Turns out Toby's mom was a patient at Radley's. That is the mental hospital where Spencer and Mona both spent time. While there, she stole a key, opened up a window, and jumped. But it looks like there may have been more to that situation. For instance, the way that the window is laid out in the building, it would have been a pretty far jump to get out and over an awning underneath her. There was also a recorded conversation that same day where this happens, where she was in good spirits and very excited to see her son Toby. So Toby goes on this crazy journey to find the doctor that she talked to. The doctor seems to have Alzheimer's. He's a little bit older now, so he is not much help, but he does say something pretty crazy. As Toby is walking away, the doctor, I guess due to whatever situation he is in, forgets that Toby's mom is dead and thinks that she is still alive. And so he yells out, and I quote, "Tell her to stay away from that girl, the blonde one." And Toby is like, what? And basically what this is insinuating is that maybe Allison had something to do with Toby's mom's death, or at least someone blonde, but there are very few blonde characters in this show. It's pretty much Hannah, Allison, Jason, and Detective Wilden, and half of those aren't even girls. Oh, Cece's blonde. Oh, and so is Allison's mom. This is something that's come up before in my videos, but it's like the amount of brunette characters in this show is pretty astounding, and I almost wonder if it's on purpose. Like even when we get new characters, they're always brunette, and I wonder if it's to like make sure that we don't confuse Allison. But I mean, Hannah, I don't know. It's just weird how everyone is brunette in this show. So it feels like it's got to be Allison, who is the blonde girl that Toby's mom needed to stay away from. Which, side note, guys, it's kind of impressive how many lives Allison has been involved with and kind of ruined. It's like, I know this girl was not going to class because her day was just, her calendar, her agenda, just 9 to 5, jam-packed with ruining people's existence. And she knew everyone. Every person that we have come into contact with in this show knew Allison. It's no wonder she ended up dead. She was a 15-year-old girl who knew everyone. There was no such thing as stranger danger for this girl. The main characters have gone to different cities. And like someone has just walked up and been like, "You Allison's friends?" And it's like, Jesus, what is it? Okay, let's talk about the parrot. Allison's mom gives the girls a parrot that used to live in Allison's grandma's house in Georgia, where Allison would share a room with this parrot. The parrot is named Tippy. The parrot keeps hearing, because it shared a room with Allison, it would repeat and mimic things that Allison did. Freudian slip. The things that Allison said and did before she died, the summer that she died. And one of the things that the parrot keeps repeating to this day is a song, but that song is actually the tone of a phone number being punched in. So it's like, beep, beep, bop, bop, beep, beep, boop. So, then the girls have to figure out what this phone number is. A steals the parrot, and there is a moment where in the end credit scene, it looks like A killed and fried and ate Tippy, the parrot. But then they very quickly reveal that that's not the case. A's a monster, but A's not going to kill Tippy. You know what I mean? I wonder if in the original edit, they do have A fry and kill Tippy the bird. But then PETA got involved and was like, dude, we do not want these teenage girls and Chase that are watching this show to think that it's okay to fry and eat a parrot. Which, fair enough, I'm impressionable, I get hungry enough, I might fry a parrot. I'm joking. The girls find out that the phone number that Tippy keeps singing is a local college dorm room, like in a sorority house. And they find a creepy ass room in the sorority house that just has like a phone in the middle of the room. And that is the phone that Allison was calling constantly the summer before she died. So now we have more questions. Why was Allison calling this creepy ass phone in the middle of a sorority house? Was she calling one of her boy toys? Why would he be hanging out in a sorority house all the time? Doesn't feel right. My theory is that Cece, who would have been college age at that time, could be the one in the sorority house that Allison was calling. Now, we have not seen Cece so far in this season, but she was a major part of last season, which leads me to believe that she will show back up at some point. Or not. I don't know. But here's the thing. One of the things that Tippy, the parrot, keeps repeating is, hey, board shorts, miss me? Right. Hey, board shorts, miss me? Hey, that was good. That was a good impression. Now, because Tippy keeps saying board shorts, it makes me believe that Allison was on the phone with a boy, an older boy, because in this show, it is always an older boy. I'm not just making that up. They say older boy. Now, my mind immediately goes to, Detective Wilden, an older boy. He was a man that she was seeing before she died. However, there were other older boys that she was seeing before her died, including Ian and Toby even, which Toby's not that much older. And even the girls, they're like, oh, this must be about Detective Wilden, right? He must be board shorts. He must be the older guy. But the show does strongly imply that it is not Detective Wilden who is this older boy. It is someone else. There's not that many older boys left in this show. I mean, we do get introduced to a new character in this batch of episodes, and that is Arya's new love interest, the martial arts teacher. So just like anytime they ever introduce a new male character into the show, it's a strong possibility that he could be a suspect. I'm not going to put him up on the board yet because at this point, he does not have any connection whatsoever to this mystery. And, there's not much room on this board. So I'm trying not to put too many characters on there. Like, there's a lot of dead characters that I left off the board. Like Ian, So yeah, there's not that many older boys left in the show. It could be one of the dead ones, like Ian or Garrett. Or it could be one of the ones that are left, which is not many. Like even Detective Wilden is dead now. And that is when I had an idea. And if you're a fan of these videos, you might know where I'm going with this. Maybe it's a little biased. Maybe it's an old bit, Chase. You need to move on. But maybe, just maybe, the older boy is Ezra. Now, hear me out. Hear me out. Ezra would have been in college at this time. And in my last video, when I covered season 3, I had this huge theory that I locked in a lot, which was the idea that Ezra has been obsessed with Allison for a long time. And that is why he went to Rosewood to teach, and that's why he started dating Arya, because he is obsessed with Allison. He killed Allison because of how obsessed he was. It's like, it's like a psycho stalker who is so obsessed with a celebrity that they kill the celebrity, right? That's happened a lot in real life. So in this situation, the celebrity is Allison, the 15-year-old girl. I think he was with Allison. They were together. He was obsessed with her. He kills her over something. And then he decides to start getting close to her friends because he's so obsessed with her. Now, maybe I'm getting carried away. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. I locked in Ezra almost every time in the last video for last season. And it did not end up anywhere near correct, right? So it would be pretty dumb of me to keep latching on to this theory that has absolutely no proof behind it whatsoever. And I've been doing this for a long time. My first video came out like 9 months ago, and I think almost immediately I started pointing the finger at him. But guys, I think that it's very possible. I mean, Allison was constantly going to college parties. He would have been in college at this time. Maybe Ezra is the older boy that Allison was seeing, or at least one of them, because we know that she was also seeing Ian and Detective Wilden and all that. So maybe that's it, because, hey, that would give us a reason for why he's still in this goddamn show. Because at this point, Ezra and Arya have broken up. He is off supporting his new family that he has. Yet he is constantly mentioned and involved. Why? We have had love interests come and go in this show a million times. If the big storyline, which is Ezra and Arya dating, is over, which I'm fairly certain it is, why is he still around? Right? There is something, like, if this is one of your main characters of the show, and up to this point, 60 plus episodes, the only thing that he has ever involved with is his romance storyline with his student, Arya. And now that storyline is over after 60 plus episodes. Are you just going to slowly kind of phase him out? So that way, if like something comes up later down the line, you can be like, oh, well, we can bring Ezra back. That'd be fun. Or like you could do something more interesting with the character, right? One thing that they could do with this character is have A, kill him. Make me happy, make all the Ezra haters happy, and it would like be a meaningful, impactful end to this character. Or they could have him be the big reveal. He is Redcoat A. He has been the mastermind this entire time, which would be awesome. And it's what I've been really hoping for this entire time. But he's just still kind of around, right? He's just there. And so there's got to be a reason. Is the reason that he's just still kind of around because he is still important and we just don't know it yet? Or do they just have his actor under contract and they're like, well, I mean, we got to do something with him. Guys, I really, truly think just from, this isn't a fan chase perspective. This is like the writer chase, right? Which is like story structure wise. The most impactful thing you can do with this character is have it be revealed that he was dating Allison before Allison died. That would be insane work. Arya would lose her mind. It would make for amazing television. So I truly hope that the reason that this guy's still around is because they're going to do something super cool and interesting and awesome. I'm not hopeful because this would not be the first time that I'm like, Ezra could be a cool character. And then they're just like, nope, he's just still dating Arya. Anyway, let's figure out who A is. We got to lock that in. Immediately, I have to ask the question, is Allison actually still alive? Because it has been coming up a lot. And yeah, we do have the whole Allison masks thing to try to explain why people keep seeing Allison. But we do get some other moments that make me wonder, is this bitch still alive? One of the girls asks Allison's mom if she saw the body. And when it was found, right, we remember this because we've talked about this because this was one of our major theories from one of the previous videos, is when the body was found, they did an autopsy and all that stuff. And so I was pretty certain that that meant that Allison could not still be alive. But then last season, we get a storyline where Toby dies and his body is found. And it turns out it was a fake and Toby was still alive. And that's when we were like, well, dang, well, if Toby can do it, then maybe Allison can do it. It was a whole thing. So one of the girls asked Allison, mom, did you see the body? Allison's mom says no. Oh, shit, my light went out. Allison's mom says no. The yellow blouse was enough. That is very interesting. They saw that the body, granted, it had been a year since she disappeared, almost to the day. So the body would probably have been decomposed a lot. But they saw the yellow blouse and just said, yep, that's her. And we know that A has a history of making fake dead bodies seem like people that are not them, right? With the whole Toby situation. So scientifically, it is possible that Allison is still alive. But the question is, where has she been this whole time? Has she been working with someone like Cece to like hide out? Or like perhaps she was even staying in that weird sorority room that Spencer found with the phone. Or if you don't remember, there was a whole mystery from a few seasons ago where someone was living in the house with Jason and we never got the reveal of who was being hidden in there. What if that was Allison? And that leads us to a whole other thing of like, well, I mean, who would be better to be A and to know all of Allie's secrets and to know all of the secrets that Allie knew about other people that no one else knew? Who better to have all of this information than Allie herself? But then the big question is like, why? What started all of this? If you tell me that the reason that this show, got kick-started is because someone killed Allison And now that big secret of killing Allison has created a domino effect of secrets from all of these different people that had interactions with her that very night, had issues with her, all of that thing. That makes sense. But if Allison was not killed by A that night, if Allison is A, Allison is the one who has been doing all of this, why? Why? What is the big secret? Because the big secret with the NAT club, right? It's very possible that the big secret that Melissa and Ian and all of them shared was the fact that they had a hand in killing Allison or Detective Wilden. His big secret, his big whole thing. Is he the one that killed Allison? That's what all the big secret is. That's where the genesis of this show comes from, is who killed Allison. And that is what kickstarts everything, right? But if no one killed Allison, if Allison is the one that set all of this up and has been doing all of this, why? What is the precipice? What is the genesis of it all? So I need to make a pretty harsh decision right now, which is, do I think Allison is still alive, or is this a trick and Allison is actually dead, like how we've been told and thought for the past 65 episodes? Because if I keep switching back and forth, I'm never going to actually get anywhere close to the actual answer, because I can just, every time something comes up, I'm like, well, maybe it's Allison. Let's lock that in. I need to make a hard decision. She's alive or she's dead. And honestly, I think I'm going to say that she's dead. And all of this stuff that's going on is to try to make us think that Allison is still alive. So that way, us, the audience, are big red herring. Because I'm sure as this show was actually originally airing, I'm sure that there was a lot of fan theories of Allison is still alive. And so I bet that the writers are using that to make it the giant red herring for this season, so that way we're not paying attention to the, quite frankly, very small list of suspects that we have left. It's actually kind of genius, because if every episode I'm like, who could A be? Maybe it's Allison, because Allison's still alive. And then we get to the end of the season and it's like, no, Allison has been dead this whole time. Allison is not alive. I'm going to look like an idiot, because the whole episode, this whole video, I'm just locking in Allison's still alive. Allison's still alive, when I really had no concrete evidence to support that theory. So Allison's dead. Who is A? Which leads me to a whole other dilemma, which is like, we're dealing with a lot of the same characters every single season. And the one thing that this show does really well and is really impressive is like, they'll take a character like Melissa. And this is a character that I was so certain was A several different times. Season 1, season 2, season 3, and even now. And then something will happen where it's like, no, Melissa is innocent. And so I just go, okay, Melissa is no longer a suspect. And then the next season, something happens and she becomes a suspect again. And that is very true for a lot of these characters, especially like Jenna or even Paige, Spencer's girlfriend. It doesn't take long for the show to be able to convince you that one of these people that we had written off as being A entirely, making them a major suspect again. So I can't really trust the typical like, well, we know it's not Spencer's mom because of XYZ back in season 2. I kind of just need to look at the context clues and the potential Easter eggs that the writers are putting in the current episodes. For example, there's an episode where Arya is watching The Maltese Falcon. That is a film noir where a bird figurine is stolen. Obviously, there's some parallels to this, right? Because Tippy the bird was kidnapped by A. But in the scene that Arya is actually watching when we're watching the show, Arya says, and I quote, "It's a film noir. You're not supposed to trust anybody." And that makes me think, should we be looking at someone that we typically trust? We also get a moment where the camera lingers on a quote by Shakespeare for a little bit longer than normal. It's like the show really wanted us to read the quote. And the quote is, They whose guilt within their bosoms lie, imagine every eye beholds their blame. So this is a poem from Shakespeare where he talks about like the psychological torment of guilt or someone burdened with guilt, right? It's like Edgar Allan Poe's The Telltale Heart, which I think probably a little bit more well known than the Shakespeare poem. The whole idea being, if you are guilty of something, your own guilt and conscience, your own guilt and conscience is what's going to lead to your mental downfall. You're going to think that everyone around you knows what you did, even if they don't. So that could mean several things. It could be talking about the situation with Hannah's mom potentially killing Detective Wilden and how the guilt of that is driving her crazy. It could also be about Emily's parents, who are in these episodes accused of being like abusive to Emily, like child abuse allegations. Like it's a whole thing. Child services is involved. It's pretty crazy. But it could be talking about that, right? Because it very quickly, Emily's parents become so guilt-riddled and like worried about what everyone's saying about the situation. Or maybe there's a character that we see all the time that is constantly guilty or frazzled or worried. And the reason that they are guilty is because they either killed Allison or because they are A. And because that we see them freaked out and paranoid all of the time, we don't like pick up on the fact that they're being guilty. We do not realize that it's due to the guilt. We just think that's who they are as a character. So which of these characters in the show kind of match that description? And guys, I might be stupid here. I might be reaching. I might be digging in a well that has no water, so to speak. That was so dumb. But I think that Spencer actually matches that character description to a T. She's always freaked out and stressed out. Obviously, she takes her academics very seriously, so I think we kind of always attribute it to that. But she's also kind of the lead detective of the who is a mystery. She is the one that kind of pushes forward with all of the investigating when the other girls are busy, you know, dating their English teacher or dealing with whatever love interest the show has decided to give her this week. And it's just like, it's a big running gag with the Spencer character is how much coffee she drinks. But in this season in particular, they have really started laying down like Spencer drinks too much coffee. And we always excuse it. It's a part of her character. It's because of what we know that she has going on along with the other girls. But what if it's actually guilt? And Spencer is one of the 4 characters that we trust. But out of the 4 characters that we trust, she is the one that I have accused more than some of the characters not involved with the main 4 girls. We have suspected her at several different points of this show so far. We had that whole theory about maybe a mental disorder means that she is A and doesn't realize it. We had theories about her just hating Allison and killing her. Like there was a whole plot line in one of the earlier seasons where like it was very clear that they fought a lot and they even fought on the night that Allison died. And honestly, like if you walked up to me and you said, Chase, Hannah is Red Coat A, I would be like, no, she's not. Same for Emily. If you were like, hey, Chase, spoiler alert, Emily's Red Coat A, I'd be like, no, she's not. Now, if you said, Chase, Aria has been the evil mastermind all along, I'd be like, really? How'd they make that work? But if you said, Chase, I'm gonna spoil this for you, it was Spencer all along, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. I understand how you got there. Makes sense. You know? So I do think that that's a possibility. There are 3 theories that we kind of have laid out in front of us. The first one is Allison's still alive. I truly do not think that's the case. Our second theory is Ezra was obsessed with Allison and it's actually been him this whole time. As much as I want that to be true, it's probably unlikely. And 3, it's been Spencer this entire time. And if we take Melissa's dialogue from that one scene where she said that she's been doing everything to protect Spencer since before this even started, it kind of shakes up this theory. Because why would Melissa need to protect Spencer from herself? Unless this whole thing has never been about Allison. What if this entire thing has been about Spencer this entire time? Someone was out to get Spencer from the jump, and Allison was actually just collateral damage. Allison wasn't the intended target. Because let's not forget, Spencer also had a secret relationship with Ian. And that's a pretty good connection to the NAT club from the first 2 seasons. And honestly, whenever something A-related happens, it typically happens to Spencer. Spencer is always the center of the actual mystery. She is the lead detective. And one of the things that I always think back to in this show is when Spencer went to visit the lady that made the friendship bracelets that come up a lot in the early seasons of this show. And Spencer asks the lady, hey, who bought these from you? And the lady looks at her log of when she sold them and she goes, Spencer Hastings. And Spencer is like, A used my name to buy these bracelets. But I've always thought that that could mean something more. I really thought that it could have been the situation where Spencer went and bought those bracelets as A, didn't even realize it. And then later on, when she goes and is like, hey, who sold you, who bought these bracelets from you? And it's like, oh, Spencer Hastings. What a fun little situation if that is the case, right? Because it's like she's been searching for herself this entire time, which could be a pretty deep metaphor, right? You're trying to find who you are. But in this case, it's, you know, you're the bad guy that's been harassing and killing people. So what if that's our situation? Spencer has been A this entire time without realizing it. And Melissa, her older sister, who is a genius in her own right, has figured it out and has been doing everything that she's been doing in an effort to try to protect Spencer. But my only issue with this whole theory is that Melissa genuinely seems scared and worried that Allison is still alive. So that kind of blows my whole theory out of the water. So who do I lock in? And honestly, I think I'm just going to go with my gut. I'm going to go with what I would do if I was the one writing this show, which is take a character who we have known since episode 1, a character who has never even slightly been accused of being a character that has never even interacted with the main mystery of the show, a character that when it's revealed, the audience will go, holy shit. And I truly feel like Ezra fits all of those categories. So I'm just gonna go with it. I'm going to lock in Ezra, because also would be really funny if the big reveal is that Ezra's been running around in a blonde wig all this time. That's what I'm locking in. I am doubtful, but it's the only thing that makes sense to me at this moment. I'm locking in Ezra. Let's go watch some more episodes.
Tuesday on Pretty Little Liars.
Think about who you're trying to protect.
One wrong move, we all go up in flames. Anything I do backfires.
Hey guys, real quick, Pretty Little Liars is based on a book series. And every week over on my Patreon, I will be going chapter by chapter through the first Pretty Little Liars book. It's like a book club, right? Like I'll point out things that are different from the show, things I find interesting, you know, yada, yada, yada. And then me and my patrons can chat about the chapter throughout the week until the next video comes out, which would be about the next chapter and so on and so forth for like 30 something chapters. If you want to participate, you can sign up for my Patreon. It's $2 a month. And yeah, we're going to be, you get other stuff too, early access to videos, other exclusive videos. Like I did a Teen Wolf companion video from my Teen Wolf video that I did a couple months ago. But yeah, all that good stuff. If you're interested, yeah, back to the show.
This is happening again.
It was an accident. He really likes throwing cars at people.
I just watched episodes 6, 7, 8, and 9. And I don't know if it's just because like we're still early in the season, but I just feel like not a lot is happening. Here's a quick rundown of everything that A did or supposedly did. I don't know the actual culprits of all of these scenarios, but this is pretty much everything major that has gone on in this batch of episodes. A supposedly planted the gun that killed Wilton in Hannah's mom's closet. Hannah's mom said that she had the gun when she saw Wilton that night and that Wilton just took the gun from her. He was blackmailing her and she couldn't come up with the money to pay him off. And that is why they met that night. A might have destroyed a car that belonged to one of the boys on the high school lacrosse team. The lacrosse team is also Arya's brother Mike. Arya's brother Mike is on the same lacrosse team. It's a whole thing. Also, and I don't know how true this is, how accurate this is, right? But I believe that the actor who plays Mike, Arya's brother in the show, I think that he goes on to be in the show Teen Wolf. And in the show Teen Wolf, it's all about a lacrosse team. And so I thought it was pretty funny that in this show, Arya's brother is on the lacrosse team at school. And then I haven't seen anything past season 1 of Teen Wolf, but if he is in Teen Wolf, he's probably on the lacrosse team over there. I thought that was fun. That's a fun time, right? Anyway, let's lock in, Chase. I think, well, the show is insinuating that A destroyed this kid on the lacrosse team's car. in order to frame Arya's brother for the crime. I do not think that's the case. I think Ezra is the one that destroyed the car, and this is why. The whole situation with the car is this guy on the lacrosse team, friends with Mike, asked Arya to help him study. He tried to kiss Arya. Arya said no thanks. And then he told everybody at school the next day that they had slept together, and then starts talking about the rumor that Arya was sleeping with Ezra, the teacher. And so it was like a whole thing. Ezra actually walked in as Arya was confronting this dude on the lacrosse team about the whole situation. And the boy was very rude, slut-shaming her, essentially. And Ezra was right there when it happened. And then shortly after that, someone destroyed this dude's car. And I think that it is kind of pitched up to be, oh, this was A's doing in order to frame Arya's brother. In reality, I think this was just Ezra just going to town on that dude's car for being so rude to Arya. A has an Emily mask, a mask made from when Emily and the girls went to visit the guy that makes the mask that made Allison's masks. So now A has an Emily mask. And A actually sends a video of A dressed with the Emily mask to the police, holding a sign that says guilty. Those masks are really coming to play this season. We see A hot wiring a car and stealing it. And while they did that, they are wearing an Emily mask. At one point, the girls are breaking into Detective Wilden's apartment, and they find a package of steaks that were delivered to Wilden from A, along with the message, "Can't wait to see you at our little BBQ." This proves that he is the one who started the fire at the lodge that night, or at least proves that he was there, right? So it's, and I say proves, it's more of a confirmation of information that we had already learned earlier. So, you know. Then A proceeds to crash a car into Emily's living room, almost crushing Emily's mom, which is, she's right here. And I know for sure that it was A who did this, because then we see A gifting Emily a home repair for dummies book, which, you know, unfortunately is hilarious. We see A drilling holes in the ceiling / floor. It appears like she's in some sort of basement and is drilling holes above her. And then we get another moment where it seems like A is living underneath someone's house. So I think that that is related in some way. But then the biggest thing that happens in this batch of episode is Jenna almost dies. Someone, I am assuming A, tried to kill her. They hit her in the back of the head and throw her into a pond for her to drown. Luckily, she is saved by Emily and the other girls. And that's pretty much everything that A does in this batch of episodes. These episodes are pretty heavy in some of the other plot lines, however. Hannah's mom being framed for Wilden's murder. At one point, it looks like she's going to be framed for the murder and be sent to jail for life. So what Hannah decides she's going to do is she's going to go in and confess to being the one that killed Wilden, so that way her mom doesn't go to jail forever. And she's afraid that they're not going to believe her, so what she does is she gets her old pal Mona, and they work together, and Mona like drills her, so that way it's absolutely foolproof. When Hannah goes in and confesses to being the murderer, there's no holes in the, you know, alibis or anything like that. Like, it'll be like, they will believe her. And it ends up not working out. Hannah does not go in and confess because Caleb, her boyfriend, stops her. So then Mona just goes in and confesses to killing Wilden. And while the cops are not certain that she's telling the truth, it does cause enough reasonable doubt that Hannah's mom is able to get out on bail. Her bail was like $1 million, and you have to get a certain percentage up front. So it's like $100,000. And Pastor Ted, I don't know if you remember him from last season, Hannah was kind of dating Pastor Ted. Pastor Ted ends up getting the money to bail her out. But anyway, it's time to talk about a character whose name we hear a ton in this batch of episodes. And honestly, I figured we'd be hearing from her sooner rather than later. And that is Cece Drake. The first time that Cece comes up, Toby and Caleb are working together. They're getting like a little team up episode. Just the brochachos. They're working together to try to figure out who was flying the plane that Redcoat got off of the night of the lodge fire. Their investigation leads them to this like airport place where they meet a guy named Nigel who works there. And Nigel is like, sorry guys, says here the pilot was John Smith, no other passengers. And it was way too foggy up there at that lodge in order to land there. And that's when Caleb and Toby are like, how did he know it was foggy up there that night? So they go and confront him again, and Toby pulls out a lighter and threatens to set his little trash can at his cubicle on fire. So he's like, you better start talking, or else this little trash basket, it's gonna go up in flames. It's very funny because it's like the implication is that like Toby's like, I'm gonna burn this whole place down. But realistically, like, he threw a lighter in that little trash can. It's not gonna be that big of a deal. But, you know, Nigel takes the bait and he says, I was paid to cover up the flight plan, but I wasn't there, I swear. And then they keep pressing him, and they find out that the person who paid him to, you know, cover up the flight plan, and if anyone comes and asks questions to shut it down, is none other than C.C. Drake. Now, this is where things get complicated, because in that same episode, we see Nigel, who works at the airport or whatever, with A, which means one of two things. One, Nigel was told by A to tell them that it was CC who hired them, which would mean that A is trying to frame CC and is making CC the red herring for the girls to go after. Or the guy could have just genuinely slipped up and said that it was CC Drake who did it, even though he is working with CC. We also hear CC's name brought up again between Jenna and a girl named Shauna. We met Shauna last season. I almost never brought her up because I did not think she was going to be important. It seems like she is like here to stick around. Anyway, the girls overhear Jenna and Shauna talking one day, and it strongly seems like they are talking as if Allison is still alive. And so the girls try to corner Jenna in order to get some information out of her, and that is when Jenna almost gets killed by A. So they go to Shauna, and they're like, Shauna, did Allison try to kill Jenna? And Shauna's like, Allison's dead. What are you guys talking about? Well, then the girl's like, well, then who is Jenna so afraid of? And Shauna goes, CC Drake. Now, what this tells old C Daddy Freakout is that CC is very obviously being made out to be the big red herring for this season. CC is the person that we're supposed to be like, that's obviously who did it. And it's all a big misdirect. But the girls are smart enough to kind of poke holes in this theory. They have a conversation at one point where they're like, well, CC left town last season. They didn't say last season. CC left town last season because she was afraid of Detective Wilden. But it seems clear at this point that Detective Wilden was working for Redcoat. So unless it was all a big ploy and CC actually didn't leave town because she was scared of Wilden, it doesn't make much sense. But then there's also the Toby's mom storyline. Remember, he's trying to figure out what happened to his mom. And we had that conversation with the doctor where he said, watch out for that blonde girl. Toby, at this point, seems to think that CC Drake is the blonde girl that the doctor was talking about, not Allison as we had originally, suggested. But here's the fatal flaw when it comes to the theory of, is CC Drake A? The number one thing that comes to mind is, why would CC care about these girls? You know what I mean? Why would CC be playing this game and tormenting the four main girls? It made sense when it was revealed that Mona was A. A wanted payback and to kind of quote unquote torture them for how she was mistreated and bullied. They were the popular girls, and largely Allison was the one that bullied her, but they were complicit in that bullying. So it was like a payback revenge scenario, which is completely understandable as a motive. Add on the mental illness part where Mona was just like obsessed with them and like kind of wanted to be Allison to a certain extent. It makes sense. That doesn't line up with CC or CC's character. Unless, of course, CC was just so obsessed with Allison that she is wanting to become Allison in every... Unless, of course, that CC was obsessed with Allison to the point where she wants to become Allison in every way, including, tormenting her friends in the same way that Allison did when she was alive. We've always assumed through the relationship of Cece and Allie that since Cece was a lot older, she was in college when Allison was 15, that Cece was a mentor figure, that Cece was kind of the one that taught Allison how to be such the sociopathic mean girl that she was. But what if that's not the case? What if even though Cece was older, she was the one being manipulated and mentored by Allison? You know, I could even see a possibility where Cece was so obsessed with Allison that Cece killed Allison so that she could take over her life. There's actually some pretty solid evidence to back this up. Last season, we found out from Jason, Allison's older brother, that on the night that Allison died, he ran into Cece and thought that Cece was his sister because she was wearing the exact same outfit. So maybe Cece is now running around wearing masks of Allison's face trying to be Allison. It's a really fun theory, and I could actually see that being the reveal. I could see that being the case. However, we're really early into this show. It is way too early to be getting a reveal. So the fact that this suspect has been brought up so early in the season, it's another little tally in the column of it can't be Cece Drake. Just the amount of times that she is being brought up this early in the season, we haven't even seen her this season. It really leads me to believe that she's just a red herring and she is not the actual reveal. So then who is? In the last section, I locked in Ezra. Honestly, I think that's a phenomenal theory, but I have done this many a time where I kind of fan fiction a perfect ending in my head and then get disappointed when that's not the reality. And honestly, in this batch of episodes, we do see Ezra a lot. He's no longer, dating Arya, so why is he here? The show is about these 4 girls, their friends and family, and this mystery. So it's like, what if you are no longer friends nor family or relationship, spouse, boyfriend, teacher? He is still their teacher. What's the point of you being here if you're no longer the love interest? We went in this in depth in the last part. And honestly, I think it was him that busted up that lacrosse kid's car. And what's very interesting is it's like, if it was him, then it would show off a very aggressive and violent side of him that we have never seen before. And Arya, when talking about the car getting destroyed, said it was a classic A move. So if it's revealed that it was Ezra all along, then that means that Ezra was guilty of doing something that was a classic A move. We also get a moment where Ezra's baby mama is leaving. She's going to Washington State for a good opportunity at a college, taking her and Ezra's son with her. Ezra is devastated because he loves his son and is trying to pursue legal action to stop them from, just moving across the country. I'm not sure where that's going to lead to. I don't know why they're showing us this information. I don't really understand unless it is something that will come into play later on. So, I think Ezra is still an option for who is A. Maybe I'm delusional. Who else is on the table for being A? There's 2 big things that I noticed about this season so far that I think can help us solve the case. A lot of times when I try to solve things, I look at the theme of the story or the show or the season in this case. And I believe that the season 4, is all about the girls' families. A is targeting Hannah's mom. A is messing with Emily's parents. A threatened Arya's mom and even put like a bunch of bees in her car, and she got stung up by a bunch of bees, bro. The only person whose family is not being targeted is Spencer. Now, we have seen Spencer's mom in a lot of these episodes because she is Hannah's mom's lawyer. But other than like Melissa potentially being targeted by A, I mean, her family is the only one not being targeted by A. Definitely not in an extreme way. So that's pretty interesting, right? Like, why is Spencer's family the only one not being targeted in a season of this show that very, at least feels thematically like it is about family? Arya's brother is being framed for a crime. Emily's parents are being framed for a crime. Hannah's mom is being framed for a crime. In fact, not only is Emily's parents like both being framed for like the child abuse stuff, her mom is also being framed. She works at the police station and she's on suspension from the police station for being framed for some work stuff. And then A drove a car through Emily's living room, almost hitting Emily's mom. Even Toby. This whole season so far has been about him trying to figure out what happened to his mom. Another thing that I noticed about this season is that we've gotten an influx of new male characters. I don't know if it's just to like kind of help flesh out the cast a little bit since we've lost so many of the older characters at this point, especially the male characters, because they always end up being a big bad guy and then either dying or, running off. But we get introduced to Arya's new love interest, Jake, the martial arts teacher. We meet Nigel, who was that pilot guy. There's the boy on the lacrosse team who shames Arya and then gets his car busted up. We meet a guy named Beckett, who is Spencer's mom's intern. And so, I understand why we would need some more male characters. The cast is very female dominant. And, the male characters typically, get killed or, Toby's always, gone for episodes at a time. Same with Caleb. We don't see Lucas, the yearbook guy, anymore. We haven't seen Jason at all this season. Ezra is very prominent, but I think it's because he's the devil. I really feel like Spencer's family is a great, almost like Rosetta Stone to try to unlock the mystery to this season, because that's the only family that does not seem to be impacted by A this season. Add on the fact, let's not forget Jason is actually Spencer's half-brother and Allison's half-brother, because we found out last season that Spencer's dad had an affair with Allison and Jason's mom and had Jason, which, classic teen drama stuff. I hope you were able to follow that. So it's that's another thing is the Jason and Allison, these two are connected to Spencer and her family as well. I just don't know what the answer is, right? I don't think that it's telling me that Spencer is Redcoat. I don't even think that it's telling me that Melissa is Redcoat. I can't figure it out. Another thing that this season has been all about is Detective Wilden's death. And so if all of the things that are happening this season, from a writer's standpoint, have to do with the theme of family, how does Detective Wilden tie into that? Which, I'm going to get a little super teen drama here, but what if Wilden was also a love affair child of Spencer's dad and Allison's mom? And Detective Wilden was actually Allison's half-brother. And, I'm kind of stealing this plot line from Riverdale, but what if the reason that Detective Wilden and Allison's relationship was so taboo, other than the fact that he was a grown man and she was 15, is they were actually related, and it was like an incestual thing. And if you remember, there was a big plot line where it's a big thing between Wilden and Allison in their relationship was Allison thought she might be pregnant. And then that would have been a big deal, a big secret that involves family and indirectly Spencer's family that would lead to Allison's death and all this mystery. But now Wilden's dead, so why would A want to kill Wilden over that? See what I'm doing? I'm just talking myself in circles. But if we're following this plot line that I've made up, by the way, this is not in the show, if somehow Detective Wilden and Allison were related, which would make Detective Wilden and Allison also related to Spencer and her family, it would be from the affairs of Allison's mom, which means that Allison's mom could be the one that would want to have all of this covered up, which I've already accused her once, and then I immediately regretted it because it was obviously a red herring, but then she's disappeared for a lot of episodes. We have not seen her since she was kind of a main character in the first couple episodes. So, guys, is it stupid to lock her in? It doesn't even necessarily have to be Detective Wilden who is related in this situation. Maybe Cece Drake is actually Allison's sister, and I just don't know. I just really want some answers at this point, and I've gotten really confused. So I think I'm just going to lock in Allison's mom again for who I think A is. So let's keep watching, and hopefully we'll get some help.
For years, they've played by A's rules.
Okay, we're so close to putting an end to this game.
Tuesday, it's one bombshell after another.
She just declared World War A.
The most explosive Pretty Little Liars finale ever.
Haven't you all felt it? We need to get out of here.
Oh, God. I don't know where I am. Allie!
Holy shit. Guys, this I just watched episodes 10, 11, and 12, and I was going to watch episode 13 because I've been doing 4 episodes at a time, but then episode 12 is one of the most insane episodes of this show I have ever seen. Even more insane than the Halloween Train episode last season, and everyone knows that's one of my favorites. Genuinely, kind of speechless right now. Like, I don't even know where to start. Episodes 10 and 11 feel completely worthless compared to what happens in episode 12. I cannot stress to you how insane this is. Jesus. I'm just going to start with the big stuff because I'm genuinely shaking right now. So Hannah's mom ends up going free. That pisses off A. So then A sends a bunch of threats to the girls. And they said that because Hannah's mom got off free, A is now going to kill Mona. So this leads the girls to Ravenswood. Now this is like a creepy town about an hour away from Rosewood. While they're there, Redcoat kidnaps Emily, puts her in a box, almost sends that box through a wood chipper at a sawmill. Emily is saved at the very last second by Redcoat. And the girls literally see this happen. They look up and they see Redcoat hit the button to save Emily. Then they look up and there is a second Redcoat running around in the catwalk of this place. And the one up there that did not save Emily is wearing an Allison mask. So Arya actually catches up to that Redcoat, and thanks to her new, martial arts boyfriend / teacher, kicks Redcoat's ass. Turns out, Redcoat, the mask comes off, she's dangling from the catwalk up here. Guess who it is? Cece Drake. She ends up slipping and falling. Arya tried to save her. Too bad. It was like the scene with Batman and Joker where Joker falls from the thing and goes into the vat of acid, except there was no vat of acid down there. Cece just hits the ground. We think she's dead, but then she disappears. So what we just found out is that Cece Drake was Redcoat, or at least one of them, because there is a second Redcoat. That Redcoat, while Arya's beating the shit out of Cece on the catwalk, Spencer's chasing after that Redcoat, leads Spencer into this little apartment, ends up being A's lair. Now, we have seen a few of A's lairs up to this point, but this one is different. This one is game-changing. This lair is filled to the brim with professional blown up pictures of Allison. Giant whiteboards with timelines for every character and their whereabouts at a lot of different times. There is a giant supercomputer in the room which has access to satellites and street cameras and the home security systems of all of the characters. This is how A is able to be everywhere at the same time. A has been watching and tracking their whereabouts from fucking satellite. And they find a bunch of documents, right, that show that A has created a corporation. And the corporation is called Higby, something like that. And that was Allison's favorite beach at Cape May. And we find out that Cece is not the one in charge here because Cece is on the payroll that they find. A has been paying people to do things. Cece is one of them. And get this, guys, they open up a closet in the lair and there's a bunch of men's suits in there. A is a man. A is a guy. And the girls are pretty certain that this guy has been the evil mastermind A from this entire time. And it is actually the older guy that Allison was involved with before she died. And I could be reading too much into this, but I think that what this means for us and what this means for the show is that this person has been A the entire time. The Mona reveal as A was fake. If anything, she was probably just on the payroll of the corporation. A Inc., baby. We see that A has been watching everyone, including Rin, who in this batch of episodes has become extremely suspicious. So we were, it was kind of pointing hey, maybe it's Rin. He's an older guy, right? No, he's been watched by A. In the last few seasons, when I was losing my mind talking about how A is the greatest supervillain of all time, I was right, because this is insane. They've been watching everyone's whereabouts for years at this point, keeping track of everything on these whiteboards and constantly the security system in their homes. And the story has become so convoluted over the seasons, over the episodes, about like, it seems like there wasn't a singular A. It seemed like there was so many different things going on all the time that there was not just one evil mastermind, but there is one evil mastermind. He's badder than the Joker, worse than the Green Goblin. He's pettier than Lex Luthor. He is A. A has been pulling the strings all along, and they have been marvelous, miraculous, magnificent, metaphysical, monstrous, magical, which leads us to the next giant bombshell that we get in episode 12. Guys, Allison is still alive. Did you hear what I said? Allison is still alive, and it's not a theory. It's not a maybe. It's fact. Everyone was already suspicious that Allison was actually still alive, and then we got confirmation from this creepy-ass lady from Ravenswood. This lady, her name's Grunswald, and she's a psychic. She was trying to help Allison figure out who was harassing her and who Allison was afraid of, because Allison didn't know who was trying to attack her, but she knew that someone was out to get her, because if you remember, Allison was being harassed by A for forever. Well, not forever, since Halloween. Oh my God. But this psychic lady was the one in the sorority house. She was the mother of the sorority house. And that's who Allison was calling in that creepy room, because she's a psychic and she was trying to help Allison figure out who A was, because A was threatening Allison from Halloween all the way until the night she died. And then on the night that Allison disappeared, Grunswald was somewhere and had this weird bad feeling. So she traveled to Rosewood, went to Allison's backyard, and pulled her out of the fucking ground. Took her to the hospital. She parks the car outside the hospital, runs in to get help. When she comes back, Allison's gone. Allison has been alive this entire time. And when the girls find out, they're completely shocked, just like me. Except probably worse, because this is fiction for me, but for them, this is real life. And the girls are like, why didn't she trust us? She can trust us. And Grunswald's like, I don't know if she can trust you guys. And Grunswald tells him to leave Ravenswood. And she says, he is hoping that you are going to lead him to Allison. A has been using the girls to try to find Allison and finish the job. Finish killing her. After, dude, I'm spiraling. I'm spiraling, dude. Because Allison has been alive this whole time. She's been deep in hiding ever since the night she went missing. And A has been trying to hunt her down this entire time. And that is why Allison has had to stay in hiding. And that's probably why A has been harassing the four main girls. It isn't about torturing them or tormenting them or playing with them like dolls. It's about using them to get Allison to come out from the shadows, to come out from hiding so that A can get her. And it works, because right when the girls are always about to die, Allison, I bet it's Allison who's showing up and saving them and pulling them out of fires. And each time that this happens, it's because A is trying to get her. This hasn't had anything to do with the four main girls. This has been a giant game of cat and mouse between A and Allison ever since before the night Allison disappeared, when A tried to kill Allison, since Halloween of that year, when A showed up for the first time in Allison's life and started sending threatening messages and even tried to kill her on Halloween that time. Okay, I need to calm down. But it just makes so much sense, because it's like, A didn't show up and start harassing the girls until the day that Allison's body was found in the backyard. And I wonder if that's because that was when A wanted the game to start. Because if Allison has been alive this whole time, then that is not Allison's body that they found in the ground. That must have been put there by A. And A put that body in the ground, made sure it was discovered by the contractors or whatever. And at that exact same day that A made sure that Allison's body was found, A also started targeting the four main girls, because this has all been a big plan for A to get Allison to come out of hiding so that A can finish the job. And I think that I was absolutely onto something when I was saying the thing about like who keeps showing up at the last second to save the girls, right? Well, if Allison's still alive, then I bet it was her. I bet it was her. I bet she's the one who pushed Ian off the bell tower and killed him that night in order to save Spencer. Oh my God, dude. I'm exhausted now. I'm exhausted. There's still a giant bombshell in this episode that I haven't even told you about. But I'm going to save it because I got to tell you about what else happens in these fucking episodes. This is so sick, dude. I love this show. I mean, how many shows can get this kind of reaction out of you? You know what I mean? Like when you're so invested in characters for like almost 80 episodes and it's like, oh, you know, you find out that the character who has been dead since the first episode is actually alive. You don't get this kind of reaction often, dude. Ren's back in town. Dr. Ren. We see him face off with Mona a little bit. It's strongly implied that Ren is working with Redcoat. We even see that Ren is responsible for Spencer's mom getting kicked off of Hannah's mom's legal case, which would set Hannah's mom up to take the fall for Wilden's death. Luckily, that does not happen. I need to sit down, guys. We also see later on that Ren is moving in with Melissa in London. Melissa went to an internship in London. We haven't seen her in a while, and apparently Ren has moved out there as well. But I mean, he's British, so, you know. Now, why would Ren and Melissa be back together in London, especially after we get the bombshell of Ren has been working with A the entire time? I don't know, but there's implications there, right? Because we also learned from A's lair that Ren has been getting tracked and followed by A as well. My thought process is because of the conversation we got with Melissa and Spencer earlier in the season, where Melissa talked about how she has been protecting Spencer since before this even started. I wonder if Melissa has also been facing off against A since before Allison died. You know, whoever this A mastermind is that has this supercomputer and has been doing all of this since day one. Melissa is also a very, very, you know, super genius in the same realm as Mona and Spencer. I bet she has been in her own battle with A this entire time, and at times it has overlapped with what the main girls were doing, and that's why she has seemed so suspicious at times. She's doing her own investigation. She's doing her own bobbing and weaving and being blackmailed and blackmailing others at times, probably. Because remember this, like, even though Ian wasn't a great person, Ian and Melissa were married, and Melissa was pregnant with Ian's baby, and A killed Melissa, or maybe Allison. I don't know, but regardless, like, it seems like maybe Melissa has been wrapped up in this since before Allison's death, since all that NAT stuff has been going on. Hannah's mom ends up going free, thanks in large part to a guy named Travis. He's this bald motherfucker that showed up, and immediately one of the best actors that we've had on this show. Like, I mean, scene one, the dude's got fantastic acting chops. But anyway, he was a witness that night because he saw Hannah's mom leave from being with Detective Wilden that night and then heard gunshots after Hannah's mom left. So Hannah's mom, no charges left. She's free to go. We do not get another appearance of Do-Rag Toby, but we do get to see Cowboy Hat Toby at a hoedown episode. They did a whole line dance. It was fun. Aria realizes that her and her new boyfriend, Jake, the martial artist, they're just not compatible. He doesn't like poetry. He doesn't like watching old movies. They just aren't meant to be. So Aria goes back to Ezra and they kiss. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm tired. I'm a beat down man. I've been in the battle of Pretty Little Liars for 4 seasons now. They almost got me. I'm a dedicated Ezra hater from day one. We know this to be true. But when all of this was going down and it seemed like she just wasn't compatible with Jake, for just a second, I was like, you know, if Ezra's what makes her happy and they like old movies and they love poetry and writing and they're compatible, I mean, you know, maybe I can just give in and the show wants me to, you know, the show obviously is like, I want you to root for Ezra and Aria. Maybe I'll just say fuck it and be like, I'm happy for 'em. You win, show. You win. Ezra and Aria. Meant to be. And then guess what fucking happens? Guess what happens? We see that Ezra has been following the girls in Ravenswood. And he walks into the lair with the supercomputer and all the pictures of Allison. And he looks around at all the evil stuff and he's pissed and he slams the door shut. And it's strongly implied that this is Ezra's lair. I've been saying it was Ezra all along. I've been saying that Ezra could be A since season 1. And each and every season, I get punched in the face from the writers of this show. Punch, Chase, you stupid motherfucker. Punch, you're so stupid. Ezra's a good guy. Punch again. Oh, you thought Ezra was going to be A? You're an idiot, Chase. No, I'm vindicated. It has been Ezra all along. I knew it. I knew it. Look at his rat face. I knew it was you. The girls are so certain that whoever A is the older guy that was seeing Allison before she died. The one that she called board shorts. And guess what? Now it looks like Ezra's the older guy. I called this from a long time ago. I called this so long ago. But there's one big problem. One big problem though. This was episode 12. Episode 12 is where they do their mid-season break. And they always have episode 12 be a big cliffhanger. Last season's episode 12 is when it was revealed that Toby was A, which was not actually the case. It was a big twist, misdirection, which makes me very nervous because is this just a big twist, misdirection? It's almost the exact same thing as what happened last season when A took off their black hoodie and it was Toby and I lost my mind. And I think I'm falling for the same thing again. So I don't want to fall for the obvious red herring. However, what a great reveal. I mean, obviously, we still have 7 episodes left in this season, and there's 3 seasons after this season. So obviously, the story is not over. But what if it was? What if this was the reveal? It would be perfect. This would be a great ending to the story. It would be a perfect resolution. It was the motherfucker who was sleeping with his English student the entire time. The guy that I was like, why is he the good guy? Why is he the good guy? I think it would go down as a perfect show if it was just like, hey, it's Ezra. What a great reveal. What a phenomenal reveal. Oh my God. I can't believe there's still more to talk about these episodes. We find out from Allison's mom that at one point, Cece Drake was dressed up as Allison, checked into Radley, the mental hospital, as Allison, pretended to be Allison. Pretty concerning behavior. Allison's mom says that the friendship between Allison and Cece was toxic and obsessive, and that the two of them would wear each other's personalities. So when we got this information, I was pretty certain that the big reveal was going to be that it was Cece, and it was that thing that we've talked about in this video where Cece's just obsessed with Allison, wanted to become Allison. But then we got this thing about Ezra. And so while the Cece thing should probably still be on the back burner because, like I said about the whole episode 12 thing, this could just be a big misdirection like it was with Toby, and Ezra could actually not be A. But shit, dude. I mean, the fact that the A Corporation is named after Allison's favorite beach in Cape May. I mean, I think I'm dead on the money about the like obsessed with Allison. Maybe he's been hunting her down this entire time because they're meant to be together. Or he just wants to finish off the job and make sure she's dead for good. So who else could it be other than Ezra that fits that bill? Who is an older guy? Just because they say older boy or older guy, we immediately think 20s because that's kind of how all of her love interests have been. But older guy can mean older, like Arya's dad or Emily's dad, Spencer's dad. I mean, that's pretty much all the guys. There's other guys that could be older, like Toby, but it would be pretty redundant to have Toby be the reveal when they've already done Toby as the reveal before. That famous episode 12 reveal. It's got to be Ezra, guys. It's the only thing that makes sense. And I'm just like over the moon ecstatic about how I figured this out so long ago. So long ago. I did season 1 8 months ago. And I was talking about this, dude. This is crazy. I did not guess the Mona reveal, or at least not really. And so the fact that like I was spitting game 8 months ago that would come back and be true. I mean, potentially. We don't know if it's Ezra. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm going to look real stupid if I'm over here like I called it and then it turns out not even him. Yeah, dude. I think it's got to be Ezra. I don't know why they would give us the big reveal halfway through the season, but I can't think of any other human possibility other than Ezra at this point. So that's what I'm locking in. Let's keep watching this show, dude, because I'm fucking jazzed.
This October,
you need to leave now.
the unbelievable journey to Ravenswood continues.
There's something seriously weird going on in this town.
It's a story so big, it'll take 2 hours to tell.
Why would she just leave like that?
She wouldn't.
The all-new Pretty Little Liars Halloween special.
Guys. This show, it's incredible. I'm not going to lie, this season it was starting to lose me. Even a dedicated PLL stan like myself, I was starting to drift away like Uncle Cracker. But everything has really heated up. I just watched episodes 13, 14, 15, and 16. Episode 13 was the Halloween episode that we get every season. I'm always a huge fan of those, and this one is no exemption. But I will say that this one was very different than the others. I'm pretty sure that this was essentially like a backdoor pilot, or just at least like a setup for the Pretty Little Liars spin-off show Ravenswood, which I don't really know anything about that show, but based on this episode, I'm very excited to go watch it at some point. It's very clearly like an actually like supernatural style show, not like the show Supernatural. I just mean like thematically and like plot wise. Like it seems like there's ghosts and shit. But the biggest thing that happens in this Halloween episode is that the girls come face to face with Allison. Allison is alive. And while it was kind of confirmed in episode 12, the girls see her. And it was always a really fun theory to kind of throw out, throughout the past few seasons of just like, hey, maybe Allison's still alive. But it never, ever occurred to me that it would actually happen. Like, it seemed like one of those things that I would be like, oh man, it's a fun fan theory. It's a fun thing for me to be like, wouldn't it be crazy if this happened? And then it happened. And she definitely says a few things when she interacts with the 4 main girls that sets up kind of what we're doing for the rest of this season. She says, and I quote, "I want to come home, but you have to help me." Essentially, what we find out in these next few episodes is Allison is still alive and she's been hiding from A this entire time. A is trying to get her, but here's the thing. Allison still does not know who A is. And so she needs the girls to figure out who A is so that way she can come home. Or at least that's what she's saying. I don't know if we can exactly trust her. And I don't think I'm exactly ready to forgive her for the things that she has done in her past. She was a monster. She has done things worse than A at sometimes. And so even though this is fictional and it has nothing to do with me personally, I don't think I'm ready to forgive her yet. And it honestly wouldn't surprise me if it was revealed that she's actually a bad guy and not actually like a victim as it's being portrayed right this second. But one thing does seem to be true about what she says, and that is A is very actively trying to get Allison. And the show has been increasingly showing us more and more that Ezra is A. Like, we see Ezra do a lot of creepy stuff in these episodes. We see him take Arya to a secluded cabin. We see him steal Allison's journal from the girls. We see him have a breakdown and scream at this lady on the street and just start like hitting her car. We see him put knives in Jake's punching bag. So when Jake is practicing and he kicks the punching bag as hard as he can, his foot gets stabbed by the knives. Jake, of course, being Arya's boyfriend, even though Arya is back together with Ezra and she has to figure out, how to tell Jake, she's deciding to get back with Ezra. And it's very clear that Ezra is manipulating Arya hardcore. There has been a huge tonal shift in Ezra's character ever since we figured out that he could be A. It's actually some incredible acting from Ezra's actor. He's doing a phenomenal job. The way I'm taking it is after the girls find A's lair, and that's the closest that Ezra has ever been to getting caught, it's really put him on the back foot, right? And he's panicking and he's spiraling. And we're, for the first time, really seeing this mastermind not being 10 steps ahead, 2 steps ahead, even 1 step ahead. He's actually on the back foot. He's on the back pedal. And I think that's why we're seeing Ezra slip up a lot. We're seeing through him a little bit more. Add on the fact of like the stuff going on in his personal life. And it's just like, all right, this is a phenomenal performance from Mr. Ezra. And I'm honestly really loving Ezra as A. I'm loving him as a villain. He went from being a character I couldn't stand to like, I think he's one of the best television villains I've ever seen. Let me give you 2 character descriptions and you tell me which one sounds like a better character. 1, a guy who loves teaching so much, but his love life with one of his students has jeopardized his career. Can he juggle his feelings and his career? Or a guy in his 20s was obsessed with a teenager to the point where he killed her. And then, in an effort to get closer to the girl he killed, he starts manipulating and grooming one of her friends as her English teacher. Number 2, for sure, that's an amazing character. Not an amazing person, but definitely an amazing character. It's honestly very riveting television. I'm loving what's happening. But we don't actually know that he is A. It has not been confirmed, but it is heavily implied, and we're seeing him do a lot of the A stuff, and we are not seeing anything from A. So the question there is like, why would the show have us see him doing A things and him not be A? And honestly, like the show does feel different ever since the mid-season break after episode 12, where we got this big reveal of Ezra could potentially be A. It feels like the gears have switched a little bit on what is driving the plot of this show. It is no longer who is A. It is, when will the girls figure out Ezra is A? When will the girls catch up to what we, the audience, know? And we get some like really suspenseful scenes where Ezra and Arya are alone together. And because we know that Ezra is a bad guy, there's so much more tension. And it's like, we're sitting there like waiting, like what's going to happen? Even though that we have seen these two alone together tons of times, almost way too many times. And we never cared before. It was always boring before. But now that we know that at any moment he could kill her, God, I love those scenes. Honestly, Alfred Hitchcock has a great example of what I'm trying to say here. Imagine that there's a scene, right, with 2 people sitting at a table having dinner, and they're just eating and talking. Then, out of nowhere, as they're just eating and talking, boom, a bomb goes off, kills everybody. We, the audience, had no clue that there was a bomb under that table. The 2 people in the scene at the table had no clue that there was a bomb under the table. So it really shocked us when out of nowhere, a bomb went off. This is how the show has been so far. We're watching the show with no information. And then when something crazy happens, like Mona being revealed as A in the season 2 finale, it's like a bomb went off. Now, imagine the same scene. There's 2 people sitting at a table, eating dinner and talking, except this time, we, the audience, can see that there is a bomb under the table, and we are watching the bomb tick down from 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. The people sitting at the table still don't know that that bomb's there. They're just talking and eating the whole time. 5, 4, 3. But we, the audience, know what is about to happen. We're just waiting for the people in the scene to figure out what happens, right? When that bomb goes off. And then, boom, the bomb goes off. That version of the scene is not about the bomb going off at all. That version of the scene is about us feeling the suspense and the terror and the horror of, oh my God, these 2 characters are about to die and they have no clue. And we couldn't tell them because we're an audience, and that's not how movies or shows work. That kind of scene is all about the suspense and how we as the audience feel. And that feels like what Pretty Little Liars has become post episode 12. We, the audience, know that Ezra is A, or at least we think we know that Ezra is A. And now we are experiencing the suspense of just waiting for the girls to figure out that Ezra is A, waiting for that bomb to go off. This show is incredible, man. I don't care what the haters say, because I know there's haters out there, but You know, I'm not a hater. I love this show. But the big thing that I'm trying to say is I'm almost positive the show has just went ahead and revealed that Ezra is A. We don't know that for certain, so we got to keep watching the rest of the season. But I'm probably just going to keep locking in Ezra as A until something happens that gives me the thought of like, oh, maybe it's not actually him. There's really not too much other than the whole Ezra thing to really talk about in these episodes. One of the big things is that it's heavily implied that Cece is the one who killed Detective Wilden and that she was paid by A to do it. She was on the payroll, which would mean that Ezra paid her to do it. So yeah, I think I'm going to lock in Ezra as A. I feel really good about it. I think this show is awesome. And I think the rest of this season is just going to be about kind of like wrapping up some loose ends with Allison still being alive, everyone figuring out Ezra is A, and all that stuff. Now, what does that mean for the other 3 seasons that we still have left in this show? I don't know, but I'll worry about that when I get there. I'm locking in Ezra as A for this batch of episodes. Let's keep watching.
Tuesday, be there for a black and white affair.
We want you back. Are you sure about that?
It's the liars like you've never seen.
I just watched episodes 17, 18, 19, and 20. And I really thought that this section was going to be kind of short because the show just keeps doubling down on the fact that Ezra is A. We get tons of moments in these episodes where, I mean, it almost is like the show is just like, hey guys, Ezra's A. You're watching him do all of the A stuff. We see him working with Mona. And at one point, Mona tells him that she wants out, and he says no. We see him in the basement of his cabin in the woods where he takes Arya all the time, and it has the supercomputer. And that, I mean, essentially confirmed it to me, right? And then we start to slowly see the girls figure out that Ezra is A. It all starts with Spencer. Spencer figures it out first. She uses Allison's journal to figure out that Ezra is the guy, the older guy that she was seeing. Ezra was board shorts. So Spencer tells Emily and Hannah and gets them on board, and they're all on the same page until Ezra finds a way to flip this all on Spencer because Ezra figures out that Spencer is on to him. And what sucks is right now, Spencer is having an issue with popping like ADHD focus medication, like an Adderall type thing. And it's causing her to have a bit of a meltdown. She's not sleeping. She looks like death. She's having these like kind of fits. And then you have Ezra, who is adding on to that and making it seem even worse than it actually is, which is still pretty bad. So now the girls don't feel that they can trust Spencer because she's not in her right mind. Spencer snaps and just straight up tells Arya that Ezra is A, and she doesn't believe her. In fact, the other girls are kind of like, I think you just need help, Spencer. But then later on, when Arya is talking with Ezra, they're hanging out by themselves, Ezra slips up and reveals that he knows a little bit too much about something that Arya didn't think that he would know about, which is last season when Toby, A faked Toby's death, and Spencer saw the body, the fake body, and it had the same tattoo as Toby. Well, Ezra was like, yeah, the tattoo. And Arya was like, how'd you know about the tattoo? And he was like, oh, you must have told me. And it's like, no, she didn't. So that makes Arya think, well, what if Spencer was right? She searches Ezra's cabin when he's not there and finds the manuscript for a book he's been writing. And this whole book is talking about how he was dating Allison before she disappeared. So Arya freaks out. Ezra shows up. Arya takes off into the woods because she forgot her keys in the cabin. Ezra's chasing her through the woods, hunting her down. Arya's panicking. She gets on a ski lift. I know, just bear with me, okay? They get on a ski lift. Ezra gets on the ski lift with her. Now they're stuck on a ski lift together in the air. Nowhere for Arya to go. Pretty baller. And Ezra starts explaining everything. He's like, yes, I was seeing Allison before she disappeared. She lied to me about her age. I was in college. I had no clue. And he's like, it's not what it looks like. I'm writing a book, a true crime book about Allison's death. I mean, that's why I moved to Rosewood. That's why you talked to me in the bar. That was Arya saying that second part. Very good performance from Arya's actress, by the way, Lucy Hale. She's crushing it. Ezra basically admits that the entire reason he went to Rosewood and even started talking to Arya and anything about their life is because he has been trying to research Allison's disappearance and death for his book. But he explains to her, my love for you is very real. Arya obviously doesn't buy it. She's furious. And he was like, I quit writing the book when I fell in love with you. And then when we broke up, I decided to pick it back up again. And that's how he figured out that Allison was still alive. Now, this is where we have a lot on our plate. We have to figure out, one, is he even telling the truth? Honestly, it seems like he is. But there is a lot that does not make sense, right? So if he is not A, then why in the world has he been doing so much A stuff lately? Like putting knives in Jake's punching bag. He's got cameras everywhere. He's constantly surveillancing and watching the girls. He is doing the classic A stuff. And so it's just like, it's so clear that Ezra is A. And if he's not, then like, what has he been doing? He has to be A. He has to be. There's no doubt in my mind. Because if he's not A, they're going to have a really great explanation for why he is doing all of this stuff that he's doing. Research for a book does not involve constantly surveillancing and watching and doing very manipulative, aggressive A things. And also, and this is going to be the most insane thing you've heard all day. All right, this is insane to me. Arya goes, so that day in the bar, you knew who I was. And he says, yeah. So let's rewind that. Let's rewind back to that day. When Ezra meets Arya in the bar that day, they almost immediately end up making out in the bathroom of that bar. Then the next day at school, he walks in to teach his English class. He looks over, sees Arya is a student in his English class, and he's like, oh no. And Arya's like, oh my God. And the whole reason that the show has ever justified Ezra and Arya's relationship is because they fell in love before they even realized they were teacher and student. But now we know that Ezra walked into that bar knowing who Arya was and knowing how old she was, still chose to make out with her in the bathroom of that bar, and then proceeded to have a relationship in which they slept together. And let me be clear, if Ezra is A, I think this is such a great villain, right? I think a lot of people, kind of media literacy, this is talked about a lot online, where it's like, you know, the bad guys in movies and TV shows can do really bad things. That doesn't make the show bad, right? So it's like Ezra grooming a child is an insane thing. And so if Ezra's the big bad guy and this whole time has been manipulating and grooming Arya, like that just makes him a worse bad guy. And we can buy into how terrible of a person that Ezra is. That doesn't, make the show, it doesn't make it seem like the show is justifying a bad thing. However, and this is a big however, if Ezra does not end up as the bad guy and he just groomed a teenage girl in his English class out of love or whatever, now there's a problem, right? Now this is not the villainous acts of a supervillain. This is kind of the show saying that it's acceptable behavior. And so I'm going to really give the show the benefit of the doubt, and it's like Ezra is A. And if he is, he's one of the best villains ever. This is insane work. If he has been obsessed with Allison and trying to write this book, because here's the thing, I also think that it's a great motivation for a villain. I think ambition is always a great motivator, right? We see this guy who is so motivated to write this book that he does terrible, terrible things. And I think that that's still an interesting character. I just really hope he's the bad guy, because if they end up being like, actually, Ezra's a great person, I'm going to lose my mind. But let's just take this at face value right now. Let's say Ezra did not kill Allison. Let's say that he is A, right? Let's say that he has been the one watching them and harassing them and doing all this for the sake of his book. Who killed Allison then? Or at least tried to kill Allison, because now we know Allison is still alive. So whoever tried to kill Allison that night did not succeed, but that doesn't mean that there was still not an intended murder. Well, we've got a whole big storyline going on with Spencer and her drug issue. Her drug problem gets very serious. Her mom gets involved, and we get this line of dialogue from her mom. I can't do this again with you. I can't. Last time you couldn't even remember what was going on half the time. And that is when it clicked. From the very beginning of these videos, all the way back to September of 2024, when I uploaded part 1 of this series, I had this big theory about Spencer and how she could possibly be A and not even realize it. But I couldn't ever quite figure out how to make that work. There was a lot of evidence that supported the theory, but it was never like the means or the matter of how, right? Like the idea that I would often pitch is that she had a disorder that would affect her mental state, right? But now the show is giving us some very clear, like, hey, this is how. She's had a problem with drugs in the past, and it sounds like it lines up with the summer that Allison disappeared. Her mom said that there were times where she couldn't even remember what she was doing. It sounds like she was out of her mind, figuratively and literally, during these benders where she was taking a lot of drugs. And you know, not just taking the pills, but also just not sleeping and all of these different aggravators. So what if Spencer killed Allison and she didn't even remember it? Because remember, I'm trying to it's not explicitly said that Spencer's drug problem previously was the same summer that Allison disappeared, but it's kind of implied. And the night that Allison disappeared, all of the girls were drinking together, having like a party. If Spencer was taking pills and drinking, it probably would have caused her to black out, and she might not have been able to remember what happened that night. There's, of course, always the situation where, you know, Ezra's A, Spencer is the person who tried to kill Allison. And then, I mean, we can take it home, but there's always the possibility that the show is going to say, hey, Ezra is not A, or Spencer is not the one that tried to kill Allison. In which case, I don't know what to do. I don't have much other than this. There's the possibility, because we know now that Allison has been alive this whole time, there's the possibility that she's always been the big bad guy. She's always been A. That is a very real possibility. Other than that, I don't know. I'm really worried that at like the end of this season, they're going to be like, psych, Ezra's actually an FBI agent who's been trying to solve this case. In which case, I'm going to be furious, because it's like, so you told me this FBI agent was surveillancing and watching 24/7 4 teenage girls and sleeping with one of them. I'm going to lose my mind. I think Ezra has to be A. He has to be A. It's the best reveal possible. It would make for such good TV. Like, this is just like, this is the reveal. It's so hard to have a satisfying mystery reveal in a show like this. But this is the answer. This is it. This is it. As a Michael Jackson reference, him and Ezra have a lot in common, allegedly. I mean, honestly, like, if the big reveal ends up being like Mona has been A the entire time, I can at least respect that. She is like a super genius, you know what I mean? And she made for a great A reveal in season 2. If it's just kind of the thing where it's like, hey, that was all fake. Turns out it was Mona all along. It would be a little disheartening, but it would still be a good reveal, technically at least. I will also respect it if it's just like, hey, Allison's been the bad guy the whole time. She's evil. I'll also respect that. And I mean, to be completely honest, I'll even respect it if they manage to blow my mind and be like, actually, it was Arya's dad. And if they could actually back it up and be like, see, I'll respect it. But man, I find it hard to believe that you're going to find a better A than Ezra, dude. So I'm locking him in again. We're getting close to the end of the season. Let's go watch the next few episodes.
Tuesday, Pretty Little Liars is all new. It's no dream. It's the biggest moment in Spencer Hastings' life.
I just watched episodes 21, 22, and 23. Do you know what this means? It means that we have only one episode left in the season. A lot has happened in these 3 episodes, and honestly, I don't quite understand what's going on. Obviously, I have been pretty dead set on the fact that Ezra is A. Turns out he's not. At least that's what the show is seemingly telling us, is that Ezra is not A. But he has been doing like all the supercomputer stuff and the research for his book about Allison. Essentially, his character is, you know, not this evil mastermind who was so obsessed with a girl that he killed her and is now harassing her friends. What it actually is he's a spoiled rich kid who, in the pursuit of wanting to be this great author and write this great book, threw all ethics out the window in order to achieve this. And I'm not gonna lie, I mean, that's a pretty good character. It's not what I wanted, but we'll figure out what happens. We'll see what happens. But what is important to bring up is that Ezra, who has been watching these girls like a hawk with all of this crazy stalkerish technology, he has been watching them for so long about this whole thing that he actually has some pretty big theories about what happened to Allison and who A is. He actually thinks that one of the 4 main girls, Arya, Hannah, Spencer, or Emily, is the one that tried to kill Allison. And he also thinks that he knows who A is, but we'll get to that in a minute. A big thing that happens in these episodes is Spencer has to go to rehab for a few days. She goes and she gets clean. And then now she has like a live-in drug counselor staying with her and watching her. Emily and Paige, they break up because Paige kind of forces Emily to tell her that Allison is still alive. And then Paige gives that information to the police, which is a big break of trust. So they break up. Now the police are trying to figure out if Allison is actually alive or if it was just like a prank note. And they're actually going to exhume Allison's body from her grave, which we know is not Allison's actually dead body because Allison's still alive. So it's like, well, whose dead body is in the grave? That's kind of a big thing. Spencer, now that she is kind of over her relapse, she is getting some flashbacks of memories from the last time that she had a drug problem, which was the summer that Allie died. And she, well, not died because Allison's still alive, but was attempted murdered and disappeared. Spencer is really, really worried that she is the one that tried to kill Allison. She kind of remembers hitting Allison with a shovel. Or does she? She has been told that Cece Drake and Allison's mom both witnessed Spencer kind of threatening Allison with a shovel the night that Allison died. Quotations around died. And then last but not least, Allison herself calls the girls, tells them that they need to meet her. And she is going to explain everything that happened that night. The night that she was, quote unquote, killed. And at the end of the episode, we actually see the girls walk into the place where they're supposed to be meeting Allie. Someone walks in the door behind them. They turn around and Spencer goes, "What are you doing here?" And then that's where it ends. So it's kind of left on a cliffhanger. We'll find that out in the last episode of the season finale. But now it's time for us to get to the reason that we're even making these videos, which is who is A? If Ezra is not A, then who is? It's not Mona, as we kind of find out in these episodes. But we do get a moment where Mona kind of helps us figure out the actual timeline of the A stuff in general. And Ezra has his theory of who he thinks A is, which is Allison's mom. Ezra thinks that Allison's mom is actually A, which is interesting because we've locked her in, I think, twice in this video, and I thought it was a really dumb pick. But now Ezra's also locking in Allison's mom. I've had a really hard time thinking that it's even possible because it's like, why would she have been A from the beginning? But in this batch of episodes, we see Allison's mom make a snide remark to Spencer about something that A left for Spencer. Spencer left a note A left a note in Spencer's bed with a bunch of dirt. And it's like, said something along the lines of, "I know you dug her grave, so I'm digging yours," or something like that. The next night, Allison's mom sees Spencer and makes a comment about, having clean sheets or whatever. It strongly implies that Allison's mom is A. And I mentioned a second ago that while I've really struggled to understand why Allison's mom would have been A from the beginning, well, Mona kind of clarifies the timeline a little bit about A. What I have once again failed to grasp, and I fall in this trap quite frequently, is I want so badly, and I seem to keep thinking that there has been one mastermind since the very beginning that has made all of this happen. But what Mona clarifies in these episodes is that there have been two different A's. The A from seasons 1 and 2, that was all Mona. And then in season 3, when Mona is in Radley, someone took the game away from her and became the new A, Redcoat A. Now, we kind of assumed that Redcoat has been Cece all along under the payroll of the real A, Ezra, but that is no longer the case. But we did see Cece in a red coat trying to kill Emily. So does that mean that Cece was working with Allison's mom as A? And Allison's mom is the A that took over when Mona got caught? And she just kind of like has her own team, her own A team, the same way that Mona had people like Lucas and Jenna. It's still a little bit confusing, but that at least does make sense timeline-wise. But Chase, Mona said that she is not the one that pushed Ian off the bell tower, killing him back in season 1. I know, and that is why I have always had a very strong feeling that there has been a mastermind A that has been the big A since the very beginning. However, it is really starting to look that maybe Allison is the one that pushed Ian off that bell tower. It saved Spencer's life, right? We've talked about that quite a bit in this video. Allison is the one that shows up and saves the girls every time. So then the question in my mind is, well, okay, say Allison's mom took over the A game after Mona got caught. How would Allison's mom even know anything about A? Well, we find out in a flashback that Allison's mom knew about the A that was harassing Allison before she was attacked and disappeared. And Allison's mom actually thought that it was Spencer who was doing that. And Allison's mom also thinks that Spencer is the one who, tried to kill Allison because she saw her with the shovel. And it was a whole thing where like she didn't call the cops because apparently Spencer's dad paid her some money to not talk about it. I don't know. I don't know what that whole situation is. So, maybe it's the kind of thing where Allison's mom has been really upset with all of them, especially Spencer, since it happened. And then when Mona was caught as A and went away to Radley, she kind of snapped and joined in on the game, took over as A. Makes sense, I suppose. But there is a moment in these episodes where Allison's on the phone with the 4 girls, and she makes it very clear that her mom is to not know that she is alive or anything about her, which kind of implies that maybe Allison's mom is the person that Allison is so afraid of. Allison's mom could be the person that is out to get Allison and hurt Allison. So I need to make a decision here, which is, do I just lock in Allison's mom, which the show is kind of like hand feeding me? Because technically, I locked her in as my guest all the way back in episode 1 of season 4, this video. Which means technically, right, if in the next episode it's revealed that it's her, I solved this thing in episode 1, that's a 3-pointer, a big old solve for Chase. But on the off chance that I'm falling for one last major red herring, this is coming from the guy that is consistently locked in Ezra, even though it was dumb. Maybe I should, go for kind of a long shot guess just in case it's not her, because I've technically already locked her in the video. So it's my show. I can change up the rules a little bit. So if A is not Ezra, A is not Allison's mom, then who could A possibly be? I have no suspects. Right? This would need to be something really out of left field because none of the logical or even grounded answers make any sense. It's not going to be Melissa. It's not going to be Jenna, right? It's not going to be Paige. Why? Because it just doesn't feel right. And then there was a line of dialogue that Spencer's mom says in one of these episodes. And this is what she said. This is talking about the summer that Spencer was addicted to amphetamines. She goes, "It was like there were 2 of you in this house. You and your evil twin." This made me laugh because obviously she's not talking about a literal evil twin, right? She's talking about the effect that the drugs had on Spencer and how it was causing her to act. But I have brought up a theory of Allison having an evil twin a lot. And I wonder if this dialogue from Spencer's mom is kind of a hint from the show to be like, hey, evil twins. There's something that's been bothering me about Allison ever since we found out that she's not actually dead. And that is Allison sucked. She was like a truly evil person. So like what happens now that she's just like alive? She's going to be back in their lives? Does she just like join back in with the friend group and then like nothing ever happened? That doesn't feel right. So it feels like, you know, story structure wise, something needs to happen. Either Allison is going to die for real this time, or it's going to be revealed that she's like super evil and she's actually been the bad guy all along. In which case, maybe she'll be like locked up somewhere like Radley's, which was like what happened to Mona last season, where you can still go visit this character, but this character isn't a part of our main character's day-to-day lives, right? It's like Hannibal Lecter. You can go visit Hannibal Lecter at the prison, get advice, but Hannibal Lecter's not with you. Or we'll get the big reveal that Allison's not alive and that this is not the real Allison. If the big reveal is that this is Allison's twin sister, then now it's like, oh, well, Allison is still dead, but we have a new character. I just don't think that this is the kind of show that, you know, Allison comes home and everything's okay and everything works out. Unless, of course, this was like the last season. And this was like the series finale, in which case I could see that happening. There's still 3 seasons left of this show. So what do I lock in, right? Do I lock in Allison's mom, which is what the show is kind of telling me to do? I could lock in Spencer. I could lock in the twin theory. And, you know, I keep calling it like Allison's evil twin, but it seems like Allison would have been the evil twin. So it would have been like Allison's good twin. I'm worried that it's going to be none of the things I've come up with and that I'm going to get tricked again, which would suck because a lot of people watch these videos and I don't win often. Another thing that I'm worried about is that next episode, we don't get any answers at all. We didn't get any answers in the season 3 finale. And so, you know, that was a whole video where I'm trying to solve the mystery and then we didn't get a good resolution. And so now it would suck if that happened again for this season, which would mean we would have to then watch season 5. And then who knows, they might not reveal it then. So then we have to watch 6 and then 7, you know, which is fine. I love the show. I will keep watching the show. It's just I would like some answers. So you know what? I'm going to lock in the theory that this is not Allison. Allison is dead, just like how we thought. The Allison that we are seeing that is alive is actually Allison's twin. And I know that seems crazy, but there is stuff to back it up. Like in the Halloween episode last season, we got this whole ghost story from this little girl that talked about her sister. And it was kind of implied that her sister killed her. And if I even think back to like season 2, maybe, or it could have been also in season 3, I think there was a flashback where Allison is hanging out with the other girls and she tells them a ghost story and it's about twin sisters. So it's insane behavior. But I think what I'm going to lock in going into the finale is that Allison is dead and the person that we have been seeing is her twin sister who is and who also killed Allison. That's what I'm locking in. I am so excited to watch the season 4 finale. Let's go watch it and jump back in here.
She thought I was dead. I was trying to tell her I was alive.
Tuesday, Allie tells all. More will be uncovered than you ever imagined.
You're not going anywhere.
And
Allie, run!
the most shocking moment in liar history.
Take off your mask! Now! Take it off!
Well, once again, this show has put my heart on a leash, dragged it out of my chest, and walked it around the park. No, truthfully, we get a ton of answers in the season 4 finale. So many, like really awesome questions that we have had since episode 1, season 1. We get some really good answers. One answer that we do not get, I'll give you 3 guesses. Who is A? Which means that once again, I've done like a 3-hour-long video on a season where we do not get the reveal at the end of it. We do find out who is definitely not A, which involves Ezra and Allison's mom, which means that I think 100% of the guesses I made in this video have been proven to be wrong, which gotta be a new record for me. Okay, enough of goofing off. Let's break down everything we learn in the finale, because essentially what we get is a retelling of everything that happened the night that Allison died, quote unquote died, was attacked, went missing. First, the cliffhanger at the end of the last episode where someone walks in the door and Spencer goes, "Who are you?" or "What are you doing here?" That was Noel Kahn, which if you are a big, PLL stan like me, you'll remember who that is. Yeah, apparently he's been helping Allison or something. It's pretty wild, pretty cool stuff. But yeah, so everything that happened to Allison the night that she disappeared. She was in Hilton Head with Ian, Ian and Melissa were currently on a break. Melissa shows up at the hotel room and is upset. Allison overhears Ian and Melissa's argument, decides, "I'm out of here." Before she leaves, she steals a bunch of footage from Ian's computer/camera because remember, Ian was going around Rosewood filming everybody, so he knew a lot of people's secrets. That's established lore. We knew that. But Allison takes the footage and gets out of there. Her plan is to use this footage to stop whoever has been harassing her since Halloween. That is A. She's trying to figure out who A is and get them to stop. And this is where things get really juicy because the first thing that Allison does is use this footage to blackmail Jenna into stopping because Jenna was Allison's number one suspect for who she thought A was, right? Jenna would have kind of the most reason to be harassing Allison considering Allison blinded her. But turns out Jenna was not A, which means that technically we could just take her off the conspiracy wall because it has been confirmed that she is not A. Now, fast forward to the night that Allison disappeared. If you recall, Allison and the four main girls were all getting together and they were going to kind of like have a little party on the last night of summer. They drink a little bit. Ooh, scandalous. But yeah, they're having like this little party, just the five of them in the barn. We see that Allison actually drugged the other girls with sleeping medication so that way she can run off and do all the stuff that she has planned to do that night, which is figure out who has been harassing her. After all the girls fall asleep, Allison leaves the barn, runs into Toby. Long story short, Toby was not A. So she moved on to her next suspect for who she thinks could be A, which was Ian, the older guy that she was seeing, Melissa's boyfriend. So she texts Ian and she's like, "Meet me at the Kissing Rock." Before she gets to the Kissing Rock, a car pulls up. Ezra tells her to get in the car. He starts yelling at her for lying about her age. He found out that she is not 21 and a college student. She's actually 15. He's very upset because he felt like he was tricked into a very inappropriate relationship with a severely underage girl, even though later on that doesn't seem to be a problem with him. 15 is too far for Ezra. 16, and this moment, it really felt like the show was trying to redeem Ezra's character because it was really like they wanted to just be like, Ezra's actually a good guy after all. He was disgusted that she was lying about her age. This was her fault. But it's like, dude, we still learned that he knew who Arya was and how old she was before they were making out in that bathroom, So it's like, I don't know. But then something does happen later in this episode where I'm like, fine, Ezra's a good guy, whatever. You can have what you want, show, I guess. We'll get to that. But Allison leaves her conversation with Ezra, goes to the Kissing Rock. That's where she meets up with Ian. Ian is not A. We knew that because he's dead, but One thing that we do get from this conversation with Ian, though, is that Ian is like, we never slept together, which also was something that was said with her and Ezra when when Ezra was really upset with her, and she was like, "Ezra, we didn't even do anything." It really felt like the show was backpedaling hard, where it's like, "Hey, I know we've had this 15-year-old girl with a lot of 23-year-old dudes, but don't worry, they ain't do nothing, okay?" They ain't do nothing. Anyway, she goes back to the barn where the girls are passed out. Spencer is wide awake because she's on the pills that keep her awake, so she's not passed out like the other girls. Spencer and Allison argue all the way across the yard. Spencer picks up a shovel. It looks like she's going to hit Allison. She doesn't. She ends up tripping over. Her pills fall off. Her pills fall off. They fall out of her pocket. Very funny. Allison and her kind of have a wholesome moment, where it's just like Allison understands what Spencer is going through, which is a rough drug problem. And so she's like, hey, we'll keep this between us. Don't drink when you're taking these. And, and trying to help her. So Allison sends Spencer back to the barn to sleep it off. After that, Allison went to go speak to Arya's dad because she was blackmailing him about his affair. Then after that, Allison starts to head back home because she's pretty sure that she has won her battle against A. She has gone through and met everyone that she suspected, blackmailed them, or at least threatened them in a way where she was pretty certain that no one's going to be messing with her anymore. She's walking up to her house. She sees her mom in the window of the house looking at her because Allison was not supposed to go out that night. And then, bam, someone comes up behind Allison, hits her in the back of the head with a rock. Allison sees that her mom sees what happened. And when she's telling the main girls, this part of the story, the girls are like, whoa, why didn't your mom call the police? And Allison tells us the next part of the story. Allison wakes up a little bit as she's being buried alive in her backyard. She looks up, and who is the one burying her? Her mom. And her mom was panicking and just repeating, "What have you done?" over and over and over again. Now, what this tells Allison and the girls is that Allison's mom has been protecting Allison's killer, quotations around killer, this entire time. But why? Why is she protecting the person that just, in her mind, killed her daughter? Who was that? Then Allison, gets pulled out of the ground by the psychic lady, Miss Grunwald. She gets taken to the hospital. She runs off. She's just kind of walking down this dark, curvy street, bloody and muddy from being buried alive and almost killed. And guess whose car drives by and picks her up? Mona. And this is crazy because this is Mona's origin story of being the first A, the A that we get in the first 2 seasons. It's pretty interesting because it's like Mona cleans Allison up and is the one that tells Allison hey, if the person who attacked you tonight was willing to kill you, they'll probably do it again. You should probably let them think you're dead. You just need to go disappear. And that's what she does. She goes on the run and goes into hiding, which sets Mona up to become A. And in fact, Mona finds out about A, the person who attacked Allison and who has been harassing her, was going by A. And Allison is actually the one that tells Mona in this thing of this A person. And so Mona's like, well, this A person sounds dangerous. And so this is when Mona, becomes A. I just think that's pretty cool. We also find out from Allison that, that's the end of that story. But the information that we get from her keeps going. We find out that she is the one that saved Spencer in the bell tower and pushed Ian off, killing him. But get this, it didn't actually kill him. She saw him running off that night after she pushed him off the bell tower, which means that someone else killed Ian later on. And if it wasn't Mona and it wasn't Allison, it was, who was it? She also is the person who showed up. The whole reason she even came out of hiding in the first place was when Hannah got hit by Mona's car. A ran over Hannah. We know that was Mona now, but Allison really thought Hannah might not make it. She thought she wouldn't survive, so she went and visited her in the hospital. And that was the first time she came back to Rosewood. Ever since then, she has been keeping a close eye on the girls and watching and following around. And she has been the one who steps in and saves them every time, including at the lodge fire. She jumped in and pulled Hannah out of the fire, but someone else pulled the other girls out of the fire before she could even get back. So who pulled them out of the fire? We don't know. So that's everything that we learned about the night that Allison died and the other information that she gives. And now the big thing is, until we find out who A is, Allison can't come home. She can't trust her own mom because her mom is obviously protecting the killer, quote unquote killer, because she buried Allison in the backyard. But the thing, and I know guys, they pull me in, they push me out, they pull me back in. I think that what this story tells us is there is an A. There is an A from way before that's been here the whole time. I know that I keep getting messed up with the whole chase. There's no mastermind A who has been doing all of this. There was very set, clear A's, right? Mona is the A from the first 2 seasons, and then some other A took over when she went to Radley. But there was an A who was harassing Allison since Halloween until she got attacked and everyone thought she was dead. Who was that A? Because that is like OG A. We know that Mona does take over as A and start harassing the main girls in the first 2 seasons, but also someone killed Ian. And there's been some other major stuff that happens that Mona didn't do, she says. Allison didn't do. So it's got to be the OG A. And honestly, I'm thinking that the A that took over when Mona went to Radley, Red Coat A, the A with the Allison mask, I'm thinking that that could be OG A, the A that was harassing Allison before all of this even started. And that OG A that tried to kill Allison that night is still trying to kill Allison. And we know this because at the end of this episode, A shows up with a gun and just starts blasting. The girls are running through this building. They end up on the rooftop. They're trapped on the roof. A is coming to get them. A has a gun. Who jumps in and saves them? Ezra. Ezra fights off the dude with the gun or the girl with the gun. It's A, whoever this OG A is. Ezra fights them off with the gun. Ezra gets shot, and then the A gets away. The OG A gets away. And that's the end of the episode. So we don't find out who A is. We don't know if Ezra's dead or not. I mean, maybe he's okay. Kind of be better if he died, honestly, just as like a character thing, you know, like he was a real bad guy, but then he ended up saving the girls. And so it's like a little bit of a redemption, but then he's dead, you know? Oh, I should also mention that right before Ezra gets shot, he goes, "I know who you are," to A. So it's looking pretty likely that Ezra's going to die because otherwise, he'll just be like, "I know who that was," and then tell the girls when he wakes up. So if he's dead, though, that's pretty tragic because it's like we almost figured out who A was, but then Ezra died. And then get this, dude. The very last moment of the episode, that end credit scene that's from A's point of view, we always get this. Allison's mom is in a grave being buried. She's dead. And I believe probably A, who killed her, because guess what? Allison's mom has been protecting the killer this whole time. But now I guess she was gonna be a blabbermouth and tell somebody. She thought that her daughter was alive and she realized the consequences of her actions the past 4 seasons or whatever. And she was gonna squeal. And so A killed her. Pretty crazy stuff. Now what that means is that she's not A, which sucks for me, but it's good for the show because there's still a mystery to be solved. Another big unanswered question from this episode, though, is whose body is in Allison's grave? Right? That's what the cops have been trying to figure out this whole time. I imagine we'll get that answer next season. But we also have a big mystery of like, who killed that person that's in Allison's grave? One thing that we know for sure is that it was not Spencer. Spencer finds out in this episode that she for sure is innocent, which is really good for Spencer. We also get this crazy moment between Melissa, Spencer's sister, and Spencer's dad. Spencer's dad is like, "Oh God, Spencer killed that girl who was in Allison's grave," thinking it was Allison. And Melissa goes, "Dad, it wasn't Spencer." And then she leans in and whispers something to her dad. We don't know what she whispers. I'm assuming it's that Melissa's the one that killed that girl. So we still have lots of mysteries to solve. We have a lot of unanswered questions, which is awesome, right? Because that means we get to still keep watching the show and enjoying the show. We also found out that there is an OGA. There is an A from all the way back in the beginning that we have been trying to solve, which makes me feel better. Guys, I just want to thank you so much for watching this. If you're watching this video and you've made it to this part of the video, then that means that you have been watching hours and hours and hours and hours for the past 8 months with me, and I'm just very appreciative. I really love the show. I'm very pumped to keep watching. I'm a little bit worried that, I put out part 1, it did really well. I put out part 2, it did really well, but it was still half the views of part 1. I put out part 3, and it still did great, of course, but it did half the views of part 2. You know, these really long multi-part series, the views fall off pretty drastically. So, if you want to see me do another one of these, let me know. Make sure you like and comment and all that stuff so that I can justify spending so much of my life. But I am super pumped to keep watching. Links down below for my Patreon if you want to go check out the book. We're doing the Pretty Little Liars book thing over there on Patreon. All right. Dope.